After narrowly escaping the Abyss dungeon, Jiang Linyue, the saintess of the Heavenly Alliance, was horrified to discover that the 7 days of hellish torment had not been reset by her death. On her flat abdomen, a humiliating purple demonic mark glowed brightly, the indelible mark of the demon god. Damn it, how did this thing manage to survive the system reset? Jiang Linyue stared in despair at the side effects on her status panel. Her desires would increase daily and could only be eased by contact with the Chosen One. Thinking of the demon god who had treated her like a toy in the ancient bronze hall, Jiang Linyue bit her pale lips hard, her cold, clear eyes erupting with monstrous killing intent. Filthy, disgusting. Once my power grows, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces to avenge these 7 days of humiliation. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, Yimo, an ordinary worker who had just woken up, was trembling as he looked at the trending news on his phone. The Heavenly Alliance is offering a 10 billion reward to recruit top players for a new dungeon, vowing to slay the demon god boss that imprisoned the saintess. Yimo swallowed hard, feeling as if the world were crashing down on him. Last night he told that NPC in his dream that he was bored of playing, and now he is being hunted by the entire internet in reality. The worst part is, just to see if it was real, he had a sudden whim to perform a deity summoning ritual in real life, and it actually worked. He successfully bound himself to the demon god from his dreams and became a divine proxy. Looking at the 2 SSS-ranked job cards in his hand, Yimo fell into a strange, heavy silence. Does this mean he has to find players in the real world, give them gear, and have them go raid himself in the dream? In his mind, the insane and absurd images from his dream last night emerged once again with terrifying clarity. Time drifts back to the deep reaches of last night's dream. In a dim, secret chamber, a strange fragrance fills the air. No matter how much you torture me, I will never submit. On the soft, wine-red bed, Jiang Linyue lies with disheveled hair, panting heavily, her eyes filled with nothing but disgust and resentment. You were screaming so madly before, what is the point of being stubborn now? Yimo stands up with a sneer. This woman is soft everywhere except for her mouth. That was forced by you. Jiang Linyue's fair face blushes as unbearable memories flood her mind. Is that so? Yimo reaches out and presses the magic sigil below her lower abdomen. What are you doing? Jiang Linyue panics instantly. It seems I need to emphasize one thing to you. Yimo squints his eyes, and the magic sigil on his palm glows with a sudden red light. Arg! A scorching, piercing pain surges through her entire body, and Jiang Linyue curls up like a shrimp. Her eyes bloodshot, she grips the shackles tightly, twisting and struggling frantically while shrieking in agony. In my eyes, you are just a toy. Who would care about the feelings of a toy? Ignoring her screams, Yimo gets dressed, slams the door, and walks out. Damn you, I will never let you go. Sooner or later, I will torture you back tenfold. Arg. Staring at the closed door, Jiang Linyue forces a curse through gritted teeth before being completely consumed by pain. Outside the secret chamber. Oh my respectful and lecherous god of demon, you have been doting on this bipedal creature for 7 consecutive days. You are just like a tireless bull, knowing only how to bury yourself in the work. Standing guard outside is a sexy maid with black goat horns on her head. She smiles sweetly, yet her eyes are full of disdain, using the most respectful tone to say the meanest things. Yimo is long accustomed to this sharp-tongued maid's act. He rolls his eyes at her, too lazy to bother. He walks down the corridor, sits straight on the throne, and summons the information panel. Name: world-destroying demon god. Level: attributes: physique/speed/strength/spirit 999,999. Incalculable. Mana: infinity/infinity. Bio: below the gods I am invincible, above the gods I can take on 999,999. You have become the supreme ruler of this world. Current quest: find the divine envoy. Quest description: find a divine envoy to speak on your behalf. Unlocks the deity panel upon completion. Note: the quest has officially entered its second phase. Complete all tasks to descend into the new world in your true form. A new world looks like a new map is opening up. But how am I supposed to find a divine envoy? My previous attempts at starting a sect did not seem to work. Yimo ponders for a moment, swipes the panel away, and stretches nonchalantly. Whatever, it is just a dream anyway, and things are pretty good as they are. Occasionally shutting up that sharp-tongued maid, playing with the saintess, or pretending to be an adventurer in the human world to show off. It is like living the life of a power fantasy protagonist. That is right. Ever since he was reborn, Yimo has had this dream every time he sleeps. In the dream, relying on infinite resurrection and devouring, he rose from a low-level monster to become the invincible demon god, eventually ruling the world. Here there are no taboos, he can do whatever he wants. As his power exploded, he completely let himself go. It is a dream, so what if I am a bit excessive? While others are still watching childish cartoons, he is already experiencing stories like Goblin Slayer and Redo of Healer in his dreams. He goes to sleep the moment he gets home from school every day, addicted to the dream world. Until, in the secret chamber just now, he met that imprisoned woman. This was the first time he had met someone who exists in reality within his dream. He just assumed he had a vivid imagination, capable of pulling even the national goddess from reality into his dream, so he had been particularly diligent in his cultivation these past few days. What a shame beautiful times are always short, and now I have to face the damn reality. Imo stretches and snaps his fingers. Snap! Turning on auto mode, his vision goes black. Opening his eyes again, he is back in his cheap rental apartment. Side. Demon Lord in the dream, wage slave in reality. To study for the civil service exam, he still has to go out and deliver food. Getting up and washing up, Imo scrolls through short videos while eating breakfast. Family, the new job card, Freezery's just so useful. Only 188,000, ships immediately, and comes with a beginner equipment gift pack. Swipe. Premium mountain splitting axe suitable for warrior path players, the perfect weapon for clearing dungeons. Officially produced by the Six Saint Church, comes with a 2-year replacement warranty. Only 20 left in stock, hurry up and grab yours on the shopping cart, brothers. Swipe, swipe, swipe. Looking at the screen full of sales live streams, Imo sighs helplessly. This is a world where everyone participates in dungeons. Awaken your path to become a player, and you can reach the pinnacle of life by clearing dungeons. But you cannot clear dungeons with just a path, you must buy job cards. And that requires another core profession, the divine proxy. This is also Imo's goal in studying for the civil service exam. Divine proxies can create job cards and forge equipment. Their relationship with players is like that of horse trainers to race girls. There is no government in this world, only the control of the Six Saint Church. Believers receive blessings from deities and can become divine proxies. Passing the exam to join the Six Saint Church is equivalent to getting a civil service job in his previous life. Imo gives a casual swipe and a news notification pops up. A new dungeon portal has opened in the eastern suburbs of Kayang City. Saintess Jiang Linyue of the Heavenly Path Alliance went to explore it and is suspected to be imprisoned by the dungeon boss, having not returned since. Tug, wait. The national goddess has gone missing. Imo frowns and immediately replays the video. According to reports from players who returned via death, the dungeon is suspected to be world-class, with generous rewards and extreme difficulty. The Heavenly Path Alliance, one of the Six Saint Churches, is preparing a large-scale operation. Other churches are also recruiting, determined to claim the boss's first kill within a month. Reading the notice on the Heavenly Path Alliance's official website, Imo's heart skips a beat. My dreams, it cannot be real, can it? Pushing aside distracting thoughts, he immediately searches for the keyword, Kayang City New Dungeon, and clicks on the most popular livestream video. Brothers, this is the newly opened dungeon. It is rumored that the Heavenly Path Alliance Saintess is trapped inside. I am taking an unprecedented risk to sneak in and film this for you all. Please make sure to like, share, and follow. The video camera flips, revealing the scene inside the dungeon. The blood-red horizon has rolling black fog, with violent violet-black lightning weaving through it. Deep within the black fog, a magnificent ancient bronze palace is floating. Imo's pupils shrink and his phone almost slips from his hand. That ancient bronze palace in the video. It is exactly where he lived in his dream. System explanation. Chain of command, deity grants power and job cards. Divine proxy grants player jobs and equipment. Player enters dungeons, dungeon territory of other deities. Supplementary note, the protagonist and the dream figure are the same person. They merge in reality after reaching 100 synchronization. Could the world in my dreams actually be a dungeon? Imo rubbed his temples as a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If all of this is real, does not that mean I really, with the Saintess of the Heavenly Tao Alliance? Thrilling as it was, he suddenly realized something much more important. The new world mentioned by the system is very likely the real world. And searching for a divine messenger means searching for a divine proxy. The Six Saint hierarchy worships 6 gods, and their divine proxies are simply the followers of these gods. If I am a god in my dreams, can I in reality contract myself as my own divine messenger? I cannot go to work today, I have to verify this immediately. Imo's breathing quickened as he swiftly pulled open the drawer, taking out a special candle, divine communication talismans, cinnabar, and other materials. The only way to catch the attention of a god is to call out their true name during the divine invocation ritual. As long as you pass the god's interview, you can become a divine proxy. Soon, the divine invocation ritual was set up. Yimo carved the true name he used in his dream into the center of the ritual area, closed the curtains, and lay down amidst the dim red candlelight. Whoosh! The candle flames flickered violently, and an intense wave of drowsiness instantly consumed his consciousness. The scene shifted. The familiar, magnificent palace came into view. Yimo found himself leaning against the throne, resting his head on one hand, looking down at the space below. And in front of the throne stood a transparent white light. Is this a me in the real world? From the silhouette, he could tell at a glance that it was his own physical body. Respected God Demon, someone in the new world is applying to become your divine messenger. Do you approve? Yes or no? A system prompt popped up. It actually works. Yimo's heart drummed. The version of himself in his dream really was a god. Yes. He made the choice without hesitation. Congratulations, you have gained your first believer, number 1. The current mission is complete. Reward, the deity page is now unlocked. Please bestow a blessing upon your divine messenger. Note, a new chapter has begun. You will become the nightmare of all gods. Step over their bones and become the only god king of the new world. Yimo opened the newly unlocked deity page to take a look. Named God Demon of World Annihilation. Divine rank 1s. Divine power 0 out of 1000. Believers can increase your divine power by clearing other gods' dungeons or killing gods. Number of divine messengers 1. Number of believers 0. Currently available class cards for blessing. Godslaying Ghost Swordsman SSS Tier Warrior Path, Necromancer SSS Tier Mage Path. Tip: increase your divine rank to unlock new class cards. They are all SSS Tier. Yimo was shocked. Out of the thousands of class cards on the market, the number of circulating SSS Tier ones can be counted on one hand, and most are monopolized by the 6 Saint hierarchy. Followers of other minor gods could not even dream of getting one. And he started out with 2 SSS Tier cards, both being brand new classes that no one had ever heard of. Could it be that the version of me in my dreams is already on par with the great 6 Saints? Yimo suppressed his wild joy. Please select one ability to bestow upon your believer, number 1. The list of abilities on the panel was dazzling. The indestructible body for rebirth through blood, heavenly origin return for infinite mana, the time law and space law to manipulate reality, death is the end of everything that kills on contact. All of them were insanely overpowered divine skills. I can only pick 1s. Better play it safe and pick something for survival first. Confirm bestowing indestructible body to believer number 1. Note, this ability is god tier and requires 1000 divine power. Random blessings are free of charge. Yimo was stunned. I do not even have a single player yet. Where would I get divine power from? A proxy can only gain 1 ability per promotion. If you are going to pick, you have to pick the best god tier one. I will have to put this on hold for now. Yimo quickly cleared his thoughts. Get the agency rights for the class cards, contract players to clear dungeons for divine power, and then empower myself. Fortunately, extracting the agency rights for those 2 SSS tier class cards has no requirements. With the main business done, it is time to deal with Jiang Linyue. Yimo rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. I thought she was a game NPC earlier, so I had no guilt messing with her. Now that I know she is a real person, it is actually awkward. We were not exactly close, but when I was applying for government positions, I, as a low-income resident, received financial support from her. Though she was just doing it to meet her quotas, my actions here were a bit like returning kindness with cruelty. Wait, looking at it from another angle, I am just offering myself in return. After forcing himself to feel better with that comfort, Yimo pushed open the door to the confinement room with a clear conscience. The sounds of suppressed, painful gasps immediately came from inside. Jiang Linyue's eyes were bloodshot. Her teeth clenched tight to resist the stabbing pain, and the large wine-red bed was already soaked through with sweat. Snap! Yimo snapped his fingers. The sharp pain suddenly dissipated. Jiang Linyue slumped on the bed, relieved, her expression hollow as she panted heavily. Her body, covered in crystalline sweat, glimmered in the candlelight. You, and what other tricks do you have, if you are capable just? I am bored of it, Yimo said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Linyue's vision went black, and she completely lost consciousness. When she opened her eyes again, Jiang Linyue found herself lying in the familiar stasis pod in reality. I am back, he actually let me go. Her taut nerves finally relaxed, but as soon as she thought of that disdainful "I'm bored of it," intense humiliation and anger surged in her heart. Suddenly, a bizarre heat rose from her lower abdomen. She looked down in horror and saw a piercing purple magic sigil faintly shimmering on her skin. Demon God's Mark. Description: a mark left by an ancient god demon cannot be cleared or erased. Effect 1, experience gain upon clearing increased by 30. Attributes increased by an additional 10% when leveling up. Effect 2, all attributes increased by 20%. Effect 3, when accompanied by the Child of Destiny, skill training effects increased by 200, and other effects are doubled. Side effect, desires increase daily, and can only be relieved by physical contact with the Child of Destiny. If you like this book, dear fathers, please follow and keep reading. I am begging you all, please, thank you. Lilith. Damn it, how is this thing not wiped out? Jiang Linyue turned deathly pale. But as she read the stats, she gasped in shock. Putting the side effects aside, this effect is basically a leveling cheat code. But she could not understand who exactly is this person of destiny. Logically, after death or leaving a dungeon, all negative statuses are cleared by the system. The only things that can be forcibly brought out of a dungeon are divine blessings or high-tier rule-based curses. Forget it, let us see how many levels I lost this time. She opened her player panel. Name: Jiang Linyue. Path: Assassin. Transcendent class: Sword Immortal. Level 47. Experience points 87%. Physique 358. Speed 375. Strength 346. Spirit 378. Mana 3200 out of 3200. Skills: Sword Control Technique Level 5, Sword Spirit Bodyguard Level 5, Sky Sword Technique Level 5, 10,000 Sword Art Level 3. Mental Arts: Jade Maiden Heart Sutra Level 3, Tranquility Technique Level 3. Extra abilities: Jade Spirit Sacred Body, Demon God Mark Indestructible. Deity Worshipped, Boundless Immortal Venerable. I actually leveled up 7 times. Jiang Linyue was completely stunned. Not only did she not lose levels upon death, but she gained 7. That is even more experience than clearing a massive world-class dungeon. How could this? Oh wait. She suddenly remembered that every time the boss force-fed her things, the system seemed to have been spamming pop-ups. It was just that her consciousness was blurred at the time, and she was in no state to check them. Could it be? A wave of intense nausea surged up, and goosebumps broke out all over Jiang Linyue. Even though her body had been reset after returning to reality, the feeling of filth that went deep into her marrow nearly drove her, a severe clean freak, to madness. Damn it, you filthy animal. The 7 days of torture and humiliation lingered in her mind. A murderous intent flared in her eyes. Once my strength recovers, I will definitely hack you into 1,000 pieces. If I do not kill you, my Taoist heart will never be at peace. Elsewhere, Yimo opened his eyes again to find himself back in his own little room. Congratulations, you have gained the favor of a deity and officially become a divine agent. Obtained class card powers: God-slaying, Ghost, Swordsman, and Necromancer. Note: the agent system is now active. Please find and cultivate contract players to clear dungeons as soon as possible, so that the name of our Lord may resound throughout the world. Looking at the system prompt before him, Yimo breathed rapidly. Haha, it worked. I spent 3 years trying to pass the civil service exam without success. Never thought I would get an iron rice bowl like this in the end. Sure enough, no matter where you are, you have to rely on connections. Although he did not get into the official Six Sages Church, and was seen as nothing but a low-life heretic in the eyes of others. But that does not matter at all. Holding 2 SSS tier class cards, truly top-tier quality, would I worry about them not selling? Yimo suppressed his excitement and opened the system panel for the first time in reality. Names: Yimo. Agent level: 1st rank. Experience points: 0% shared with contract players. Physique: 12. Speed: 11. Strength: 15. Spirit: 10. Mana: 100 out of 100. Contract players: 0 out of 2. Ability: 1 body same life exclusive. Current blessable class cards: God-slaying, Ghost, Swordsman, SSS tier Warrior Path, Necromancer, SSS tier Mage Path. Deity Worshipped, World-destroying Demon God. 1 body same life. I did not assign an innate ability. Did it come with it? Yimo immediately clicked on the ability details. 1 body same life exclusive. Ability level: unknowns. Description: briefly inherit the power of the deity based on compatibility, lasting for 30 minutes. The higher your own level, the shorter the cooldown. Current compatibility: 1%, 9th rank is 100%. Cooldown: 365 days, resets upon rank increase, charges can stack. Current: 1. Note: when you reach perfection, you will be the incarnation of a god. A trial card for a high-level account. Yimo felt his heart burning. Even if he could only inherit 1% of the power from the dream, it would be enough to sweep through all high-level players. After all, 1% of infinity is still infinity. Wait, cooldown time 365 days. A whole year. Calm down, this is a growth-type skill. The cooldown decreases with level. As long as he keeps leveling up, sooner or later, he will be able to inherit all the power from his dreams and become a true god in the real world. Yimo quickly defined his next goals. 1. Create class cards. 2. Find players. 3. Grant himself god-level abilities. He clicked directly on the class cards to view the crafting requirements. God-slaying Ghost Swordsman. Corresponding Path Warrior. Class quality SSS tier. Materials Ghost God Stone X, Demon Grass X, Other Shore Flower X. Description: extremely high initial stats, invincible in melee combat. Once raised to the top level, it can slay deities. Class phrase: even if it is a god, I will kill it for you to see. Note: faction exclusive class will be automatically destroyed upon faction betrayal, limited to 2 copies. The description is imposing enough, but the materials are way too expensive. A Ghost God Stone costs 20,000 to 30,000 on the market, plus other auxiliary materials. Gathering a full set would cost at least over 100,000. But that is normal. SSS tier class cards on the market have long been hyped to sky-high prices of billions, all in the hands of major families with no stock available. However, there is a fatal problem right now. Only SSS tier class cards produced under the 6 Sages can be sold for sky-high prices. Class cards from other wild gods lack authoritative certification, and players cannot verify the quality before using them. No one would bet their life on a wild god card that could be a scam at any moment. Even if the 6 Sages Church's class cards are heavily overpriced, they have completely monopolized the market's credibility. Jiang Linyue. How about I take out a microloan first? Once the occupation card is crafted, I will contract a player to pay off the debt. Yimo frowned, lost in thought, hesitating over whether to borrow a small loan to tide himself over. Otherwise, with the pittance he made from delivery work every month, it was hard to say how long it would take to save up enough for the materials. Ding-dongs, ding-dongs. Just as he was worrying about funds, a crisp doorbell suddenly rang, interrupting his thoughts. Holy crap, it would not be the landlord coming to demand rent, would it? He jumped, subconsciously gulping down his nerves. Ding-dong, ding-dongs, ding-dong, ding-dong. The doorbell kept ringing, becoming more and more frantic. It was as if someone were urging Yimo to open the door quickly. Coming. Yimo quickly grabbed a blanket to cover the ritual diagram on the floor, then steeled himself and went to the entrance. With a click, he unlocked the door. Soon, a familiar and graceful silhouette came into view. Yixiaxil. Yimo looked startled as he gazed at his sister, not by blood but by adoption. That is right, Yimo was the one who had been adopted into the family. After the family business fell into decline and went bankrupt, he moved out on his own after a falling out with his parents, determined to pursue his ideals without being a burden to them. Outside, Yixiaxil was wearing a gray and white JK school uniform. With shoulder-length black hair, a pointed face, and almond-shaped eyes, she held a small black leather bag in her hand. Beneath her swaying pleated skirt, pure white over-the-knee socks tightly hugged her slender legs, with the top of the stockings pressing into her soft, pale skin to leave faint indentations. It made her long, rounded anime-like legs look incredibly striking. Are you a snail? It took you forever to open the door. Yixiaxil frowned, shooting a cold look at Yimo. She had a cold temperament and stood tall. Just standing there, she gave off a don't come near vibe. Why are you here? Yimo gave an awkward smile. Honestly, after years of no contact, having his sister suddenly show up on his doorstep put a lot of pressure on him. After all, this girl was surrounded by halos. Top of her class, beautiful girl, a genius, and so on. She had also awakened the mage path and was admitted with stellar grades to the Kaiyang High School of Rion dreamed of. That was a school specifically for training players. The only downside was that the tuition was astronomically expensive. Many families had to drop out halfway because they could not afford it. Let us talk inside, Yixiaxil said coldly. She squeezed into the room, closed the door, and slipped off her little black shoes. She rummaged through the shoe cabinet for a moment, and upon finding no suitable slippers, she pouted unhappily. Without another word, she headed toward Yimo's bedroom. This feels like trouble. Seeing this, Yimo felt a wave of unease, especially after catching a glimpse of Yixiaxil's dainty, soft feet. A terrifying thought popped into his mind. She is not planning to step on me, is she? Yimo followed her into the bedroom, nervously closed the door, and just as he turned around, He saw Yi standing perfectly straight right in front of him. She looked up slightly, her clear, beautiful eyes locked onto his. The distance between them was less than 10 centimeters. He could even smell the fragrance of her hair. What are you doing? Yimo gulped, feeling the sheer pressure radiating from this top student. He subconsciously backed up until his back hit the door. However, brother, Yi suddenly dropped to her knees and wrapped her arms around Yimo's thighs. Please lend me some money. Mom and Dad really cannot afford my tuition anymore. I secretly took out a microloan, but the interest just keeps piling up. A while ago, I also signed up for a tutorial class on divine rituals, and now I am overdue and cannot pay it back. Tug. This move left Yimo completely stunned. Great, just great. 3 years of zero contact. And the moment we are back in touch, you are asking me for money. I do not have a shameless sister like you. No, if you do not have the money, why go to school? In this day and age, do you even have a clue what kind of families can afford school? Yimo's temper flared, and he launched into a lecture right then and there. Can we stop being so delusional? Cannot you be a bit more realistic? Just buy a decent job card, join the player association, and grind through some dungeons. If that does not work, get a job. Someone like you who has awakened a path would be paid way better than us average folks, for crying out loud. Yimo ranted, his frustration boiling over because she would not listen to reason. Yi lowered her head in grievance, her ears turning bright red, but she did not say a word. She clutched her skirt tightly, letting him scold her, looking like she was about to cry. And do you even realize that those so-called divine rituals are all for followers of wild gods? Do wild gods have any authority? Do they even have a shred of morality? The serious ones just lure you in with super cheap prices only to use you as a sacrifice or steal your organs. Schools in this world were different from those in his past life. They taught knowledge about supernatural occupations, imparted cultivation methods, dungeon strategies, and so on. They were on a completely different level than those players who had not attended school. Of course, the tuition was not just normally expensive. It cost 500,000 a year. And that was just the tuition, let alone other miscellaneous expenses. But as long as you could graduate, the 6 holy churches would be fighting to hire you. And when running dungeons, you would have high-level players to carry you through. As for the so-called divine rituals, they were essentially ways to get a blessing from a god. For instance, the magic crest Yimo had imprinted on Jiang Linyue was a type of divine blessing. However, it came with risks, because you never knew what kind of god was bestowing the blessing. If it were from one of the 6 holy churches, it would be fine since they held authority. But the cost was insanely high, something Yi definitely could not afford. And if it were a wild god, you might be okay if they were honest and decent, but if you ran into something evil or overbearing, you were done for. To manifest in this world, they would stop at nothing. It was even possible for them to forcibly hijack your body and turn you into a walking corpse. But I really want to go to school. And that divine ritual was recommended by a senior at school. It is super reliable. It is only 3,000 per session, and it can speed up cultivation progress by 20%, with effects lasting a whole year. Yi clung to Yimo's thigh, rubbing her cheek against it constantly. Please, brother, just help me this one time. Just help me pay off the interest this time, will you? She acted like a piece of clingy adhesive tape, holding his leg and acting cute. No. Yimo stiffened his face, refusing her coldly, completely heartless. Seeing that the old curmudgeon would not budge, Yi gritted her teeth, as if she had made some kind of decision. Suddenly, she grew shy. Twisting her fingers and glancing coyly at Yimo, she whispered, "Brother, as long as you help me pay the debt, I will do anything you want." Hearing this, Yimo's eyes lit up. A small, wicked grin crept across his face. Really, anything. MMHMMs. Yi bit her lip and nodded, a shy flush rising on her pretty face. Seeing this, Yimo laughed. He immediately pulled a piece of parchment from his drawer. After writing something on it, he pressed his thumb onto it to leave a seal. He handed it to Yi and said, "Sign it." Yi took the parchment suspiciously, examined it closely, and her expression turned to sheer terror. She looked at Yimo, looking nervous and incredulous. "Old Mo, I am your sister, for heaven's sake. You are actually going to sell me." Yi "What? Hey, what are you talking about? This is just an ordinary player contract." Yimo helped the girl sit down on the soft bed. He attentively poured her a cup of warm water and had her hold it in her hands. A smile appeared on his face, looking just like a cunning merchant. "But this is a contract for a wild god agent." I have not even heard of this god, who knows what kind of job card I will get. Besides, with my grades, as long as I graduate smoothly, I will be eligible for admission to the Six Saints Church immediately. As she spoke, Yixiao shrank back to create some distance. She pulled her soft, fair legs together and tilted her feet slightly outward. Staring at Yimo warily, she said nervously, "Old Mo, you have not joined some pyramid scheme for wild god followers, have you? How much commission are they paying you? Enough to make you go crazy and even target me?" Getting herself to sign a contract with other god followers, how is that any different from transferring schools or dropping out? What Yimo was doing was similar to having a student capable of getting into a top university choose a third-rate vocational college instead. What nonsense, do I look like that kind of person? Yimo brought over a small stool, sat across from Yixiao and coughed dryly. "I will formally introduce myself. Your big brother here is now a divine agent too. Even though I am not affiliated with the Six Saints Church, it is no problem at all for me to forge a super awesome job card for you." "You?" Yixiao tilted her head, looked him over for a while, and suddenly realized everything. "Old Mo, so this is what you were waiting for, right? Do you remember what you told me before?" Before, he had told her to watch out for wild god believers and avoid being scammed. And now he turns out to be a wild god believer himself. "Oh man, just because we are not blood-related does not mean you can play me like this. In today's society, many people are drowning in debt after failing the civil service exams for years. In the end, they feel helpless and resort to extremes. They turn to worship dangerous wild gods. But what guarantees do those wild gods offer? Some extreme and evil ones will even brainwash their believers. They make you lure other victims, and if your performance quota is not met, they will punish you. Electric torture, drowning in a pig cage, organ harvesting, and so on. They do not stop until they have squeezed every last drop of value out of you, leaving you a living corpse. Of course, those were the more extreme wild gods. Most of them are pretty honest, but who can guarantee that the god they signed a contract with is not some evil deity? Do you think I am the same as those cultists? Are not you?" Yixiao blinked her bright eyes and looked at him suspiciously. "Of course we are not." Yimo continued to tempt her with a righteous tone. "Think about it, what happens if you join the Six Saints Church later? There are so many people there, the competition must be intense. You have no money and no connections, why would they give you the best jobs and gear? In the end, you would still have to take out a loan and pay for it yourself." Well, hearing this, Yixiao hesitated. How many young people have chosen to commit suicide because they could not handle the pressure there? But it is different with me. We are family, would I ever treat you badly? Would I force you to work overtime or stay up all night farming dungeons? Absolutely not. Even if I get something good, you are the first one I think of. I will pour everything I have into training you. Could you get this kind of treatment anywhere else? Hearing this, Yixiao's eyes widened. My god, he actually makes a lot of sense. What do I do if I do not know how to argue back? She was a bit stunned, instinctively wanting to refuse, but could not find a reason to argue. Seeing her hesitate, Yimo chuckled inwardly. He grabbed the girl's shoulders and stared at her with burning eyes. The sudden move startled Yixiao, especially since Yimo's face was only a few centimeters from hers. She could even feel the hot breath he was exhaling. It made her bite her lips subconsciously, her body tensing up, and even her breathing became rapid. Before she could react, Yimo pressed his advantage. "As long as you join me, we will be an unstoppable team, and we will not have to distinguish between us anymore. Your debts, I will pay them. Your life, I will help you build it. We will not have to deal with those people's looks ever again. We can just wander the world freely, would not that be great?" These words made the girl's heart race, and her cheeks turned burning hot instantly. She turned into a literal steam engine, with white mist rising from her head. All right, I believe you, okay." She turned her burning face away and pushed Yimo away instinctively. Seeing that the moment was right, Yimo handed over the parchment and pen. Yixiao took a deep breath, took the pen and signed it as if under a spell. "Done?" Yimo's lips curled up in a satisfied smile. She is still just like she was as a kid. Just feed her a little empty promise and say some heartfelt words. She is so easy to fool. Congratulations, Yixiao has become your proxy player. Contract complete, Yimo successfully obtained his first player. Next up is creating the job card. Then I will head into dungeons to earn money and start my path to success. I signed it, so can you give me the money now? Yixiao shyly pushed a QR code toward Yimo. Oh, about that. Yimo opened his account balance and handed the phone to her. It showed 0.88 yuan. What? Yi Xiaoxiao tilted her head, a big question mark appearing over her head. What is he trying to say? Her anxiety grew stronger, but just then Yimo spoke up. Well, brother only has this much money right now. Take it for an emergency for now. Once I take out a loan and create your character card, we will hit the dungeons together and work on earning money. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao completely lost it. Emergency, your ass. So after all that, you are even worse off than I am. Yi Xiaoxiao's chest began to heave, her expression stiffening. Wait, did not you say you would help me pay off my debt once I signed the contract? Yeah, but what does that have to do with me being broke? But if you have no money, how are you supposed to help me pay it off? Exactly, brother has no money, so how am I supposed to help you pay it off? The two stared at each other blankly, the air suddenly freezing. Yi Xiaoxiao felt like the sky was falling. So this jerk was just trying to trick me this whole time, right? Thinking of this, the girl gritted her teeth, wanting nothing more than to stomp on this guy's face and grind her heel in. She tried hard to breathe deeply and close her eyes, wanting to control her emotions. But the more she thought about it, the angrier and more frustrated she became. Finally, the girl opened her eyes wide, all those thousands of words coalescing into a single sentence. Old Mo, you are a jerk. After saying that, she angrily grabbed her small bag and stomped away. Yimo laughed out loud. Feeling great, he sent his grumbling sister to the door and opened a small metal cabinet nearby. He took out a thick stack of letter paper, handed it to Yi Xiaoxiao and instructed. Stop sending me money from now on. Who cares about 200 or 300 yuan a month anyway? In fact, every mid-months. Yimo would always find a letter in the mailbox at the door. There was no content in the letters, only 1 to 3 banknotes. Sometimes more, sometimes less. And the return addresses on these letters were all from Kaiyang Middle School. Clearly, this was money Yi Xiaoxiao had saved up while living frugally at school. Yimo had not spent any of it, but had been helping her save it all this time. Yi Xiaoxiao was stunned, her pretty face turning red. But then she frowned, huffed proudly and said, I was not being kind, Mom and Dad just made me give it to you. Saying this, she took the stack of papers, put on her shoes and left the hallway. Outside the residential complex, Yi Xiaoxiao hugged the envelope and upon reaching the street, a smile spread across her face. She knew very well why Yimo had left home 3 years ago. It was not just to pursue his dreams, but also to lighten the burden on their family. It was so that she could stay in school and would not have to drop out halfway through. That is the reason why Yi Xiaoxiao signed the contract with Yimo, even though she knew he was a wild god believer. Even if there is no future, as long as we can be together, that is enough. Thinking of this, the girl could not help but look back at the building Yimo lived in and murmured to herself. Idiot, from now on, we have to work hard together. Yi Xiaoxiao. Time flows on and the years pass in the blink of an eye. 3 days passed by very quickly. The Heavenly Tao Alliance. Inside the elder's office, a little old man in white robes, looking like a graceful Taoist, was there. He was grinning, lying back in his office chair, happily watching some catchy videos on his phone screen. The music from videos featuring upbeat dance trends filled the office. Tusk, 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 these young people today, they are just wonderful. This waist is so slim. Ha. The little old man chuckled, his mouth wide open, his beard crooked from laughing. He is one of the 12 elders of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, named Su Qingfeng. He is a veteran agent nearing his retirement. Currently, he is specifically in charge of guiding new recruits. Knock knock. A crisp knocking sound echoed. Teacher, why did you call me here this time? Jiang Linyue pushed the door open, her long fair legs stepping into the room, but her brows knitted instantly. Seeing his prized pupil, the smile on Su Qingfeng's face froze. He immediately swiped past 3 or 4 videos to reach content that was not suggestive. The youngsters these days, it is really scandalous and degrading to our manners. Su Qingfeng gave a dry cough to hide his inner embarrassment. He then looked at his icy cold pupil and said with a smile, My disciple Linyue is the best, pure and spotless, you truly are the face of our Heavenly Tao Alliance. Before you say that, you really should wipe the drool off your beard. Jiang Linyue scanned the little old man with disdain and sighed helplessly. I really should not have taught you how to use a smartphone. It has only been a while and look at how you have fallen. Su Qingfeng's face turned red and he used a cough to cover up his awkwardness. He quickly changed the subject. The reason I called you here is mainly to talk about the new dungeon. A new dungeon? Jiang Linyue was stunned. She vaguely guessed what was coming and her brows knitted slightly. Yes, exactly, you were trapped in that dungeon for 7 days. After coming out, you did not just jump up by 7 levels, but all your attributes also saw a massive increase. This speed of improvement is simply astonishing. So the higher-ups are very curious about what you encountered inside to achieve such growth. As he spoke, Su Qingfeng clearly noticed that his disciple's face was turning increasingly ugly. Her fists were clenched tight and she was gritting her teeth. She looked like she was about to eat someone. Wait, what is with that expression? Would not one be happy and proud to gain so much from a single dungeon? What on earth is with that look of disgust and hatred? Su Qingfeng scratched his head in confusion and continued. Anyway, all the major factions are preparing to raid the new dungeon, aiming for the first kill of the boss. So they want you to write a report, describing your encounters and gains over those 7 days. Information about the boss would be best, what do you think? No way. Jiang Linyue refused firmly. Are you kidding me? Ask her to write a report about how she was being exploited by the boss for 7 days. She would rather die than write such a thing. And make it as detailed as possible. Might as well just kill her now. Linyue, it is just a report, and besides, the organization offers very generous rewards. You should know that the appearance of a world-class dungeon has strategic significance for all major factions. Even the tiniest bit of information can be traded for substantial rewards. This is a perfect opportunity to fish for some benefits. Su Qingfeng persuaded her earnestly. His point was clear: take this opportunity to squeeze the organization for everything it is worth. After all, in this new dungeon, Xiao Bai was the only one who gained so much. Not only did she level up 7 times, but her attributes also increased significantly. It makes people suspect she completed a hidden quest in the dungeon. Unless you kill me, do not even think about it. Jiang Linyue gritted her teeth, her attitude still firm. On one hand, she was too embarrassed and could not bring herself to speak of it. On the other hand, she did not want anyone else to get the first kill of that boss. Its first time must be hers. This? Su Qingfeng was stunned. It is just a report, is it really worth getting this worked up over? Fine, if you do not want to write it, then do not. But what about the other matter, have you considered it? He changed the subject and looked at Jiang Linyue. I have not decided yet. Jiang Linyue hesitated for a moment before speaking slowly. Su Qingfeng sighed helplessly, as if he had guessed her answer, and continued to persuade her. Linyue, you know, I am a man who is about to retire. I cannot protect you for much longer. Changing agents is a directive from the top. That young man Ling Yu, though his character is a bit lacking, he is from a wealthy family. He has deep pockets and he values you so much. If you go with him, you will never have to worry about funds. You should know that in this world, money is everything. The difference between paying players and regular players is not small at all. Jiang Linyue understood everything Su Qingfeng said. She also knew the huge difference between agents from wealthy families and those from ordinary backgrounds. After a divine agent signs a contract with a player, they are practically bound together. The experience points and attribute bonuses earned by the player will also be fed back to the agent according to a certain ratio. In short, the stronger the player the agent manages, the stronger the agent becomes. Therefore, the agent also has the obligation to manufacture or buy equipment and items for the player. Of course, both the agent and the player have the right to terminate the contract unilaterally. Just like now with Jiang Linyue, if Su Qingfeng retires according to the agreement, the organization will erase his status as an agent. The player he manages will then be in a free state. And players in a free state cannot raid dungeons, meaning they cannot improve. When that happens, the Heavenly Tao Alliance will randomly assign agents to these players who are in the free state. Cannot an ordinary person ever be better than someone from a wealthy family? Listening to Su Qingfeng's earnest advice, Jiang Linyue frowned, her fists clenched. Wealthy heirs are fine, at least in terms of material needs there is nothing to worry about. But the downside is that they are all too arrogant, thinking they are superior to everyone else. Just like Ling Yu, who has always wanted to sign Jiang Linyue. He has too many scandals. Things like getting many female players pregnant, liking group activities, and so on. Especially for those players without backgrounds, he does not even treat them as people. They are just toys for his amusement. This is similar to the chaebols of certain countries Imo knew in his previous life. Therefore, Jiang Linyue had extreme disgust for these wealthy heirs. After finishing the conversation, Jiang Linyue returned home. She put on her thin Pikachu pajamas and threw herself onto her soft bed. Her fair, round, slender legs stretched out straight, and she lay spread-eagled. So annoying. She stared blankly at the ceiling, muttering to herself in distress. The teacher was right, in this world money is everything. The gap between paying players and non-paying players is as insurmountable as a natural chasm. Even so, I do not want to rely on anyone. That is right, I should believe in myself. Even if I find an ordinary person to be my agent, I, Jiang Linyue, can still reach the peak. With a shift in her mindset, Jiang Linyue became more determined than ever. She proceeded to open her attribute panel. Name Jiang Linyue. Path Assassin. Extraordinary profession, Sword Immortal. Level 48. Experience points 66%. Constitution 374. Speed 393. Strength 361. Spirit 396. Mana 1. Skills Sword Control Technique Level 5, Sword Spirit Body Protection Level 5, Heavenly Sword Technique Level 5, Myriad Sword Art Level 3. Mental Arts Jade Maiden Heart Sutra Level 3, Meditation Technique Level 3. Additional abilities, Jade Spirit Sacred Body Demon God's Mark Indelible. Deity Worshipped Immeasurable Immortal Lord. In these 3 days, she had cleared 2 more dungeons. I have to say, the effect of the magic patterns is truly terrifying, a 30% experience point bonus. Not only did it allow her to level up, but she even had a 66% overflow of experience points. If she cleared 1 more dungeon, she might level up again. This speed is just like using a cheat. The attribute bonuses were extremely exaggerated. She had almost reached a level where she could crush others of the same rank. After tasting the benefits, she was no longer as resistant to the magic patterns. Great, if things keep going like this, even without a good agent, I can still reach the peak. Seeing her attributes, Jiang Linyue became more confident. However, just as she was happily imagining the future, she suddenly felt a burning sensation in her lower abdomen. Looking down, she found the magic pattern was faintly glowing. Damn, are the side effects showing up this quickly? Jiang Linyue cursed, suddenly feeling a scorching heat all over her body, as if she were being burned by flames, and her pretty face flushed slightly. Jiang Linyue. What? Knock knock. A crisp knocking sound echoed. The courier's voice came through the door crack. Your delivery, please sign for it. Click. Opening the door quickly, Yimo signed the paper and carried a cardboard box inside. It is finally here. With an excited heart and trembling hands, the online bot materials Yimo had been yearning for days had finally arrived. This time, he had taken out a loan of over 200,000 from a microlending platform. He had finally gathered enough materials for 2 SSS-rank job cards. He took out a small knife and sliced open the shipping box. Exquisitely packaged boxes of various sizes caught Yimo's eyes. These small boxes were arranged neatly, looking just like Lin blind boxes. The boxes were even marked with the 3A inspection seal exclusive to the 6 Saint Church. This was to prove the safety of these materials. And of course, the brand logo. These materials were all produced by the Adventurer Association. Any agent or player must go to the Adventurer Association to complete the paperwork after awakening or becoming an agent. Only then can they reasonably and legally enter dungeons. It is time to make a job card for my little sister too. Since I have signed the contract, I must be diligent and responsible for that kid. Following the prompts, Yimo took out the materials for the Necromancer job card. Necromancer. Corresponding path Mage. Job quality SSS rank. Materials Ghost God Stone X, Necrotic Grass X, Ghost Soul Crystal X. Introduction Born with a domain, a ruler of undead creatures. One person is an entire army. Job mantra I am the natural disaster. Note faction exclusive job. If you join other deity factions, the character card will be automatically destroyed. Limited production 2 cards. You have collected all the materials. Would you like to craft it? Yimo manipulated the system panel with his mind and immediately selected yes. Mana cost -100. Whoosh. The materials before Yimo instantly transformed into dazzling beams of light, condensing onto his palm. Soon, a jet black card with golden patterns etched on the edges appeared in his hand. That is it. Yimo blinked, surprised that making a card could be so simple. The only downside was the massive mana cost. Crafting 1 card consumed 100 points of his magic power. You have to know, magic recovery is very slow. Each person recovers only 1% per hour on average. It would take at least 3 to 4 days to fully recover. Of course, you can choose to buy mana potions to speed up the recovery. But the price? Even the inferior ones cost hundreds each. So being a player or an agent is an extremely expensive job. Of course, high investment also means high returns. Both are very profitable professions. In a single dungeon run, just selling materials can net you anywhere from hundreds to thousands. And if you get lucky and drop good equipment, you can even earn tens to hundreds of thousands in one go. It is way higher than working a regular job. Some players even awaken special physiques to earn money. Take Saintess Jiang Linyue of the Heaven Dao Alliance, for example. After awakening her path, she was born with the Jade Spirit Holy Body. Not only is her own mana cap doubled, but even her recovery speed is 100 times that of an ordinary person. She recovers 2% every second. She almost never runs out of mana. Even her sweat, blood, and so on can be used for research to produce mana potions. Even drinking it directly has mana restoring effects. And it is completely natural, pollution-free, even purer than distilled water, and carries its own fragrance. My mana is not enough, but I am not in a hurry to make the second job card anyway. I can save some money on buying potions instead. Imo still had one SSS rank job card left to craft. But it did not matter since he did not have a second player anyway. It is time to help that girl change jobs too. Looking at the necromancer job card in his hand, the corners of Imo's mouth curled up slightly. He decided to help Yi Xiaoxiao change jobs first, then go handle the paperwork for entering the dungeon. When the time comes, I can make her use her body to pay off my debts day and night. It would be best if she just became a heartless money-making tool. It seems I will have to feed her some nice promises. I need to let her know that this is not just for me, it is for her own good too. As a qualified agent, how could I not gaslight my own player? Little sister, you are the only player I have right now. It is only right that you work a little harder. After all, only then can your big brother help you pay off your debts. Thinking of this, Imo excitedly licked his lips. With a wave of his hand, he tucked the remaining materials into his system inventory. Taking the job card, he walked straight out and rode his electric scooter toward Kaiyang Middle School. Sir, a hollow crisis has broken out ahead. The road is blocked, please turn back. Just as Imo had ridden halfway there on his scooter, he was suddenly stopped by law enforcement officers from the Sixth Saint Church. The so-called hollow crisis. It was actually just some believers of wild gods who had been deluded to the point of losing their sanity. They performed rituals to gain more blessings and power, or even to bring about the incarnation of an evil god. This kind of incarnation ritual is naturally illegal, and it requires a large number of sacrifices. In Yimo's past life, it would be similar to a terrorist attack. The Sixth Saint Church would send large groups of high-level players and clergy agents to suppress it. In short, a hollow crisis is more like a sudden world-class dungeon. Killing the leader inside not only stops the crisis, but also yields significant rewards. The difference is that dungeons only allow players to enter, whereas hollows do not have so many restrictions. But once you die inside a hollow, that is truly dead. A hollow crisis. Looking at the intersection blocked off by yellow tape, Imo frowned slightly. He suddenly recalled the cheap god cult ritual Yi Xiaoxiao had told him about a few days ago. That girl could not be that unlucky, right? A bad feeling welled up in his heart. Imo hurriedly took out his phone and dialed Yi Xiaoxiao's number. Beepa beepa. Sorry, the number you have dialed is out of service area. Please try again later. A cold, electronic voice came from the phone. Imo's heart tightened, his pupils slightly constricted. Out of service area. That girl, she could not really have been dragged into the hollow crisis, could she? The moment this thought appeared, Imo felt a wave of unease and agitation. May I ask how long the hollow crisis has been going on? He hurriedly looked at the officer and asked. About less than 10 minutes, but the Sixth Saint Church's combat personnel have not arrived yet. Seeing the anxiety on Imo's face, the officer seemed to notice something and comforted him. Brother, please trust the church. We will help you rescue your family. Yeah, thanks. Imo took a deep breath, then turned and left. He said that, but he did not believe it in his heart. Hollows are extremely dangerous, different from dungeons. Once you die inside, it is true death in every sense. To reduce losses and sacrifices, the Sixth Saint Church will definitely spend a long time gathering troops and weighing the pros and cons. They will not take action until they are absolutely certain. The whole process is extremely time-consuming. As for the civilians trapped in the crisis, they do not care at all. All they care about are the rewards after clearing the dungeon. This is why, although the Sixth Saint Church officially prohibits evil god rituals, they have not taken strong measures. Because To them, these are all experience packs. Experience packs bought with the lives of ordinary citizens. Rather than relying on others, I would better rely on myself. Thinking of this, a flash of resolution crossed Yimo's eyes. Since you are all hesitating, then let me eat that evil god inside. Let Yizai exhale. If Yimo remembers correctly, killing gods can earn divine points for his dream self. After using one body, one soul, he can inherit 1% of his dream self's power. Dealing with an evil god that has just been born or has not even been fully born yet should not be a problem. He frowned and pondered. To be honest, Yimo did not know much about the power of gods, so he still felt a bit uneasy. The only thing that gave him confidence was the line in his profile. Invincible below the gods, 1 versus 9,999,999 above the gods. That kind of inspirational nonsense. System, oh system, you better not set me up. Thinking of this, Yimo cautiously avoided the surveillance cameras and went home to change into some sturdy clothes and a mask. The cooldown for the one body, one soul ability is too long, I have to be careful. The Six Saints Church would never let someone with power comparable to a god run around freely. It is like an ordinary person walking down the street carrying a nuclear bomb. So before he becomes invincible, lying low and farming is the way to go. Just to be safe. He even went to a stationery store, bought an Ultraman mask, and wore it over his black face mask to hide the contours of his face. Alright, time to move. Everything is ready. Yimo activated his one body, one soul ability right at home. Instantly, a vast surge of energy poured into his entire body from the top of his head, like a spiritual enlightenment. His muscles expanded, and his brain felt like a computer being activated. His divine sense spread for 10,000 miles, as if he had opened a god's eye view, looking down at everything around him. His whole body erupted with brilliant light, as dazzling as Captain Marvel going all out. So good. Yimo felt as if he had turned into light, with infinite power inside him. His eyes shot out rays of divine brilliance. Even the Ultraman mask on his face was shining brilliantly. I can clearly feel my physical fitness gradually increasing. But I do not have time to wait for my condition to reach its peak. Yimo took a deep breath and slowly extended a finger. Snap! With a gentle snap of his fingers, space distorted abruptly. He instantly vanished from where he stood. Elsewhere, in a certain old residential area. Dark clouds shrouded the sky and dense darkness seemed to turn into a substance, penetrating the entire space. Number of do-nots. Save me, someone save me. The sound of breaking bones and shrill screams echoed continuously on the rooftop of a high-rise building. Students with haggard faces had their hands bound and were hanging in the air like strips of dried meat. And beneath these students, a huge scarlet pot was set up. In the pot, blood was churning, with white, ghastly skeletons floating inside. On the stone platform beneath the pot, complex, eye-catching incantations were engraved. Clearly, this was a large-scale sacrificial ritual. By now, dozens of students had already been thrown into the pot as sacrifices. The great moment is about to arrive, and I will serve as the vessel for your arrival. On the high platform, a lonely figure in a black robe fluttered. He tilted his head, spread his arms, and laughed maniacally at the sky, as if welcoming some kind of darkness to descend. Below the platform, a crowd moved. Countless believers knelt on the ground, chanting complex scriptures. Boom! Suddenly, a strong wind rose, and the fire on the altar went out. A monstrous black mist descended from the sky and rushed violently into the mouth of the black-robed believer. The frantic laughter on the platform stopped abruptly. The black-robed believer's eyes erupted with scarlet light, and his body twisted, continuously expanding and rising. His skin split inch by inch, and like molting, sinister black hair overflowed. Finally, he directly transformed into a monster with black horns on its head, resembling both an ox and a demon. Roared! The evil god roared to the sky, the sound shaking the heavens and the earth, as if venting the pleasure of being reborn. The believers below had glowing eyes, cheering excitedly and kowtowing in worship. Welcomes the arrival of our god, welcome the great lord of disaster. So noisy, where is this? Following the burst of cheers, Yizai slowly woke up from her coma. What came into view was a huge scarlet pot, and students hung high in the air like strips of dried meat. Some were still unconscious, while others were crying in pain and struggling. The sight before her made her pupils contract suddenly. She suddenly remembered. After she and her senior arrived at the location appointed by their tutor, they smelled a strange fragrance and then lost consciousness. Now, combined with the scene in front of her, she suddenly recalled Yimo's warning from a few days ago. Do you know that those so-called god worship rituals are all believers of wild gods? Do wild gods have authority? Do they have any morals at all? Some of the more serious ones just use super cheap prices to trick you into becoming sacrifices, even harvesting organs. Thinking of this, a terrifying term instantly flooded Yi Xiaoxiao's mind. Live sacrifice ritual. That jinx, I did not think he would actually be right. Yi Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth in frustration, astonishment and terror flashing in her eyes. She scanned the surroundings quickly, looking for any possibility of survival. However, at this moment, the massive body on the high platform beckoned with its hand. The student ahead of Yi Xiaoxiao was instantly pulled by a mysterious force. The body fell out of thin air. Their neck was tightly gripped by that ox-like demon monster. Is that an evil god? Watching that massive figure, Yi Xiaoxiao's breathing began to quicken. Numbers, do not kill me. Please do not kill me. I do not want to die. I do not want to die. The student twisted their body crazily, wriggling in terror and begging for mercy. Hehe, as my first sacrifice, you should feel honored. The evil god reached out a large palm, wearing a comforting smile, and gently stroked the student's face. But the force in his hand became heavier and heavier, causing the student to struggle even more violently. Their eyes bloodshot and their face turned purple. Until there was a crack. His neck was completely snapped. With the student's death, countless black auras and death energy were drawn out from their body and sucked into the evil god's mouth. And the student's corpse was shriveling at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning dry in an instant. Until it became a withered skeleton. Long-lost fresh soul, it is just too delicious. The evil god licked his lips like a drug addict, his expression excited, his eyes narrowed. He threw the shriveled corpse aside like trash, his crazed laughter echoing across the sky. Very good, next. Suddenly, the evil god's laughter stopped. It fixed its gaze on Yi Xiaoxiao and beckoned with its hand again. Yi Xiaoxiao's breath choked, her heartbeat accelerating violently. Her body fell uncontrollably. Her neck was tightly gripped, and a strong sense of suffocation washed over her. Yi Xiaoxiao reached out instinctively, trying to pry open the rough hand at her neck. Her two round, slender, white-stockinged legs kicked continuously, trying to struggle free. But as the evil god exerted more force, the suffocating feeling grew stronger. Until her brain lacked oxygen and her eyes rolled back. Damn it alls. Clearly, I only just signed the contract with that guy. We just agreed that we would work hard together. Why did it end up like this? Her heart was filled with grief and indignation, but her vision grew increasingly blurry. Tears fell slowly down her face. In extreme terror, the back of Yimo flashed into her mind. When she was bullied as a child, he would always stand in front of her. Thinking of this, she instinctively opened her mouth, and with great difficulty managed to squeeze out one sentence. Brother, save me. Just as she felt dizzy and was about to lose consciousness. A brilliant light pierced through the dark sky, like a radiant comet rushing straight toward them. Boom! The rooftop collapsed instantly. The massive body of the evil god was directly blown away by a powerful force. Like a cannonball, it tore through floors of buildings. It sank deep into the ground, stirring up clouds of dust and sand. You dare to Chinese letter Cia LL yourself a god. A cold, stern voice pierced through the void and echoed in the sky. Yimo held Yi Xiaoxiao, his body bathed in brilliant light. Looking down from above at the evil god buried deep in the ground. The familiar voice reached her ears, and Yi Xiaoxiao looked surprised. She slowly opened her eyes and found herself being held by a man who was glowing all over. It was as if the whole person was bathing in sunlight. No way, this familiar voice. Could it really be him? Yi Xiaoxiao swallowed and slowly opened her eyes to look up. Her pupils contracted slightly. She saw an extremely familiar face, Tiga. Yi Xiaoxiao. What? Is he a player or an agent? Yi Xiaoxiao blinked her beautiful eyes. She kept sizing up the man before her, who was wearing an Ultraman mask. It was just too flashy. Because of that, the Ultraman mask was extremely conspicuous, making it impossible to see his face clearly. She could not even make out his facial features. But judging by the size of his chest, well, it is highly likely he is not a woman. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar echoed through the sky. The evil god punched through the rubble piled on top of him. A sharp, massive hand reached out from the edge of the crater, and it slowly climbed out. What a strange scent. You are clearly a human, yet you are tainted with such rich divinity. He looked at Yimo with a gloomy gaze, narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke slowly. Who are you, the messenger of which god? If our interests do not conflict, perhaps we can talk or even cooperate. Yimo ignored its question. He wrapped his arm around Yi Xiaoxiao's slender waist, leaped to a flat area and gently set her down. Ignoring me. In the evil god's eyes, Yimo was just a human tainted with divinity. Compared to a true god like him, he was not worth mentioning. The reason he had been caught off guard earlier was simply because he had just been born and was not fully synced with this body. But as time passed, his strength would only grow until he returned to his peak. After settling Yi Xiaoxiao, Yimo's gaze swept over the choke marks on the girl's neck. Intense killing intent welled up in his heart. Cooperate, do you really think you are worthy? When he said this, his tone was icy cold. The bull-headed evil god was momentarily stunned. But then he suddenly laughed and shook his head dismissively. It seems our negotiation failed, in that case then. He lightly licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes turning sharp and manic. He bared his fangs and revealed a greedy smile. Then I will just have to eat you up. As he spoke, veins bulged all over the evil god's body. His robust muscles rippled wildly, and his pitch-black body became increasingly swollen and bloated. The massive horns on his head began to glow with a scarlet light. Suddenly, he slammed one foot into the ground. Boom! The earth beneath his feet crumbled instantly. His body shot forward like a cannonball, whipping up waves of debris. Transforming into a fierce meteor, he smashed straight towards Yimo. Slap! Facing this violent strike, Yimo did not even look back. He turned slightly and delivered a casual Ultraman slap. Like swatting a fly, he smacked the evil god hard on the face. The terrifying force instantly whipped up a gale. It caused the evil god's body to veer sharply at a 90-degree angle and slam heavily into a stone wall nearby. A crisp, crashing sound erupted. Stones tumbled and collapsed, sending clouds of smoke and sand into the air. So fast, what exactly just happened? Yi Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She only felt a hurricane rush past. By the time she realized what happened, the evil god was already lying in the ruins on the other side. Stay here and do not move. Yimo casually drew a circle on the ground, which instantly formed a light barrier enclosing Yi Xiaoxiao within. Then he turned slowly and vanished from the spot in an instant. Watching the man's disappearing figure, Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes widened slightly. A memory suddenly flashed in her mind of Yimo fighting other kids for her when they were young. The two backs strangely merged into one. It should not be alright. The girl lightly covered her mouth, swallowing hard in disbelief. Among the ruins, the bull-headed evil god clutched his swollen cheek, gritted his teeth as he stood up, his expression growing serious. Damn it, what kind of god is behind that guy? Could it be one of the six from the Six Saints court? There are gaps between gods too. The more powerful the god, the stricter the conditions for their descent. Someone like Yimo, who can wield divine power in a human body, obviously had some of that power granted to him by a deity. But the ratio is usually never high. 10% would already be considered the limit. The biggest drawback of carrying divine power in a human body is the time limit. But a full descent does not have that. The vessels are carefully selected and modified to house a divine soul for the long term. The longer this drags on, the more I will synchronize with this body, and the stronger I will become. And he surely cannot hold out for long. This round, the advantage is mine. The bull-headed evil god quickly assessed the situation, the corners of his mouth curling up. But before he could react, a strong sense of suffocation struck him. Yimo appeared abruptly and clamped his hand around the bull-headed evil god's neck. He bent his arm slightly, put forth effort, and threw him forcefully into the air. The evil god's entire body was launched by the monstrous strength and slammed into a nearby building. Bang, bangs, bangs. The terrifying kinetic force punched through countless rooms and walls until the entire building was completely pierced. Damn it, does the god behind this guy possess spatial abilities? The bull-headed evil god looked shocked. As a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, he struggled to stabilize himself in the air. Yimo pressed the attack, stomping his foot. He launched himself into the air and punched towards him again. Do you really think I am that easy to bully? The bull's eyes turned sharp and his sturdy back began to ripple. Whoosh! A pair of pitch-black wings suddenly unfurled. While stabilizing his body, he whipped his tail around in a sweeping attack toward Yimo. Bang! The coarse bull tail struck Yimo in the abdomen instantly. The terrifying force sent Yimo flying backwards. He crashed headfirst into the ground, gravel flew everywhere and the earth caved in instantly. The bull-headed evil god seized the chance, reaching out to grasp at thin air. He pulled out a pitch-black halberd out of thin air. He bent his arm slightly, and violent lightning crackled along the halberd, glowing with a dazzling light. "Die for me!" The bull-headed evil god gave a vicious look and hurled the halberd with all his might. Rumble! Thunder resounded through the heavens. The halberd tore through the sky like a dark lightning dragon, howling towards Yimo. Boom! The halberd struck Yimo squarely in the chest, lightning erupting and spilling out wildly. The ground exploded instantly. The terrifying shockwave transformed into rolling waves, sweeping across the entire area. What a waste of such a delicious body, it has probably been blown to pieces by now. The bull-headed evil god sneered and slowly descended. Although he used a bit too much force, if he patches it up and cleans it, it should still be edible. "Is that all you have got?" From the thick dust and smoke, a familiar, icy-cold voice came through. The bull-headed evil god's pupils contracted sharply, and the smile on his face vanished instantly. Before he could react, an arm reached through the smoke and clamped tightly around his neck. A crushing sense of suffocation hit him. Through the dim smoke, the bull-headed evil god saw Yimo's unscathed body. "Are you kidding me? How could this be?" The bull-headed evil god looked terrified and incredulous. That was his signature ultimate move. Even if a true god were here in person, it would be impossible to escape unscathed. How could a common human borrowing divine power be perfectly unharmed? Unless, could the god behind him be a primary god? "If you are out of tricks, then it is my turn." In the midst of his shock, Yimo's chilling voice suddenly rang out. Boom! In an instant, overwhelming demonic energy erupted from within Yimo. The brilliant divine light on his body transformed instantly into purple-gold demonic light, shooting into the sky. Dark clouds gathered and lightning crackled. Terrifying demonic power swept across the field, even triggering celestial anomalies. "You have got to be kidding. Who on earth is the god behind you?" The bull-headed evil god's pupils shrank, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He stared at the man before him in disbelief. "Watch closely, this punch from me is going to hurt." Overwhelming demonic power converged on his arm. Stray lines of brilliant demonic patterns spread across his arm like a spiderweb, extending to his neck and his entire body. Yimo bent his elbow slightly and unleashed a punch. Boom! The earth collapsed instantly, and shattered stone flew into the sky. Violent air currents swept the area, and the terrifying force leveled all the surrounding buildings. The bull-headed evil god was struck directly in the abdomen. With a bang, he was sent hurtling towards the sky like a comet. Arg! The powerful impact caused his body to double over, and sparks flew from the wings on his back. He could only watch his own hands and feet receding further and further from the earth. And finally, the atmosphere and even the entire blue planet. A roaring sound erupted. The bull-headed evil god vomited large amounts of blood as his massive body slammed into the moon, forming a prominent, massive meteorite crater. "You have got to be kidding, this cannot be real." The bull-headed evil god stared blankly at the distant blue planet. His expression was dull, bordering on a total breakdown. Intense pain erupted all over his body. His bones had long been shattered by the immense force, leaving him unable to move an inch. His soul was gradually fading at this moment, his eyes slowly dimming. Finally, he lost all signs of life. He had not even been born for half an hour before his end came. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a false god and contributed 5,000 divine value to your deity. Receive the following rewards. Reward 1, Universal Material X. Reward 2, Berserker Class Card Agency Rights, and the special ability card Heavenly Demonic Divine Thunder. Reward 3, Calamity Demon Bone God Tier Remains can be used to craft equipment for players. Note, agents can only gain experience points through players. There is no experience point reward for this kill. Looking at the system pop-up, Yimo's eyes lit up. As expected of a false god, it dropped so many good things. But this is not the time to sort through the loot. I will have to take a careful inventory after I get back. It should be safe here now, right? Yimo scanned his surroundings briefly. With the death of the false god, the cultists lost consciousness as well. Only some students who had been lured here remained. The dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate. This was a sign that the void was about to vanish. It seems this false god's influence is quite significant. It must have been rooted here for a long time. Almost everyone in this residential complex is a believer. I wonder when I will finally be able to make a name for myself. After confirming there were no more threats, Yimo snapped his fingers. His body vanished instantly, and he returned to his own small apartment. He took off his disguise and had a quick shower. Sitting cross-legged on the living room sofa, he began to organize his loot. First, the 30 universal materials. As the name suggests, universal materials can replace any crafting material. The higher the grade of the equipment being crafted, the more valuable they are. For instance, the job card Yimo carries could easily be crafted using universal materials. But doing that would be a massive ripoff. After all, the market price of universal materials has been inflated to 1 million per piece. And they are extremely scarce, often having a price but no stock. Even if you have the money, you might not be able to buy them. Selling just one would help me pay off my debt, but this stuff is too rare. I might not be able to get it again. Putting the universal materials away, Yimo decided it was better to keep them. Berserker. Corresponding path warrior. Job quality A grades. Materials, Blood Essence Crystal X, White Orchid Grass X, Blood Bear Meat Chunk X. Introduction, an invincible melee class below the SS grade. Think it is awesome. It cost a brain to design. Job slogan, one word, go. Note, after changing jobs, strength growth is maxed out while mental growth is reduced to the minimum. Personal limit, 10 copies. This Berserker job card is considered a popular class in the market. It has high recognition and is easy to verify for authenticity. One card can sell for about 200,000 and the cost is only a few tens of thousands. I can use this to make money. The limit is just 10 cards per person, so there is still a high circulation in the market. It should definitely earn Yimo a tidy little profit. Putting away the Berserker card, Yimo continued to examine the Heavenly Demonic Divine Thunder ability card. Ability cards are extremely rare. Each one is worth a fortune, at least over 10 million, and they are consistently in short supply. Even among elite families, only a few have them. You have to know, players only unlock one ability every 10 levels. Agents, on the other hand, can only apply to their deity for an ability blessing once they reach a new tier. These cards allow a player or agent to gain an ability directly. Heavenly Demonic Divine Thunder. Corresponding occupation, Divine Agent. Ability quality, S grade. Cost 80 mana per second. Cooldown nuns. Introduction, manipulate thunder, control thunder, devour thunder. Every attack deals additional lightning elemental damage, boosting its power by 30%. While active, you can devour and become immune to all lightning attribute attacks. Every attack deals additional lightning elemental damage, boosting its power by 30%. While active, you can devour and become immune to all lightning attribute attacks. Skill slogan, use thunder to shatter the darkness. Note, for every level the skill is upgraded, mana consumption decreases by 3 and the bonus increases by 3%. It is strong, alright, but the mana cost is a bit high. With my current mana limit, I cannot even hold it for 2 seconds. To increase the skill level, it must be used continuously. The more you use it, the higher your proficiency and the higher the level. And that requires a massive amount of mana. In short, it means spending money on mana potions. So this is a very expensive late-game ability. Yimo frowned, debating whether to use it himself or sell it anonymously. After 3 seconds of hesitation, Yimo decided to use it himself. His divine value has already met the requirement, and he can acquire a god-tier ability. Among them, Origin Return can grant him unlimited mana. At that point, he will not have any mana problems. So should I get Immortal Body or Origin Return first? The former grants an Immortal Body, the ultimate survival insurance. The latter allows him to ignore mana costs and rapidly level up skills, making it both a combat and growth type ability. After pondering for several minutes, Yimo suddenly had an epiphany. I think I overlooked the practical utility of the Immortal Body ability. I can completely use this ability to sell myself. Of course, not literally, but rather by selling body samples to research institutions. Then I would have money, right? And money means mana. Besides, I only have one skill that requires mana right now, so Origin Return would not be very cost-effective. I can completely wait until I reach the second tier to acquire Origin Return. This way I can solve my funding issues. However, I cannot sell too much. It is better to spread it out over time and sell at different locations. Otherwise, it is hard to guarantee I will not be targeted. For this type of trade, the first place that came to Yimo's mind was the Research Institute of the Heaven Dao Alliance. The Heaven Dao Alliance believes in the immeasurable immortal venerable. Simply put, it is a group of people cultivating immortality. Their specialized occupations are all related to the Tao of immortality. Cultivating immortality is cultivating the body. Especially some soul cultivation jobs, they are the most in need of these things. Therefore, their demand for and research on physical bodies is usually the highest. They also pay the highest prices. Of course, there is a price difference between body samples from Tier 1 agents and those from higher tiers. The higher the physical constitution, the higher the value. Now let us take a look at the last item of loot. Calamity Demon Bones. Material quality God tier. Equipment slot weapon. Introduction, a material dropped by a killed deity which can be used to forge dark-type weapons. It comes with a guaranteed additional ability, Calamity Descent. Calamity Descent. Calamity Descent. Introduction allows the wearer, as well as their summoned units and auxiliary units, to increase all stats by 10%. Agents can not only provide players with job cards, but also help them craft equipment. The stronger the contracted players, the more the agent earns. They have a mutually beneficial relationship. And any God-tier primary material has an additional ability. This material is practically tailor-made for the Necromancer class. Yimo's eyes lit up. Oh, little sister, sticking with me, you are really going to live a life of luxury. Sticking with me, you are really going to live a life of luxury. With the main material in hand, the only thing missing now is buying the equipment base. Of course, this brings up a very realistic problem. Spending money. Sai, I have still got to work hard to make money. Thinking of this, Yimo took out his phone, opened the map and searched Heaven Tao Alliance Research Institute. After confirming the location and distance, Yimo prepared to go to sleep first, then head out to earn some money. I noticed many readers did not understand the later parts, so let me explain. Crafting a piece of equipment requires 3 things: primary material, auxiliary material, and equipment base. Universal material can only replace auxiliary materials, including those for equipment or job cards. Equipment base used for shaping. Ordinary ones do not add success rates, but high-quality ones can. The black mist dissipated and the void crisis vanished. Inside the ruined residential complex, members of the Six Saints Tribunal stared at the scene before them, dumbstruck. The buildings in the residential area had all collapsed. The ground was shattered, riddled with craters. The massive sinkhole in the center was particularly eye-catching. It looked just like the mark left behind by a comet impact. Team leader Joe, what on earth happened here? Zio Li, a player from the Martial God Temple belonging to the Six Saints Tribunal, looked at all this in shock. How should I know? Zhou Zhen swallowed hard and gave him an annoyed side-eye. Even as a high-level player at level 90, he could not help but sigh. What kind of terrifying battle could have created such a magnificent scene? Boss, the detection results are out. The satellite shows the evil god's remains are on the moon. At that moment, an investigator specialized in mechanical professions ran over holding a laptop, took a deep breath, and then steadied his emotions to report. Their purpose in coming here was to collect the evil god's remains. Even just a tiny bit would do, because it had immense research value. The moons. Zio Li blinked and looked up at the sky, doubting what he had just heard. Are you kidding me? The moon is 800,000 miles away. How could the evil god's corpse get up there? Zhou Zhen snapped at the investigator on the spot, thinking the guy was talking nonsense. Not professional at all. Well, the satellite monitoring shows that it seems to have been punched up there. 3 giant question marks appeared over the heads of the members. What are you talking about? Can you pull up the stored surveillance footage from the area and see the person's face? After a moment of silence, Zhou Zhen suddenly realized something and hurriedly pressed the investigator. I have already pulled it up. As he spoke, the investigator turned the laptop around, showing everyone a slightly blurry close-up of the upper body. It was Tiga glowing with dazzling light. The people present fell into silence again, looking at each other, and the question marks over their heads got even bigger. Scene transition. After a battle, Yimo felt a touch of exhaustion and quickly fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, the luxurious and deep ceiling came into view. At this moment, Yimo was lying on his bed, seemingly being pressed by something warm. Oh my great and lecherous demon god, you are finally awake. What a pity. If only you could keep sleeping, so I could indulge myself with this useless body of yours. A familiar voice sounded from in front of him. Following the sound, one could soon see a succubus wearing a maid outfit. The corners of her mouth curled into a smile, and her eyes narrowed slightly. Her peach-colored heart-shaped pupils stared at him with a hint of fascination. Her beautiful oval face paired with long jet black hair looked incredibly innocent. Any man who saw her would feel like he had fallen in love at first sight. Yet her mature and graceful figure was full of charm. It was completely at odds with her innocent-looking face. "Lilith, did not I tell you to stay on guard on the 3rd floor?" Yimo frowned and shoved the maid away without mercy. His tone was filled with reproach for her abandoning her post. He was not in the mood to play with her right now. He was busy bestowing blessing abilities and making money. "Women, they only slow down my money-making speed. I was just about to report to you, I caught a sneaky intruder on the 1st floor." Seeing Yimo had no interest, Lilith stood up sensibly, smoothed her skirt and stood to one side. With a flicker of disdain in her eyes, she reported resentfully. "Intruder?" Yimo instantly associated this with the people from the Six Saints Tribunal. They probably sent a cannon fodder to scout out the situation. "Is he dead?" "Not yet, I handed him over to Grand Duke Death, and he has probably been tortured to the point of a mental breakdown by now." Lilith reported. "You did well, as long as you do not kill him, you can torture him however you want." Yimo nodded in satisfaction, gave his instructions, and ordered Lilith to withdraw. "As long as the player does not die, they will not return. Have you been rendered impotent by that bipedal beast?" Lilith sighed, her tone full of resentment and jealousy. Yimo ignored her and opened the system interface. "Congratulations, your emissary ID1 has killed an evil god in the New World, contributing 5,000 divine points to you, as well as the job card permission for Berserker. Congratulations, you have inherited the territory of the evil god King of Calamity and obtained the A-grade dungeon, Minotaur Nest. Note, consuming divine points can create dungeons, and you can obtain divine points when players from other factions die. This function unlocks at divinity level 3. Tip: as a qualified godlord, you must learn to reward and punish clearly. You can focus on cultivating capable subordinates." System notification boxes flashed before his eyes. "Create dungeons." Yimo was stunned, not expecting that gods could create dungeons. Could it be that so-called dungeons are actually disputes over territory between gods? It does not unlock until level 3, so no rush to explore it. Putting his thoughts aside, he opened his divine panel to check. Name: World-Destroying God Demon. Divinity level 1s. Divine points 5. When believers raid other gods' dungeons or kill gods, divine points are added to your account. Number of emissaries 1. Number of believers 1. Currently available blessing job cards: Godslaying Ghost Swordsman SSS Grade Warrior Path, Necromancer SSS Grade Mage Path, Berserker A Grade Warrior Path. Tip: your divinity has reached the upgrade condition. You can obtain another exclusive job card after upgrading. Yes, no to increase divinity level. Yes. Yimo chose yes without hesitation. Congratulations, your divinity level has been increased to 2. Obtain new job card, Spacetime Creator SSS Grade Control Path. Note, the next level will unlock the Equipment Blessing function. Equipment Blessing. Yimo knew a bit about this. After agents create equipment, they can choose to request a blessing from the god. Blessed equipment will have additional bonuses. This equipment blessing must cost quite a few divine points. While thinking to himself, Yimo directly bestowed the ability Indestructible Body to his main body. You have successfully bestowed the god-level ability Indestructible Body to your emissary, ID1. Note, if you bestow a god-level ability to the same emissary again, it will consume an additional 1,000 divine points, cumulative. Damn, is it really that scammy? Yimo was dumbfounded, not expecting that bestowing a god-level ability on the same emissary would cost 2,000 divine points. No wonder so few people have god-level abilities, the cost of bestowing them is so high. Yimo had a sudden realization. Killing one god only gave him 5,000 divine points. Other methods probably do not yield much either. Upgrading his divinity to level 2 and bestowing a god-level ability already cost him 2,000 divine points. He only had 3,000 divine points left. If he wanted to upgrade his divinity again, it would cost another 3,000 divine points. It would be gone in an instant. It is simply not enough. I bet that besides myself, no god would choose to sacrifice their own benefits for their believers. Thinking of this, Yimo suddenly realized a problem. So-called gods might just be powerful bosses who possess systems. And players and agents are just humans who possess systems. I will keep the last 3,000 divine points for now, no rush to upgrade my divinity. Yimo sighed. Aside from unlocking equipment blessing and getting one more job card agency, upgrading divinity hardly helps. He still has to wait for his main body to level up, so he can bestow the heaven and earth origin return ability. Having settled everything, Yimo continued his AFK mode. He snapped his fingers and exited the dream. Slowly opening his eyes, Yimo returned to reality. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as he woke up, he heard his phone vibrating on the nightstand. Looking at the screen, he saw the contact, Jiang Linyue. Looks like the girl is okay now. Yimo chuckled and picked up the call. Brothers, I really need you right now. Hearing the trembling sound of lingering fear in Jiang Linyue's voice, Yimo sighed helplessly. That kid is just an innocent young girl after all. Escaping death would definitely leave some trauma. She must have been terrified. Yeah, send me your location, I will be there soon. Yimo said softly. He decided to bring her the necromancer job card and comfort her young heart. Okay. Hearing Yimo's voice, her mood clearly stabilized quite a bit. Lilith. Following the address Jiang Linyue gave me, Yimo soon arrived at a medical clinic affiliated with the church. The clinic occupied a large area. It was specifically designed to help survivors involved in the Hollow Crisis by providing a range of investigations and treatments. This includes psychological counseling, physical examinations, investigative logging, and more. They claim it is free treatment, but in reality it is just to facilitate their investigations. They want to prevent any stray evil gods from taking the opportunity to escape. After all, every part of an evil god is a treasure with immense research value. Therefore, survivors are forcibly kept in the hospital for a week of observation. If everything is normal, they can leave safely. Brother, Yimo arrived at room 206, and as soon as he walked up to Jiang Linyue, the young girl let out a soft cry, threw her slender body into his arms, and held him tightly. Do not be afraid, no matter what happens, your brother is here. Yimo patted the girl's back gently, soothing her with a soft voice. Jiang Linyue made a soft, whimpering sound. Then she sniffled and suddenly changed the subject. How about you help me pay the bill? Tug, what on earth is... Yimo was taken aback, just about to ask something, when someone patted his shoulder. He turned his head instinctively. He saw a man in a crisp suit looking at him with a kind smile. Hello, Mr. Yi, could you please settle the outstanding debt for Ms. Yi? As he spoke, the man in the suit took out a QR code and held it in front of him. Yimo realized what was happening. So she called him here just to pay off her debts. Jiang Linyue, you damn. He was burning with anger, and just as he turned around, he saw Jiang Linyue had already pulled the blanket over her head, pretending to be dead. Yimo took a deep breath, sighed helplessly, and looked at the man in the suit. How much is it? Oh, this lady is 2 months overdue, including interest. It comes to 25,800 total. Please scan here. That much? Yimo was stunned. He knew Jiang Linyue had debts, but he did not expect it to be this high. Yes, sir, Ms. Yi borrowed a total of 400,000 from our firm to cover her tuition fees. After repaying over 100,000, she borrowed more, and now she still owes 380,900. Because she missed her last payment, she has been blacklisted. She is not eligible for the free medical care from this incident and has to pay out of pocket, which is why it is so expensive. Hearing the man in the suit prattle on, Yimo's mouth twitched. In short, the current bill includes not just her previous debt, but medical expenses as well. I do not have that much money right now, can you give me a few days? Yimo took a deep breath and said slowly, Sir, it does not matter if you do not have the money. Saying that, the man in the suit immediately pulled a contract out of his briefcase. Actually, I also hold a position at another loan company. If you are short on cash, you could. Yimo realized instantly. He is trying to get me to take out another loan to cover this one. Has the loan industry really become this predatory? Fine. After gritting his teeth and signing the contract, the man in the suit left satisfied. Brother, you are the best. Seeing that it was over, Jiang Linyue leaned in with a smile. She cooed, grabbing his arm and rubbing her face against it. Get away from me. Yimo brushed her off impatiently. Oh, I am sorry, okay. If the church's medical bills were not so urgent, I would not have asked you to come. I promise I will pay you back within 3 months. Jiang Linyue clung to him, shaking his arm and acting cute. Seeing that his expression remained stern and unmoved, the girl gritted her teeth, her face blushing, and she said coyly, If it really comes to it, I guess I will just have to offer myself to you. Hearing this, Yimo's eyes widened, and he began lecturing her with a mix of frustration and disappointment. Jiang Linyue, you have truly fallen low. Listen to yourself, have your years of schooling twisted your basic values this much? In this world, the values of the rich and the poor are indeed very different. The wealthy prioritize interests, rarely talk about feelings, only about currency. And the only people who can afford school are either the rich or those who live on loans. Whatever, we are not even blood-related anyway. She pouted, whispered to herself, and quickly explained. Oh, do not worry about it, Yimo, I have calculated everything. I get up at 5 every morning now. If I work 3 jobs, I can make 12,000 a month, which is more than enough to cover the interest. I will even have 1,000 left over to help out our little home and support your business venture. Yizayaxeo had long since planned out her future. Unfortunately, this hollow crisis cost her another tens of thousands, which is why she had to ask Yimo for help. Heh, is it possible that I am also 200,000 in debt right now? Add your tens of thousands to that, and it is 260,000 total. Yimo sneered, looking at the girl with annoyance. Hearing this, Yizayaxeo was stunned. What? She felt like the sky was falling. No way, why did you take out a loan? Is that something you can just touch? If we both get blacklisted, we will not even be able to enter dungeons, and then we are completely finished. She clutched her head in pain and began to scold Yimo. In this world, once a loan is overdue, you become a blacklisted citizen. And the blacklisted have no human rights. Of course, as long as you pay off the overdue amount, you return to being a normal citizen. So at the very least, they had to ensure one of them did not get blacklisted. You are 380,000 in debt, and you have the nerve to judge me for being 280,000 in debt. Yizayaxeo was choked by these words, feeling that her future was pitch black. Then I will just drop out of school. She took a deep breath, as if she had made a difficult decision, and slumped. If it were just her own debt, it would be fine, but now she had implicated Yimo as well. This made her feel incredibly guilty. Seeing the girl like a wilted vegetable, dejected and listless, Yimo nodded with satisfaction, sighing as if he had no choice. He patted her head to comfort her. Hey, it is enough that you know you were wrong. Do not touch loans anymore. As for the monies, your brother will figure it out. Yimo was not actually worried about the debt. He just wanted to teach this girl a lesson. As he spoke, he took out the purple gold career card from his pocket and handed it to Yizayaxeo. What is this? The girl took the card listlessly. The debt hung over her like a heavy stone, making it hard for her to muster any excitement. It is a career card I made for you. Explore it yourself, I need to go out. With that, Yimo gave her some brief instructions and turned to leave. He still had to go to the Heavenly Alliance's Research Institute to make some money. Watching Yimo's retreating figure, Yizayaxeo felt immense guilt. She shook her head, casting away her cluttered thoughts. She refocused her attention on the purple gold career card. My brother is an agent for a wilderness god, so the quality of this card probably is not very good. Yizayaxeo examined the card and muttered to herself. She felt a bit hesitant. In truth, her homeroom teacher had already reserved an excellent career card for her. It was affordable and a solid grade card, a rare opportunity. As soon as the funds were ready, she could have it immediately. However, the one in her hand was the first one Yimo had created just for her. Forget it, I need to save where I can now. I cannot cause that guy any more trouble. Even if this is a D-grade card, I will accept it. Thinking this, Yizayaxeo immediately crushed the card. A white light flashed and instantly sank into the girl's body. Soon, a system information box appeared in front of her. Congratulations, you have successfully changed your profession to Necromancer SSS rank. What? Yizayaxeo. What? Upon seeing this, Yizayaxeo's pupils suddenly contracted. SSS rank job card. The one my brother gave me is an SSS rank job card. Yizayaxeo's beautiful eyes widened, her heart filled with absolute shock. Her heart was racing, her hands trembling. She clicked on her information page without a moment's hesitation. Name Yizayaxeo. Path Mage. Transcendent class Necromancer. Level 1. Experience 0%. Constitution 15. Speed 20. Strength 15. Spirit 20. Mana 150 over 150. Skill Skeleton Summoning Level 1. Mental Technique None. Extra Ability Cataclysm Descent. Deity Worshipped World's Ending Demon God. Cataclysm Descent. Description: an area of affectability. Within a certain range, all hostile targets have their stats reduced by 20%, while your own and your summoned unit's stats are increased by 20%. Cost none. Note automatically triggers in combat. These starting stats are way too high, and it even comes with an extra ability. Looking at her own info page, Yixiao's breathing became shallow and rapid. Insane. This is just too insane. You have to know, standard starting stats for a new job change usually hover between 10 and 15. Only job cards S rank or higher might spill over just a tiny bit into their specialized fields. But my stats are almost maxed out across the board. Especially speed and spirit, both starting as high as 20. That is a full 5 points of overflow. Even the SSS rank job card Elemental Envoy, the dream of every Mage Path player, only reaches a starting spirit stat of 20. Yet this necromancer has 2 stats both reaching 20. And it even comes with such a terrifying extra ability. It is simply unbelievable. Just what kind of wild god is Brother Mo worshipping? It feels even more terrifying than the 6 great deities. Thinking of this, the issue of the loan was immediately thrown to the back of her mind. The joy and excitement in her heart were overflowing. She was even itching to return to school for the combat test to try out the power of this job. And while she was at it, she could help promote Yi Mo. The more famous he gets, the more valuable the job cards in his hands will become. Wait, if the deity behind my brother is on par with the 6 Saints Church, then could the mysterious person who saved me today possibly be? Thinking of this, her pupils froze slightly. Meanwhile, Jiang Linyue walked out of the research institute looking dejected. Even though the magic pattern effects were good, the side effects were torturing her relentlessly. Even practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra could barely offset them. That is why she came to the institute to buy some items and pills to suppress the karmic fire. But the effects were negligible. Damn it, these side effects get stronger every day. If they keep piling up like this, I fear that I might. She frowned and gritted her teeth, finding the prospect more terrifying the more she thought about it. Ding, detected a child of destiny within 300 meters. Just as Jiang Linyue was at her wit's end, a system notification suddenly flashed before her. Child of destiny. She looked stunned, and following the system's hint, she quickly locked her gaze onto a man looking downcast. Elsewhere, Yi Mo arrived at the Heavenly Tao Alliance's Research Institute. Looking at the bustling lobby, he felt a bit troubled. He had been looking for half a day and could not find the donation department. When he asked the staff there, they all gave the same answer. If you have purchased a product and become a member, I have the authority to take you there. If you are not a member, please find it yourself. That is such a ripoff. Every product in the Research Institute is ridiculously expensive. This damn world, do you even have to pay to donate your own body parts? It is inducing people to spend money every single second. Hello, may I ask if you are having any trouble? A pleasant and familiar voice rang out from behind him. Yi Mo turned around and saw a graceful young woman looking at him with a smile. Jiang Linyue. Seeing that familiar, beautiful face, Yi Mo felt both surprised and guilty. She was dressed very casually, in a simple white camisole and denim shorts. Her smooth, slender legs were exposed to the air, appearing very alluring. No. Whenever I see her now, I always think of that scene in my dreams where I was crushing garlic on it. Hello. Yi Mo wiped away his guilty sweat and responded hurriedly. No need to be so nervous, I will not eat you. Seeing him look tense, Jiang Linyue gave a gentle smile. She tried her best to appear kind and approachable. After all, she was one of the faces of the Heavenly Tao Alliance and a famous public figure. It was normal for him to be nervous when greeting her. I see you seem troubled. Are you having any problems? Maybe if you say it out loud, I can help you. As she asked, her gaze kept scanning Yi Mo. The hint said that physical contact was needed to alleviate the karmic fire. So she wanted to find a reasonable excuse to touch this man and test it out. Oh, I want to go to the donation department to make some paid donations of body materials to earn some money. Seeing someone willing to help, Yi Mo naturally would not let the opportunity slip and immediately stated his needs. I see, then I will take you there. Jiang Linyue's eyes lit up, and she took the initiative to grab Yi Mo's wrist to take him there. Zap. However, the moment she made contact with Yi Mo's skin, a wave of immense satisfaction rushed to her brain like lightning. She could not help but let out a soft moan, her body freezing in place instantly. The side effects accumulated in her body for a long time were released instantly, causing her to gasp. Miss Jiang, what is the matter? Seeing Jiang Linyue stop in her tracks after only a few steps, Yi Mo asked in confusion. He could clearly feel her grip on his wrist tighten suddenly. I am fine. After a few seconds, Jiang Linyue recovered. Suddenly, she felt refreshed and clear-headed. The suppressed side effects in her heart were thoroughly cleared, which made her feel incredibly satisfied. It actually works. With the side effects resolved, she felt a surge of joy. Ding, you have successfully touched the Child of Destiny, Magic Energy +1. Successfully unlocked the Demon God Mark upgrade function. Note, the more contact you have and the more intimate you are with the Child of Destiny, the higher the corruption bonus. Hint, Magic Energy can increase the level of the Demon God Mark. Current Magic Energy, 1 out of 500. This thing can actually be upgraded, she exclaimed internally while studying the Demon God Mark as she led the way. Demon God Mark Level 1. Magic Energy, 1 out of 500. Description, a mark left upon you by an ancient demon god, indelible and permanent. Effect 1, 30% bonus to experience points upon completion, and stats increase by an extra 10% when leveling up. Effect 2, all stats increased by 20%. Effect 3, when with the Child of Destiny, skill practice effects are increased by 200%, and other effects are doubled. Side effect, desires increase daily, only by touching the Child of Destiny can they be alleviated. The current effects are already terrifying. If it could be upgraded, would not it be heaven-defying? Jiang Linyue swallowed her saliva, and while holding Yimo's hand, she began to rub it gently. Magic Energy +1. Magic Energy +1. Indeed, even ordinary contact can increase magic energy and eliminate side effects. In that case, I can make a name for myself, even without choosing a noble family child as an agent. Thinking of this, Jiang Linyue was full of anticipation and longing for the future. Separator. Jiang Linyue. Separator. Feeling those soft, supple fingers wandering over his wrist, Yimo was slightly stunned. And illusions. Why do I feel like... Is she seducing me? No, that is not right. Given Jiang Linyue's personality, that should be impossible. A few days ago in the dream, I tried so hard, and yet she would not yield. How could she possibly be interested in my plain, ordinary self? To be honest, Yimo did not actually know about the extra effects of the magic seal. After all, he never used it on himself. He usually used it to adjust a target's sensory perceptions and sensitivity. Soon, Yimo was led by Jiang Linyue to the entrance of the donation department. Hello, Saintess. As they pushed open the doors, a young duty officer wearing the Heavenly Tao Alliance uniform walked over with a smile. Her attitude was so enthusiastic, a completely different face compared to the staff at the front desk. As expected, it really is different when you have connections. Yimo sighed to himself. May I ask who this gentleman is? The girl quickly swept her gaze over to Yimo behind Jiang Linyue, asking with a look of confusion. Oh, he is a friend of mine. He is a bit short on cash lately and wants to donate some biological materials. Just buy them at the best possible price, and as for the queue, skip it for him. Understood, Saintess. The girl nodded with a smile. Hearing this, Yimo was overjoyed, not expecting such a good deal. He quickly thanked her. Miss Jiang, thank you so much for this. It is just a small favor, how about? We exchange contact information. If you run into any trouble later, you can always find me. If I get his contact info now, I can find him again if the side effects of the magic seal flare up later. Jiang Linyue thought to herself, taking this opportunity to get Yimo's contact details. It was a favor to him and it helped build their relationship. After all, she might have use for him in the future. Thank you, thank you. Yimo thanked her repeatedly. Who would have thought that the real-life Jiang Linyue would be so friendly? She is not as cold and aloof as I imagined. Since I am planning to buy some mana potions later, I can just look for her then. With her status, maybe I can even get a discount. Sir, please follow me. After their pleasantries, the girl led Yimo into a small dark room in the back. Opening the door, a piece of precision equipment sat inside. May I ask, what kind of biological materials would you like to donate? The girl asked with a smile while booting up the machine. What kind of materials have the highest buyback price here at the Heavenly Tao Alliance? What is the most expensive? Well, besides kidneys, we also. The girl's gaze slowly shifted downward, scanning a certain spot below Yimo's waist. Yimo was full of question marks. Are you serious? Is not that thing a curse for you cultivators? It interferes with mental cultivation. Yimo was relatively knowledgeable about the many mental cultivation techniques of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The most famous ones require one to cast aside all distracting thoughts. The less emotional you are, the better the cultivation results. That is indeed true, but transplant technology is becoming increasingly mature. Some players who have mastered their path but want to return to being men will pay high prices for high-quality ones out of vanity. Especially the men from the Joyful Union sect, they often trade their own as a supplement to buy higher quality ones. The girl patiently explained and answered Yimo's questions. The Heavenly Tao Alliance of the Six Sages Court is divided into 6 sects, and the Joyful Union sect is the most focused on this. Having a good one is like having a nice car. It is a display of face, strength, and capital. Fine, just help me donate both kidneys then. Install a simulator to maintain basic living functions. Yimo pondered for a moment and decided to donate these 2 valuable things first. He could check other factions later. Hearing this, the girl was stunned, her expression turning quite strange. He really is not leaving himself any way out. Normally, donating 2 kidneys carries life risks, but if a simulator is installed, one can survive. However, that other function would be almost entirely a thing of the past. Because of this, she was now seriously suspecting that this guy might be a colleague from the Passionless sect. Alright sir, this is the donation contract. Please take a look. It totals 420,000 yuan. If you have no questions, you can sign the contract. The girl quickly handed the printed contract to Yimo. After signing his personal details and the contract, the surgery went very successfully. The whole process, including the surgery, took only 30 minutes. One has to marvel that the technology in this world is indeed much more advanced than in his past life. It was entirely mechanized, and he felt no discomfort afterward. Ding, 420,000 yuan received in your account. Confirming the payment, Yimo left feeling satisfied. Once Yimo was gone, Jiang Linyue emerged from the corner. Let me see his personal details and the donation contract. Certainly, Saintess. The girl was startled but quickly complied. Jiang Linyue took Yimo's documents and examined them carefully. He is actually a divine agent, though it looks like a wild god he just contracted recently. The donated materials are, Seeing the donation list, Jiang Linyue's beautiful eyes widened slightly. He actually donated both his kidneys. Is he that ruthless? That basically means he has bid farewell to his masculine abilities. Wait, does not that mean no matter how intimate our contact is, I do not have to worry about things getting out of hand? I could even just treat him like one of the girls. He can help suppress my magic seal's side effects and provide a 200 skill cultivation boost. The most terrifying part is the unlimited leveling of the magic seal, resulting in the enhancement and unlocking of other abilities. This is simply the dream agent I have been looking for. The only pity is that his rank is a bit low, and he cannot provide me with high-level equipment or items. But that does not matter, I can earn the money myself. Once my teacher retires, perhaps I can talk to him. Thinking of this, Jiang Linyue felt a bright future ahead. I am one step closer to killing that boss with my own hands. Meanwhile, after getting the money, Yimo ran straight to the bathroom. Undying bodies. Ability level godly. Introduction possesses near-immortal recovery power. Even if only 1 drop of blood or 1 cell remains, the largest piece can regenerate to full health. Consumption none. Cooldown none toggleable passive. Note, this ability does not require leveling. In just a short moment, Yimo's body was restored to its original state. Now that I have starting capital, I can go to the Adventurers Association and register for a dungeon qualification certificate. Then I can head to the talent market and contract players to run dungeons for me. Yi Xiaoxiao is still under observation at the hospital, so she will not be coming out for 7 days. An agent who wants to increase their strength must rely on players running dungeons. Money is no longer an issue now. The only problem is that I still do not have a player candidate for dungeon runs. I still have an SSS-level job card on hand that is waiting to be used. So I must contract another player specifically for dungeon runs. Yimo had already planned it out. Yi Xiaoxiao will serve as his calling card. He can have her participate in various competitions and school dungeon events at Kaiyang High School. While leveling up, she can also help build his reputation. As for himself, he needs to find another player specifically to handle his dungeon runs. Jiang Linyue. Time flows like water and the years pass like a shuttle. 5 days have passed in a flash. After Yimo applied for his dungeon qualification certificate at the Adventurers Association, he rented a small office in the Dungeon Avenue district. It was a place specifically designed to recruit and gather players. This is a mandatory regulation. An agent of a wild god must have their own legal place of business. Just like starting a company in my past life, you have to have an office space. Although the location is relatively remote, it is quite close to the dungeon teleportation array. With an annual rent of only 100,000, it is considered quite a good deal. The only annoying part is that it requires a 3-year lease, paid in full upfront. Fortunately, Yimo donated some bodily materials to other factions of the Six Saints Church over the past few days. That is the only reason he was not financially strapped. Including his recent expenses, he still has over 200,000 in reserve funds on hand. Damn it, I never expected that recruiting a player would be this difficult. In the cramped office, Yimo lay on a black leather sofa, tossing a ping-pong ball out of boredom. After 3 days of operation, Yimo opened a dual account online and spent money to promote and recruit people. During this time, it did attract a few people to inquire about the job. But as soon as they heard it was a newly settled wild god with no fame and no dungeon clearance records, they all chose to walk away. Even when Yimo threw out the benefit of free job cards upon joining, no one paid him any mind. What is most infuriating is that some people even left bad reviews. He was even reported for suspected scamming tactics used by evil god cultists. These days, it is just too hard to do business. No, it should be that it is too hard to run a dungeon. Without fame, no player dares to join. Without players joining, there is no way to build fame. This is a vicious cycle. Sai, if there is really no other way, I will just have to wait for Yi Xiaoxiao to be discharged from the hospital. With her looks, doing a live stream to help with promotion should be pretty good. The only downside is that kid still has to go to school, so it would be a part-time job at best. What I need right now is a full-time employee who can work from 9 to 9, 6 days a week, and preferably one who can accept unpaid overtime. Where am I supposed to find such a workhorse? What? On the other side, 206 Dungeon Commercial Street. Excuse me, Mr. Agent, are you still hiring players? I awaken the warrior path, I can endure hardship, and I can accept unpaid overtime. Please give me a chance to work. A soft, timid voice filled with nervousness sounded. A petite girl with cat ears stood there, bowing at a 90-degree angle, holding her resume high up. She was sincerely seeking employment from the agent of an office. You are a demi-humans. The agent stroked his mustache, examined the girl thoroughly, and shook his head helplessly. In this world, the social status of demi-humans is even lower than that of undocumented immigrants. They are a race that has long suffered from discrimination and exclusion. They are regarded as an inferior race that has not fully evolved. Of course, there is another reason, which is that the demi-human race is too experience-hungry. The experience they need to level up is twice that of ordinary people. Yes, that is right, but I can endure hardship. Even running dungeons 24 hours a day is fine, please give me a chance. Meng Li recommended herself in a low, humble voice. The reason she was so anxious to enter a dungeon was mainly because her mother was seriously ill. She desperately needed 200,000 for surgery. And as a demi-human, because of her low status, she did not even qualify for a loan. Therefore, making quick money by running dungeons became her only way out. That is not impossible. The mustachioed agent looked at Meng Li and spoke as if it were a difficult decision. Really? Meng Li's eyes lit up, and the small strand of hair on her head stood straight up. Her two soft, white, fluffy cat ears lifted high. She excitedly raised her beautiful face, filled with agitation. It is possible, but how much are you prepared to pay for a job card? The mustachioed agent narrowed his eyes, a cunning smile appearing on his face. I only have a budget of 20,000, but I can take the lowest level job card, even a D-grade one is fine. She only had 20,000 left in her entire possession. It was her family's entire fortune and hope. According to the market price, that would be enough to buy a C-grade job card. Only 20,000, it seems you are not sincere enough. The mustachioed man sighed helplessly and shook his head with pity. The smile on Meng Li's face froze, and her cute cat ears instantly drooped. She certainly understood what the mustachioed man meant. She had to pay more. With a bitter face, she tentatively asked, "How much money do you need?" "How much? That depends on your sincerity. After all, you are a demi-human. Joining our team will have a significant impact on our company's reputation. At the very least, it will take 150,000. 150,000. Meng Li gasped. This price was far beyond what she could accept. What? Do not tell me you do not have the money. Can I sign an IOU for you? She pleaded, settling for a second best. Tug. The mustachioed man's expression instantly darkened. Do you think I am running a charity here? A demi-human wants to join the firm without spending money. There is no such thing in this world. Get out. Bang! The office door was mercilessly closed, and Meng Li was kicked out directly. She sighed helplessly and walked onto the dimly lit street, looking at her own wretched, dejected face reflected in the glass window by the road. She tried to stretch her face into a smile, but she just could not do it. She hung her head, her white fluffy cat ears drooping lifelessly. Her exhausted petite body slowly squatted down, arms wrapping around her knees as she buried her head, curled up in a dark corner. Her lonely silhouette stood in stark contrast to the bustle of the surrounding street. Mengli, oh Mengli, you really are useless. She blamed herself dejectedly, the grievances in her heart pouring out at this moment, her eyes slightly reddening. In these days, she had visited no less than 100 firms. Because of her identity as a demi-human, almost no one was willing to accept her. The worst part was that those people were clearly looking at you with strong prejudice, mocking and suppressing you. But you could only meet them with a smile, forcing yourself to endure the disgust while facing those ugly faces. So tired, really so tired. The more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt. But she did not dare to go back. She was afraid to face reality, afraid to go back and face her younger sister's hopeful smile. Afraid to let them down. Little girl, are you here for an interview? I am giving away free job cards here. Just as she was feeling dejected, a gentle, unfamiliar male voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Mengli turned her head subconsciously. She happened to see a man standing behind her, smiling. That look in his eyes was full of the aura of a crooked businessman. The kind that eats you whole. I am sorry, I did not mean to linger at the door. Mengli brushed the dust off her bottom and quickly stood up to apologize. She had noticed this firm before, but she never had the courage to go in. After all, this place looked very sketchy. The new Wild God sign on the small signpost on the right was particularly eye-catching. Especially the catchphrase on the billboard, "Get an SSS-grade job card upon joining." Ad slogans like that only made it more certain that this was definitely a firm opened by evil god cultists, dedicated to committing scams. Just a few days ago, someone from the church even went in to investigate. Do not be like that, guests are guests, how can you not come in and sit down? Saying that, Yimo did not care about anything, and did not care whether Mengli was willing or not. He grabbed her hand and yanked her inside directly. Then with a bang, he closed the door and locked it. Let Mengli. Yimo had already noticed this young girl for some days. Watching her run all over this dungeon street, entering countless agencies only to come out looking dejected. She even lingered outside his shop many times but never actually came in. It was only through the gossip of Auntie Wang next door that Yimo learned a bit about Mengli's situation. What are you trying to do? The girl's voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzzing. She held her fists against her chest, looking vigilantly at the grinning Yimo. Cornered against the wall, she subconsciously swallowed hard, her clear lake blue eyes filled with fear and nervousness. Trying to do hehes. Yimo narrowed his eyes and approached her with a wicked smile. His tall and sturdy frame loomed over her with the intensity of a hungry tiger, instantly engulfing her petite figure. Then he slowly reached out his claw-like hand toward her. Do not come any closer, saw. Feeling the warm touch on her cheek, Mengli bristled instantly like a startled kitten. Tense and rigid, she squeezed her eyes shut and crouched down in terror. Oh, so you demi-humans do not actually have 4 ears. Yimo parted the soft fur on Mengli's ear and realized with a start. In his past life, he had always been curious about whether those anime beastier girls had 4 ears or 2. Now the truth was finally revealed. But I have to say, a beastier girl's ears are truly soft. Who would ever have 4 ears? Seeing Yimo withdraw his hand, Mengli breathed a slight sigh of relief. She could not help but frown and complain in a low voice. Then do you demi-humans have to hold your phones over your heads to make calls? Yimo changed the subject to lighten the mood. There were very few demi-humans in this world, and you almost never met them in the city. You only find them in places like the slums or this messy dungeon street. And in these places, network communication is generally not very advanced. Yimo, living in the city, naturally encountered them rarely. Floppy ears are a bit more convenient, but for those of us with upright ears, it is indeed a bit troublesome. Mengli reached up to smooth out her ears. Before she knew it, she had been guided by Yimo to the coffee table and was sitting on the sofa. Holding the water glass he handed her, she answered his questions cautiously. Her eyes, however, kept darting toward the door, clearly feeling uneasy. To tell the truth, she wanted to run. But since she was not good at refusing people, she could not find an excuse to leave for the moment. The guy was an agent, so he must be a city dweller. Even if he did something to her, someone of her low status would find it hard to seek legal protection from the Six Saints Church. There is no need to be so nervous, I am not going to eat you. If I am not mistaken, Miss Mengli, you are looking for an agency, right? Noticing Meng Li's unease, Yimo smiled and got straight to the point. Yes. Meng Li nodded. She prepared to give a few perfunctory answers and then asked to leave. Since that is the case, why not come to my place? You can probably tell that I need people and you are desperate to enter dungeons. I might be your best fit. Yimo extended an invitation directly. Then let me go back and think it over. She deflected, wanting nothing more than to leave as soon as possible. Given this man's previous actions and the label of being a newly established minor deity, she did not dare work for someone like him under any circumstances. Yimo could hear the deflection in her words. If he let her go now, she probably would not even have the courage to come near him again. Miss Meng Li, you must have realized over these past few days how hard it is for a demi-human to get hired by an agency. Even if you were lucky enough to join one, you would not get very good treatment. But it is different here with me. First, I do not discriminate against demi-humans, and I can give you the exact same pay as a regular player. Hearing this, Meng Li's ears visibly twitched. These words clearly touched a nerve. You do not discriminate against demi-humans. She slowly looked up, staring at Yimo with surprise. Her job hunt these past few days had made her deeply aware of how deep the prejudice against demi-humans was. The sentence she heard most often was something like, "But you are a demi-human." Yeah, not only do I not discriminate, I actually like them. That is right, I often dream of having deep discussions and exchanges with beastier girls, and I especially like that fluffy touch of yours. I could say that I could play with those ears of yours for a year. Yimo said the most shameless things with the most serious expression. This is too. Meng Li's pretty face turned red instantly, thinking back to the scene where Yimo touched her ears. She was so embarrassed she could not help but cover her face. As a demi-human, when had she ever heard something like that? Of course, in terms of compensation. To show my sincerity, I can offer you 60% of the dungeon proceeds. In other words, the more you work for me, the more you will earn. Seeing that the time was ripe, Yimo dangled the temptation. 60%, are you really willing to give me such a high commission? Meng Li's eyes lit up instantly. Yimo's words hit her weak spot again. To be honest, she was in desperate need of money right now. And a 60% commission was more than double what a regular player would get. Yimo really did not discriminate against her, in fact he valued her highly. In this world, no one would offer such a high commission to a demi-human. Of course, no problem, if you agree we can sign the contract now. Yimo pulled out a prepared piece of parchment from his drawer and handed it to Meng Li. Could I ask for an unreasonable request? Meng Li looked at the contract content, took a deep breath, and cast a timid glance at Yimo. Go ahead. Yimo was taken aback, then nodded. Could you not give me any days off? I want to earn more money. She looked at Yimo bashfully, lowered her head in embarrassment, and added, Actually, we demi-humans have abundant energy and require less sleep, so days off are actually useless to us. The more she said, the more shameless she felt. The other party had already offered such generous terms, how dare she ask for more? Hearing this, Yimo was stunned for a long time. Holy cow. No days off, unpaid overtime. What a god-tier employee. I am sorry, is my request too much? Seeing Yimo unresponsive, Meng Li asked tentatively. She realized her request was a bit excessive. Just because she did not need rest did not mean an agent did not. He had to come open the door every day and help her sell materials from the dungeon. That must be quite exhausting. How could she be such a burden to Mr. Agent? No, please by all means do exactly that. Yimo was overjoyed and immediately shook Meng Li's hand. And he promptly crossed out the 4 days of leave per month from the contract. Soon, the two signed the contract, and Meng Li became the first employee of the Mozio agency. And the second player under Yimo's hand. Mr. Agent, what time should I come to report for duty tomorrow? 8? No, let us say 10 in the morning. Yimo had intended to say 8, but thinking Meng Li had no days off, he decided on a later time. Otherwise, he would be too inhumane. Could I come in at 6 in the morning instead? Meng Li glanced at Yimo, speaking timidly. She wanted to start earning money earlier. My goodness. Yimo was stunned. He admitted that he had been shallow. He had underestimated this employee's enthusiasm. With an employee like this, how could one not get rich? Well, let me get you a spare key tomorrow. This had become so much that even Yimo felt a little embarrassed himself. Cross my heart, he was not exploiting his employee. It was all Meng Li's own request. Ace, all right then, Mr. Agent, I will be going now. Seeing Yimo did not refuse, Meng Li breathed a small sigh of relief. She had made so many requests of Mr. Agent and he even had a key made specifically for her. This should not make him dislike her, right? Wait a moment. Just as Meng Li was about to leave, Yimo suddenly called out to her. Then he took out a thick stack of cash from the safe nearby. This is an advance on your salary, totaling 200,000. I will deduct it from your future earnings slowly. And here is this profession card, go back and get familiar with it after using it. Yimo put the cash into a small briefcase and attached a purple gold profession card. Then he directly shoved it into Meng Li's hand. This and what are you? Meng Li stared blankly at the briefcase full of cash in her hands, her eyes filled with shock. Go back early and come to work tomorrow after you finish your personal matters. As he spoke, Yimo reached out and touched Meng Li's soft head. Feeling the warmth on her head, the young girl was overcome with complex emotions, her eyes slightly reddening. Finally, she took a deep breath, and 1,000 words merged into one sentence. Thank you, Mr. Agent. Meng Li. Watching Meng Li's retreating figure, Yimo let out a helpless sigh. My funds have shrunk again. The original reserve of 280,000 has now dwindled to only 80,000 after this expense. Plus the 280,000 in external debt, his total capital has successfully returned to a negative figure. However, regarding this 200,000 expenditure, although Yimo felt the sting, he knew it would significantly boost employee loyalty. In fact, he could have completely used those 200,000 to lure Meng Li into joining the agency. That would have made it easier to recruit her without needing any further persuasion. But if he had done that, her sense of belonging would have been greatly diminished. Because that would have meant he forced her to join with that 200,000. But giving her the 200,000 after she joined is seen as an act of help. And it was done under the guise of a loan. As expected, while money is not everything, being penniless is absolutely impossible. As Yimo mused, he opened his status panel. Names Yimo. Agent level Tier 1. Experience points 0% shared with contracted players. Physique 12. Speed 11. Strength 15. Spirit 10. Mana 3/25. Contracted players 1. Abilities 1 Body 1 Life Exclusive, Heavenly Demon Divine Thunder Level 2, Undying Body God Level. Current Blessed Career Cards, Godslaying Ghost Swordsman SSS Level Warrior Path, Necromancer SSS Level Mage Path. Spacetime Creator SSS Level Controller Path, Berserker a Level Warrior Path. Deity Worshipped Demon God of Destruction. Over the past few days, he had spent nearly tens of thousands on blue potions to barely upgrade his Heavenly Demon Divine Thunder ability to Level 2. Heavenly Demon Divine Thunder S Level. Ability Level 2 78%. Consumption 77 mana per second. Cooldown Nuns. Introduction Manipulate Thunder, Command Thunder, Devour Thunder. Every attack carries Thunder elemental damage, increasing power by 33%. While active, it can devour all Thunder attribute attacks. Skill Chant with the Thunder, Shatter the Darkness. Level 2 Heavenly Demon Divine Thunder only increased power by 3% and the mana cost by 3 points. The gain was minimal, but the cost was huge. As expected, whether it is a divine agent or a player, you have to keep spending money to get stronger. Closing the system panel, Yimo took out a blue bottle from the drawer. Mana plus 100. After consuming it, he immediately activated Heavenly Demon Divine Thunder. Lightning burst from his eyes, thunder rumbled around his body, and his black hair stood on end. His presence soared instantly, standing majestic like a thunder god. If he were shirtless, he would look exactly like an altered, corrupted version of Sikangzhen. Heavenly Demon Divine Thunder Proficiency plus 3%. However, this majestic aura lasted only a second before completely dissipating. It is a pity my mana cap is too low. I have to drink a mana potion every time I use an ability. Yimo sighed helplessly. One bottle of mana potion costs 300. That means Yimo spends 300 yuan for every 3% proficiency. A real money-guzzling beast. But I can enter a dungeon tomorrow. Once my players level up, the stats they gain will also feed back to me. The stats gained from the players under him leveling up will feed back to his own body. In other words, the stronger his players are, the stronger Yimo becomes. Meanwhile, Meng Li hugged the small briefcase and ran all the way. Crossing a stone bridge, she arrived in front of a dilapidated shack in the slums. The shack was small, with tattered bricks and tiles covered in straw. Because it was in the slums, the surroundings were chaotic. There were no sanitation workers to clean the roads, leading to trash everywhere. A sour, foul stench permeated the air. Xiaoyao, it is me, big sister. Mingli knocked on the door, signaling for the person inside to open it. Click. Footsteps sounded inside, and the mottled wooden door was quickly pulled open. Sister. A milky voice rang out. A small figure rushed out and hugged Mingli's slender waist. Thud. However, she bumped headfirst into the briefcase in Mingli's arms. Ouch. The pain made the little lowly knit her brows. Her little face crinkled instantly, and two soft cat ears drooped. Sister, what is this? She held her head in pain, eyes teary, and complained in her milky voice. Get inside first. Mingli did not answer and pulled the little girl inside. Mom, I am home. She closed the door and bolted it. Mingli took her sister straight to the cramped bedroom. Lying on the bed was a pale, thin catkin woman. Hearing the commotion, the woman's eyelashes fluttered as she opened her blue and purple eyes. Xiaoli, you are back. Mengjai struggled to prop up her thin frame, forcing a smile onto her bloodless, pointed face. You must be hungry, there is still rice porridge on the table, drink some first. After you have eaten, I have something to tell you. Over these days, she knew Mingli had been constantly running around for her sake. Having lived through it, she knew clearly that for a demi-human to join an agency, there were only two ways. One is to have a considerable bribe, and the other is to sacrifice one's body and become a plaything for the rich. Outside of these two methods, there was almost no other possibility. Every time she saw Mingli return disappointed and heard her crying in her bed at night, as a mother, she felt self-blame and heartbreak. She even worried she would take the second path of no return. These days, she was also suffering. She wanted to live to keep them company as they grew up. But the cost of living was too high. To extend her life, the high fees were making it hard for Mingli to breathe. So to avoid being a burden to them, tonight she prepared Chinese letter everything. And then after her two daughters were asleep, she would take the poison. Mom, I am not hungry. I successfully joined an agency today and can go to work tomorrow. Mingli's face was beaming with smiles. Really, big sister is amazing. Mommy can finally get better. Little Menjiao cheered with joy upon hearing this. Mengjai was taken aback. There was not much joy on her face. Instead, she became worried. As someone who had seen the world, she knew how difficult it was for a demi-human to join an agency. Is that so? That is great then. Did that agent make any requests? Mengjai pretended to be happy, but her words were full of probing. No, the agent is very good. He does not discriminate against demi-humans at all, and the pay is even double that of normal players. At this point, she thought for a while and added, he also said he likes my ears and even gave me money at the end. As she spoke, Mingli excitedly opened the briefcase in her hand. Clatter! Stacks of red banknotes appeared before Mengjai's eyes. Wow, so much money! Little Menjiao exclaimed as she saw it. But Mengjai's expression became complicated. Does not discriminate against demi-humans. Higher pay than normal people. And gave money proactively. This sounds so ridiculous. Wait, Mingli just said that agent likes her ears. Could it be that my daughter has actually... A terrifying image flashed into Mengjai's mind. Mingli, in order to pay for her medical care, did not hesitate to sacrifice herself to satisfy that person's ugly fetishes. Everything she said now was just so she would not worry. Thinking of this, Mengjai's expression turned ugly and her breathing grew rapid. She took a deep breath, trying hard to adjust her emotions. Looking at Mingli with heartbreaking eyes, she could not help but hug her and murmur. I am sorry. It is Mom who has dragged you down, making you suffer pain you should not have to bear at this age. Feeling her mother's grief, Mingli was completely stunned. After reflecting on her mother's words, she immediately realized. Mom does not think that I have already, with the agent, does she? Thinking of this, her pretty face turned bright red, and steam seemed to rise from her head. She pushed her mother away and hurriedly explained. Mom, the agent, he is not that kind of person at all. Mengjai. After doing her best to explain things to Mengji, Mingli returned to her room, feeling completely exhausted. However, judging by her mother's expression, it was clear she did not believe a word of it. She looked like she was just about to demand a physical examination. Still thinking about it carefully, it really was quite unrealistic. Not only did he not discriminate against subhumans, he even voluntarily funded them. The agent is really such a strange person. Just thinking about how Yi Mo was interested in her ears and had the nerve to say he could play with them for a year made her feel shy and embarrassed. The white furry cat ears on her head twitched subconsciously, and her ahoj twisted together in a shy tangle. Her cheeks gradually turned red, and the funny-faced pillow in her arms was squeezed out of shape. "Oh right, the agent told me to familiarize myself with the abilities of the job card." Shaking off her cluttered thoughts, she suddenly remembered something. She took the purple gold job card out of her pocket. Snap! With a slight force from her palm, she easily crushed the job card. Crystal clear white light spilled out and darted straight into Mingli's body. "Congratulations, you have successfully changed your job to God-slaying Ghost Swordsman SSS level." Seeing the system notification flash before her, Mingli was slightly stunned. She blinked and reached out to rub her eyes. After confirming she was not seeing things, her little mouth slowly opened in surprise. This actually is an SSS level job card." Her pupils contracted instantly, and Mingli could not help but cover her mouth and gasp. She suddenly recalled the advertising slogan at Yi Mo's agency, "Get an SSS level job card upon joining." She had assumed it was just a clickbait scam. She never expected he was actually serious about it. The young girl's breathing became hurried. She could not wait to open her personal information and examine it carefully. Name Mingli. Path Warrior. Transcendental job, God-slaying Ghost Swordsman. Level 1. Experience 0%. Physique 20. Speed 20. Strength 20. Spirit 20. Mana 1. Skill Ghost Shadow / Level 1. Mind Technique Nuns. Extra ability Power of Ghost and God. Faith World Destroying Demon God. Seeing her level 1 attribute panel, she was plunged into shock once again. The panel attributes are too insane. The initial attribute cap for normal jobs is at most 15. Generally, they hover between 10 and 15. Only SSS level cards break through 20 in their specialized attributes. But her initial attributes were all uniformly 20 points. It is simply unbelievable. Wait, does this mean it comes with an extra ability from the start? Every SSS level job card comes with an extra ability, but they usually only awaken after reaching a certain level and meeting requirements. But this God-slaying Ghost Swordsman job comes with an extra ability at the start. Does this mean? Is there a possibility for further awakening later? Thinking of this, Mingli subconsciously swallowed hard and clicked on the details of the special ability Power of Ghost and God to take a look. Power of Ghost and God. Description: during combat, strength and physique are increased by 20%, and all crowd control effects are ignored. Cost none. Note: triggers automatically during combat. Inherently comes with 20% strength and physique boost, plus super armor. The weaknesses of warrior path jobs are short attack range, vulnerability to control, and being kited. But this extra passive nicely circumvents the shortcomings of the warrior job. It is simply ridiculously strong. Afterward, Mingli clicked on the skills to check them out. Ghost Shadow / Skill level 1 0%. Cost 80. Cooldown 15 seconds. Description: increases speed by 50% for 10 seconds, while simultaneously unleashing a horizontal slash with a 30% boost. Note: each level increases speed by 5% and attack boost by 2%. Such a formidable skill. Mingli gasped in admiration again. A 50% speed boost is already considered terrifying among all jobs. This undoubtedly gives her a massive opportunity to close in on targets. And do not forget, she also has super armor. Super armor plus massive speed boost. How are the backline jobs supposed to survive this? To think the agent would actually give such a precious job card to a subhuman like me. Mingli felt both excited and moved. Without a doubt, Yi Mo did not lie. He does not discriminate against her at all. Otherwise, he would not have given such a valuable job to her. You have to know, leveling up for subhumans is extremely difficult. Even so, he was not stingy with her. Since the agent treats me so well, I absolutely cannot let him down. She squeezed her little fists, swearing that she must work harder and run more dungeons in the future, to help Yi Mo earn even more money. Time passed like water and the years flew by. The night passed quickly. Yi Mo yawned, freshened up, and then rode his electric scooter toward his agency. Undoubtedly, with Mingli's addition, he could finally arrange for players to clear dungeons. Since it was the first time, he had to accompany Mingli. But it was still early, only 8:30 in the morning. Last night, Yi Mo used up quite a few mana potions, and finally upgraded Heaven Demon God Thunder to level 3. It seems I need to find time to donate some physical samples again. The mana potions he bought last time were running low, and his funds were dwindling too. The Berserker job card he listed on the dead fish web was still unsold. After all, it was a 200,000 item, it could not sell that quickly. So it was time to go to the other factions of the 6 holy courts to earn some side income. That girl is here so early, did not I tell her she could come later? As he approached the Mozio agency, he could see a petite cat-eared girl crouching by the door. The girl was hugging her knees, her head looking around. Behind her, she was also carrying a crude, heavy iron greatsword. That heavy, wide greatsword formed a striking contrast with Mingli's petite figure. I did not expect her to have bought the equipment herself. Yimo showed a look of astonishment. Out of the remaining 80,000, he had planned to pull out a few thousand to buy weapons and armor for Mingli. Did not think this girl would have bought them beforehand. Seeing Yimo's figure, Mingli immediately showed a happy smile. Agent sir, good morning. She trotted over to Yimo and bowed 90 degrees to greet him. Good heavens! The hilt of the greatsword on her back almost poked Yimo in the face. Fortunately, he dodged in time. Wah, sorry, I did not mean to. Realizing her blunder, Mingli quickly apologized. It is fine. Yimo sweated, waving his hand helplessly. Then he took out the key, inserted it into the hole, and opened the door. Oh right, how is things with your mother? While pushing the agency door open, Yimo asked in passing. Thanks to you, she has already been admitted to the hospital. Early this morning, she sent Mengji to the hospital to begin treatment. That is good. Yimo nodded and took the dungeon clearance permit out of his desk drawer. He patted Mingli's shoulder and said, Let us go, you are still a newcomer, so I will accompany you to the dungeon transport hall. New players need to be accompanied by an agent for dungeon runs. Once she is proficient, Mingli can go on her own. Okay. Hearing that they were about to head to a dungeon, Mingli became instantly nervous. A flash of slight excitement and anticipation appeared in her eyes. Are we finally entering a dungeon? Let Mingli. Yimo accompanied Mengli to the nearby dungeon teleportation hall. It is divided into 3 tiers. The beginner, intermediate, and advanced halls. They correspond to player dungeons for levels 1 to 39, 40 to 69, and 70 to 99 respectively. Naturally, Mengli headed for the beginner hall. Although it is a beginner hall, the space inside is incredibly vast and crowded with people. Countless players were dressed in various styles, and the most eye-catching of them all were undoubtedly the ones standing in the center showing off their gear. They were covered in flashy special effect auras, clearly pay-to-win players promoting the Six Saints Cathedral. They held up signs, boosting and carrying services for the Heavenly Tao Alliance and Zioao sect. 5,000 for a run, fast clearing and leveling up. 280,000 for a monthly carry package, unlimited runs, you keep all materials. 680,000 for a quarterly carry package, unlimited runs, you keep all materials. 1.28 million for an annual carry package, unlimited runs, you keep all materials. Damn, that is quite the advertisement. Yimo was speechless. He did not expect the Six Saints Cathedral to offer boosting services. They really will do anything for money. Attention, dear new players, the beginner dungeon will open in 10 minutes. Please head to your designated teleportation arrays to prepare. A crisp broadcast echoed throughout the entire dungeon hall. At the same time, a giant screen in the center displayed the type of this beginner dungeon. The Hell Cage. Dungeon type, large-scale survival. Level restriction, level 1 beginners. Difficulty, S rank. Mission, survive against the tricky tree demon for 1 hour. Note, killing it will trigger a hidden mission reward. The beginner dungeon today is actually S rank difficulty. Great news, the first kill reward for the boss is incredibly generous. You could earn over 100,000 at once. Great news, you probably do not know the clear rate for S rank beginner dungeons. Even graduates from the Six Saints Cathedral struggle with it. The crowd began to discuss the difficulty of this beginner dungeon. Beginner dungeons are different from regular ones. They are also known as rookie training. They refresh every day, offer no choice, and the difficulty is entirely random. If a player dies in a beginner dungeon, their account will be banned for 30 days. They must challenge it again after a month, and keep trying until they succeed before they can enter other dungeons. If they fail 4 consecutive times, they will never have the chance to become a player. Agent, I am going down now. After finishing the procedures to enter the dungeon, Mengli spoke nervously. Relax, I believe in you. Yimo smiled and patted her head to comfort her. His gaze was drawn to her fluffy ears. He could not help but reach out and give them a rub. They felt soft and incredible. I will not let you down, Zeep. Feeling the sensation on her ears, Meng Li twitched them, and her fair face instantly flushed red. She bowed and then ran away, feeling shy. She jogged over to the spacious teleportation array, which was already full of people. Meng Li did a quick count. There were 6 new players in total, including herself, participating in this rookie trial. 10 seconds remaining before the beginner dungeon starts. Everyone, please get ready. As she stepped into the teleportation array, the broadcast sounded once more. Meng Li took a deep breath and clenched her fists. Although she was nervous, her eyes were filled with fighting spirit. 3, 2, 1. Teleportation starting. As the countdown hit 0, the array flared with a blinding light. Meng Li felt the world spinning around her. The surrounding scenery shifted rapidly. When she came to, she found herself standing on a spacious platform. The platform was vast and surrounded by iron railings. There were 2 paths ahead. Each path showed a limit of 0. You have entered the beginner dungeon. Please select a path to enter the dungeon room. Note, both paths have the same difficulty. You may split into groups of 3. Or you may leave 1 person behind and proceed with 5. The dungeon's clear requirements appeared before Meng Li. So we have to split into 2 groups. Undoubtedly, splitting 6 people into 2 groups of 3 was the fairest way. However, that would significantly increase the difficulty of reaching the boss room. Of course, one could also choose to abandon the weakest combatant and proceed as a group of 5. That way, the success rate of reaching the boss room would certainly be much higher. Hey guys, my name is Jiang Ming. I am an A-rank tank, the Holy Shield Knight. Does anyone want to party with me? A boy in silver armor, holding a large shield, spoke up immediately. He threw out his A-rank tank status first. Whether it is the fair 3-to-3 group strategy or the 5-to-1 sacrifice strategy, high-intensity classes have the power to choose teammates and will not become cannon fodder. Hey, my name is Nana. I am a D-rank support priest with tons of healing. Could you take me? A blonde girl heard this and quickly raised her hand while getting close to him. D-rank class, sorry, oh my, you really have a lot of healing. Welcome, welcome. Jiang Ming intended to refuse, but once he saw the female priests, Scalan felt the softness against his arm. His baser instincts took over and he immediately agreed. The others successively reported their class ranks. They were 2 C-rank assassins, a controller path player and 1 B-rank tank path player. Hello, I am a B-rank warrior path class. May I join you guys? Meng Li spoke very politely. The reason she did not reveal she was an SSS rank class was that she was a demi-human. Even if she said it, no one would believe her, and she would even be labeled a liar, which would lower their opinion of her. Being B-rank was much more reasonable. Demi-humans. Jiang Ming frowned, initially showing resistance, but upon hearing she was a B-rank warrior class, he nodded and said, "All right, come on in." The other B-rank player was a tank, which overlapped with him. That was why he settled for second best and chose Meng Li. You have successfully formed a party with Jiang Ming and Nana. Note, experience points and rewards gained after forming a party will be divided reasonably. The 3-man party was formed, and the system window showed the icons of the other 2 players. Meng Li finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least this way, she would not be isolated. However, hey, I do not want to party with a demi-human. They smell like foxes, it is so uncomfortable. Nana pinched her nose exaggeratedly and said in a scornful, coquettish tone. It was not without reason that she pushed Meng Li out. After all, she was a D-rank class. Even with Jiang Ming carrying her, there was no guarantee he would risk his life to protect her. What is more, this was an S-rank beginner dungeon. This was her last chance. If she failed, she would never have the chance to be a player again. A 5-person group was undoubtedly the safest. That was why she wanted to create conflict and get 1 person kicked out. And Meng Li's demi-human status was clearly the most glaring target. I am not a fox. Meng Li's ears twitched, and she frowned instantly in rebuttal. Oh look, Jiang Ming, she is so mean. If you keep her in the party, I am leaving. Nana clung to Jiang Ming's muscular arm, acting all innocent and manipulative, shaking it constantly. At the same time, she signaled to the other 2. Feeling that softness, Jiang Ming felt his heart flutter. Well, honestly, I am not a fan of demi-humans either, so why do not we go with all 5? Sure, there is strength in numbers. Besides, the XP requirements for demi-humans are higher, which just slows us down. Hearing this, the other 2 quickly agreed. This was an S-rank dungeon after all, and they naturally wanted to stay with strong people for safety. Makes sense in that case then. You have been kicked from the party. Looking at the system prompt, Meng Li's face turned pale instantly. Her Her fists clenched tight as she watched the five walk away. She completely panicked. If she failed this time, she would not be able to enter any dungeons for a month. That would mean she would have absolutely no source of income. Her mother had just been hospitalized, and the 200,000 was just for medical treatment. What about the follow-up hospital stay and therapy? And what about her little sister? What should she do? Wait a minute, I am actually an SSS rank class. Even if we split into 2 groups of 3, I can still. In her panic, this was the only way she could think of to make them stay. However, all she got in return were looks of disdain and mockery. Clang! The door was shut mercilessly and the number above it read, 1. Only Meng Li was left standing there, stunned and alone. As expected, everyone is full of prejudice against demi-humans. She clenched her fists, kept her head down, her expression dark. Her heart felt like it was being crushed by something, making it hard to breathe. The discrimination and prejudice of the world were suffocating her. Images of the ugly, mocking, and playful faces she encountered while job hunting flashed through her mind. Why do you all look down on demi-humans? The more she thought, the more depressed and inferior she felt. What should I do? Should I quit? If it is just me, I definitely will not be able to clear it. After all, demi-humans require twice the XP of normal humans to level up. Now that I do not have a team, it might be better to quit early and reset. Thinking of this, her small body curled up in a corner unconsciously, hugging her head as she started to doubt herself. Tears of frustration welled up in her eyes. Relax, I believe in you. Suddenly, Yimo's smile flashed through her mind. His voice was like a beam of light, piercing through the clouds in her heart. A glint of light gradually returned to her gloomy eyes. No, there was still one person who always believed in her. Thinking of this, Meng Li seemed to regain her courage. That is right, I cannot give up yet. At least I cannot let Agent down. He had such high expectations for me and gave me so much help. If I do not even have the courage to try. As she thought about this, her eyes grew steady. Since you all do not think I can do it, I will prove it to everyone. Demi-humans are definitely not inferior to you. She took a deep breath, stood up slowly, and drew the greatsword from her back. With sword in hand, she walked straight into the second dungeon path. Ding! The number above lit up, showing 1/5. Meng Li. What? Clang! As the gate behind her closed, the scene inside the corridor instantly came into Meng Li's view. Dark and damp. The muddy stone walls were covered in thick, dense moss. Visibility in the surroundings was extremely low. One glance felt like staring into an abyss. And in the depths of this abyss, it seemed as if countless eyes were fixed upon her. Meng Li, oh Meng Li, you can do this. Believe in yourself and trust the class card that Mr. Agent gave you. Looking at the gloomy environment, Meng Li steadied her breathing. As Yimo's smile and back flashed through her mind, her timid eyes gradually became firm. Swish, swish, swish. A rustling sound emerged from the darkness ahead. It sounded as if something was crawling rapidly along the walls. The sound grew closer and sharper, until it entered Meng Li's line of sight. Giggles, giggle. 3 goblins wearing tattered rags instantly appeared in Meng Li's view. They held daggers, their eyes greedy, drooling with a foul, fishy scent. Like swift geckos, they lunged at Meng Li along the walls. Here they come. Meng Li took a deep breath. Her petite body crouched slightly, hands gripping the sword hilt ready to strike. Suddenly, Ghost Slash. The skill activated. A 50% speed boost made Meng Li's body feel light. She stomped on the ground, and her petite frame shot forward like a spring. The heavy greatsword scraped against the earth, sparks flying. Slash. A wide-range sweeping attack cleaved through the air. Blood splattered everywhere. The 3 lunging goblins were sliced in half midair. Ding, you successfully killed 3 wild monsters and gained 30% experience. I am so strong. Meng Li looked astonished. No, to be accurate, the class Yimo gave her is just too powerful. With a 50% speed bonus, stats far exceeding ordinary classes and the power of ghost gods, she was able to achieve the feat of instantly killing 3 monsters in her very first battle. I can do this, even alone I can make it to the boss room. Excitement and thrill flashed in Meng Li's eyes. Giggles, giggles, giggle. The harsh screeching of monsters rang out again. Countless dark shadows continued to crawl out from the depths of the gloomy corridor. Having tasted blood, Meng Li felt no fear, but rather grew more and more excited. A sharp glint flashed in her lake blue eyes. The wild fighting intent hidden deep in her genes seemed to be gradually ignited at this moment. That was the talent belonging solely to the demi-humans. Wild and bellicose. Come again. After gulping down a blue potion, Mingli hoisted her greatsword and leapt into the fray. She moved with agility and grace, weaving quickly between the monsters. The heavy greatsword did not seem cumbersome in her hands. Instead, it was incredibly nimble. A high-strength stat of 20, combined with the power of the ghost gods, meant a full 24 points of strength. In this novice dungeon, it was almost like slicing through vegetables. Ding, you successfully killed one wild monster and gained 10% experience. Ding, you successfully killed one wild monster and gained 10% experience. Ding, you successfully killed one wild monster and gained 10% experience. What? A stream of system notification sounds echoed in Mingli's mind. Ding, you have successfully reached level 2. Constitution 20 to 22. Speed 20 to 22. Strength 20 to 22. Spirit 20 to 22. With the increase in level, Mingli's base attribute panel was enhanced. Under level 10, players gain 1 to 2 points per level. The higher the quality of the class, the higher the attributes gained per level. Every 10 levels is a watershed. After level 10, the attribute bonus per level becomes 2 to 4 points. After level 20, the increase per level is 4 to 8 points. The higher the level, the greater the attribute gap between high-quality and low-quality classes. I leveled up. After clearing this wave of mobs, Mingli felt a rush of joy. She could clearly feel that her physical fitness had improved slightly. Ding, hidden quest condition met, first person to level up. Triggered dungeon reward, twice the result with half the effort, double experience in this dungeon. I actually met the hidden quest conditions. Could it be that those 5 people still have not leveled up? Mingli looked surprised, then quickly realized. In a team of 5, the experience points are split reasonably among them. Although Mingli is a demi-human and requires twice the experience to level up. She is soloing. She keeps all the experience to herself. Her leveling speed is naturally much faster than theirs. Perhaps not teaming up was a wise choice for me after all. Joy flashed in Mingli's eyes. Looking at the gloomy, sprawling corridor and the complex crossroads, she decided to stay here and farm monsters to level up. The higher her level, the more her attributes will improve within the dungeon. And when she leaves, the more feedback Mr. Agent will receive. In this way, I can consider myself to have helped Mr. Agent. Picturing Yimo praising her in her mind, a smile gradually spread across her face. Her white fluffy tail wagged back and forth unconsciously. Her petite body carried the huge sword while she hummed a tune, her 2 cute cat ears twitching. Skipping along, she ventured deeper into the corridor. Meanwhile, damn it, do these goblins have such high constitution? Not only are they hard to kill, there are so many of them. Jiang Ming held his large shield, gritting his teeth as he and another tank class withstood the attacks. With 2 shields protecting them, though they were rarely injured, their monster-clearing efficiency was surprisingly slow. Hey, that assassin, I have them under control, put in some effort. Is killing a goblin that hard? Mother of, my daggers are smoking, and you are still complaining I am too slow. I am an assassin, you know. Are you treating me like a warrior or a mage? Out of the 5, only the assassin class was considered a damage dealer. But assassins focus on high single-target burst, making their monster-clearing ability too low. They only become useful when dealing with elite monsters or one-on-one combat. As for the support Nana, she was even more useless. With the 2 tanks in front, there was almost no need for her as a healer. As time slowly passed, the group finally reached the end of the corridor and saw the boss room. But their kill rate was pitifully low, the experience gained was not much, and it had to be split among 5 people. Among them, only the boy who was an assassin reached level 4. His most prominent speed and strength stats increased from 12 and 11 to 15 and 14, respectively. The others were all stuck at level 3. Jiang Ming's constitution stat also increased from 14 to 17. As for Nana, due to her low contribution, she barely reached level 2. Her attribute gains were minimal. Finally arrived at the boss room, everyone rest for a moment and recover your states. Looking at the thick, massive bronze gate in front of them, Jiang Ming lowered his shield and pulled out a small blue potion to drink. He sat down with his teammates to adjust and recover their stamina. It is possible to stop and rest before the boss room of a dungeon. Of course, some special dungeons do not allow it. But this was a novice dungeon and would not trigger such special conditions. Brother Ming, you are really amazing. As expected of a class profession, leading us all the way to the end. Taking advantage of the break, Nana deliberately lowered her neckline. And with her chest heaving, she fawningly hooked her arm around Jiang Ming's. Undoubtedly, she had the lowest contribution in the entire team. In order to prevent him from having any issues with her, fawning was a necessity. Moreover, anyone who could afford an A-class class card must come from a wealthy background. Heh, I have even more amazing skills, brother. Let us discuss it further once we get out of here. Jiang Ming took a deep breath and licked his lips, feeling parched from her flirtation. He pulled her soft, slender waist into his arms and grinned. You are bad. Nana coyly retorted but did not agree. As an experienced gold digger, she knew men too well. The easier it is to get, the less it will be cherished. You have to keep them hooked, and you must know where to draw the line, occasionally giving a little reward. To change the subject, Nana giggled and cast a glance toward another corridor exit, saying, That little fox must have died inside a long time ago. No kidding, we five are struggling so much and she a demi-human, heh. She probably did not even have the courage to step inside. Jiang Ming looked disdainful and gave a scornful laugh. Mingli. After a brief moment of recovery, Jiang Ming and his team pushed their physical conditions to their peak. Time to get to work, boys. He hoisted his great shield and walked slowly toward the bronze gate. The five of them exchanged glances and nodded in unison. They pushed against the door with all their might. The heavy iron door groaned open, the screech of rusting metal echoing through the enclosed space. A thick metallic stench of blood hit them instantly. What met their eyes was an incredibly vast, abandoned temple. Dozens of rough-hewn stone pillars stood tall around the hall like massive supports holding up the sky. On the central dais stood a bizarre tree over 10 meters high. The tree was twisted and ghastly, its trunk thick and withered, resembling a human face caught in a scream. Veins of blood crawled up from the roots, flowing upward along the trunk. They pulsed rhythmically, just like blood flowing through human veins. Behind this grotesque tree stood a massive statue of an angel. Is that the boss? Nana swallowed hard, staring at the twisted, eerie tree with a growing sense of unease. Must be, everyone get into formation and prepare to. Splatter. Suddenly, blood sprayed everywhere. Before Jiang Ming could finish, a vine burst violently from beneath their feet. It plunged directly into the chest of the crowd control player. Ahola! Piercing screams and the sounds of struggle erupted instantly. Blood gushed from the player's nose and mouth as the vine hoisted him high into the air. Dark green poison quickly spread from the gory wound across his entire body. He began to convulse uncontrollably until he was paralyzed and shaking violently. Damn it, everyone watch out, this boss's attacks carry a paralysis effect. Do not get hit or we are finished. Seeing his teammate's icon flash with a status ailment on the system interface, Jiang Ming shouted to the group. He raised his great shield, thrusting it forward to block. Aggro pull. He activated his skill, instantly drawing the boss's attention. A harsh, grating laugh echoed throughout the temple. Having landed a hit, the twisted tree monster suddenly contorted its massive body. The ghastly face on its trunk began to grin, its eyes locked firmly onto the group. I will offer your bodies to the great lord of the jungle. Its majestic, raspy voice boomed across the hall. After delivering its signature line, vines surged out from around the creature, spreading like a tidal wave. Swish, swish, swish. The vines moved with lightning speed, striking repeatedly at Jiang Ming and the other tank. Damn, this attack range is insane. The assassin player gritted his teeth, dropped his stealth and hid behind the two tanks. Bang, bang, bangs. The barrage of vines hit the great shield like bullets, one after another. The impact made Jiang Ming's arms go numb. Useless, I am holding the aggro. Why are not you going in to sneak attack the boss? Why are you hiding behind us? Jiang Ming barked at the assassin while struggling to block the onslaught. The range is too big, with my speed I cannot dodge it at all. The assassin looked helpless. With his speed stat of only 15, he simply could not evade such dense attacks. No, I cannot hold on anymore. Mid-sentence, the other tank collapsed. His shield was knocked away, and countless vicious vines followed up, impaling his body. Is this thing even beatable? This is way too hard. In less than a few minutes, they had already lost 2 teammates. The situation left Jiang Ming feeling nearly hopeless. Maybe we should just give up. A boss at this level of difficulty probably needs at least 3 S-rank classes to handle. The other assassin suggested. Better to die early and reset the cooldowns. This boss was far beyond their capabilities. No, we cannot give up. This is my last chance. If I fail, I am finished. Hearing them talk about quitting, Nana panicked. Well, I do not know what to tell you. Our team lacks DPS and we did not grind our levels properly early on. Look, my daggers are almost worn out. I have done my best, okay. If I had known this would happen, I should have teamed up with that demi-human instead. That remark broke Nana's restraint. She lost her temper and pointed at the assassin, shouting, "It is all your fault, you useless idiot. You cannot even handle a small task." "Oh really, you are calling me useless? What have you even contributed to this team? I should have kicked you out from the start." The assassin could take no more and lashed back angrily. "What do you mean by that? You think I am worse than that demi-human? You have got to be kidding me." Listening to the two of them bicker, Jiang Ming, who was still holding the front, felt like his head was going to explode. If he did not have to focus on the fight, he would have slapped both of them across the face. "We are in a dungeon. Are you two seriously arguing right now?" Finally, Jiang Ming could not handle the pressure anymore, and his shield was knocked away. The three of them were strung up like kebabs by the vines, giving the boss a triple kill. "Ding, you have died. This dungeon run has failed and all experience points will be reclaimed. Note, if you do not have a resurrection item, you will be automatically removed from the dungeon in 10 minutes. Wait, why is there a 10-minute wait? Does that mean?" Seeing this message, Jiang Ming and Nana's pupils constricted. Normally, a beginner dungeon would teleport players back to the lobby immediately after a full party wipe. If there is a waiting time, it means another player is still alive. Krika. Just as they were puzzled, the heavy bronze door was pushed open once more. A pair of soft, white, fluffy cat ears poked out from the door's gap. "Huh, are they all dead?" Meng Li pushed the door open, peeking in with half her face. Her beautiful lake blue eyes scanned the room, quickly locking onto the 5 spirits floating in the air. Seeing this, she broke into a satisfied smile. She walked into the hall and, being quite polite, closed the door behind her. She actually survived. Looking at Meng Li's small figure, the 5 of them were stunned. Could it be she made it through the corridor all by herself? The assassin swallowed his spit and asked tentatively, "How is that possible? There were so many monsters in that hallway. Unless she is an SSS rank class, she definitely would not." At this point, Jiang Ming choked on his words. He remembered Meng Li claiming to be an SSS rank class before entering the corridor. Could it be? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She is a demi-human, is not she? Who would give a billion worth SSS rank job card to a demi-human? Pa, that is for calling me a vixen. Walking up to Nana's corpse, Meng Li could not resist spitting on it viciously. This gesture made Nana, currently a floating spirit, go absolutely wild. Splatter. Suddenly, a sharp vine shot up from the ground, striking hard at Meng Li. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Meng Li reacted with lightning speed, pulling out her greatsword to block against her chest. She blocked the sudden, tricky attack perfectly. Such fast reflexes and speed. The 5 of them were stunned. They had not expected Meng Li to dodge that sudden strike. "I will offer your body to the great lord of the jungle." The familiar, harsh laugh and lines echoed throughout the temple. Vines spread out again like a tidal wave, filling the entire room. "I should be able to take this thing on by myself now." Meng Li gripped her greatsword, crouching down, ready to spring into action. Her gaze locked onto the tree monster, adopting an offensive stance. Before her eyes, her current attribute panel flashed. Name of Meng Li. Path Warrior. Transcendental class, God-slaying ghost swordsman. Level 7. EXP 26%. Physique 32. Speed 32. Strength 32. Spirit 32. Mana 1. Skill Ghost Shadow / level 2. Mental Art Nuns. Extra ability Ghost Deity Power. Deity worshipped Destroyer Demon God. What? Meng Li? What? She wants to challenge the boss alone, how utterly delusional. Seeing Meng Li's stance, Nana sneered. The 5 of them had not even survived a single round of attacks from the boss. They had not even had the chance to strike back. And now this subhuman wants to solo the boss. That is pure fantasy. Forget holding out for an hour, she probably will not even last a minute. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless vines shot into the air, raining down like a tidal wave. They aimed straight for Meng Li's petite frame, striking with lethal force. Meng Li took a deep breath, crouched low, and her lake blue eyes ignited with a fighting spirit. Ghost Shadow / The skill erupted. She stomped hard against the ground. Bang! Like a cannonball, her small body turned into a blur and shot forward. So fast, the 5 of them watched with wide eyes, completely stunned. They saw Meng Li dodging and weaving through the dense assault. Moving like an agile rabbit, she swung her heavy greatsword wildly, cutting through every vine that came her way. What kind of job class is she? That speed is on par with a level 20 assassin. The assassin player's pupils contracted in utter disbelief. It was true though, her level 2 Ghost Shadow Slash provided a 55 speed boost. It pushed Meng Li's speed stat straight up to 50 points. It really did rival some level 20 assassin classes. Swish! In just a heartbeat, Meng Li was already upon the sinister treant. Slash! She unleashed a horizontal sweep. The blade tore directly into the treant's massive body. Roared! The treant let out a shrill, agonizing scream, and a massive crack appeared across its trunk. Scarlet sap spilled out from the wound. Even the human face on the treant twisted in pain. She actually injured the boss. Everyone was shocked once more. Meng Li had done what the 5 of them could not. And judging by her demeanor, she did not seem interested in just holding out for an hour. She was aiming to kill the boss alone. Damn it, if only we had not kicked her out of the party. If I had coordinated with her, we might have actually killed the boss. Jiang Ming gritted his teeth in regret. With his Holy Shield Knight class combined with Meng Li's powerful offensive, even just the 2 of them could have taken down the boss of this S-rank beginner dungeon. The rewards would have been incredibly bountiful. But unfortunately, he was already dead. On the battlefield, Meng Li's strike seemed to have triggered an emergency response from the sinister treant. Sharp thorns suddenly erupted from the treant's entire body. Meng Li looked startled, instinctively raising her sword to block with its broad blade. Puncture. Blood splashed everywhere. Although Meng Li was small, she had managed to shield her vital areas. However, her ankles and left arm were still pierced through by the dense thorns. She is done for. The boss's attacks have a paralysis effect once you are hit. Before Jiang Ming could finish, he saw a fierce look gradually form in Meng Li's eyes. She swung her sword again, cutting through a whole row of thorns in front of her. Taking a deep breath, she began hacking wildly with her greatsword. Roars, roars, roars. The treant's roar echoed throughout the temple. Blow after blow carved countless deep sword marks into the trunk. Blood spattered as branches were severed one by one. The wildness within Meng Li erupted as the power of ghosts and gods infused her entire body. Purple gold light began to emanate from her. Ignoring the stabbing pain in her body, she continued to swing her blade. This scene left all 5 observers dumbfounded. Are you kidding? The paralysis effect, it did not work on her. They had all experienced the boss's paralysis effect firsthand. A single scratch was enough to render them immobile. But Meng Li was completely ignoring the control effect. Did she use a potion? Is it a skill effect or perhaps an inherent trait of her class? Thinking of this, Jiang Ming could not help but swallow hard. If it is the latter, then it is certain. Meng Li is absolutely an SSS rank class. Only an SSS rank class has the potential to awaken special traits under certain conditions. The more he thought about it, the more Jiang Ming regretted his actions. Crack! A massive sound exploded. Under the relentless hacking, the treant was already teetering. Finally, it was cut in half at the waist and collapsed with a thunderous boom. As the treant fell, the statue standing behind it was finally clearly revealed. She really actually soloed the boss. Watching the fallen treant, everyone gasped in shock. Powerful. This subhuman is too powerful. Her speed, strength, and defense were all far beyond anyone present. Looking at the fallen tree, Meng Li let out a long breath. The tension began to fade, and she sat down on the ground, panting heavily. But then she noticed something was wrong. How come there is no system prompt for the kill? Meng Li frowned in confusion, her just relaxed heart tightening again. Swish! At the same time, a brilliant, divine golden light emerged from the angel statue's forehead and poured into the treant's remaining stump. Crackling sounds followed. The sound of snapping wood rang out repeatedly. Countless vines like dense tentacles surged from the roots and coalesced. Finally, they formed. A sinister wooden humanoid figure. Bathed in the holy light of the statue, the humanoid wooden figure grew and expanded at an alarming speed, until it transformed into a female giant over 10 meters tall. Simultaneously, countless vines spread behind it, merging into a pair of wings that blotted out the sky. Overall, it looked like a holy angel crafted from wood, surrounded by dazzling holy light. This boss has a second phase. Seeing this, everyone in the room gasped once more. Simultaneously, a system prompt flashed before their eyes. Successfully triggered the hidden quest messenger's descent. Dungeon difficulty has been increased to SS rank. Current task: kill the divine servant hatchling. Triggered a hidden quest. Meng Li suddenly remembered that the original quest was just to hold out for an hour. But because she went too hard, she killed the boss and triggered a hidden quest, causing the clear difficulty to skyrocket to SS rank. Thanks to my master's blessing, I have been reborn. The female angel giant slowly opened her eyes, and a brilliant beam of light erupted. It shot straight toward Meng Li like a runaway projectile. So fast, Meng Li's pupils contracted, and she scrambled to her feet to dodge. Seeing this, the female angel tilted her head slightly, and the beam swept again, aiming directly at Meng Li. It left a long, charred scar on the tiles beneath her feet. Everything in the beam's pathstones buildings was sliced in two. This will not do. The quest is to kill the boss. If I keep dodging like this, I will be worn down to death. Meng Li kept dodging while adjusting the distance between herself and the boss. Now's the time. Suddenly, she seized the opportunity. She slid her greatsword under herself and performed a slide tackle. Avoiding the beam, she rushed right in front of the boss. Ghost Shadow Slash. Meng Li grabbed her sword and the skill exploded instantly. Her petite body leaped up, and she struck hard at the angel's head. Crack! The female angel's neck snapped instantly, and the light faded from her eyes. I did it! Joy appeared on Meng Li's face. But before she could celebrate, the female angel suddenly raised her fist. Bang! The punch smashed down like a comet, sending Meng Li's small frame flying backward. With a dull thud, she slammed into a stone pillar nearby. Boom! The pillar collapsed instantly, kicking up clouds of dust and sand. Cough, cough. Meng Li stumbled out of the ruins, wiping blood from her mouth and nose. She braced herself with her greatsword, stood up unsteadily and looked up, her pupils contracting. A wave of deep despair flooded her heart. The female angel's head was healing at a visible speed. Her divine eyes opened once more, locking onto Meng Li. A mere mayfly thinking it can shake a tree. Meng Li. What? A mere mayfly, yet you dare dream of shaking a tree. A look of disdainful sneer appeared on the female angel's face. Looking at the boss that had recovered as if nothing had happened, Meng Li felt a sense of intense despair. Especially the gaze of that giant female angel, it was like a god looking down upon ants. It made her feel how insignificant she truly was. Is such a thing really something a human can defeat? It was not just Meng Li. The 5 people watching from the side could not help but gulp nervously. The pressure from the second phase of the boss was overwhelming, like a god descending upon the world. Just watching it made them feel incredibly suppressed. Not to mention Meng Li, who was facing the boss head-on right now. Ant tremble under the pressure of my god. With a flap of its massive, sky-covering wings, countless golden feathers rained down. In an instant, these feathers transformed into streams of light, showering down like a violent storm of needles toward Meng Li at high speed. Damn it! Meng Li's pupils constricted, and she hurriedly raised her sword to block in front of her chest. While parrying the rain of light, she moved and dodged rapidly. The attacks are too dense, I cannot even get close to it. Meng Li frowned, scanning the surroundings constantly, looking for an opportunity to approach the boss. But the relentless barrage of light made it difficult enough just to defend, let alone get closer. No, even if I get close, I cannot kill it. This guy has terrifying regenerative abilities. It would not even die if I cut off its head. While pondering, Meng Li suddenly noticed the statue behind the divine tree. The reason the strange tree monster was able to enter its second phase was entirely because it was bathing in the holy light emitted by the statue. If she could destroy the statue, maybe she could kill it. In 3 more seconds, the cooldown for my Ghost Shadow Slash will be over. If I repeat the trick and destroy the statue, then there might still be a chance. While dodging, Meng Li took the opportunity to drink a bottle of mana potion to replenish her energy. Whoosh! However, just as Meng Li tilted her head back to drink, the moment she was vulnerable, the female angel's eyes shot out a beam of light once again. Oh no! Su's pupils shrank and she instinctively raised her sword to block. Splatter! Blood splashed everywhere. The golden beam pierced through her greatsword and tore a large hole through Meng Li's chest. Meng Li vomited blood and instantly collapsed to the ground. The greatsword in her hand hit the ground with a loud clang. Am I going to fail? The ground was stained red with blood, and Meng Li's consciousness became increasingly blurred. Watching the light beams descending from the sky, a deep sense of despair shrouded her heart. Intense exhaustion attacked her brain, causing her to close her eyes slowly, full of unwillingness. Relax, I believe in you. However, just as she was drowning in despair, Yimo's warm, smiling face resurfaced in her mind. Meng Li suddenly opened her eyes, braced herself with her sword, and her petite body slowly rose from the pool of blood. No, I still cannot give up. Thinking of everything Yimo had given her, thinking of Yimo's rundown office, she could imagine that Mr. Agent was actually quite short on money as well. But even so, Yimo did not hesitate to give her a massive sum of 200,000 for her sake. He even gave an SSS-rank job card, something of immense value to her, a subhuman. He has done so much for me, yet I have achieved nothing. So even if it is for him... Thinking of this, a fierce look gradually appeared in Mingli's eyes. Move, just move for me. She kept pounding the ground, gripped her greatsword again, and struggled to stand up. She took her stance and let out a roar like a wild beast. Arg! For Mr. Agent, even if it is a god, I will kill it for you to see. Ding, awakening condition met, ghost god power evolved into God Slayer. God Slayer. Description, triggered when confronting divine beings after reaching a certain bond requirement with the agent. During combat, all attributes increased by 100, immune to all crowd control, and attacks deal 100 true damage. Also randomly inherits one of the agent's highest level abilities. Current inherited ability, indestructible body. Cost none. Note automatically triggers in battle 10-minute duration. As the system prompt appeared, the wound on Mingli's chest healed in an instant. Goes Shadow Slash. Mingli took a deep breath, crouched slightly, and stomped on the ground with one foot. Bang! Her body shot forward like a catapulting cannonball. Enveloped in purple-gold magic light, Mingli seemed to transform into a brilliant beam of light charging ahead. This time she dropped all defense and let the light beams pierce her body. With the near-monstrous recovery of the indestructible body, even the most severe wounds healed instantly. This is indestructible body. A mere ant, how could you possess the power of a high-tier deity? Seeing Mingli's powerful regenerative ability, the boss was truly shaken for the first time. Under its holy and majestic face, confusion and shock appeared for the first time. But immediately after, its expression turned cold. Golden light flashed in its eyes, and it shot out a fierce beam again, aimed directly at Mingli's head. Whoosh! Facing this powerful strike, Mingli kicked off the ground and leaped up like a rabbit. Break off for me! After a gorgeous 360-degree rotation in the air, she threw the greatsword in her hand. The greatsword turned into a swift meteor, spinning and dashing through the air. The female angel's pupils contracted, and it hurriedly closed its wings to defend. However, the greatsword's momentum was immensely fierce, like a circular saw piercing straight through its wings. Then with a bang, it slammed directly into the boss's chest. Damn it, a mere ant, how dare you desecrate the work of a god. The female angel let out a painful, unwilling roar. Its body staggered, and just as it steadied itself, Mingli's small body came falling down. With her elbow slightly bent, she channeled her strength into a single punch, smashing it hard against the female angel's face. Bang! A violent gust of air swept across the entire area. Her slender arm erupted with massive power. It sent the giant body of the female angel flying backward. It collided heavily with the statue behind it. Boom! The statue collapsed with a crash. The radiance on the female angel's body was also fading at a visible speed. No, it should not be like this, it should not be like this. It roared in despair, watching helplessly as its body rapidly shrunk and withered, until it turned into a charred piece of dead wood. Ding, you have successfully killed the dungeon boss, obtaining 326% experience. You have received the following rewards. Reward 1, Ghost God Stone 5 primary material for advanced warriors and mages. Divine Woodgrass *5 primary material for advanced support and crowd control. Reward 2, Wood of the Divine Pillar weapon blank. Reward 3, Holy Spirit Potion 10. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 10. Physique 3238. Speed 3238. Strength 3238. Spirit 3238. Mana cap 160, 220. Detected that you reach level 10, learn new skill, Ghost God Step. Mingli. I actually leveled up 3 times at once. Looking at the dense list of system notification boxes, Mingli's face beamed with joy. She went on to open her newly acquired skill panel. Ghost Step. Skill level 1 0%. Cost 30 per second. Cooldown 12 seconds. Introduction allows the body to turn ethereal, granting immunity to all attacks and the ability to pass through any object. Can remain ethereal for a maximum of 10 seconds. Note, each level reduces cost by 2 and cooldown by 1 second. Seeing this skill, Mingli nodded slightly. Without a doubt, this ability enhanced her survival and rushing capabilities. Afterward, she checked her extra abilities. It is a pity. As the battle ended, her awakened ability, God Slayer, reverted back to ghostly power. although SSS rank cards can all be awakened to gain or evolve extra abilities. The conditions are quite stringent, but at least now she understands the requirements for awakening abilities. She just needs to place enough trust in her agent. Higher deity abilities. I never expected Agent Sama to be this impressive. Recalling the effect of Undying Body, Mingli could not help but marvel. That ability was too heaven-defying, making her nearly immortal. It seems Agent Sama is held in high regard by the gods. But since I have gained so much this time, Agent Sama will surely praise me. Looking at the items in her system backpack, Mingli chuckled to herself while daydreaming. The white fluffy cattail behind her swayed back and forth involuntarily. Her ahoj was shaking even more excitedly. She looked forward to receiving Yimo's praise when she returned. The dungeon boss has been defeated. You will return to reality in 60 seconds. As the system prompt flashed through her mind, Jiang Ming stared blankly at Mingli's petite figure. The five of them still had not recovered from the battle that had just taken place. This little demi-human actually soloed an SS-ranked dungeon boss. It is simply unbelievable. No, it should be called outrageously powerful. There is no doubt that her class is definitely SSS rank. And she is an SSS rank professional who has awakened an extra ability, no less. Damn it, the rewards for an SS rank dungeon must be incredibly generous. What kind of wealthy person would give such a terrifying SSS rank job card to a demi-human? You have to realize that the rarity of an SSS rank job card makes it something that could be a family heirloom for noble descendants. For Mingli's agent to have such resources, his background must be extraordinary. Thinking of this, the five newcomers were filled with regret. If only they had befriended this demi-human and teamed up with her, they could have walked through dungeons with ease from now on. It is all your fault, you bitch. If you had not urged us to alienate her, we could have cleared the dungeon too. The assassin player grew angrier and more regretful the more he thought about it, directly berating Nana. He had spent quite a bit of money for this dungeon run. He had consumed over 1,000 worth of potions, and even had a piece of armor worth 20,000 destroyed. That is right, if not for you, we could have cleared it. This is an SS-ranked dungeon boss. The rewards are so rich I dare not even imagine them. The control-type player also joined in the angry rebuke. You guys. Faced with everyone's accusations, Nana's breathing quickened, and her chest heaved violently. Brother Jiang, look at them. They are useless themselves, yet they come to bully me. She quickly grabbed Jiang Ming's arm, acting spoiled and coquettish, hoping he would stand up for her. Get lost. However, Jiang Ming was not coddling her this time and flung her aside. He was the angriest one. Mingli had already joined his party. And it was all ruined by this woman. It even cost him a large shield worth hundreds of thousands. You are blaming me too. Nana looked astonished. Seeing that even Jiang Ming was not on her side, she stopped acting and said through gritted teeth ruthlessly. A bunch of losers. Was I the only one who alienated her? Your faces at the time were not any better than mine. Now that you are regretting it, you want to shift the blame onto a weak woman like me. Sure enough, you men are all trash. Screw you, watch your mouth, you bitch. Do you believe I will not deal with you once we get out? You would not dare. Just wait and see if I do it or not. As the five argued, the countdown gradually reached 0. Elsewhere, Yimo was leisurely scrolling through his phone at a coffee shop near the teleportation array. 6 Saints Court real-time report. A certain residential complex experiences the sudden descent of an evil god. A mysterious person appears in the void to prevent the disaster. The mysterious figure is suspected to be another follower of an evil god. Please provide information. PS image. The video was very short, just a host reporting and attaching a few images. Yimo opened the comments section and started looking through them. Milky white snow, holy crap, Tiga. Farmer's 3 punches, that is right, it was me. At that moment I became the light. Short circuit antenna baby, what is the name of this cult? M Nebula. Spitting star, compared to that I am more curious about which god this cult believes in. King Ultra. Noah. Cherry round calf, I am a member of the sect. Our slogan is do you believe in the light? If you do not, then we chop you. As expected, there are crazy netizens every year. Watching the comments pile up, Yimo sighed helplessly. This matter ended up spreading after all. Ding, detected that your player Mingli has returned. Stat increases will be shared with you proportionally. Experience points, 25 shared with contracted player. Constitution, 12 to 17. Speed, 11 to 16. Strength, 15 to 20. Spirit, 10 to 15. Mana cap, 100 to 150. Ding detected that your player killed a divine being, providing 50 divine points to the master. Adding so many stats on the first run and even getting divine points, that girl did a great job. Looking at his boosted stats, Yimo could not help but praise her. This dungeon run increased all his stats by 5 points. For a newcomer, this is considered quite impressive. A hardworking child needs a reward. I should treat her well today. A good boss should learn to appropriately reward their employees. Especially for such a high-quality employee, I must throw a celebration banquet for her. Thinking of this, Yimo slowly stood up and left the cafe. He arrived at the teleportation array and waited patiently for Mingli's return. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With several beams of light descending, a few figures instantly appeared on the teleportation array. Among them, Mingli's small stature was the most eye-catching. One could spot her among the 6 at a glance. Yo, welcome back. A familiar voice sounded. Mingli looked around and quickly spotted a familiar figure. He was standing outside the teleportation array, waving at her with a smile. Agent Sama. Mingli beamed with joy, like a child who had seen a parent coming to pick them up. She rushed over excitedly and hugged Yimo. A faint fragrance wafted over. Feeling the soft, petite girl in his arms, Yimo was slightly stunned. However, he quickly reacted and reached out to pat Mingli's head. It looks like you successfully cleared it, well done. Feeling the warmth coming from above her head, Mingli was like a kitten being petted by a human. She giggled in enjoyment, her white fluffy cat tail happily swaying. The white ahoj on her head was spinning rapidly like a helicopter rotor. But the next second, she suddenly realized what was happening. Her blissful smile instantly flushed with crimson. She subconsciously stepped back and quickly bowed 90 degrees in apology. Sorry, Agent Sama, I was being too disrespectful. How could I, someone as humble as me, make physical contact with a noble person like Agent Sama without his permission? I was truly too carried away. It is fine, it is about mealtime. I will take you to the upper district for something good to eat, as a celebration banquet. Saying that, Yimo grabbed Mingli's wrist. Go to the upper district. Mingli blinked her eyes. She had never been to the upper district, and she became nervous and fidgety. But is it appropriate for me to go looking like this? As a demi-human, she was not sure if she would face discrimination. It would be one thing if I were pointed at, but if it implicated Agent Sama, that would be an unforgivable sin. Do not worry, I have already prepared everything for you. Saying that, Yimo put a large-eared cat hoodie on Mingli. Elsewhere, Yi Xiaoxiao, having been discharged from the hospital, arrived at a famous restaurant. This restaurant had been open for quite a while, and she and Yimo used to eat here often when she was little. Should I call and invite him to a meal? The young girl held her phone, slumped over the dining table, feeling somewhat conflicted. Under the table, a pair of slender legs wrapped in white silk stockings swung back and forth. What? Off-topic explanation. I found many readers leaving comments feeling like the data might have broken, so I will provide a data introduction here. Actually, when I started writing, the stat outline was the first thing created and has been the reference point throughout. It just was not fully listed, leaving some readers confused. Player level stat range. Level 1 to 10, 10 to 38, 1 to 2 points per level. Level 10 to 20, 19 to 78, 2 to 4 points per level. Level 20 to 30, 39 to 158, 4 to 8 points per level. Level 30 to 40, 79 to 318, 8 to 16 points per level. And so on. The higher the grade of the job card, the higher the initial stats and growth bonuses per level. SSS rank cards are guaranteed to have at least one stat at 20 points. Before level 30, SSS rank growth is maximized. From level 30 to 40, SSS rank card bonuses are between 12 to 16 per level. SS rank growth bonuses match SSS, but lack the awakened job characteristic ability. S rank growth bonuses are between 10 to 14 per level. High-quality job cards create a larger gap against low-quality ones in the later stages. Players have the option to delete characters and change jobs, but they must level up again. Most players pursuing strength will save money to buy high-quality cards before restarting. Yi Xiaoxiao. To be honest, Yi Xiaoxiao is really struggling right now. Why is that? Because she is broke again. She is debating whether she should ask Yimo for some money. After all, now that she is a player, she cannot stay in the school's general class anymore. She has to transfer to the specialized class for players. But the transfer fee alone is 10,000. There is no way she can come up with that much money right now. The only solution she can think of is to borrow it from Yimo. But then again, She has already caused him so much trouble these past few days that she feels too embarrassed to ask him for money again. Just as she was slumped over the table agonizing over it, her eyes caught a young couple at the table in front of her. The girl was wearing an oversized hoodie with cat ears, paired with a small, delicate, oval-shaped face. She looked absolutely adorable and precious. Clearly, she was a quintessential cute girl. The kind that is petite, soft, and easy to protect. Across from her sat a man with his back turned. He was currently peeling a lobster for her, looking incredibly attentive. Sigh, if only old Mo were half as thoughtful as that. Thinking of Mo's lecturing face, Yi Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh. MMH, Mr. Agent, that is enough anymore. MMH, I will not be able to finish it. It is fine, eat more shrimp to boost your energy. You need to be full to have the strength for the dungeon. Besides, this is a buffet. The more we eat, the better our money's worth. I will try my best, MMH. Hearing the conversation at the table in front of her, Yi Xiaoxiao's ears suddenly perked up. This voice, why does it sound so familiar? She frowned and slowly stood up from her seat. Pretending to get some utensils, she slightly tilted her head to catch a glimpse of the man's face. Well, she wished she had not. Once she saw him, she was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is not that my scumbag brother? Damn, how could a guy like him have a girlfriend? While shocked, Yi Xiaoxiao felt a wave of irritation. So he is a jerk to me but a total simp for others, huh? Fine. Let us see if I do not ruin this for you. While eating, Mo suddenly noticed a familiar figure walking toward him with a strange, sugary smile. Yi Xiaoxiao. He looked startled, only then realizing that today was the day Yi Xiaoxiao was getting discharged from the hospital. What a coincidence, just in time to join us. He was about to greet her. But suddenly Yi Xiaoxiao rushed over, grabbed his arm and said with teary eyes in a wrong tone. Mo, I am pregnant. Mo's eyes widened instantly, and he nearly spat out what he was eating. What the heck could it be? Did Yi Xiaoxiao actually resort to using her body to pay off her debts? And then it was discovered while she was in the hospital. Damn it. Do not let me catch that punk who did this. Or I will chop him to pieces. Thinking this, Mo was fuming and was about to lash out at her. But Yi Xiaoxiao added, that is right, it is yours. It is already 3 months along. As she said that, she deliberately took a deep breath and patted her slightly bloated little belly. Hearing this, Mo was completely baffled. Wait, what kind of nonsense are you spewing? He stood up instinctively and pushed Yi Xiaoxiao away. At that moment it clicked. This girl must have mistaken me for having a girlfriend. So she is feeling spiteful and wants to ruin it for me, right? It is just like a guy secretly getting a girlfriend behind his best friend's back. Jealousy really makes people ugly. Vicious, simply vicious. Scumbag, are you trying to avoid responsibility? Yi Xiaoxiao continued to pester him with tears in her eyes. Do not be ridiculous, it is not what you think. The commotion immediately drew the attention of many people, who all turned to stare. Meng Li was also startled. She looked at Mo, then at the girl with her beautiful eyes wide open in disbelief. That girl does not look like she is much older than 18. Is Mr. Agent really that capable? Her mother's warning suddenly flashed through her mind. Could it be that the agent really has some strange tendencies, as her mother said? No, that is not it. Mr. Agent is definitely not that kind of person. If he wanted to do anything to me, he could easily have used my mother against me. Besides, I am just a demi-human. Even if he had strange tendencies, he would not waste an SSS rank profession card on something like this. So this woman's real purpose is a scam, the frame-up. She wants to make Mr. Agent take the blame. No, I have to help Mr. Agent out of this. But what role should I take to intervene? After a brief moment of thought, Meng Li quickly reacted. She stood up and grabbed Yi Xiaoxiao's wrist. She glared at her, feigning fierceness, and bared her teeth in a cute but intimidating way. Do not you dare pester him because I am also pregnant with his child, you homewrecker. So, once those words left her mouth, Yi Xiaoxiao's expression froze and she stood there like a statue. Mo was even more shocked, his brain just shut down. Wait, what on earth are you two playing at? He felt like flipping the table right then and there. Damn it, cannot a guy just have a decent meal? After a brief explanation, the misunderstanding was finally cleared up. So, this little girl is actually your player. You scared me to death, I almost thought you were luring minors. Yi Xiaoxiao carefully scrutinized Meng Li, finally seeing the girl's face clearly, and let out a sigh of relief. I am actually an adult, it is just that us demi-humans grow slowly. Some who look 18 might actually be 50 or 60. Meng Li muttered softly while secretly eyeing Yi Xiaoxiao. Even though she is the agent's sister, they do not look alike at all. And that stunt she just pulled, that does not really seem like a sister's position. It felt more like a jealous girlfriend. Oh right, Mr. Agent, I almost forgot. As she thought, Meng Li suddenly remembered something. She quickly reached into her system pocket, took out her findings from this trip, and handed them to Yi Mo. These are the spoils from the dungeon, please take a look. Yi Mo accepted them into his inventory and nodded. Good, we will tally them up slowly once we get back. I will pay you your agreed-upon commission. If there is anything special you want, just let me know. Okay, whatever you say, Mr. Agent. Meng Li nodded obediently. With so many materials, what level are you now? Seeing those piles of materials, Yi Xiaoxiao asked Meng Li out of curiosity. She just finished the beginner quest this morning, so she is level 10. Yi Mo answered for the quiet Meng Li. Level 10. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao was stunned for a long moment. She reached level 10 after just one beginner dungeon. That is way too fast. Yi Xiaoxiao frowned, and her competitive spirit instantly flared up. She is Yi Mo's first player after all and a student. How could she be outdone by an outsider? Especially in front of Yi Mo. In his team, she must be the strongest. No way, I am going to apply for dungeon qualifications as soon as I get back to school. Thinking this, Yi Xiaoxiao quickly finished her meal and prepared to return to school. Take this money, if I am not mistaken, the transfer fee for the class is not cheap. Your brother is doing all right for himself right now, just tell me if you are short on cash. After the meal, Yi Mo pulled Yi Xiaoxiao aside and secretly transferred 20,000 to her. He had seen through Yi Xiaoxiao's intentions long ago. But with Meng Li present, he did not want to bring it up in front of her. Looking at the 20,000 on her phone, Yi Xiaoxiao felt a warmth in her heart. At the same time, her resolve to surpass Meng Li became even stronger. A woman's intuition told her that the little cat was definitely harboring special feelings for her brother. Therefore, she could never let herself be outdone by her. Yi Xiaoxiao. After the meal, Yi Mo took Meng Li back to the agency. The little girl was very diligent. As soon as they returned to the office, she grabbed her sword and headed for the dungeon portal. Watching her, Yi Mo felt a sense of relief. With an employee like this, how could one not get rich? With a wave of his hand, he gave her 5 more mana potions. You cannot run dungeons without mana, these were essential supplies. Sigh, I am broke again, but the haul from this dungeon was pretty good. I can put them online and sell them for some cash. He only had 60,000 left in his account balance now. Yi Xiaoxiao did not have a decent weapon yet, and the materials required for crafting would be a significant expense. So he had to get these items sold as soon as possible. With that thought, Yi Mo opened his system inventory to take stock of his dungeon loot. First, there were 5 ghost god stones and 5 divine wood grasses. These were high-grade primary materials. They sell very quickly and can be sold directly to the church. It is just that you have to pay some taxes. After calculations, making over 100,000 should not be a problem. Unlike the Berserker class card Yi Mo listed on the Dead Fish website, which had not sold even after a week. After deciding how to sell the materials, Yi Mo checked the other item rewards. Holy Spirit Potion. Effect restores all injuries and mana, and provides a 10-second self-healing ability. This is good stuff. Yi Mo checked online and saw the price for one bottle was 20,000. It is the kind of scarce item that is highly sought after but rarely available. 10 bottles would be worth 200,000. This is good, I can keep them for Meng Li and Xiaoxiao to use in case of an emergency. Yi Mo decided to hold on to the Holy Spirit potions for now. Then there was just left. Divine Pillar Wood. Can be forged into equipment, staff, feathered fan, necklace, bracelet. Introduction, a material nurtured by divinity, an extremely rare equipment base used for crafting gear. Effect, success rate for equipment molding increased by 50%. Hiss, this is a great find. Yi Mo's eyes lit up slightly. It just so happened that he lacked an equipment base for the Calamity Demon bone in his hand. He could craft a weapon of exceptional quality for Yi Xiaoxiao. Previously, he had not dared to attempt crafting because he was worried about the low success rate. Now that he had a decent equipment base, he could give it a try. The market price for this is 500,000. Given Meng Li's 60% commission, that means if I want this equipment base, I have to pay that girl another 300,000. Damn it. I must have misspoken back then and gave her too high a commission. Now it is turned into me owing her 100,000 instead. Yimo sighed helplessly, feeling a twinge of heartbreak. Looks like I will have to go donate a kidney again. That spendthrifty Xiaoxiao, I have basically bled myself dry for her sake. Ding, 210,000 yuan received on QChat. Just then, a notification sound came from his phone. Yimo felt a surge of joy. That Berserker class card he listed on the Dead Fish website finally sold. Now the only thing left is to go to Jiang Linyue and restock on some mana potions. Ever since he added Zomboss Linyue on QChat, Yimo had purchased a batch of small mana potions from her. Her quality was guaranteed, and she gave him a 20% discount. Thinking of this, he opened the messaging app and typed a message to Jiang Linyue. Elsewhere, in a spacious apartment. Splashing sounds. The sound of water in the bathroom suddenly stopped. Jiang Linyue walked out of the bathroom slowly, wrapped in a bathrobe, her fair, smooth, long legs moving gracefully. A scorching, burning sensation came from her lower abdomen, and the magic patterns glowed with flashes of light. She could not help but let out a soft moan. Her brows furrowed and her breathing became increasingly rapid. She hurriedly reached out to support herself against the wall, her legs involuntarily coming together. Damn it, the side effect of this thing has gotten stronger again. The last time she met Yimo was 3 or 4 days ago. Ever since she delivered that batch of mana potions, the two of them had not met again. Other than having him help her click a link to cut prices on an online shopping app, they had hardly been in contact. No, I must find an opportunity to ask him out. During these days without Yimo, her feelings toward the magic patterns were a mix of love and hate. However, the effect in improving her strength was indeed good. In just a few days, she had leveled up again, reaching level 49. And if she cleared another dungeon tomorrow, she might be able to break through to level 50. It was only the side effects that were too unbearable to endure. However, this side effect seemed quite intelligent. It would not suddenly strike her while she was in combat. But what excuse should I use to ask him out? Honestly, in all the time Jiang Linyue had lived, this was the first time she had ever asked a man out. She was practically a blank slate when it came to romantic relationships. Ding dong. Just as she was agonizing over an excuse, a message popped up on her phone. She looked at it subconsciously and realized it was from Yimo. Yimo, do you have any stock left? I need 50 bottles of intermediate small mana potions. A basic small mana potion recovers 100 mana points per bottle. An intermediate one can restore 200 at once. But the price, well, they are worlds apart. Small bottles are 300, intermediate ones are 800. Jiang Linyue, you want that many at once. Our organization is planning a raid on a new dungeon at midnight. We still have stock of the basic ones, but the intermediate ones. A new dungeon raid tonight. Looking at the message on his phone, Yimo was slightly stunned. Good grief, are they preparing to attack my own lair? A bunch of death wish fools. Yimo, I see, I will look elsewhere then. Let me know whenever you have more stock. Ding, detected a need from the person of destiny, triggering a special mission. Mission objective. Have 20 physical contacts with the person of destiny within 48 hours. Mission reward, 100 corruption points plus 3 days of side effect immunity. Mission failure, karma fire heart burning side effect doubles daily. Current mission progress, 0. This can even trigger a mission. Looking at the system prompt box in front of her, Jiang Linyue was completely stunned. The reward is 100 corruption points and 3 days of holiday. This is great, it will let her be normal for 3 days. It can also significantly boost the experience points of the magic pattern, bringing her another big step closer to leveling up. It is just that the penalty for failure is too severe, far beyond what she can handle. She is already pushed to the limit every 4 or 5 days. If it were to double, she might as well be dead. I have to ask him out, but I am all out of stock here. How about I mix in a little bit of my own supply? You see, Jiang Linyue possesses the Jade Spirit Holy Body, and her bodily fluids inherently have mana-restoring properties. And it is incredibly pure and uncontaminated, much like distilled water. Some of the mana potions produced by the Tao Alliance actually use her fluids as a raw material. So as long as the dilution ratio is correct, it can completely pass as the real thing. Fine, let us do it. This time it is really blood and sweat money. With that thought, she composed a message again and sent it to Yimo. Jiang Linyue, I have a batch of stock left here. If you need it urgently, I can give it to you at a 50% discount. After sending the message, she stared fixedly at the screen, waiting for his reply. Selling fake goods for the first time, she was still a bit nervous. Ding dong. Yimo, sure, I will send you the address, just have it sent over. Delivery? Then how am I supposed to complete the mission? Jiang Linyue, no, it must be an in-person transaction. This batch is different from the regular ones. Different from the regular ones? What could be so different about it? Seeing this message, Yimo was stunned for a long time. He typed, okay, you set the time and place. Let Jiang Linyue. Let Kayong Academy. Inside the instructor's office. You say you have already changed your profession. Jo Minjun frowned, her shapely rounded legs crossed, arms folded across her chest. She looked at Yi Xiaoxiao with a surprised expression. The woman wore a professional white shirt and a black pencil skirt that hugged her thighs, outlining her sexy curves. One look and you could tell she was a mature woman in every sense of the word. Yes, instructor. I want to apply for the advanced class so I can start training in dungeons as soon as possible. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded. Did not you say you were going to buy a profession card from me? Why the sudden change of heart? Jo Minjun was not scolding her. She was worried that Yi Xiaoxiao had been scammed. Oh, my brother became a divine agent. Even though he serves a minor deity, he is still family, so it is relatively reliable. That is why I obtained my profession card from him. A minor deities. Upon hearing this, Jo Minjun's brows furrowed slightly. Since when are minor deities reliable? This girl, she has not been cheated by her own relative, has she? You have to know, it is extremely difficult for minor deities to find players. They only try their luck in places like the lower city. And Yi Xiaoxiao is a well-known student with excellent grades. As long as I help her graduate smoothly, the Six Saints Court will assign her a proper agent directly. That is a guaranteed iron rice bowl. And now she is actually working for a minor deity's agent. That is as ridiculous as a student guaranteed admission to a top university choosing to go to a vocational school instead. She should just cut ties with a brother like that. I bet he could not even give her a decent quality profession card. Even with relatives, you have to be clear about things like dungeon splits and base salary. Even close brothers should settle accounts clearly. Do not be careless and do not let others work you like a beast of burden. She warned Yi Xiaoxiao, but after thinking it over, she still felt uneasy and added, make an arrangement for me to meet your brother one of these days. I want to have a serious talk with him about this. Jo Minjun mainly thought Yi Xiaoxiao was still young and worried that she was too shy to speak up for herself. She decided she would handle the negotiations herself. You might ask what gives her the right to represent Yi Xiaoxiao. Do not be ridiculous. She is a gold-tier agent for the Six Saints Court and has certain legal enforcement powers. She just had a breakthrough recently and has a vacancy for a new player. She originally wanted to save it for a talent like Yi Xiaoxiao. Who would have thought someone would come and snatch the peach right from under her nose? Both officially and personally, she has every right to meet that little thief. Instructor Joe, that does not seem necessary, does it? I trust my brother's character, and besides, the card he gave me is SSS tier. SSS tier? A minor deity's agent having the authority to issue an SSS tier card. Even I, a gold tier agent of the Six Saints Court, would not dare to brag like that. This girl, she has been scammed and is still trying to defend her relative. Whether his character is good or not, I will know once I meet him. Well, it's alright then. Seeing Jo Minjun's firm attitude, Yi Xiaoxiao could only sigh and agree. I happen to be taking a group of students to the practical training room for placement testing this afternoon. Once you finish paying the fees at the transfer building, just come find me there at 2 o'clock. Understood, Instructor Joe. The professional classes are also divided into tiers. There are special classes, advanced classes, and regular classes. There is a clear difference in the treatment of these three groups. Beyond daily courses, special classes get gold-tier agents to lead them through speedrun dungeons. They even qualify to participate in national competitions. But the people who get into the special class are the elite of the elite. Not only do they have high-quality professions, but they also possess strong combat talent. And at an academy, the focus is mainly on competitive combat. Therefore, combat talent is extremely important. Even if someone has a high-quality profession, if their combat talent is poor, they will not be able to utilize their character's potential. As for running dungeons, you are at school now, what dungeons are you running? Just leave that trivial stuff to the hired gamers. Only the poor from the lower city who have no money have to scrape by living in dungeons. True geniuses focus on competitive combat, do not you know? Shortly after paying the fees, Yi Xiaoxiao went to find Jo Minjun. In addition to Yi Xiaoxiao, there were 6 other students who had just changed their professions for this practical placement test. Ora. Muta. As soon as they entered the practical training room, they could hear energetic shouts. Looking in that direction, they saw many students on the fighting rings engaged in what was called practical placement testing. In the center, on a high platform, 7 judges sat with serious expressions, their brows tightly knit. Their eyes were fixed intently on the students battling on the rings. Occasionally, they would lower their heads to write notes, recording something. Clearly, they were there specifically to grade the students. Your opponents are level 10 trainee players. Your scores will be based on your performance in combat and how long you can hold out. The judges will evaluate you based on these 2 factors to determine your class placement. Zhou Minjun led the students to some rest seats on the side and gave them a brief explanation of the rules. Instructor, I have a question. Just then, a girl with a ponytail raised her hand to ask. Go ahead. Zhou Minjun looked at the girl. If we manage to defeat those trainee players, how is that calculated? Upon hearing this, a boy chuckled and retorted mockingly. What are you thinking? Level 10 players are worlds apart from us level 1s who just changed professions. Their base stats alone could crush you. It is true, for players under level 10, each level increase grants 1 to 2 points. The total attribute increase is 9 to 18 points. Even for the most pathetic D-tier profession, their stats at level 10 are generally around 19. If it is an S-tier profession, one of those attributes can reach 30 points. While the average level 1 player's stats are only between 10 and 15. That is almost double the difference. And those level 10 trainees have real combat experience. It is virtually impossible for a newcomer to win. Even for those with an SSS tier profession, the difficulty of defeating a trainee is extremely high. After all, besides the gap in level and stats, there is also the factor of combat experience. Zhou Minjun scanned the 7 students and explained patiently. That is so difficult. The girl with the ponytail shrank back, immediately giving up on that thought. However, there has been someone who achieved the feat of defeating a trainee in the past. Seeing everyone looking discouraged, Zhou Minjun remembered a past event and muttered. These words instantly piqued the interest of everyone present. So, that powerful, did not you say even SSS tier professions find it hard to defeat them? Seeing the curious, inquisitive look on the students' faces, Zhou Minjun raised the corner of her mouth with pride. The current saintess of the Heavenly Alliance, Jiang Linyue. Goddess Jiang. She was that strong even back when she was a student. The students' faces were filled with disbelief. As a national goddess who did not know Jiang Linyue. Yes, after Jiang Linyue awakened her path, she possessed the inherent Jade Spirit Saint Bada trait, which meant her mana almost never ran out. Combined with her SSS tier sword immortal profession, she was able to defeat a level 10 trainee when she was a newcomer. And that trainee's profession was a tier. It can be said that Jiang Linyue was the most outstanding student I have ever taught. Upon hearing this, the students were shocked. You were Goddess Jiang's instructor too. Damn, I can brag about this for a year. Seeing the shock on her students' faces, her smile grew even wider and she continued. So if any of you can achieve the feat of defeating a trainee solo, you will be admitted directly into the special class. So if any of you can manage the feat of solo killing an instructor, you will be admitted directly to the elite class. Solo killing. Hearing this, Yizaya Xiao silently opened her attribute panel to check her stats. Name Yi Chen. Path Mage. Advanced Career Necromancer. Level 1. EXP 0%. Physique 15. Speed 20. Strength 15. Spirit 20. Mana 1. Skills Skeleton Summon Level 1. Mental Method Nuns. Extra Ability Catastrophe Descent. Deity Worshipped Demon God of Destruction. My 2 main attributes are at 20 points, and with the Catastrophe Descent trait bonus, I can push them to 24. I can even reduce the opponent's stats by 20%. If I go up against an A-rank instructor, I might actually be able to solo them. She muttered to herself while opening the skill details to take a look. Skeleton Summon. Skill level cannot be upgraded. Consumption 10. Cooldown Nuns. Description: summons a skeleton minion. The minion inherits 60% of the summoner's spirit power across all stats. If I factor in the domain amplification, my spirit power reaches 24 points. If I calculate that out, I can summon 15 minions at once, with all stats at around 15. Seeing this, Yizayaxeo suddenly smiled. You have to realize using potions is allowed during PKs. During training, every student gets 5 free small blue potions that restore 100 mana. That means, even at level 1, she can summon 65 skeleton minions. Would not that cover the entire arena? Alright, little ones, it is time to draw lots and choose your opponents. As time slowly passed, finally, it was Yixiao's group's turn for the practical draw. Group A Practical Test, Yixiao Chu Yao Zhangzun. Training Instructor Shen Su. Level 10, Path Assassin. Profession Ghost S rank. Yixiao found her practical group on the central screen. An S-rank professional training instructor. This is just Seal Clubbing, who sends an S-rank to be a training instructor. Seeing the information on the screen, all the students were stunned. What kind of luck is this to run into an S-rank instructor? And an assassin at that. You know, the assassin profession is a notorious one-on-one killer. Their dueling ability is extremely strong, especially against squishy classes like mages, archers, and supports. And the 3 students in Group A happen to be exactly those types of classes. This clearly makes it impossible for them to show their true strength. Oh my teacher Joe, it seems your luck today is a bit bad. That boy Shen Su hits pretty hard. Your 3 students will probably all end up in the ordinary class. A charmingly seductive woman swayed her hips as she walked. She gently fanned her feather fan, wearing a vintage-style bright red cheongsam, and sat down in front of Zhou Minjun with a coy laugh. She spoke words of pity, but her demeanor and tone were clearly dripping with mockery. This woman's name is Jai Baxi, and she belongs to the Heavenly Tao Alliance's Joyous Sect, where she plays for both teams. She loves nothing more than having deep exchanges with students and teaching them personally. Shen Su from Group A is one of the students she trained. How boring. Zhou Minjun sneered and ignored the woman's provocation. Obviously, this petty woman had bribed the judges. This is not the first or second time something like this has happened. Boring, but I find it very interesting. Saying this, Jai Baxi used her fan to lift Zhou Minjun's chin, her peach-colored eyes narrowing slightly. Like a viper eyeing its prey, she licked her red lips and lowered her voice. Especially seeing how you look when you give in. Get your dirty hands off me. Zhou Minjun slapped Jai Baxi's hand away, as cold as frost. Fine, but I want to see how long you can keep this up, if I remember correctly. It has been a long time since any of your students made it into the elite class. Jai Baxi stroked her hair over her shoulder, completely unconcerned as she continued. If your performance targets are not met, you will probably run out of people for the national competition soon. At this rate, you will be fired sooner or later. Does that have anything to do with you? Of course it does. As long as you agree to my request and practice mental arts with me, I will lend a few students to you. How about that? Jai Baxi looked at her, trying to tempt her. She had grown tired of men a long time ago, so her preferences had changed. This was not just to satisfy her personal hobbies, but also to help her practice the Orange Blossom Canon mental art. Honestly, Jai Baxi's first target was Jiang Linyue. But she was the saintess of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, with a status much higher than her own. And during her student days, she was protected far too tightly by Zhou Minjun. So she had to settle for her second option and set her sights on Zhou Minjun, who also belonged to the Carefree sect. This would allow her to get revenge while also increasing her strength. The Carefree sect's exclusive mental art, the Jade Maiden Heart Scripture, could accelerate her progress in the Orange Blossom Canon. You have to know that the attribute bonuses and effects of mental arts are quite significant. Whether it is for combat or clearing dungeons, they can play a key role. But mental arts are copyrighted and tied to specific factions, making them impossible for outsiders to learn. This is why tuition fees are so high. Because the academy teaches students these arts, and they gain the rights to use them upon graduation. But if you drop out, those rights are revoked. Ha, I think you are dreaming. Zhou Minjun sneered. She refused without hesitation. Obviously, helping Jai Baxi practice her mental art would damage her own. Even a simpleton would not agree to such a request. Is that so? Then we will just wait it out. Do not worry, I have plenty of ways to play with you until I drive you out of the Carefree sect. By the time you come begging me, the price will not be this low. Jai Baxi stroked her fan and laughed behind it. Bang! Just then in the Group A arena, a student was sent flying backward. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he collapsed and fell completely unconscious. Zhang Zun 0 points, assigned to the ordinary class. The referee's cold voice rang out, sealing the student's fate. Oh my teacher Joe, your student is so weak. He was taken out in an instant. Seeing the student being carried away on a stretcher, Jai Baxi giggled, her words filled with provocation. Seeing this, Zhou Minjun's brows furrowed, her expression noticeably darkening. Although she had seen many such events, seeing her own students being singled out, especially due to her own involvement, was still a very painful experience. Group A Match 2 Yi Xiaoxiao vs Shen Su. Soon, Yi Xiaoxiao took her temporary staff and walked onto the arena. If I am not mistaken, this girl is named Yi Xiaoxiao, right? It seems she is your favorite student. What a pity to have her future ruined by you like this. Jai Baxi continued to provoke Zhou Minjun, her smile growing even brighter. If you do not know how to speak, then shut up. Zhou Minjun was clearly angry. But the angrier she got, the happier and more excited Jai Baxi became. Tianhong Baxi. Tusk, I did not expect such a fresh and lovely freshman. Seeing Yi Xiaoxiao step onto the stage with her icy demeanor, Shen Su let out a sinister, cackling grin. The man was filled with a gloomy, ominous aura. His features were gaunt, his eye sockets sunken, and he had dark, heavy circles under his eyes. His skin was pale, and he was accompanied by fits of severe coughing from time to time. He looked so incredibly frail that if you put 4 green onions around him, he could give that emptiness prince a run for his money. Are you sure you are the same person as in the photo? Yi Xiaoxiao glanced at the battle photo displayed on the big screen. It clearly showed a tall, upright, and sunny-looking man. Compared to the person in front of her, they were worlds apart. Do not mind it, I could not pay off my student loans a while ago. My mentor arranged for me to work part-time at the Joy Sect for a while, that is all. Freshman, I see you have great potential. Are you interested in a part-time job? I make 3,000 an hour, but for you, I bet you could get 5,000. If you have student loans, you could give it a try. You could earn a whole year's tuition in just a month. Shen Su looked Yi Xiaoxiao up and down, thinking this girl had exceptional talent. Especially her unique, icy, and pure temperament. If she worked at the Joy Sect, she would definitely be a huge hit. A temp at the Joy Sect. Alright, never mind then. Yi Xiaoxiao realized what he meant, then said, no thanks, let us start quickly. I am in a hurry. What a shame then. Shen Su sighed with regret, then lowered his body and drew the dagger from his waist. He set his offensive stance, his eyes and fingertips gradually sharpening. Do not worry, freshman, I am very fast. Yi Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow in silence. You certainly do look fast. She let out a cold laugh, her expression turning serious, and she slowly stepped forward. Poof! In an instant, a massive surge of black mist radiated from Yi Xiaoxiao as the center, spreading rapidly. It covered the entire arena in a flash. A domain-type skill or a special item. Shen Su's pupils constricted as a feeling of intense discomfort washed over him. He felt as if he had a fever or a cold, suddenly experiencing a sense of lightheadedness. He subconsciously checked his attribute panel. He discovered that all his attributes had actually dropped by 20%. His best attribute, speed, had even fallen from 30 to 24. This woman is not normal. Shen Su frowned slightly, intending to end the fight quickly. He stomped his foot violently on the ground. His body turned into a blur, flashing right in front of Yi Xiaoxiao in an instant. Paralyzing blade. He struck with his blade, aiming directly for her leg. However, Yi Xiaoxiao simply stepped back and dodged it. You dodged it. Shen Su was slightly taken aback, even if his attributes were reduced to 24. It should not be something a novice mage could dodge. Could it be that this person's profession quality is not low? But it is a pity your combat experience is too low. You did not keep your distance from me beforehand. At this distance, I can still hit you. Shen Su backhanded the dagger in his hand and threw it directly. His dagger carried a paralyzing effect. As long as it hit, he could make her lose the ability to resist. Ding! However, just as the dagger was about to strike Yi Xiaoxiao, a skeleton minion suddenly emerged from the ground. It blocked the attack for her while swinging the sword in its hand, slashing fiercely at Shen Su. This is a summoning skill. Could it be that this person intentionally set a trap for me? Shen Su looked stunned, not expecting a newcomer to dare to plot against a level 10 veteran in their first fight. He instinctively wanted to jump back and dodge. But his ankles felt like they were being grabbed by something, making it hard to move an inch. Looking down, he found a skeleton minion half emerged from the ground, its cold, withered hand holding him tightly. Damn, there is another one. Does this person's summoning skill have no cooldown? While shocked, Shen Su used another skill. Shadow Clone. In an instant, 2 phantoms detached from his body. The clones struck with their blades, directly piercing the skulls of the 2 skeleton minions. Freshman, your tactics are good, but unfortunately, If you compare numbers with me, you are still a bit short. Shen Su sneered and looked at Yi Xiaoxiao, who had already put distance between them. His body shook and 2 more shadow clones appeared. Including the original, 5 Shen Su stood on the arena. If I am not mistaken, your profession quality must be SS rank. Shen Su licked the corner of his mouth and drew another dagger from his waist. But it should end now. Whoosh! With a fierce stomp, Shen Su turned into a blur again and charged across. At the same time, the other 4 clones also approached from different angles, forming a siege, blocking all of Yi Xiaoxiao's escape routes. Shoo. However, just when he was about 10 meters away from Yi Xiaoxiao, black circles of light appeared on the ground, and countless pale, withered hands reached out from underground. A large number of skeleton minions roared and twisted, crawling out one after another. They were all holding shields and armor, breathing white mist, and their eyes glowing with an eerie green light. They quickly formed a human wall, standing in front of Yi Xiaoxiao. At a glance, it was dense and numerous, like a well-trained army. Holy crap! Shen Su was stunned. He hurriedly braked, wanting to back away. However, he had only taken half a step back when he felt something sharp pressing against his spine. He instinctively turned his head, his pupils constricted sharply. Behind him, it was filled with dense skeleton soldiers pointing their swords at him at some point. Is he fucking cheating, summoning this many monsters at level 1? Cold sweat soaked his back. Shen Su and his 4 clones stood back to back, being slowly approached and surrounded by dense skeleton soldiers, until they were circled. Facing the overwhelming humancy tactics, he seemed so weak and helpless. Senior, did not you say you wanted to compare numbers with me? Yi Xiaoxiao sat cross-legged on a chair formed by skeleton soldiers. Her eyes narrowed slightly, looking down at him from above, with a mocking smile on the corner of her mouth. Freshman you really are. Shen Su swallowed hard and took a deep breath. With an arrogant look, he put away his daggers. Then, with a thud, he and his 4 clones knelt to the ground. Mom, I surrender, please do not hit my face. To have this kind of skill, she must be a scion of a powerful family. Calling her mommy's worth it. Besides, I still need to work part-time at the Joy Sect. If my face gets ruined, my pay will drop. On the other side, in the viewing galleries, looking at the dense skeleton soldiers on the arena, the whole place was silent. Even the commentator in the central gallery was dumbfounded, mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Zhou Minjun and Jai Beixi were even more confused. They had not seen summoning-type professions before. But being able to summon an entire army of skeletons at level 1 was definitely a first. Damn it. How does Zhou Minjun still have students like this? Shen Su lost. Yangshuan's Beixi frowned, her chest heaving with anger. Undoubtedly, this student's profession card is definitely SSS rank. No, that is not right. This intensity, even among SSS rank profession cards, is at the top level. If this kind of person enters the elite class as Zhou Minjun's student, then my plan to mess with her is gone. It was my miscalculation, but I am very curious. Where did you find such a talent? And her profession, how have I never seen it before? Jai Beixi took a deep breath and, after adjusting her emotions, turned to look at Zhou Minjun. But she was surprised to find that the shock on this person's face was even more exaggerated than her own. Could it be? She did not know about it before. Then whose player is Yi Xiaoxiao exactly? Not only was Jai Beixi shocked, but Zhou Minjun's mood was even more complicated right now. Remembering that Yi Xiaoxiao had told her before that her profession card was given to her by her brother. At that time, she even ridiculed her brother for scamming his sister. Thinking about it now, this is what a real brother is. But then again, Yi Xiaoxiao's brother, what kind of terrifying deity did he contract with? It seems I still need to talk to her brother, and if possible, it would be best to let Yi Xiaoxiao participate in the national competition. Yi Xiaoxiao entered the elite class, which means she qualifies to participate in the national competition. According to the strength of her profession, as long as the level goes up. Getting a high ranking is definitely not a problem. Even winning the championship. If that is the case, then I would be the mentor of the champion and earn the title of Gold Medal Mentor. There will definitely be many people coming to ask me for tutoring. By then, the huge loans I owed during the civil service examination period could be paid off. Wealth and fame harvest both. But I just do not know what price her brother will ask for. After all, she is someone else's player. If I want to take Yi Xiaoxiao to participate in the national competition, I must pay Yimo a rental fee. Of course, in the national competition, there are actually many class teachers who borrow other people's players to participate. After all, the national competition is a competition between colleges. Because they are all students, the level is generally between 1 and 35. They also represent the honor of their respective colleges. Yi Xiaoxiao gets a perfect score, assigned to the special class. After a long silence, the judges on the podium finally came to their senses and announced the results of the practical exam with a dry cough. Awesome. Unprecedentedly awesome. That show-off today felt so good. The profession card old Mo gave me is just too powerful. Under the gaze of many, Yi Xiaoxiao slowly stepped down from the ring. On the surface she looked calm and unbothered, but inside she was screaming with excitement. Teacher Zhou, I am back. Returning to the spectator seats, Yi Xiaoxiao greeted Zhou Minjun. Some of you did very well. Sit and rest for a while, I will go handle the paperwork for you. You can start classes in the special class tomorrow. At this moment, Zhou Minjun no longer cared about the results of other students. She ran off impatiently to process the paperwork for Yi Xiaoxiao, as if afraid she might run away. Is this what it feels like to show off in front of everyone? It feels so good. I should give old Mo a massage and walk on his back as a treat later. When she was little, Mo always liked her to walk on his back. I must arrange that for him next time. After experiencing the benefits of the profession card, she trusts Mo even more now. Swinging her fair, slender legs, she felt full of anticipation for the future. Little sister, would you mind telling me who your agent is? A soft, charming voice came from her side. Yi Xiaoxiao turned her head to look. A graceful and mature woman had quietly sat down beside her, smiling as she sized her up. She seems to be a mentor at the school as well. It is my brother. Is there anything you need? Your brother? Yes, a newly promoted wild god agent, so he is not very famous. Hearing this, Jai Baxi looked startled. A newly promoted wild god agent can create such an overpowered profession card. It is simply unbelievable. Could it be? Does he have some special constitution like Jiang Linyue, making him favored by the gods? Gods always love to bless those with innate talent. Thinking of this, a greedy glint flashed in Jai Baxi's eyes. A newbie with a special constitution, I have never tasted one of those before. Would you mind introducing me to him? Feeling the greed and heat in Jai Baxi's eyes, Yi Xiaoxiao frowned instinctively and became instantly vigilant. This woman is too enchanting. She looks like trouble, and suddenly wanting to see old Mo, I feel like she is up to no good. You can just tell me what you need, and I will pass it on to him. Noticing Yi Xiaoxiao's vigilance, Jai Baxi smiled gently and said, It is about your academics. I want to have a detailed talk with him. Especially regarding the national competition. The national competition. Yi Xiaoxiao was stunned, and her interest was somewhat piqued. Seeing the girl moved, Jai Baxi curled her lips and continued. That is right, I have led students to win the national competition third-place title twice. So I want to talk to your agent to see if I can lease you to represent the academy in the competition. You are a great talent, and I have veteran experience with the competition. If we work together, maybe we can even take the championship title this time. Jai Baxi guessed that Zhou Minjun would definitely talk to Yi Xiaoxiao about this. So she tried to poach her in advance, laying out her own advantageous conditions first. This way she could both suppress Zhou Minjun and get closer to that new agent. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao fell into silence. To be honest, she was tempted. Having just shown her potential, she was feeling very confident. She believed that with the professions Yi Mo gave her, as long as her level went up, the chances of winning were high. And if she had an experienced mentor to guide her and provide advice, it would be a sure thing. Clang! Just as Yi Xiaoxiao was hesitating, a long sword came flying through the air, embedding itself between Jai Baxi and Yi Xiaoxiao, its blade shaking continuously. Jai Baxi, are you a thief by nature? It is one thing to steal men, but now you want to steal my student too. Zhou Minjun's slightly cold voice came over. Yi Xiaoxiao turned her head to look. She discovered her mentor, Zhou, was staring coldly at the enchanting woman. Oh my, why are you so angry, teacher Zhou? I was just worried that such a good talent would be ruined in your hands, so I wanted to help you nurture her. Facing Zhou Minjun's anger, Jai Baxi giggled indifferently. Since you do not want to, I guess I will just leave. Jai Baxi brushed the dust off her clothes and slowly got up. Before leaving, she did not forget to remind Yi Xiaoxiao. Little girl, I think very highly of you. If you are interested, you can come to find me at Building 4 anytime. At the same time, I can offer a leasing price 5 times the market rate. Saying this, she twisted her sexy waist and walked away. Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up when she heard this news. 5 times the leasing price. That is not a small sum of money, and it could help alleviate the loan pressure for her and old Mo. That woman is full of lies. Her real purpose is probably not the national competition. Do not trust her easily. Zhou Minjun put away her long sword and sat down beside Yi Xiaoxiao. At the same time, she handed the class transfer permit she had processed to her. Not the national competition, then what? What is her purpose? Yi Xiaoxiao looked surprised. She is from the Hehuan sect of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and she saw the strength of your profession. Compared to the national competition, she is more interested in getting an agency right for an SSS-level profession card. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao understood instantly. Well, so she was trying to steal me away. Damn her. If I had agreed, would that not have been inviting a wolf into the house? Forget about it. Yi Xiaoxiao, who was still hesitating before, immediately dismissed the thought. What? On the other side, the night deepened. Looking at the pitch-black sky outside the firm, Yimo checked the time. It was already 11 p.m. Meng Li still had not returned. She must have gotten addicted to running dungeons. To be honest, he as the boss wanted to get off work, but his employee was too motivated. So motivated that it forced him, the boss, to work overtime with her. The highest level of a hardworking worker is not just working crazy hours yourself, but forcing your boss to stay late with you. I must get Meng Li a key tomorrow. Yimo sighed helplessly and opened his attribute panel. Names Yimo. Agent rank Tier 1. Experience points 36% shared with contracted players. Constitution 19. Speed 18. Strength 22. Spirit 17. Mana 1. Contracted players 1. Abilities 1 Body Same Life Exclusive, Heavenly Demon God Thunder S rank, Undying Body God rank. Currently available profession cards: God-Slaying Ghost Swordsman SSS rank Warrior Path, Necromancer SSS rank Mage Path, Spacetime Creator SSS rank Control Path, Berserker rank Warrior Path, Faith God God of Destruction. In just one day, all his attributes increased by 7 points. The experience bar also went from 0 directly up to 36%, which is very impressive. Of course, that SS rank Novice dungeon made up the bulk of it. Subsequently, Meng Li probably ran 4 more dungeons. In any case, Yi Mo's system notified him that Meng Li had cleared 4 dungeons. 5 dungeons in one day. Must say that girl is really hardworking. Normal people can run at most 2 a day, and 3 would be considered a dungeon grinder. This girl did 5, she is just too intense. I am sorry, Mr. Agent, for making you wait so long. Meng Li ran back to the firm in a hurry. She stood in front of Yi Mo with a look of guilt, her white fluffy cat ears drooping slightly. Hanging her head, she apologized weakly. This is today's haul, please have a look. Like a child who had made a mistake, she anxiously handed over the packed bag. She really got a bit carried away today. When she finished the 3rd dungeon, she saw it was only 4:50. Thinking she should not waste the last 10 minutes of work time, she ran 1 more. After returning, she found it was already close to 7 o'clock, and thought since she was already working overtime, she might as well continue. And then, it ended up being now. If she had not suddenly remembered that Yi Mo was still waiting for her, she might have even stayed up all night. Good jobs, you take this key. From now on you can work overtime all night whenever you want. Yi Mo patted Meng Li's little head, uttering the most vicious words a capitalist could say. Really, thank you so much, I will definitely work hard. Zhou Minjun. After leaving the office, Yi Mo went to a trading house affiliated with the Six Saints Church. He sold all the materials he had on hand. Since the trading house is open 24 hours a day, there was no need to worry about them closing for the day. He sold a total of just over 120,000, and after deducting Meng Li's 60% cut, his own personal income was a little over 50,000, which was not too bad. After all, the last 4 dungeons Meng Li cleared were not very high in grade. Most of what dropped were low-level, common materials, worth about 3,000 in total. For a newcomer, that is already a pretty decent daily income. Or rather, this is what a normal income looks like. After all, dungeons are random, and you cannot match into S-rank difficulty every time. It is even hard to encounter an A-rank 1. So most low-level players between level 1 and 30 generally earn between 500 and 2,000 a day. Excluding the earnings from the SS rank dungeon, making 3,000 a day is already quite impressive for Meng Li. Compared to an ordinary person, it is definitely a high income. After all, SS rank dungeons are extremely rare. The probability of an average person encountering one and clearing it might be less than 5%. There is even a risk of having a negative return. So, high-grade dungeons are like high-risk investment projects. If you succeed, you make a killing. If you fail, you lose your investment entirely. While low-level dungeons are like small orders. The returns are not high, but you can count on a steady profit. My total assets are over 400,000 now, and 170,000 of that belongs to Meng Li. Counting his total assets, Yimo sighed helplessly. The reason why 170,000 of that belongs to Meng Li, besides the 70,000 from material earnings. There is also the money from the god pillar wood. The market price for this item is around 500,000. According to the commission, Meng Li is entitled to 300,000. Yimo decided to pay out of his own pocket to craft equipment for Yi Xiaoxiao. Then, after deducting the 200,000 he previously lent to Meng Li, he still owes her 170,000 in total. It is a good thing I sold that Berserker job card, otherwise I would have had to donate more materials. Donating too many materials is not a good thing. It is easy to attract the attention of the higher-ups, so moderation is essential. Making money is hard. Yimo sighed helplessly. After deducting Meng Li's 170,000, his balance is now 230,000. He still needs to stock up on a batch of mana potions from Jiang Linyue later, which will probably cost another several tens of thousands. I remember the Heavenly Tao Alliance having a major operation tonight. Yimo checked the time, it was already 11:30 p.m. After a quick wash, he laid down on the bed, closed his eyes and went to sleep. He slowly drifted off into dreamland. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar palace came into view. At this moment, he was lounging on the throne, resting his chin on one hand, as if taking a nap. While in AFK mode, he usually stays in a state of deep slumber. If he encounters a crisis or threat, he will automatically switch to combat mode. Your Apostle number 1 and her believers have contributed 55 points of divinity to you today. Looking at the notification box in the upper right corner of the system, Yimo noticed something. This information was updated at midnight. That means the divinity provided by clearing dungeons in the real world is calculated daily. Yimo remembered that after Meng Li killed the divine creature, the system notified him that it provided 50 points of divinity to him in the dream. The remaining 5 points were all provided by clearing the dungeons. Meng Li cleared a total of 5 dungeons, each one providing only 1 point. It seems that low-level dungeons from level 1 to 30 provide very little divinity. Slaying divine creatures is much more rewarding. Names: World-Ending God Demon. Divinity Rank 2. Divinity Value 3055/2500. Believers raiding other gods' dungeons or killing gods will increase your divinity value. Number of Apostles 1. Number of Believers 2. Currently grantable career cards: Godslaying Ghost Swordsman SSS Rank Warrior Path, Necromancer SSS Rank Mage Path, Spacetime Creator SSS Rank Controller Path, Berserker Rank Warrior Path. Note: the higher the divinity rank, the more varieties of career cards you can grant. Remark: Divinity Rank 3 unlocks the Equipment Blessing and Dungeon Territory expansion features. Opening the attribute panel, Yimo hesitated about whether to upgrade his divinity rank. For his real-life self, he is still many days away from reaching the next level. But with his current divinity, if he upgrades to rank 3, he will not have enough to grant god-level abilities to his main body. Respected Demon God, a large group of strange-looking two-legged beasts have been loitering 3 kilometers outside the God Demon Palace. Judging by their posture, it seems they are planning to invade your territory. Would you like me to send people to stop and kill them all? Just as Yimo was hesitating, the maid Lilith appeared outside the palace hall, walked up slowly and respectfully curtsied. It seemed that she had detected the intruders, and this time she was not being sharp-tongued. Instead, she waited with a serious face for Yimo to issue an order. How many people, how strong are they? About 100, but they are all rabble. Compared to you, calling them ants is an overstatement. Lilith replied, and one could tell there was a hint of anger in her tone. A bunch of rabble daring to invade the demon god's palace. Who do they think they are insulting? Can you wipe them all out? It would be effortless. In that case, go and play with them. Do you need them captured alive? There are quite a few good-looking female two-legged beasts among them. Given the demon god's penchant for two-legged beasts, Lilith asked thoughtfully. This? Yimo hesitated for a second or two before waving his hand and saying, "No need kill them all. He is currently in the development stage of his career. How could he let women affect his progress? 100 or so players, with a large number of high-level ones among them. They should provide a fair amount of divinity." "As you wish." Hearing that she did not need to hold back, Lilith bowed. A flash of excitement and madness flickered in her peach-colored eyes. On the other side, outside the God Demon Palace, a large number of players in Heavenly Tao Alliance robes were gathering. Figures were appearing at the assembly point, brought down by teleportation beams. According to their levels, they wore Taoist robes in red, purple, and blue. Elder Li, this time we have gathered over 50 intermediate players and over 30 high-level players, totaling 98 people. Among them, 9 are level 80 and 5 are level 90. They have all assembled. Among the large group of players, a man in a purple Taoist robe ran up to the person in the red Taoist robe and reported the head count respectfully. Among all these players, there was only one big shot in red. His name is Lei Changkong. He is a member of the Elder Council of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. He is level 102. Players of this level are also called demigods. He is the person in charge of this operation. "Good, we can begin." Li Changkong nodded slightly, stroked his beard, and slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, he performed a hand seal with one hand, waved his whisk at the sky, and gently flicked it. In an instant, a streak of green clouds in the sky condensed rapidly, turning into a massive green dragon that towered to the sky and slowly descended in front of everyone. This is a high-level exclusive skill of the Heavenly Tao Sorcerer, an SS-rank Mage Path career card. It can summon a green dragon to assist in battle or carry people through the air. It is perfect for group travel. "Everyone follow me to crusade." After everyone climbed onto the green dragon, he waved his hand. The green dragon roared to the sky, shaking the void. Taking all the players with it, they marched magnificently towards the God Demon Palace ahead. "Let Jiang Linyue roared." A dragon's roar shook the heavens as its massive body pierced through thick, dark clouds, weaving incessantly through a sea of 10,000 lightning bolts. Elder Li is truly worthy of being a demigod-level player. This move is just Chinese letter. With him leading, this world-class dungeon is absolutely in the bag. No kidding, if it was not for the fact that a demigod-level player was leading the team, I would not have spent so much money just to secure a precious spot in this dungeon. Hey, you guys have no idea how strict the selection for this world-class dungeon was. I am a level 67 player with an A-rank profession, and even I had to pay a fortune just to get in. Tell me about it. Besides those high-level players who were pre-selected, who did not have to pay. A large crowd of mid-level players around level 60 had all paid a heavy price to enter the dungeon. They sat on the Azure Dragon, chatting away incessantly. They had all heard that Li Changkong was leading this world-class dungeon. That is why they broke their heads trying to squeeze in. You have to realize the rewards for a world-class dungeon are extremely generous. As long as you participate, every player who clears it has a 20% chance to obtain legendary materials or equipment. At the very least, there is a 50% chance of obtaining something epic. And there is even a chance it will be equipment tailored for an agent. You know, the price of equipment suited for agents is much higher than that for players. That is a 1 in 5 chance of hitting it rich. Who would not get carried away by that? The reason the Sixth Saint Church released these spots, besides quickly gathering cannon fodder, was to make some extra cash on the side. After all, there are no participation limits for a world-class dungeon. But there is only one reward for the first dungeon clear. Major factions are competing, so naturally, whoever can gather people in the shortest amount of time has the advantage. Quiet, we are almost there. A high-level player dressed in purple Taoist robes sternly interrupted the chatter of the cannon fodder. Everyone finally came to their senses, and as they looked at the approaching temple of gods and demons, they could not help but swallow hard. It was overwhelming. The scale of this temple of gods and demons was far more massive than they had imagined. The walls were made of alternating bronze and purple-black marble, faintly shimmering with demonic light. It towered high in the sky. Compared to this magnificent building, the Azure Dragon looked as small as an earthworm. So this is a world-class dungeon. It is way too shocking. If they turned this into a tourist spot, they would make a fortune. World-class dungeons are extremely rare. Finding 2 a year is considered quite good. Whenever major factions discover one, they fight tooth and nail to get in. Ordinary people do not even get a glimpse of them. Descend. Following Li Changkong's command, the Azure Dragon twisted its massive body, and slowly landed on an empty platform at the Temple of Gods and Demons. 189 massive stone pillars stood on the platform. They were arranged in a uniform row, extending all the way to the palace gates. Carved onto the stone pillars were lifelike creatures in various forms. But they all showed expressions of pain, terror, or were in the middle of a roar. It was as if they had been etched into the stone, full of the unwillingness to die in battle. The dungeon is behind this gate. Everyone, restore your state and use whatever buff potions you have. Arriving before the towering ancient bronze gate, Li Changkong immediately gave orders to those behind him. At the same time, he followed up by gulping down 5 or 6 high-quality buff potions. According to reports from the players who came with the Saintess to investigate earlier, a boss fight starts immediately after opening the ancient bronze gate. The boss was a humanoid creature that wiped out all dozen or so people in a single encounter. Only the Saintess was taken alive. Since that was just an investigation, there were no high-level players, but being able to insta-kill over a dozen mid-level players in one exchange means the strength of this boss is at least demigod level. It is a pity the Saintess refused to reveal any more information, otherwise things might have been easier. Li Changkong scanned the cloud-piercing bronze gate, frowning as he assessed the strength of the dungeon boss. Click. However, just at this moment, the bronze gate Li Changkong was staring at suddenly began to move slowly. Then it gradually opened from the outside in. The door opened, but I did not trigger it. Everyone's form up and prepare for battle. Li Changkong reacted quickly and gave the command immediately, becoming highly alert. Upon receiving the order, the group acted like a well-trained army, quickly moving into position. 20-some high-level tank players organized themselves into 2 rows. They held up their shields, blocking the front of all the other players. Behind them stood 4 rows of high-output mage and crowd control players. Warriors and assassins stood by on the left and right flanks. And the back row was reserved for logistical support, consisting of support class players. All 98 players stood in battle readiness, their eyes fixed intently on the bronze gate ahead. Tap tap tap. Crisp footsteps echoed rhythmically from inside the bronze gate. As the footsteps drew closer, everyone's heartbeats quickened, their breathing became tense, and no one dared to show the slightest lapse in concentration. Some were already imagining what kind of massive, hideous boss would appear inside. Oh my, what an impressive formation, it is getting me quite excited. A soft, enchanting voice rang out. A graceful figure walked slowly out of the darkness, smiling as she came into everyone's view. I is a maid. Every player present looked stunned. They had expected a terrifying dungeon boss, but who would have thought? A maid would appear. And a maid with a top-tier figure and appearance at that. Except for the black goat horns on her head and a slender, peach-shaped tail. She looked almost identical to a human. Or rather, is this a new type of demi-human? There is no term for succubus in this world, so they had to define Lilith as a demi-human. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lilith, the head maid of the Temple of Demon Gods and one of the temple's managers. Lilith elegantly lifted her skirt and bowed to everyone. As she spoke, she slowly raised her head, subconsciously licked her red lips, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. I am ordered by the King of Gods, the great world-ending demon god, to specifically host you all. Rest assured, I will use the simplest and most brutal method. To stomp you ugly, low-born worms to death. Lilith smiled. She used the most polite tone to say the most impolite things. King of Gods, what a big mouth. Li Changkong sneered, his eyes narrowing. He is an elder of the Heavenly Alliance, and believes in the immeasurable immortal venerable among the 6 great saints. In his eyes, only the immeasurable immortal venerable is qualified to be called the King of Gods. Now a mere dungeon boss dares to call itself the King of Gods. What a bunch of ignorant worms. Lilith shook her head helplessly in mockery, then gestured towards the stone pillars nearby as if showing off. Do you see the creatures on these pillars? They once claimed to be gods of other worlds. But they were all easily killed and devoured by my master, treated as trophies with their souls etched onto these pillars. Saying this, Lilith suddenly looked at Li Changkong and taunted him playfully. Of course, a worm like you would not even be qualified to be displayed. Shut up. Li Changkong waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. A swift lightning bolt descended from the sky, striking Lilith directly on the crown of her head. Boom! A massive thunderous roar erupted, and a terrifying explosion kicked up a sky full of smoke and dust. The void shattered and the entire platform trembled violently. You small elite mobs, you really think you? Giggle, you are really impatient. Before Li Changkong could finish, a faint fragrance wafted from behind him. Immediately after, Lilith's charming voice rang out. Damn it, when did she get there? Li Changkong's pupils constricted, and he reflexively snapped his head around. He was shocked to find that Lilith had appeared behind him. Hola. At the same time, a shrill scream echoed. A level 70 mage had his head crushed by her directly. Blood sprayed. It splashed onto everyone's faces on the spot. This is truly a long-awaited delicacy. Lilith elegantly licked the blood off her hand. The corners of her mouth curled upward into a sickly, maniacal, and satisfied smile. Lilith. The sudden turn of events left everyone present completely stunned. She killed a player over level 70 with just a single strike. You have to be kidding me. And that is just an elite monster. What are you all standing there for? Do you want to die? Li Changkong shouted at the group immediately while casting a spell with one hand. Shift the earth and change the heavens. As the skill activated, an invisible force instantly pulled the players around Lilith away. Summon lightning. After moving the players to a safe distance, countless bolts of lightning crashed down, striking the ground fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous roar erupted, and the earth shook violently again and again. Clouds of dust and sand filled the air, obscuring everyone's vision. Psychic masters set up a mental network and share our information. Scouts lock onto her position and keep reporting her location. Tanks draw aggro and contain her. Do not let her flank our backline again. Li Changkong proved himself an experienced player as he reacted instantly and issued the necessary commands. The previous attack not only served to pin her down, but also created a blind spot. I have locked onto her. Soon, the support players in charge of scouting quickly pinpointed Lilith's location amidst the swirling dust. They immediately shared the coordinates through the mental network established by the S-rank Psychic Masterclass. Aggro pull. Impenetrable defense. Double defense. Once they locked onto Lilith's position, the numerous tank-class players quickly cast their skills. They raised their massive shields to form a sturdy human wall, each glowing with a golden light. Gathered together, these tanks stood firm like a mountain. Before them, a visible golden protective barrier began to take shape. When tank players group up to form a formation, their defensive stats stack. For instance, if one tank has 40 defense, forming a line with another tank of 40 defense would grant them a combined total of 80. Because of the aggro pull effect, Lilith suddenly found these tanks incredibly annoying. She flashed right in front of them and threw a powerful punch. Bang! A deafening roar resounded. The golden barrier formed by the tanks visibly dimmed. A large number of tanks felt dizzy, their arms going numb. The lower level ones were almost vomiting blood, with crimson leaking from their noses. What kind of monster is this? A single punch almost shattered the defense of over 20 players. Shock was written all over their faces. Mage squad, blow her to bits. With the tanks drawing fire, the numerous mages began to channel their power. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, countless fireballs, lightning bolts, and other long-range attacks soared through the air, whistling toward her in a continuous barrage. At the same time, the azure dragon circling above also unleashed its dragon fire. In just a moment, Lilith was completely engulfed. Explosions and humming sounds erupted non-stop. One after another, mushroom clouds rose into the sky. The ground trembled continuously as if caught in an earthquake. Mages, restore your mana and wait for cooldowns. Warriors and assassins, be ready to move in and contain her at any time. Following the continuous barrage of artillery fire, Li Changkong continued to issue orders. The high damage output of the mage class comes with long cooldowns and high resource consumption. It is far from something that can be replenished by 1 or 2 potions. There would be a gap of 10 or even several dozen seconds during this period. That is when the warriors and assassins come into play. In large-scale world dungeons, mages serve as the primary damage dealers. Tanks handle the brunt of the damage. Meanwhile, the warrior and assassin classes take on the role of containment. Hee, interesting. You guys are actually quite interesting. A shrill and manic giggle suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a dark shadow lunged out from the billowing smoke. This was the first time Lilith had ever encountered this type of combat. I must say, these worms have managed to excite me for a brief moment. Upon seeing that figure, everyone's heart tightened instantly, and their pupils contracted. What kind of joke is this? After such an intense barrage of attacks, not even her clothes are torn. Could her defense stat have broken 1,000,000? Damn it, this is impossible. What kind of monster is this? At this moment, everyone present felt a sense of despair. Even Li Changkong could not help but look shaken. He suppressed his emotions and continued to command loudly. Warriors and assassins, hurry and contain her, protect the backline. Once the backline is wiped out, we will not even have a way to attack anymore. Hearing Li Changkong's voice, over 30 warrior and assassin players forced themselves to keep their composure. They roared, brandishing their swords as they charged straight at Lilith. Among them were even 3 level 90 players. Facing the players rushing toward her, Lilith acted like a tiger among a flock of sheep. Cackling, she took out the fodder one punch at a time. The heads of countless players exploded. Screams and the sound of shattering bones echoed incessantly. Blood splattered across the earth and severed limbs rained from the sky. Even those 2 level 90 players could not last a single exchange against her. Very good, that is it should be like this. Come on, please me to the fullest and prove the worth you worms should have. Lilith danced gracefully among the many players like a rose amidst a slaughter. The thick scent of blood triggered her adrenaline. Her eyes shone with endless madness, she held her cheeks in excitement, a faint flush appearing on her face. Every step she took, another player was killed on the spot. Even the azure dragon that swooped down from the sky was stomped under her feet, its neck snapped clean. Is this the kind of monster we can actually stand a chance against? Watching as Lilith dragged the final level 90 warrior like a dead dog, snapping his neck and tossing him aside like trash. At that moment, everyone was filled with despair. Pupils contracted violently, breath coming in short gasps. Watching the approaching Lilith, their legs began to shake uncontrollably. This was the instinctual fear of a biological creature, a terror carved deep into their bones. How are they supposed to fight a monster like this? And this was merely an elite monster in this dungeon. It is hard to imagine just how strong the dungeon boss could be. What is wrong? If you all stop resisting, it will be so boring. Seeing that the remaining players had all lost their will to fight, Lilith sighed in disappointment. She took a handkerchief from her pocket and casually wiped the blood from her hands and face. Worms that do not struggle are not any fun at all. Since you are all so boring then, let me send you on your final journey. Lilith shook her head helplessly, having lost all interest. She took a light step forward as her body slowly began to levitate. Boom! In an instant, a violent aura of death swept across the entire field. The sky turned gloomy, and a towering black fog spread rapidly with Lilith at its center. 12 jet black wings slowly extended from behind her back, spreading out and blocking out the sun. A dark lunar disk gradually rose behind Lilith, radiating a blinding black light. Her maid outfit transformed into a sexy suit of black armor, accentuating her perfect physique. She now appeared as the incarnation of a fallen angel, a demon possessing both holiness and allure. This monster, it actually has a second stage. At this, even Li Changkong was filled with despair. Previously, they had not even managed to break through this elite monster's defenses. Now someone was telling him that this thing had a second stage. Despair. Unprecedented despair. This was the most hopeless moment he had experienced in all his dungeon runs. He had not even seen the face of the dungeon boss yet. Lilith. Li Changkong jerked his eyes open and bolted upright from the sleep pod, gasping for air. His back was already completely drenched in sweat. It was terrifying. This world-class dungeon is absolutely terrifying. I must report this to the top brass. He scrambled out of the sleep pod, not even pausing to check how much experience he had lost. He walked straight to the entryway, threw on a coat, and sprinted toward the Heavenly Tao Alliance headquarters. The difficulty of this world-class dungeon might just be another unsolvable existence. Grandpa, are you going out this late? Just then, a girl in pink dinosaur pajamas, eyes hazy with sleep, walked over while yawning and rubbing her eyes. She must have heard the commotion and came out to check on things. Oh, it is you, Zyoro. Sorry for waking you up, but Grandpa has some business to attend to. There is breakfast in the fridge. Good luck with your awakening ceremony tomorrow. Soon after, 3:00 a.m. Heavenly Tao Alliance headquarters. What did you say? So many people, all wiped out by a single elite monster. A middle-aged man in a gray bathrobe stared at Li Changkong in shock. His name is Su Lingjai, the current leader of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. A high-level agent. He inherited his position from the previous Alliance leader. Among those he inherited was the man before him, Li Changkong. Yes, Alliance leader. That is why I believe we should designate this as an unsolvable dungeon. Li Changkong nodded solemnly. There have been 9 unsolvable world-class dungeons discovered in this world. If you count this one Yimo is currently in, that makes 10. How heavy were our losses? I have not had time to calculate them yet, but it should be quite severe. After all, everyone we sent was the cream of the crop. When a world-class dungeon raid fails, most players face the risk of being downgraded. Even Li Changkong fell from level 102 to 99, falling from a demigod to a high-level player. This is undoubtedly a fatal blow to the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Hearing this, Su Lingjai furrowed his brows. He paced around the office for a moment before saying slowly, "First, seal the news. Announce to the public that we made significant progress in this world-class dungeon. Claim we are just one step away from killing the dungeon boss, and will return in 3 days to claim victory." Li Changkong was stunned. Then he realized what he meant, his eyes lighting up. Exactly, if we had to suffer, they should have to suffer just as much. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Su Lingjai's eyes. Meanwhile, system notification, other faction players have died within your dungeon territory. Gain divine points 2545. Current divine points 56/25. Watching the system box, Imo nodded with satisfaction. As expected, when players die in a dungeon created by a god, I get divine points. It also confirmed his previous hypothesis. The so-called gods, including those 6 from the Six Saints Church, are just powerful monsters possessing systems. Divine agents are like the management level, while players are the frontline staff like employees and technicians. The interests contested between gods are territories. Or to put it more accurately, dungeons. High difficulty dungeons provide gods with a continuous flow of divine points. Of course, if a dungeon is cleared by players from another faction, that revenue might decrease. If I am not mistaken, those low-level dungeons are in an unmanaged state. To put it plainly, they are just used to farm players. Players are fattened up, sent into high-difficulty dungeons, and when they fail, the experience and equipment they lose turn into divine points. Thinking about it, players are the true workhorses. They are just bait raised for the gods. Of course, strong players can also serve as the god's spears. Respected god demon, the worms from the outside have all been purged. Lilith bowed respectfully and reported to Yimo. You did well, so you may go now. Yimo nodded and prepared to dismiss her. Now that he had enough divine points, he was planning to level up his divinity. And then study the 2 new functions, equipment blessing and dungeon expansion. However, Lilith did not leave. After hesitating for a moment, she continued. Respected demon god, I sustained some injuries during the battle and was hoping to receive your help. Yimo looked up slightly. Lilith is injured. I am actually impressed those players were able to harm her. Where are you hurt? Right here. Lilith extended her fair, delicate hand, touched the succubus mark below her lower abdomen, and gazed at Imo with narrowed eyes. The heavy exertion has depleted my magic energy here, and I need your magical power to replenish it. Good grief. She came to demand rations, did not she? Imo was speechless. But thinking about it, it made sense. Ever since Jiang Linyue arrived, he had not replenished Lilith's magic once. I am busy right now, come back and get it yourself once I am asleep. Imo waved his hand impatiently. He just wanted to focus on building his business. He had little interest in such vulgar matters. After all, he had played enough of that in his dreams. He was getting bored of it. Things in reality are far more exciting. As you wish, my useless demon god, may you have a good dream and preferably, never wake up. Lilith wore a smile, but her address was far from respectful. Clearly facing a demon god who could not satisfy her. Her resentment was practically overflowing. Compared to being proactive, she preferred being passive. Congratulations, your divinity has leveled up to 3. Obtain new class card, Heavenly Demon Monarch SSS rank tank path. God panel unlocked, equipment blessing and dungeon expansion features. After Lilith left, Imo leveled up his divinity. Names World-Ending God Demon. Divinity levels 3. Divine points 31/90. When believers raid other gods' dungeons or kill gods, your divine points will increase. Divine Messenger count 1. Believer count 2. Dungeon territories 2. Currently available for blessing. Godslaying Ghost Swordsman SSS rank Warrior Path, Necromancer SSS rank Mage Path. Spacetime Creator SSS rank Control Path, Heavenly Demon Monarch SSS rank Tank, Berserker rank Warrior Path. Currently available gear characteristics. God's Lock Flash obtained by chance from killing gods or divine beings. Note, at level 4 Divinity, you can unlock Divine Religion Blessing. Let us see what Equipment Blessing can do. Imo curiously clicked on the Equipment Blessing option. God's Lock Equipment Blessing. Cost 1,000 soul points. Description: prevents equipment loss risk upon dungeon failure, limit of 10 times. Flash equipment blessing. Cost 500 soul points. Description: teleport to any location within 20 meters, cooldown 30 seconds. Tip: for every level your divinity increases, you unlock one new equipment blessing. Note: a single piece of gear can have at most 2 blessings. Artifacts have no limit, but the second blessing costs double the divine points. In short, it is just granting an extra skill to a piece of gear, so it is basically like a summoner spell. Imo quickly understood the utility of equipment blessing. But the cost in divine points. It is way too expensive. Especially God's Lock, it is practically essential for any piece of gear. Otherwise, if you go into the next dungeon and get looted by another god, it will all go down the drain. He was just about to forge an artifact for Yi Xiaoxiao, so he could put 2 blessings on it right now. Sai, little sister, you better make me proud. I have put a lot of heart into you. Lilith. After checking the equipment blessing, Imo clicked on the dungeon territory option that had just appeared. Detected an unconfigured dungeon, Minotaur Nest. Would you like to configure this dungeon? Yes or no? Imo immediately chose yes. A massive topographical map instantly appeared in Imo's mind like a projection. At this moment, he felt just like he was playing a creation game. The top right corner of the map displayed the monster count at each location, the boss room, and more. This dungeon has become your territory. Deaths of players from other factions will provide you with god points, settled daily. Minotaur Nest. Dungeon type raid. Level restriction levels 20 to 30. Difficulty a rank. Player clearance rate 40%. Consume 500 god points to imbue divine power and increase the dungeon difficulty to S rank. Player clearance rate 15%. Consume 1000 god points to implant a divine servant larva as a guardian, raising the dungeon difficulty to SS rank. Player clearance rate 6%. Note: once the divine servant matures, the dungeon difficulty will advance to SSS rank. Player clearance rate 0.5%. This dungeon actually requires god points to increase the difficulty. Imo was speechless. But as long as players fail the raid, it can provide him with god points. It is essentially a daily, continuous source of income. The kind where you can earn money while lying down. Let me first see how much this dungeon earns in a day. There is no rush to upgrade it. Imo decided to check the revenue first, then consider whether to upgrade later. He also planned to save 2,000 god points to promote himself to a second-tier god-level blessing ability. After exploring for a while, Imo assigned a new profession card to his main body. Returning to reality, he opened the equipment manufacturing option on the agent page. A cauldron instantly appeared before Imo. At the same time, his personal forging information appeared in the top right corner. Current forging level, level 1. The higher the level, the higher the success rate and the greater the attribute boost. Experience points 0%. Forging divine skills none. Note: each successful creation of a divine artifact allows you to comprehend one forging divine skill. Because of the system integration, the manufacturing process was extremely simple. All you have to do is toss in the corresponding materials. Ding detected that your current main materials can craft the following weapons: Disaster God Glory Staff, Abyssal Demon Sword, Nether Cold Shield. Based on Yi Xiaoxiao's profession, Imo clicked on the staff-type weapon. The main attribute for staff weapons is Spirit, which is undoubtedly the most useful for Yi Xiaoxiao. Disaster God Glory Staff, Divine Artifact. Main material, Calamity Demon Bone, God Level. Secondary materials, Heavenly Way Trickstone X, Outer Path Demon Abyss Grass X. Success rate 30%. Equipment base extra bonus, 50% Divine Pillar Wood. Attribute range 30% to 60%. Detected that your secondary materials are incomplete and you cannot manufacture it for now. Universal materials can replace any secondary material. Imo took a quick look at the price of the secondary materials, 200,000 for just one. And they are the kind that have a price but no market. There were only 2 left for sale on the trading site. Even if I add my 30 universal materials, I am still short on cash. He checked his balance. A total of 400,000, subtracting the 170,000 that belongs to Meng Li. I still have 230,000 left. 2 pieces of secondary materials are definitely not enough. But thinking about it, it is normal. Usually, the price of a finished divine artifact is around 100 million. It is comparable in value to an SSS-level profession card. Even big shots at level 90 might not own a single divine artifact. Sai money flows like water, I am poor. After becoming an agent, although my income has increased significantly, my expenses are also huge. Especially trying to focus on cultivating that spendthrifty Xiaoxiao, it is just too expensive. Silently closing the system page, Yimo sighed helplessly. Let us put the equipment manufacturing on hold for now. At the very least, I need to wait until I have raised enough money. Glancing at the sky, he noticed it was nearly morning. After a quick wash, he prepared to keep his appointment with Jiang Linyue. Time passes like water, years flow like a shuttle. A few hours went by in a flash. Du cafe. In a private room. Jiang Linyue held her coffee cup, taking deep breaths nervously. The task the magic crest gave her was to touch Yimo 20 times. Honestly, for Jiang Linyue this was way too difficult. Her experience with the opposite sex was as blank as a piece of paper. Since childhood, she had high hopes placed upon her by her master. If she was not studying, she was on her way to study. After graduating, she joined the Heavenly Way Alliance directly, training and raiding dungeons day and night. As for dating, what is that? She had never even heard of it. Calm down, calm down. He has already had 2 kidneys removed. Strictly speaking, he does not even count as a man. She took a deep breath to comfort herself, adjusting her mindset. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the door to the private room knocked. Miss Jiang, I am coming in. Saying this, Yimo pushed the door open. He immediately saw Jiang Linyue sitting on the sofa. Her outfit today was relatively sporty, with a white sports tank top and a white sheer jacket over it. Her skin was fair and radiant, and her legs in sports shorts were toned and powerful. From Yimo's angle, he could even see the beautiful abdominal muscles on her slender waist. Hello, please have a seat. She brushed a lock of hair from her ear and looked at Yimo sideways, her breathing inadvertently quickening, her heart pounding. Beneath the table, her fair and soft legs instinctively pulled together. This is the goods you wanted. Once Yimo sat down, Jiang Linyue took a deep breath. Having adjusted her mindset, she put on a professional smile and pulled several large bags of small blue potion bottles from her system inventory. Looking at the crude packaging, Yimo frowned slightly. These blue bottles are obviously different from those on the market. How are they like? Bulk items packed in a rush. Can I verify the goods first? Sure. Jiang Linyue clearly felt guilty, nodding as she braced herself. After all, it was her first time selling fake goods. Although these smuggled goods had effects almost identical to those on the market, the psychological burden of doing something wrong and being afraid of getting caught was still there. Yimo casually picked up a small blue bottle and drank it down. Mana plus 108. Looking at the system prompt, Yimo was slightly stunned. How can it give 8 extra points? Whatever. At least the quality is passable. It is probably a semi-finished product rushed out in a hurry, so the purity varies. But it does not matter as long as the effect is more or less the same. And the price of this batch of goods is cheap, only about 80% of the market price. The goods are confirmed to be correct. This is 44,000 in cash, please count it. Yimo took the cash out of his briefcase and pushed it over. No need to count, I trust you. Saying this, Jiang Linyue put the 40,000 plus in cash directly into her handbag. Since the transaction is complete, I will be leaving first. Yimo packed up the bags of blue potions and prepared to get up and leave. Wait a moment. Seeing Yimo about to leave, Jiang Linyue became anxious immediately. Her mission was not completed yet, how could she let him go back like this? Is there anything else? Yimo paused his steps, turning his head to look at her suspiciously. As well as you have not confirmed the quantity of the goods yet, why do not you check? Small matter, I trust you, Saintess. Saying this, Yimo turned to leave again. No, you stay right there. Jiang Linyue's voice suddenly rose, and in her desperation, she reached out and grabbed Yimo's wrist. Yang. With the contact with Yimo, Jiang Linyue felt as if she had been electrocuted. Her breathing quickened, her heart raced. An indescribable side effect was instantly unleashed. This caused Jiang Linyue to lose control of her strength, directly pulling Yimo toward her. What the heck? Yimo leaned back and fell directly into Jiang Linyue's arms. The two were in a sitting and lying position, eyes locked. Jiang Linyue was sitting, while Yimo, like a little woman, lay in the girl's arms. Jiang Linyue regained her senses, having just recovered from the intense side effect. Seeing this scene, a blush could not help but rise on her pretty face. Damn it. Anyway, it is already like this, might as well just. She gritted her teeth and went all out. Stretching out her slender hand, she began to frisk Yimo. Magic energy +1. Magic energy +1. Magic energy +1. Mission progress 1/20th. Mission progress 1/10th. What? Ding, critical hit triggered. Magic energy +10. Very good, almost finished the task. Jiang Linyue's eyes lit up, and she immediately quickened the speed of her hands. My god. My god. Yimo was shocked. With wide, incredulous eyes, he looked at the pure and holy saintess before him. He felt his brain was lagging. Is this still the Jiang Linyue I know? When we were in the dreams, you were not like this at all. What? Side note, in case some readers do not understand, let me emphasize this again. God-level materials and universal materials are both scarce goods with prices but no markets. They are the kind that even with money, you might not be able to buy them. So at this stage, the protagonist cannot sell the universal materials and use the difference to buy God-level materials. Unless he spends time constantly camping and waiting for them. Jiang Linyue. What? No way. If I keep being this passive, am I even still a man? Yimo's mind raced, and he felt a hint of humiliation. However, just as he was preparing to resist, Jiang Linyue suddenly pushed him away. Then he heard her cold voice. All right, I am finished. These words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the impulse in Yimo's heart. 3 big question marks appeared over his head. That is it. Yimo was completely dumbfounded. Before he could react, Jiang Linyue took the 40,000 in cash she had earlier out of her bag. She tossed it onto the table with a thud. This is your compensation. As she said that, she dashed out of the private room as if fleeing, her ears and neck already flushed crimson, leaving only the stunned Yimo standing there in a daze. Seeing that stack of cash on the table, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Did I just get paid for? What? After fleeing the coffee shop, Jiang Linyue ran straight into the women's restroom. She leaned one hand against the sink, steadying her heaving chest while gasping for air. Jiang Linyue, oh Jiang Linyue, you have really hit rock bottom, even if the other party is not a man. But you were too much. Feeling her heart pounding in her chest, she felt a wave of redness rush to her face. She never expected herself to actually do something so bold. But for some reason, even though it was something that made her feel so shy. When she thought back to just now, pinning him down forcefully despite his struggles, a sense of excitement and pleasure welled up in her heart. Congratulations on exceeding the mission requirements. You have received an additional reward, all attributes +20. The more you exceed the goal, the richer the extra rewards. Friendly reminder, the next mission will be issued 3 days after the immunity period ends. Additional reward. Jiang Linyue looked stunned and hurriedly opened her attribute panel. Name Jiang Linyue. Path Assassin. Transcendent class Sword Immortal. Level 49. Experience points 72%. Physique 426. Speed 453. Strength 421. Spirit 456. Mana 1. Skills Sword Control Technique Level 5, Sword Spirit Protection Level 5, Heavenly Sword Technique Level 5, 10,000 Sword Art Level 3. Internal Cultivation, Jade Maiden Heart Sutra Level 3, Meditation Technique Level 3. Additional abilities, Jade Spirit Body Demon God's Mark Indelible. Deity Worshipped Immeasurable Immortal Venerable. It actually improved. Increasing all attributes by 20 points is equivalent to a direct level up. And the level has not even changed. This is equivalent to boosting her attribute talent. You have to know that the higher the level, the harder it is to improve. Therefore, attribute growth is very limited. But since I can increase my attributes by completing missions, it means that in the future, my stats will be far ahead of those at the same level. Perhaps even challenging high-level players as an intermediate player. Thinking of her promising future, Jiang Linyue felt the embarrassment from earlier did not matter at all. She immediately opened the magic rune page and checked again. Demon God's Mark Level 1. Magic Power Value 188/500. Description: a mark left on you by ancient gods and demons. It cannot be removed or destroyed. Effect 1, 30 bonus to clear experience, 10% additional attribute growth upon leveling up. Effect 2, all attributes increased by 20%. Effect 3, when with the Person of Destiny, the cultivation effects of skills and heart techniques increase by 200. All other effects are doubled. Side effect, desire increases daily and can only be eased by physical contact with the Person of Destiny. Great, the magic rune experience is nearly 2/5 full. She is now very much looking forward to the improvements that will come when the magic rune levels up. It seems I need to have more contact with Yimo. However, how can I maintain long-term contact with him? If I can stay with Yimo for a long time, the cultivation speed of my heart techniques and skills could reach a terrifying 200. Wait, I remember him being very short on money, right? Jiang Linyue had a flash of inspiration. She had previously used her connections to investigate Yimo's personal information. 3 years of failing the civil service exams and debt of 280,000. I guess he was under too much pressure and had no other way out, so he contracted with a wild god. That is why he has to donate body materials and run dungeons for his agency. People like him have an extreme craving for money. Perhaps I can make use of that. Thinking of this, Jiang Linyue pulled out her phone and pondered for a moment. She typed out a message and sent it to Yimo. On the other side, Yimo returned home and threw himself onto his soft bed. He stared blankly at the ceiling, feeling somewhat speechless. What was all that about today? He really could not understand Jiang Linyue's thought process. If you say she is after my body, she did not really do anything out of line. But if she is not, she was all over me, leaving me unsatisfied. The problem is that in reality, the gap in their strength and status is vast. It is just like someone from the upper district doing something to an abhuman. There is no legal liability involved. Whatever, I got the potion anyway and for free. Making money and getting stronger is the priority. Dismissing the messy thoughts, Yimo prepared to make some money at his agency. Ding dong. However, just at that moment, his phone vibrated. He took it out and saw it was a message from Jiang Linyue. Jiang Linyue, can I hire you to be my sister? A big question mark appeared over Yimo's head. What does she mean? Is she hinting that I am not a man? She is crazy, teasing me and then humiliating me. So she gave me some spare change, who cares? Yimo, what do you mean? He typed back indignantly to question her. Ding dong. The phone vibrated again shortly after. Jiang Linyue, I just want to pay you to eat, watch movies, cultivate, and run dungeons with me. Is she wanting me to be a companion for hire? Seeing this, Yimo fell silent. First she mocks me and now she wants to buy me. I am a man of integrity, how could I possibly accept such conditions? His fingers flew across the screen, typing out a response. Yimo, how much will you pay? Jiang Linyue, 100,000 a week. 100,000 a week. Looking at the message on his phone, Yimo's breathing grew heavy. He tried to control his breath, hesitated for a long time and then continued typing, acting reserved. Yimo, but I have to work at my agency every day and I have players to look after, so I cannot be at your beck and call. Jiang Linyue, I can provide you with an agency office and dorm in the upper district, right next to the dungeon portal hall. Holy crap. Providing an agency office in the upper district. And right next to the dungeon portal hall, this location. It must cost at least $1 million in rent per year. This is simply perfect. Honestly, Yimo was incredibly tempted. This would not just save him the rent for the office, but also help him pay off the debts for Yi Xiaoxiao. Although he could make money by selling his body materials, that was not a long-term plan. Selling too much would be too flashy and likely to attract the attention of financial families and the 6 sacred churches. He can only do that in special circumstances. Wait. Suddenly, Yimo felt something was not quite right. Giving me money and a place to stay. Oh my god. Is not that straight up keeping a mistress? What? Jiang Linyue. What? Looking at the message on his phone, Yimo fell into silence. It was as if 2 voices were debating in his ears, pulling him in opposite directions. Accept her offer. With conditions this good, how many years of struggle can you skip? Opportunities like this do not come around twice. Yimo, oh Yimo, you are a man. How can you go down the path of being a kept man? Think about your 660,000 in debt. Think about the cost of crafting divine artifacts. With her support, these would not be problems at all. This is not just for you, it is for Yi Xiaoxiao too. If she does not have good gear at school, people will look down on her. Do you want her to be looked down upon? Do you want her to be ostracized and bullied by her classmates? Absolute nonsense. If you do that, Yi Xiaoxiao will really look down on you. Would she even be able to call you her brother anymore? She would probably look at you like you're trash, then pin you under her heels and grind away at your face. Humiliation, resentment. You would never be able to hold your head up in front of her for the rest of your life. The 2 voices in his head kept fighting, leaving Yimo unsure of what to choose. Bezeze. Just then, his phone suddenly started to vibrate. Caller ID Yi Xiaoxiao. Yimo chose to answer the call. Soon Yi Xiaoxiao's crisp, light voice came through. Old Mo, my homeroom teacher wants to meet you. She says she needs to talk about something regarding me. Regarding you? Yimo was taken aback and suddenly realized something. This is a parent-teacher meeting. Hey, you did not get into any trouble at school, did you? His tone became serious in an instant. How is that even possible? I am a model student. Oh, I have to go. It is the new student orientation for the special class today. I am busy. 2 o'clock this afternoon at Du Cafe, do not be late. With that, Yi Xiaoxiao hung up the phone. Sighed? Alright, fine then. Yimo sighed helplessly. He decided to head to the office first to tell Meng Li. Meng Li does not have a phone. I should buy her one on the way so it is easier to contact her later. Time flowed by rapidly. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. Meow, does the agent have something going on today? Meng Li looked surprised, blinking her bright lake blue eyes. Yeah, my sister's homeroom teacher wants to see me, not sure what it is about. Oh, I see. Hearing that Yimo would not be at the office in the afternoon, Meng Li was visibly disappointed. The white furry cat ears on top of her head drooped involuntarily. Here, this is for you. I saved my number on it so it will be easier to get in touch. Yimo handed a package to Meng Li and then left the office. The little girl opened the package and her eyes instantly lit up. A blue and white phone with a cat pattern on it caught her eye. Is this the agent's number? She held the phone as if it were a precious treasure, happily looking at the string of numbers on the screen. She had seen Yi Xiaoxiao calling Yimo earlier. That is when she decided she wanted a phone. She was going to look for a cheap one at a second-hand shop, but she did not expect Yimo to give her a brand new one. From now on, I can chat with the agent whenever I want. Thinking of this, the fluffy white cattail behind Meng Li started swaying again. On the other side, after leaving the lower district, Yimo hailed a cab. He returned to that Du Cafe. She did not ask me to meet at the school, but at a cafe instead. Could it be a private matter? But I am not really familiar with my sister's homeroom teacher. Following the booth number Yi Xiaoxiao sent, Yimo quickly found the room. He knocked politely, then pushed the door open and went in. Coming into view was a voluptuous, mature woman wearing black-rimmed glasses. She sat on the sofa with a coffee cup in her hand, her profile facing the window. Jo Minjun was dressed very demurely today. A simple white shirt paired with a form-fitting skirt highlighted her curvaceous, graceful figure. Hello, I am Yi Xiaoxiao's guardian. Are you, Teacher Zhou? Hearing the commotion, Jo Minjun looked at Yimo at the door, her face immediately breaking into a smile as she stood up to greet him warmly. Hello, my name is Jo Minjun. I am your sister's homeroom teacher. After a friendly handshake, she gestured for Yimo to sit down and handed him a menu. What would you like to drink? Order whatever you want, it is on me today. She was here to hire someone, so as the one with the request, it was only natural for her to host. Whatever's fine, may I ask what Teacher Zhou wanted to see me about? Yimo got straight to the point and asked for the purpose of the meeting. Having been called to see teachers often as a child, he finally understood how the other party felt. Oh, it is nothing major. I was just wondering if Mr. Yi has heard of the national competition. The national competition? Yimo was stunned. Is not that the event they show on the sports channel every year? It is similar to the math Olympiads from my past life. Yimo had recently watched a video about how the prize for this year's national competition was a primary material for a legendary grade piece of equipment. Something just shy of a divine artifact. This caused numerous factions and even heirs of noble families to swarm to sign up. It is safe to say this year's national competition will be unimaginably intense. The thing is, I want to hire Yi Xiaoxiao to be her recommender and coach, and have her represent the academy in the competition. Jo Minjun sipped her coffee, looking at Yimo with a calm expression. But her hands beneath the table were slightly clenched, a clear sign she was a bit nervous. Before the national competition, teachers fight every year to secure the top-ranked students as their candidates. Once a student achieves good results in the competition, the recommender receives both prize money and prestige. So a player like Yi Xiaoxiao, who is an immensely gifted SSS-level talent, is a golden ticket to fame for any teacher. Whoever lands the contract for her can be her official recommender. It is just that Yi Xiaoxiao is a new job changer, so she is not famous yet. Once her school ranking goes up, there will surely be plenty of people fighting to talk to Yimo about a rental contract. I remember, most participants in the national competition are third-year players. Yi Xiaoxiao is only a first-year student. Is she even eligible? Yimo frowned and asked, Of course she is. She is a student in the special class. She can skip the requirements and enter directly. Even if she does not place well this time, it will still be a great foundation and give her some experience. By the time she is in her third year, she will have another chance to compete. That was exactly Zhou Minjun's plan. Students in the special class have 2 chances to compete. So she was not banking on Yi Xiaoxiao getting a great result in her first year. Instead, she wanted to help her win the championship in her third year. After all, most of the participants are third-year students. Their levels alone are much higher than a first-year student's. Not to mention how fierce the competition is this year. So she wanted to play the long game, gain experience now and go for the win later. Listening to Zhou Minjun's explanation, Yimo fell into a brief contemplation. Honestly speaking, having Yi Xiaoxiao participate in the national competition is beneficial for him as well. It is essentially acting as a promotion for him. In this way, when he advances to the second tier later on, he will not have to go through the trouble of searching for new players. As long as he makes a name for himself, his reputation and capabilities will be guaranteed. By then, the price of the cards in his hands will rise along with the tide, and they will come with the power of fame. It will attract many players to come to him to purchase job cards, and then it will just be a matter of who makes the highest bid. Undoubtedly, this is a very cost-effective deal. But the premise is, Yi Xiaoxiao must achieve a good ranking in this competition. Ideally, she should win the championship. Only the champion leaves a lasting impression. How much are you prepared to offer? Thinking of this, Yimo did not rush to agree, but instead asked what price Zhou Minjun could offer. 100,000 to lease the competition qualifications for 2 years, this year and next year. Zhou Minjun intended to lease the qualifications for 2 sessions at once, as she was planning for the long term. She wanted to prevent a situation where Yimo leased them out this time, only for someone else to snatch them up for the second time. In that case, her investment would truly go down the drain. Therefore, she decided to lease both qualifications at once. 100,000 he. Yimo feigned deep thought and did not rush to accept. But in his mind, he was thinking, my God, who would have thought that little spendthrift was actually so valuable? In fact, Yimo did not know that if Yi Xiaoxiao could reach the top 3, the nominator would receive a 500,000 bonus. Therefore, 100,000 for leasing 2 competition qualifications was a reasonable price. Of course, that is assuming Yi Xiaoxiao can make it into the top 3. Does Mr. Yi think it is too little? How about this? I will take the liberty of adding another 30,000. This is already my absolute limit, I hope you can understand. She also had players under her wing to support, so 130,000 was the limit of what Zhou Minjun could afford. Usually, the price for leasing competition qualifications for an SSS-grade quality player is around that much. The price is fine, however, I have a condition. What condition? Zhou Minjun looked at Yimo and immediately tensed up. I want to lease out another player under my wing as well. Yimo's idea was simple. Since he was trying to build a reputation, relying solely on Yi Xiaoxiao to win the championship carried a bit of risk. To be on the safe side, it was necessary to add Meng Li to the mix. If both of them could achieve good rankings and enter the top 3, then his prestige would undoubtedly skyrocket. Being able to cultivate 2 agents who both reached the top 3 in the national competition would surely demonstrate exceptional training experience. Is he wanting to bundle the lease? Zhou Minjun was stunned and asked, may I ask, is your other player a student at the academy? A single nominator only has 3 entry slots. Zhou Minjun already had candidates for her other 2 slots, and they were her own players. If the second player Yimo provided was not capable, it would heavily impact her interests. No, but I heard that the academy also has cases of leasing personnel from other schools. It does happen, but they need to pass an assessment to obtain the qualification of an outside candidate. And this qualification, it is quite difficult. It requires defeating the player who currently occupies the other slot I hold. To put it plainly, it is to prove whether you are qualified to take a competition slot. This is also a measure taken by the school to prevent teachers from maliciously selling competition slots. No problem, when shall we conduct the test? Yimo agreed without hesitation. Bring her to the school to meet me tomorrow. As she said this, Zhou Minjun took the opportunity to add Yimo on the messaging app and prepared to transfer the money. By the way, my other player, she does not have a legal identity, that should not be a problem, right? Yimo suddenly thought of an issue. Meng Li was a demi-human and did not have citizenship. No legal identity. Zhou Minjun was slightly stunned, a look of bewilderment appearing on her face. Could she be someone with a criminal record? If she has a criminal record, that would be troublesome. She is a demi-human. A demi-human? Hearing this, Zhou Minjun was dumbfounded for a long moment. Honestly, since the national competition began, no demi-human has ever participated. After all, it is difficult for demi-humans to level up, and they usually do not have high-quality jobs. Leasing such a person to participate in the competition, would not that just be ruining one's own reputation? Zhou Minjun sighed and spoke frankly. To be honest, as long as there is no criminal record, even a demi-human can participate in the competition. But there has never been a precedent of a nominator leasing a demi-human. She revealed a troubled expression. What if I told you that the demi-human also has an SSS-grade quality job? Seeing Zhou Minjun's hesitation, Yimo spoke slowly. An SSS-grade quality job. Upon hearing this, Zhou Minjun's breathing quickened. For someone to hold the agency of a single SSS-grade job card is already impressive enough. And this person actually has two. What kind of deity could favor him so much? And he even gave one to a demi-human. It is simply unbelievable. It seems you value that demi-human very much. Zhou Minjun feigned composure to suppress her emotions. With a trembling hand, she sipped her coffee, her gaze toward Yimo becoming more complex. Since I have become her agent, I should take responsibility. Yimo gave a light chuckle and spoke nonchalantly. I have many SSS-grade job cards, but the only thing I lack is fame. Only with a good reputation can I attract more wealthy players to pay for their jobs. You really are a peculiar person. Zhou Minjun smiled, then sighed. Fine, I agree to your conditions. Theoretically, for 2 SSS-grade players, I should pay you more. Unfortunately, I do not have any more funds. If you do not mind, you can wait for me to receive the national competition prize money before I pay you the rest. Deal? Soon, the deal was struck between the two. After chatting for a few more minutes, Yimo made an excuse about having things to attend to at his firm and left. Watching Yimo's retreating back, Zhou Minjun took a deep breath and let out a sigh of sentimentality. Then she pulled out the pocket watch hanging around her neck and opened it slowly. Inside the watch was a photo. In the photo, a kind-faced demi-human was holding a baby, smiling brightly at the camera. Grandma, oh grandma, if only you had met such an agent back in the day. Perhaps you would not have died. On the other side, ding, 130,000 yuan has been received. Looking at the vibration from his phone, Yimo showed a look of joy. He opened his phone to check his balance. It had already reached the 300,000 mark. Too bad, it is still a bit short of the money needed to forge the artifact. The price of the 2 auxiliary materials for the catastrophe staff totals 420,000. He was still lacking quite a bit. And there were only about 10 days left until the preliminary round of the national competition. To drastically improve the strength of Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li in these days, the quickest shortcut is to fully upgrade their equipment. As for Meng Li, she also needs to grind levels as quickly as possible. No matter how hard she works to solo, it definitely will not be enough. If possible, it would be best to find a power leveler to carry her. Only by doing this can they keep up with the progress. After all, in this national competition, due to the legendary main material, it has attracted the attention of major powers and noble families, making the competition extremely intense. There will certainly be no shortage of other SSS-grade quality jobs. So for these 2 rookies Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li to reach the top 3 in this edition, the difficulty is truly no joke. They must get their levels and equipment up to standard to have any hope. But all of this, it all costs money, damn it. Thinking of this, Yimo sighed helplessly. He opened his phone, scrolled down his contacts, and started typing. Yimo, I agrees. A few minutes later, the phone pinged. Jiang Linyue, good, I will get things ready, you can move in a week later. Ding, 100,000 yuan has been received. Looking at the 100,000 received, Yimo felt a wave of shame. Sigh. It is all my fault for being so handsome. At such a young age, I have been forced onto the path of living off a woman. Zhou Minjun. Young master, would you mind having a chat with me? Just as Yimo was about to hail a taxi to return to the agency, a soft, alluring female voice came from behind him. He turned to see a young woman in ancient-style hanfu, wearing a red dress and hiding her smile behind a feathered fan. She swayed with a charming, serpent-like grace, her dress parted to reveal a pair of smooth, white, jade-like legs. She was walking toward him slowly with a beaming smile. Who are you, beauties? Yimo looked bewildered. Since when did I become so charming? I actually have a beauty hitting on me. But this woman, she looks a bit like a succubus. She feels like the type who really knows how to drain a man dry. Though Yimo was a novice in reality, he had seen countless women in his dreams. Especially this type, he had seen plenty of them in his dreams. One look and he could roughly tell how deep this woman's game went. My name is Jai Bakesi, could we move somewhere else to talk? Jai Bakesi exhaled a wisp of smoke and approached Yimo with captivating, amorous eyes. Without him noticing, her fair hand rested on his shoulder, giving it a gentle massage. At the same time, the fragrant smoke brushed against his cheek. Yes. Jai Bakesi gasped sharply, her beautiful eyes widening instantly. Because she saw a string of unbelievable numbers displayed above Yimo's head. Vitality level infinity. As a member of the Monaco sect, she had the ability to assess men. The more vitality, the better it was for cultivating her internal arts. So it is true, this guy has a special constitution, no wonder he is favored by the gods. If I could make him my furnace, would not his energy be inexhaustible? Jai Bakesi subconsciously licked her red lips. Her eyes gleamed with greed and her breathing grew rapid. Her soft hand could not help but move toward her lower abdomen as she felt a rush of heat and hunger. Because of the blessing of the undying body, in a certain sense, Yimo indeed possessed an inexhaustible kidney. I am busy for the moment, so it is not very convenient. Seeing the greed almost overflowing from Jai Bakesi, Yimo decisively shook off her restless hand. Are you kidding me? Your ulterior motives are practically written all over your face. Do you really think I would just walk off with you alone? It is true, boys really need to be careful when they are out on their own. You never know when someone might drag you into an alley for some hanky-panky. As for these predatory types, he might have liked them back when he was naive. But after seeing so many in his dreams, he was sick of them. Hey, young master, do not go yet. I actually wanted to talk to you about renting Yi Xiaoxiao. Seeing Yimo about to leave, Jai Bakesi looked startled and hurriedly revealed her purpose for finding him. I did not expect him to be the cold, anti-desire type. Very well, man, you have successfully piqued my hunting instincts. She loved watching these kinds of people slowly sink and fall. It was challenging and ignited her desire to conquer. Besides, you have to take it one step at a time with guys like him. You cannot be too hasty. Are you also here for the national competition? Yimo paused and asked, turning his head. That is right, I am a gold medal tutor at Kaiyang Middle School, and I have experience placing third in the national competition several times. If you are willing to rent Yi Xiaoxiao to me, I guarantee she can place in the top 3 in this competition. As she spoke, Jai Bakesi pulled an ID card from her waist to verify her identity. Name Jai Bakesi. Position gold medal tutor Kaiyang Middle School. ID number 321XXXXXX. Affiliation Hehuan sect. From the Hehuan sect. No wonder she is so seductive. Looking at the woman's credentials, Yimo instantly understood. Whatever price you discussed with that Ms. Zhou, I can offer 10 times that. And I guarantee I will ensure her a top 3 finish in this competition. 10 times the price. Hearing this, Yimo's breathing grew rapid. Zhou Minjin offered 130,000, so 10 times that would be. That is 1.3 million. If that were the case, he could not only pay off his debts at once. He could even forge Yi Xiaoxiao's divine weapon immediately. And he would still have plenty left over. Honestly, he was very tempted by such a large sum of money. The price you are offering is definitely tempting, but could I make a request? Even if the price is lowered, that is fine. Yimo took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Please go ahead. Jai Bakesi fanned herself and smiled. Yimo quickly repeated the conditions he had reached with Zhou Minjun. It was simple, he wanted Mingli to participate as well. And if it were a gold medal tutor, perhaps it would carry more authority. You want a demi-human to enter the national competition. Upon hearing Yimo's request, Jai Bakesi was stunned. Then she shook her head helplessly and said, Young master, please abandon this unrealistic idea. Not to mention the social backlash of a demi-human competing, my own reputation would be severely damaged. Furthermore, the other 2 spots I have are already reserved for children of noble families. Are you certain a demi-human can outdo them? We can have a pre-competition test and use strength to earn the spot. Does not your school have such a policy? Yimo wanted to keep fighting for Mingli. But before he could finish, Jai Bakesi cut him off directly. Young master, you might not be clear on where you stand. No one is going to make concessions for a demi-human, especially not those noble heirs. For the sake of Yi Xiaoxiao, Jai Bakesi had already planned to drop one of the noble heirs. Of course, letting Yi Xiaoxiao join, apart from her talent, was also meant to undermine Zhou Minjun. But now Yimo was asking her to drop another spot. And for a demi-human at that. That is out of the question. Accepting a demi-human into the team would mean she had to bear the risk of public opinion. It could be said to be a deal with all risks and no rewards. On one side you have a safe, wealthy, noble heir. On the other, a low-class demi-human that could cause her reputational damage. You do not even have to think about which one to pick. Young master, I advise you to give up this request. Get away from those lowly demi-humans early, before you get stained by their stench. As compensation, I can raise the funding to 2 million. Of course, if you are willing. You could come to my place tonight and we can watch some cat backflips together. At that point, I can give you another million for a total of 3 million. What do you think? Jai Baxi took the opportunity to press her soft, fragrant body against him, reaching up to cup Yimo's face. Her voice was soft and sweet, looking at him with amorous eyes. For these poor people, money is undoubtedly the biggest temptation. As long as Yimo took the bait tonight, she guaranteed she could make him addicted to her. Then she would crush Zhou Minjun until she could not take it anymore, forcing her to comply. And who knows, maybe the three of them could play together. Sorry, I refuse. Yimo pushed her away, his tone growing cold. Jai Baxi was stunned, her eyebrows furrowing slightly. Do you think the money is not enough? If it is not, I can still. It is not about the money. Those who follow different paths cannot plan together. I admit I am greedy for money, but I will not allow my player to be insulted by anyone. Seeing Yimo turn cold, Jai Baxi instantly became enraged. I have been so flattering, and you are giving me attitude instead. You do not know what is good for you. She sneered, dusted off her clothes, and her eyes became sharp. Fine, since you will not agree then, we will see each other in the arena. I would really like to see exactly what you are made of. Rest assured you will. Yimo replied with a smile, meeting her gaze. Jai Baxi. Meow, am I hearing this right, Mr. Agent? I can actually become a student at the academy. And I can even represent them in the competition. Mingli was stunned by the news. She looked at Yimo with sparkling eyes, her tail already flicking with excitement. It was spinning incessantly behind her like a propeller. As a demi-human, she did not even have a legal identity. Now to be told she could have the status of a student. This was simply the dream she had longed for. Going to school, making friends, these were her dreams. Well, even though it is just a nominal enrollment, you still have a test tomorrow. Only by defeating your opponent will you qualify for the competition. Yimo nodded. Seeing the little girl's radiant smile, his heart did not ache quite as much. After all, for Mingli, he had turned down a cool 3 million. Mingli, this is a rare opportunity, if you can achieve a good result in the competition. Perhaps you can change people's prejudices against demi-humans. This is not just for you and me, but for all demi-humans. I need you to tell them that all beings are equal in this world. Even demi-humans are in no way inferior to them. Yimo patted Mingli on the shoulder and said with a serious expression. Hearing this, the little girl was indeed stirred. Her eyes burned with fighting spirit as she clenched her little fists and said firmly, I will definitely work hard. Seeing this, Yimo smiled with satisfaction. Well, since that is the case, stay behind and keep working overtime. If you want to succeed, you have to be relentless. Train your heart out these next few days, push yourself until you drop. Understood, Mr. Agent. Mingli stood at attention with high spirits. It is a good thing Yi Xiaoxiao was not there, or she surely would have exclaimed. Oldmo, oh Oldmo, you really know how to manipulate people. Night soon fell. Mingli dragged her exhausted body, head drooping. She felt completely wilted as she wobbled back home. Meow, Mr. Agent is really scary when he gets serious, Tilda. Today, Yimo had hired a pro player to train her. It was like she had been injected with adrenaline, forcing her to run dungeons like crazy. 5,000 per session, Yimo had spent a full 50,000 in just half a day. The trainer was so exhausted they finally let Mingli go home. Even as a demi-human, with stamina and endurance far beyond the average person. Pushing herself this hard would still break her. But it has to be said, the results were excellent. Mingli jumped directly from level 11 to level 12. All her stats reached 46 points. These stats were already comparable to some level 20 ordinary players. Even for the sake of tomorrow's test. Mingli gritted her teeth and spent a large sum of 60,000 to buy a better greatsword. She retired the old, tattered one she used to carry. But the little girl did not throw the old sword away, she kept it at home as a memento. After all, it was her very first one. Sister, why do you look so thin today? Back at the lower district hospital, Menjiao looked at her weary sister and asked with heartache. She handed her a bowl of dried fish strips. Because Mengji was hospitalized, both sisters had moved in to take care of her. It is nothing, Mr. Agent just really knew how to torture people today, so I was a bit late. Bai lay on the sofa, muttering to herself. Then she picked up a fish strip and put it in her mouth, her eyes squinting in bliss. There is nothing that a small dried fish cannot fix. If there is, then two will do. Ever since Mr. Agent came into our lives, my quality of life has improved so much. She had earned quite a bit from running dungeons these past few days, so her living situation was much better. It is hard to imagine that if it were not for Mr. Agent, I might not even have enough to eat. And mother might have also. Xiao Li, you are back. What happened today to make you so tired? Hearing the commotion, Mengji tilted her head slightly from the bed to look at Mingli. Her face was filled with worry and helplessness, especially after hearing that line. Mr. Agent really knew how to torture her today. Did that scum finally decide to take advantage of her daughter? Mom, I was just about to tell you, Mr. Agent is planning to. She told Mengji everything about tomorrow's test and the national competition. Let a demi-human enter the national competition. Hearing this, Mengji was stunned. She had never even heard of such a thing before. The reason I came back so late today is because Mr. Agent wanted to intensify my training. In just half a day, he spent 50,000 just hiring a pro trainer for me. Spent 50,000 in half a day. Hearing this, Mengji was shocked once more. If Yimo was just giving Mingli money, it would most likely be for his own amusement. But if he was hiring a trainer for her, then without a doubt, it was to cultivate her. Perhaps I really misunderstood that man. Is there really someone in this world who does not discriminate against demi-humans? Mengji was overcome with emotion. Yes, Mr. Agent even told me that this national competition is a good opportunity to change people's perceptions of demi-humans. He wants me to tell everyone during the competition that all beings are equal in this world. Even demi-humans are no worse than them. Hearing this, Mengji trembled. Her breathing became hurried and agitated. Demi-humans are no worse than them. These words hit Mengji's heart like a bombshell. That man, did he really say that? Mengji looked at Mingli with red-rimmed eyes, her voice trembling. If that man really said that, there was no doubt that not only did he hold no prejudice against demi-humans, but he was also striving to create value for demi-humans to prove themselves. He wanted to use this event to convey a truth to everyone. All beings are equal. What a strange and God-defying phrase in this world. Wait. Suddenly, Mengji realized something. Her breathing quickened. Could it be that this kid named Yimo wants to create an equal world? He wants to challenge the order created by the 6 holy churches. Yes, those were Mr. Agent's exact words. Mingli nodded with a smile. Having received confirmation, Mengji held Mingli's hand tightly, her expression turning serious. Xiao Li, you may not know what it means for a demi-human to enter the competition, and how difficult it truly is. Although I did not think much of him at first. Looking at this, he must have made many sacrifices to secure this opportunity for you. You must not let him down. Hearing this, Mingli's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Mr. Agent made a great sacrifice for me. Thinking of this, she was deeply moved. Subconsciously, she clenched her fists and nodded firmly. I will not let him down. There was no doubt that Mr. Agent was the most precious treasure heaven had bestowed upon her. To not let him down. To repay him, I must work twice as hard. She gritted her teeth, suddenly feeling no fatigue, and wanted nothing more than to run a few more dungeons. Meanwhile, after taking a shower and browsing his phone, Yimo was getting ready to sleep. During this time, he watched many matches from recent national competitions. Most participants in the finals are around level 30. There is even no shortage of players with S-grade and SS-grade job qualities. Their equipment is also almost all of transcendental quality or higher. Sai, it seems I will have to intensify Mingli's training. Her level is still lacking. Because Yi Xiaoxiao is at school, she definitely has someone to train for her. And with Zhou Minjin's help, she does not need to worry about levels. Once the divine artifact is ready, her getting into the finals should not be a problem. It is only with Mingli that he needs to put in more effort. If possible, it would be best to get both of them into the top 3. Sai, I need money. Ding. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly vibrated. Mingli, Mr. Agent, I will work hard. I definitely will not let you down. This girl, she is certainly motivated. Yimo smiled and typed out a reply. Yimo, I have always believed in you. What? Mengli? What? Time flows like water and years pass like a shuttle. A day passed by in a rush. Yimo stretched and got up, rubbing his sleepy eyes. He shook his heavy head and walked over to the sink. Looking into the mirror, he saw his own haggard appearance. It seemed like Lilith had reached her limit in his dream last night. Ever since she returned to reality, she had been going at him. Hes, my dear demon god, you are finally awake. I have been waiting for you for such a long time. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Yimo sighed helplessly. Fine, I will play along with you then. While at it, he took a moment to check the system page and found he had gained 60 points of god value. It was probably provided by the Minotaur Nest dungeon. This kind of fixed income is actually quite decent. TSS, I have to say, this extreme feeling of pressure from Lilith is really intense. He planned to use this method more often in the future to train Lilith and exercise her actual combat experience with him. After a quick breakfast, Yimo took a cab to the agency. The door is unlocked. Arriving at the agency, Yimo was surprised to find that the door was not locked. He frowned instantly and stepped inside with caution. However, he discovered a white fluffy tail hanging off the side of the sofa. Glancing up, he saw Mingli, looking as if she had melted. The little girl was curled up softly on the sofa, her slender, fair legs hugging a pillow with dark circles under her eyes. She was muttering in her sleep things like, I will work hard and I will not let you down. This girl, she did not stay up all night working, did she? Yimo stood stunned for a long while before taking out a blanket to cover Mingli. Then he stepped aside and made a phone call to Joe Bai. Can I come by later today for the test? Okay, thank you. Hanging up, Yimo looked at the soundly sleeping Mingli and shook his head helplessly. Whoosh. Time flew by. Soon it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yimo brought Mingli to Kaiyang Academy. Is this the school? It is so spectacular. Looking at the sign at the entrance of Kaiyang Academy, Mingli, wearing a big cat-eared hoodie, let out a deep sigh of amazement and longing. I must say, Kaiyang Academy is worthy of being the largest academy in Kaiyang City. The architectural area is vast, and the skyscrapers inside reach into the sky. Even the gates and signs look so magnificent. What are you doing? Outsiders and primary school students are not allowed in here. Go pass out your flyers somewhere else. The security guard saw the two standing at the gate looking suspicious and immediately waved his stun baton, issuing a warning. Oh, we have an invitation from teacher Zhou Minjun. Saying that, Yimo took out an electronic QR code. Beep, a welcome ends. After scanning the QR code on the machine, the manual entrance gate opened up. Yimo and Mingli then entered the academy. Why does this feel like scanning a ticket? Yimo sighed weakly and followed the directions, moving forward with Mingli. They soon found the building and office number for Zhou Minjun. Hello, I am Yi Xiaoxiao's guardian. Yimo knocked politely on the door and then opened it. The office was not big. Besides Zhou Minjun, there were several other teachers reprimanding students with red faces. Look, how did your rank drop so much this time? Can you pay some attention? You should get your medicine and equipment from the teachers, but you keep going for those pirated ones outside. How can your PK scores not drop? I told you not to lose focus or touch things randomly in the dungeon. Look at this now, the whole class level has been dragged down by you. Damn it, my year-end bonus. Stand up straight, why did you lose the fight to the student next door again? You are really embarrassing me. Do not say you are my student when you go out in the future. Watching the teachers red-faced and reprimanding the students, Yimo twitched his eyebrows, speechless. Is the competition so intense in schools now? Mingli shrank her neck even more, hiding behind Yimo and peeking out quietly. The wonderful image of a school in her heart was shattered on the spot. Welcome, Mr. Yi. Upon seeing Yimo, Zhou Minjun stepped forward enthusiastically to shake his hand. Then she cast her gaze toward Mingli. You must be Mingli. She smiled and reached out, preparing to shake hands with Mingli as well. This action took Mingli by surprise. She awkwardly extended her small palm and said timidly hello. Soon, Zhou Minjun brought them to the gymnasium. Behind her followed a long-haired boy. He was clearly Mingli's opponent this time. His name is Chen Yi, your opponent this time, an A-rank job ice and fire mage. Zhou Minjun pointed to the long-haired boy on the ring. He held a black spellbook, wore a thick robe, and had a long wizard's hat on his head. Clearly, he was a fully equipped mage player. Meow, as expected of a student from the upper district, his equipment is so complete. Mingli took a nervous, deep breath. The only piece of equipment on her was the greatsword in her hand, which was decent and could boost her strength stat by 7 points. Do not be nervous, just perform as usual. Seeing Mingli's nervous expression, Yimo patted her head to comfort her. The little girl nodded, then took off her hood, revealing her pair of white fluffy cat ears, and slowly walked onto the stage. Hello, my name is Mingli, level 12 warrior. Stating one's identity to an opponent before a PK is a basic courtesy. Only level 12s. Under the stage, Zhou Minjun, who was sitting next to Yimo, frowned. She did not expect Mingli to be only level 12. This was much worse than she had expected. Sure enough, is it because she is a demi-human. So it is difficult to level up. If this is her level, she will not be able to participate in the national competition. You are a demi-human. Chen Yi on stage also looked surprised. He did not expect that the person competing with him for the competition quota would be a demi-human. He subconsciously looked at Zhou Minjun, seeing that she did not say anything. He frowned slightly. A level 12 demi-human, and she has the nerve to compete with me for a spot. Level 20 mage Chen Yi. He said impatiently and then took his stance. 3 2 1. Start. As the countdown on the big screen chimed. Chen Yi did not say a word and tapped on his spellbook. Bang bangs bangs. He shot 3 fireballs without charging directly at Mingli. Facing the fierce attack, Mingli held her greatsword and took a deep breath. Her petite body crouched down slightly, and her eyes became sharp. Ghost Step. Ghost Shadow Slash. 2 skills were cast in succession. Mingli's body instantly became intangible. The 3 fireballs passed directly through her body and hit the ground behind, stirring up waves of debris. Whoosh! Suddenly, Mingli stepped hard on the ground with 1 foot. Her body turned into an afterimage, rushing straight towards Chen Yi. So fast, Zhou Minjun's pupils shrank, showing shock. Damn it, get away from me. Seeing Mingli approaching rapidly, Chen Yi felt that things were going bad. While dodging backward, he frantically threw fireballs and ice cones to block her. But Mingli was like a ghost, none of the attacks could touch her. Oh no, her speed is too fast, I cannot keep any distance at all. Chen Yi gritted his teeth and hurriedly cast his 3rd skill. Elemental Shield. He put up a shield to fend off the incoming attack. This is a skill that mages learn at level 20 to defend against close-range jobs. Bang! A sound like breaking glass rang out suddenly. Mingli swung her greatsword and broke the shield with a single sweep. She broke my shield in 1 strike. Is not she only level 12? Where did she get such high attack power? Chen Yi's pupils contracted, but before he could react, a strong feeling of suffocation hit him. Mingli grabbed his neck with her other hand. Her slender arm erupted with unbelievable power. She threw Chen Yi away with her entire body. What? Mingli? What? My god! The immense inertia sent Chen Yi flying instantly. His body shot out like a cannonball, straight out of the arena. With a bang, he crashed right into the spectator stands. The terrifying force left Chen Yi dizzy and disoriented. Oh no, I am so sorry. I didn't expect you to be so fragile even at level 20. Mingli turned pale with fright and rushed over to Chen Yi. She kept bowing and apologizing, delivering the most cutting remarks with the most sincere attitude. You little. Chen Yi was fuming, but before he could finish his swear word, he rolled his eyes and passed out cold. Zhou Minjun stared at the scene in a daze, her breath hitching, unable to calm down for a long time. Even though mages are fragile, Mingli is only level 12. She one-shot a fully geared level 20 mage. And that mage had an A-grade class too. This is just too unbelievable. What is the name of the class of the player you have there? Zhou Minjun swallowed hard and slowly turned her head. She looked at Yimo beside her and asked tentatively. The strength exceeds any SSS grade class she has ever seen. It could even go head-to-head with the signature SSS grade classes of the Six Saints Church. God-slaying Ghost Swordsman. It features constant super armor and speed boosts, plus an invincibility skill that lets her become ethereal. Yimo answered with a smile, speaking quite naturally. Mingli's strength attribute is as high as 46 points. Including the 20% bonus from Ghost God Power and the 7 points from her weapon, that makes 62. Then add the 30% damage bonus from her Ghost Shadow Slash. That strike dealt a massive 81 points of strength damage. One-shotting a squishy mage with at most 40 to 50 constitution points was child's play. Super armor, explosive speed, and invincibility. Hearing Yimo's answer, Zhou Minjun's breathing quickened. Is this even fair for other players? This is completely heaven-defying. If she grows up and enters the next Agent Championship, She could probably go toe-to-toe with the master-tier agents of the Six Saints Church. Zhou Minjun thought to herself, realizing the terror of Yi Mo's talent. The agent championship is different from the national competition. It is a competition among agents, consisting of 3 modes: arena battles, team battles, and individual matches. Arena battles are simple. Agents send their players onto the field one by one until they have no players left. Team battles are for players to form squads, focusing more on party composition and synergy. As for individual matches, those test the personal combat skills of the agents themselves. You are really generous to the demi-human, willing to give her such a terrifying SSS grade class card. Zhou Minjun admired Yi Mo's character. If she had an SSS grade class card like that, she certainly would not give it to a demi-human. It is not discrimination. It is just common knowledge that it is notoriously hard for demi-humans to level up. This disadvantage becomes even more significant later on. Perhaps you all do not really understand demi-humans. Yi Mo smiled and continued. Do you know how high Meng Li's personal attributes are right now? Zhou Minjun looked at him confused. Her total attributes are as high as 46 points. Hearing this, Zhou Minjun's breath hitched, and the shock on her face was almost overflowing. Are you kidding? Her combined attributes are even higher than some ordinary players over level 20. Exactly, that is the advantage of demi-humans. Although it is slow for demi-humans to level up, their growth bonuses for all attributes are completely maxed out. In short, the higher the ceiling of the class card, the stronger the demi-human. Agents can see their growth potential through the system. And Meng Li's growth potential for all stats is completely maxed out. This means that even after she hits level 30, her stats will still be maxed. Some people might only have high growth potential in 1 or 2 stats due to their class or natural talent. But demi-humans are maxed in all of them. You know, the range of attribute growth when a player levels up varies. The gap might be small in the early stages, but it changes in the later stages. For example, between level 70 and 80, the increase per stat per level is 128 to 256 points. For an S-grade class, the increase per stat per level is about 190 to 220. For SS and SSS grade, it is about 210 to 256 points. And demi-humans can directly max out their primary attributes. For instance, an S-grade mage specializes in spirit. Then the spirit growth per level is guaranteed to be 220. For SS and SSS grade, it is guaranteed to be 256 points. This means that the higher the quality of the class card, the higher the attribute cap for a demi-human. At the same level, a demi-human's attributes are definitely higher than an ordinary person's. So that is how it works. Zhou Minjun realized, but immediately followed up with another question. But there are quite a few demi-human players. How come no one has discovered this until now? Yi Mo chuckled and shook his head, saying slowly, because of the discrimination against demi-humans, no one is willing to give them high-quality class cards. Naturally, their potential remains unseen. Hearing this, Zhou Minjun understood. True, no one is willing to give high-quality cards to demi-humans. It is hard to discover this characteristic. Only those who have absolutely no prejudice and are willing to grant high-quality cards can discover this trait in demi-humans. But in realities, how many such people can there be? Wait. Suddenly, Zhou Minjun seemed to realize something else. Even so, Meng Li's all-attribute stat of 46 is still a bit too exaggerated. And did not you say that it only maxes out the stats the class specializes in? Does that mean the class card Yi Mo gave Meng Li is a super all-rounder, with top-tier growth potential in every single stat? With such a terrifying class combined with demi-human talent, by the time she reaches her final growth stage, she will be like a deity. The more Zhou Minjun thought about it, the more she felt a chill down her spine. Even the SSS grade classes of the Six Saints Church do not have such terrifying growth potential. This means, could the deity this guy worships be even more powerful than the gods of the Six Saints? Zhou Minjun looked at Yi Mo and gasped deeply. A few hours passed by quickly. Undoubtedly, Meng Li easily qualified for the national competition in this test. Zhou Minjun talked with Yi Mo about some of the people involved in the national competition. Now the two of them are considered partners. I think the things they lack right now are equipment and levels. After all, this national competition will be exceptionally fierce, and there is no lack of legacy heirs and seed players from the Six Saints Church. Their equipment, class quality, and levels will not be low. Zhou Minjun was right. Although Meng Li and Yi Xiaoxiao have good talent, their levels and equipment are major drawbacks. Compared to those family heirs and seed players from the Six Saints Church, they are still quite far behind. The reason Meng Li was able to one-shot Chenya today was mainly due to class suppression. If she had gone up against an A-grade tank, warrior, or assassin of the same level, it would not have been such an easy win. Moreover, there are plenty of pay-to-win players in the national competition. Their class quality is mostly SS or even SSS grade. Their equipment is also top tier. Facing those monsters, the class advantages of Meng Li and Yi Xiaoxiao will vanish completely. You are right, I will figure out a way to raise Meng Li's level and get both of them better equipment. Regarding Yi Xiaoxiao, leave her leveling to me. I will personally send people to take her through dungeons these days. I will try to get her level above 20 by the day of the competition. The two looked at the schedule. There were only 14 days left until the national competition. Zhou Minjun. Time flows like water and years pass like a shuttle. A week passed by in silence. Gazing at the gate of Kaiyang Academy, Yi Xiaoxiao tapped her status panel. Name Yi Xiaoxiao. Path Mage. Extraordinary profession, Necromancer. Level 15. Experience points 67%. Constitution 53. Speed 58. Strength 53. Spirit 58. Mana consumption 460 over 460. Skills skeleton summoning cannot be upgraded, Breath of Death level 1. Mental method cleansing heart technique level 1. Extra ability calamity descent. Deity worshipped demon god of world destruction. After joining the special class, she went through many dungeons. Because there were people carrying her, her level rose very quickly in the beginning. The leveling up was fast indeed, but it is a pity that since transferring to the professional grade, the learning atmosphere has completely changed. That is right, after becoming a player and transferring to the professional class, she finally truly realized the differential treatment between top students and poor students. Here, everything is based on combat power ranking. And the assessment of combat power is based on one's professional quality, equipment, base stats, mental method level, and actual combat performance. Top students with high combat power can bully poor students with low combat power. They can even make some excessive demands. Things like serving tea, pouring water, or handing over protection fees. It is even perfectly fine to treat a poor student as a chair to ride on. And the school actually encourages students to do this. It can increase the intensity of competition. This led to the fact that people here are very competitive. How competitive is it? For example, those 3 students at the door with special class badges on their chests. At this moment, they are cornering a skinny, ordinary class student with a menacing look. So you are the one who peeked at my notes. As punishment, you will do our homework for today. Hearing this, the ordinary class student shivered. He quickly hugged the lead student's pant leg and begged for mercy in terror. No, please do not. I beg you to beat me up instead, even if you beat me to death, just please do not make me do your homework. Keep whining and you will not even have tomorrow's homework. Looking at the bullied skinny boy, Yi Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly and took a step forward. You guys, you are blocking my way. Oh, where did this girl come from? I am in the top 30 of the first grade of the special class, you dare to talk to me like that? Yi Xiaoxiao did not waste words, and immediately lit up 2 rows of titles above her head. Combat Power Index, 1588. Combat Power Rankings 3 first year. Combat Power Index over 1,000, the 3rd place in the first grade. Seeing this, the lead teenager's face changed drastically, and his legs began to shake in fear. Trembling while looking at the dazzling rank above Yi Xiaoxiao's head, he instinctively lowered his head, not daring to look her in the eye. This is the reaction of a poor student meeting a top student. Only students in the top 10 are qualified to look at the top 3. A poor student in the top 30 like him, is he even worthy of looking at the top 3 students directly? Get lost. Yes, yes, yes. The 3 of them scrambled away. You should get to class 2. After driving the 3 away, Yi Xiaoxiao looked at the skinny boy and said coldly. The skinny boy was stunned for a long time, then made a flying leap. He hugged Yi Xiaoxiao's ankle with gratitude and begged desperately. Seniors, no mom, please let me be your dog. I do not want to be a poor student anymore, I do not want to be bullied by them again. I will pay you the protection fees on time, please, I beg you. At Kaiyang Academy, those with low combat power collectively refer to those with high combat power as seniors. Especially students like these in ordinary classes, who are no different from livestock. Only by handing over protection fees on time can they get the protection of special class students. Therefore, it is the norm for a special class student to have 3 or 4 lackeys under their command. Sorry, I am not interested in a weakling like you. Xiao shook him off coldly and walked straight towards the teaching building. Inside the teaching building. Special class first grade class 3. Morning. Shortly after Xiao returned to the classroom, a male math teacher with black-rimmed glasses walked in with a stack of papers. I have to say you are the worst class I have ever taught. I have explained these test questions so many times in class, I did not expect so many people to still get them wrong. Today, I will explain them to you again. The math teacher had not finished his sentence. A tall physical education teacher walked in. He glanced at the math teacher indifferently. You are sick. The math teacher was shocked and ran away looking embarrassed. After sending away the sick math teacher, the PE teacher Zhao Dachuan looked at the students and grinned. This class is officially changed to PE, by the way. Your Chinese teacher and English teacher have also asked for leave today. In other words, apart from the mental method class in the afternoon, we are going to have a whole morning of actual combat PK training. Soon, Zhao Dachuan brought the students to the sports field. The blood-boiling practical training began. At this time, Zhao Dachuan walked up to Yi Xiaoxiu, scanned her internship staff, and could not help but frown. Tusk Yi Xiaoxiu, although your combat integration score is the best in the class. But your equipment is too crude. Maybe you can rely on your high-quality profession to crush others now. But it will not take long before those students' levels rise. Once they reach the equipment level standard, it will be easy for them to surpass you. As he spoke, Zhao Dachuan immediately took out a glowing golden staff from his suitcase. Look at this staff, full gold-plated process, restricted to level 10, official product of the Joint Chamber of Commerce. This is high-end stuff that only those aristocratic children can use. During combat, it can increase your spirit attribute by 10 points and reduce mana consumption by 5%. This quality is enough for you to use until level 30 without needing to change it. Original price 100,000. For the sake of our teacher-student relationship, I will give you a 20% discount, just 80,000, how about it? At Kaiyang Academy, the proportion of equipment to combat power is undoubtedly the first priority. Having good equipment is equivalent to driving a good car. This maybe not. Looking at the staff in Zhao Dachuan's hand, Yi Xiaoxiu swallowed subconsciously. Honestly, she really wanted it. It is a pity that she does not have enough funds. The high price of 80,000 is far beyond what she can afford. After reaching level 10, other students in the class have already started to own their own weapons and equipment. And what about herself? She is still using the internship staff provided by the school for free. After the morning PE class ended, it was time for the afternoon mental method class. The mental method at Kaiyang Academy is the cleansing heart technique. When attacked, there is a 20% chance to ignore the attack. The cooldown is once every 60 seconds. Increasing the level of the mental method can increase the probability of immunity and reduce the cooldown time. Those who want to sign up for the official Divine Sect ritual can come to the teacher to sign up after class. It can increase your cultivation speed of the mental method by 20%. It only costs 50,000 for 1 month. If you do not have enough funds, you can also ask the teacher to take out a mental method loan, with low interest and fast arrival. Looking at the students who were surrounding the mental method teacher to sign up for the Divine Sect ritual. Yi Xiaoxiu sighed helplessly. Going to school. It really costs so much money. Especially after becoming a player, I realized how deep the water in the school is. Now she might still be able to use the SSS level profession card given by Yi Mo to crush the students. But as other students' levels go up, they can use more and more equipment. The gap between her and the other classmates will only get wider and wider, until her ranking gets lower and lower, and then she might even be kicked out of the special class. By then, her fate might just be the same as that thin boy from this morning. Every time she thinks of these things, Yi Xiaoxiu feels a sense of anxiety and panic. She does not want to be kicked out of the special class and become someone else's dog. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Yi Xiaoxiu was feeling melancholic, her phone suddenly rang. Old Mo. She checked the caller ID and found it was Yi Mo. After clearing her throat, she answered the phone. Hello, you built me equipment, then I will come to your place tonight. What, your firm moved to the city center, right near the school outside? No, Old Mo, did you rob a bank? Where did you get so much money? What? Yi Xiaoxiu. What? Agent sir, are we really going to be living here from now on? Mingli was almost buried under the piles of luggage she was carrying on her head and in her hands. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at the dormitory before her. It was a small villa covering nearly 300 square meters, complete with a small 100-square-meter garden with a fountain. It was hard to imagine that this was actually going to be her player dormitory. Living in the lower district, Mingli had never seen such a luxurious house in her entire life. Yeah, this must be it. Yimo was also stunned for a moment before he pushed open the heavy entrance door of the villa. What met his eyes was a high-ceilinged hall with a full French aesthetic. The crystal chandelier hanging in the center was dazzling, and the luxurious leather sofa exuded an air of grandeur. The villa had 4 floors in total, with the basement area being relatively casual. It was equipped with facilities like a gym, a bar, and a movie theater. The second floor was for employee quarters, with 5 or 6 rooms of various sizes. As for the third floor, it only had 1 master bedroom and 2 secondary bedrooms. After checking the dormitory, Yimo did not expect Jiang Linyue to be so generous. She had gone ahead and arranged a mansion for him. Even though Yimo did not want to admit it, he had to say one thing. This spoiled life, oh man, it sure tastes sweet. After a quick cleanup, Mingli ran around excitedly, energetically exploring every single room. Yimo, on the other hand, lay down tiredly on the soft, large bed. Nice. The master bedroom is so soft and so big. It is the kind of bed where you could easily roll around with 2 people. Agent Sir Cece, can I move into the room next to yours? Mingli peeked her cute head out from around the doorframe. She blinked her large, bright eyes at Yimo inside the room, making her request somewhat shyly. Move in next to me. Yimo thought about it for a moment. According to Jiang Linyue's requirements, the master bedroom was his, but that was it. As for the other 2 secondary bedrooms, she did not allow anyone else to stay in them. Yimo could understand that. She just did not want people bothering her, he got it. According to the landlord, players can only stay on the second floor. Oh? Mingli's little ears drooped as she let out a disappointed oh. She headed back to the second floor, dispirited to tidy up her own room. After sending Mingli away, Yimo shook his head helplessly and opened his personal panel. Name's Yimo. Agent level first tier. Experience points 96% shared with contracted players. Physique 45. Speed 34. Strength 37. Spirit 33. Mana 260 out of 260. Contracted players 2 out of 2. Abilities 1 body 1 soul exclusive. Heavenly Demon Godly Thunder S rank, Undying Body God rank. Currently available Blessing class cards. Godslaying Ghost Swordsman SSS rank Warrior Path, Necromancer SSS rank Mage Path. Time and Space Creator SSS rank Controller Path, Heavenly Demon Monarch SSS rank Tank, Berserker rank Warrior Path. Deity Worshipped Demon God of Destruction. With all of Mingli's hard work these past few days, Yimo was nearing the second tier agent level, just 4% of experience points short. He figured that after another 2 or 3 days of clearing dungeons, he could promote to tier 2. Once he gains the heavenly origin power, he will not have to worry about mana consumption anymore. By then, he can upgrade his heavenly demon godly thunder ability to level 10 at any time. His personal combat power would then increase exponentially. Mingli has also performed well lately, successfully leveling up from 12 to 18 through these days of effort. Her full attributes have reached 70 points, and Zhou Minjin did not let him down either, driving Yizaya Xiao up to level 15. However, the biggest surprise for Yimo was his divinity value. It rose from 4100 out of 9000 7 days ago to 9880 out of 9000. If it were not for considering his tier 2 promotion and the divinity required for blessing artifacts, Yimo could have directly leveled up his godhood to level 4. As for why his divinity has risen so much these past few days, it certainly was not from the Minotaur's lair, that trash A-rank dungeon. It was because Yimo opened his phone's video app. He did not have to scroll far to see. Heavenly Tao Alliance official. The Graveyard of Gods world-class dungeon has such rich rewards. We were so close to the world first kill on the boss. War God Hall official comment, that is right, we almost got the world first without even hiring a single demigod. Damn, it was ridiculously simple. Buddhist Order official comment, Amitabha, to the 2 idiots above go to hell. Clearly, the 3 largest forces in the Great Xia nation were already at each other's throats. Especially the Buddhist Order. To push an honest faction to the point of cursing shows just how heavy their losses were. A full 3 demigod players were demoted to high-level players. They were the main force providing Yimo with the most divinity. And this short video had recently shot to the top of the trending list, gaining immense popularity. As for the other 3/6 Saint Cathedral powers, like the Saint Knight Alliance, Witchcraft Church, and Heavenly Mother Court, because their main bases were abroad, although they have forces in Great Xia, they were not the main force, so none of them made it over. Yimo's Graveyard of Gods world-class dungeon was, without a doubt, classified as one of the top 10 unsolvable dungeons. The ranking of unsolvable dungeons is based on player casualties and the scale of the crusade. So for the time being, the Graveyard of Gods was provisionally ranked 7th among the top 10. As for whether its ranking will rise further, that depends on if any more people with a death wish decide to enter. Sai, the biggest problem now is still being short on money. Closing the video, Yimo checked his account balance. In the last 7 days, thanks to selling 2 Berserker class cards and the money from dungeon material drops, his funds reached an unprecedented 780,000. Unfortunately, he spent 420,000 on the only 2 pieces of artifact auxiliary materials on the Taotao online shop. Then he spent another 300,000 to find a leveling assistant for Mingli. With that, his funds shrank back down to 60,000. Spending money is really like water flowing. Right now, he could still craft 7 more Berserker class cards for sale, which meant there was another 1.4 million in implicit revenue yet to be collected. There is only 1 week left until the national competition, and I do not have time to wait for those 7 cards to sell before I train them. I still need to find other ways to make money. According to the current progress, meeting the goal of getting both of them to level 20 or above before the national competition should be no problem. The only headache is equipment and potions. You know, using potions is legally permitted in the national competition, especially certain functional potions that can enhance attributes. Yimo can give them cheap ones, but he cannot have none at all. Otherwise, the gap will widen significantly. As for the body material money-making method, Yimo really does not want to use it frequently unless absolutely necessary. After all, he had already gone to the 3 major faction platforms and traded materials from different parts. If he sells the same parts and attracts attention, it will be very difficult to handle. You could say that every time Yimo sells materials, he is essentially lowering his own insurance coverage. Should I ask Jiang Linyue for a bit more? Yimo rubbed his temples as this thought suddenly popped into his mind. After all, tomorrow night, our Saintess Jiang is coming to see him. At that time, if I put on a good performance, I might be able to get a bit more. Yimo, oh Yimo, you have truly fallen. How could you have such thoughts, Sai? He beat his chest, feeling ashamed for even having such ideas. Agent sir, there seems to be a package for you downstairs. Just as Yimo was self-condemning, Mingli's soft voice suddenly came from outside the door. It is probably the artifact auxiliary materials I ordered online. After I finish crafting the artifact, I will have Yi Xiaoxiao come over too. Anyway, Jiang Linyue does not arrive until tomorrow. She should not catch me sponging off her, right? What? Mingli? What? After signing for the express delivery, Yimo could not wait to open the package. 2 flowers with sharp teeth and pitch-black bodies, resembling human faces, soon caught Yimo's eyes. These were the abyssal demonic grasses, the 2 materials missing to forge the divine artifact. Yimo had only been able to find these 2 on the Taotao online marketplace. After all, materials related to divine artifacts rarely circulate in the public market. Most of them only appear at auctions. Only those in desperate need of money would sell them online. As a result, the quantity is relatively low, reaching a point where they are priced but unavailable. Yimo was lucky to have found this auxiliary material. As he opened the equipment crafting page, a small tripod appeared out of thin air before him. Heavenly Disaster Divine Staff, a divine artifact. Main material, Calamity Demon Bone, God level. Auxiliary materials, 16 Heavenly Dao Tricky Stones and 16 Abyssal Demonic Grasses. Success rate 30%. Equipment base additional bonus, 50% from the God Pillar Wood. Attribute range 30 to 60%. Materials detected as complete. Would you like to forge? 30 universal materials are included. Note, if the forging fails, the main material will be returned, and the others will be destroyed. The craftable equipment options appeared shortly after, and Yimo clicked confirm immediately. Swish! Countless materials from his inventory transformed into streams of light and flew out. After hovering in the air for a moment, they zipped into the small tripod. Poof! Orange flames ignited at the bottom of the tripod, continuously scorching its body. Forging in progress, please wait. Estimated wait time 3 hours. A system prompt with a countdown appeared before Yimo's eyes. This time, by the time it is done, my little sister should be out of school. I will have her come over then and witness the birth of her own precious divine artifact. Yimo nodded, thinking this was a great idea. So he gave Jiang a call. Little sis, come over for dinner tonight. I just happened to forge a weapon for you. By the way, my agency moved and I am staying in the dormitory now it is at. Yimo gave her the address and hung up the phone. Meanwhile, in a spacious high-rise luxury apartment, a soft moan echoed through the bedroom. Jiang Linyue frowned tightly, biting her pink, delicate lips. Lying on the soft bed, her graceful body curled up, sweat soaking her Pikachu pajamas. Her slender hand pressed against the glowing magic seal on her lower abdomen, as if she were enduring some unimaginable agony. Task description: stay at least 30 meters away from the Destiny Child for 24 hours and endure 5 times the side effects. After 24 hours, make contact with the Destiny Child 30 times to clear the side effects. Task reward: 200 corruption points and 10 days of side effect immunity. Task failure: the side effect of karmic fire burning the heart will be increased 20 times for a month. Current 24-hour time remaining: 0 hours 0 minutes 28 seconds. Current task progress: 0 out of 30. After enjoying the 3-day holiday from the previous task, Jiang Linyue received a new magic seal mission 3 days later. Undoubtedly, the difficulty this time was unprecedented. Jiang Linyue did not even run dungeons. She just stayed home, enduring these long 24 hours. Or rather, in her current state, even walking was a struggle. Let alone going into a dungeon. 20 more seconds, and I can go find him to remove the side effects. A flush rose on Jiang Linyue's pretty face, her hair slightly damp. She exhaled cold air, her beautiful eyes fixed on the system countdown. 20 on 19 on 18. The 5 times multiplier on the side effects made every second feel like a year. When only 15 seconds remained, she shakily took out her phone and typed to Yimo rapidly. Jiang Linyue, where are you right now? Ding dong. A dozen seconds later, a message came through. Yimo, at the employee dormitory you arranged. What is wrong? Whoosh. Upon seeing the reply, Jiang Linyue made a gesture with one hand. Sword control technique. The long sword in the living room flew over rapidly. Jiang Linyue stepped onto it, pushed the window open with her energy, and shot off like a meteor. At this point, she could not care about any no-fly restrictions. The worst that could happen was a fine or some points deducted. That did not matter at all compared to her physical condition. New Mozio Agency Dormitory. Kitchen. Yimo, wearing an apron, looked at his phone in confusion. Seeing Jiang Linyue did not reply, he decided to ignore it and continued to simmer his pork ribs. As a celebration for moving into the new dormitory, he naturally wanted to have a team-building dinner. Now the only one missing from their agency was Jiang. Ding dong. Just then the doorbell rang. Mingli, watch the pot and taste the ribs for seasoning while I go open the door. Saying this, Yimo took off his apron and walked straight toward the living room. Oh right, okay, Mr. Agent. Mingli immediately put down her work and trotted over to bring a small footstool to stand on. She picked up a spoon, managed to reach the broth, and took a small taste. The delicious, savory taste flooded her mouth, making the little girl squint her eyes in pure enjoyment. Who would have thought Mr. Agent's cooking was this good? Meanwhile, Yimo walked to the entrance and opened the door with a click. Soon, a familiar and lovely figure stood right before him. You are here, come on in and have a tour of your brother's big mansion. Yimo opened the door proudly, showing it off. Brother, you are amazing. At first, I thought I had the wrong place. I did not even dare to knock. Jiang walked into the house, her long, straight white silk-clad legs moving as she looked around in shock. After examining the dormitory, Jiang looked back at Yimo and asked suspiciously, "Where on earth did you get this money? You did not do something sketchy and latch onto some rich woman, did you?" Yimo choked and rubbed his nose guiltily, saying, "What are you talking about? Is your brother that kind of person? I found an investor who saw my incredible talent. They did not just arrange the best agency and dormitory. I even get 100,000 in funding every week." Jiang was stunned for a long moment. Well, 100,000 a week. And in such a great location. Has my brother really hitched his wagon to a big-shot donor? Thinking this, Jiang immediately put on a flattering smile. She looked at Yimo and giggled. Brother, I always knew you were smart and destined for great things. And look, I was right. Tusk, just say what you need, do not give me all this fluff. Yimo smacked his lips. Did he not know Jiang? He could guess exactly what she wanted before she even spoke. Well, you see. Since you have made it big, could you give me some allowance next month? Yixiao rubbed her hands together, shyly and coyly making a small request. Allowance, but I still have to pay off your debts. Yimo pretended to be troubled. Oh brother, I will come and give you back rubs and massages every day. I promise to take good care of you. Yixiao immediately pulled Yimo to sit on the sofa and reached out with her slender hands to knead his shoulders. She could not have looked any more sycophantic. All right then, fines. Yimo waved his hand and said directly, I will give you 1,000 in allowance every week. Brother, you are the best. Yixiao's eyes lit up, and her hands moved even more diligently as she tended to Yimo. Mr. Agent, I think dinner is ready. Just then, Mingli walked out of the kitchen, wearing her little apron. When she saw Yixiao kneading Yimo's shoulders in such an intimate way, Mingli was stunned for a second. Her brows furrowed and she instantly bristled, baring her teeth. Like a protective little mother cat, she glared at Yixiao with ill intent. Seeing Mingli, Yixiao's smile froze. Her face turned dark in an instant, and she smacked her lips unhappily. Brother, why is she here too? Jiang Linyue. Mo, how come she is here too? She did not have a single shred of affection for this homewrecker Mingli. It was not about discrimination. She simply felt this person was harboring improper intentions toward her brother. She is an employee, so naturally she has to live here. Yimo said it as if it were a matter of course. Are you kidding me? Does not that mean you two are living together? You are going to live with her? Yixiao's eyes widened and she felt even more annoyed. Upon hearing this, Mengli's head instantly started steaming, and her little face turned bright red. No way, I do not approve of this. Seeing Mengli's shy appearance, Yixiao became even more certain. This little potato is definitely eyeing her brother and has extremely impure thoughts. She lives in the lower district so far away. It is a huge hassle to commute every day, you know. Besides, she is the only player I have who can run dungeons. If her time is wasted, the firm's earnings will drop. Who is going to pay for your schooling then? How will you handle your tuition next year? Yimo laid the reality out before Yixiao. Yixiao was choked speechless. It is true, even if she worked 3 jobs a day, she could never save up enough for next year's tuition. And what is more, Yimo is doing all of this for her sake. Not only is he taking on debts for her, but he is also trying to earn enough for her tuition and to support his own studies. Before, he even said he crafted equipment for her. Though he does not say it out loud, everything he does is for her. How could she be so insensitive? If she cannot help him, at least she should not be causing him trouble, right? I get it, Mo, I was being too headstrong. What is there to apologize for? Let us eat, let us eat. Yimo was taken aback, then patted Yixiao's head and went to fetch the pork rib soup with a laugh. Mr. Agent, let me help you with that, meow. Just as Meng Li was about to help, her petite body stiffened as if electrocuted, her fur standing on end. She turned her head subconsciously, only to find Yixiao tugging on her tail, warning her with a grim look in her voice. I am warning you, do not get any ideas about my brother. Do you really think no one can see through your little schemes? Meng Li froze, her small brow furrowed as she pulled her tail back from Yixiao's grip. She glared at Yixiao with a cute, fierce expression and retorted defiantly. Compared to me, you are the one who is weird for a sister. Do not tell me you have feelings for your own brother. Yixiao's face flushed red as if she had been caught in a lie. She immediately rebutted with a guilty conscience, what nonsense, I just do not like you, that is all. The two women immediately broke into a heated argument. Ding dong. Just then, the doorbell rang again. After setting the soup on the table, Yimo was taken by surprise. Who would come at this hour? He furrowed his brows and suddenly realized something. Oh crap. Could it be Jiang Linyue? But did not she say she was not coming until tomorrow? Yimo felt a sudden jolt. Yixiao and Meng Li are both here. If they find out I am living off a woman, I will never be able to show my face again. Ding dongs, ding dongs. While Yimo was scrambling for a plan, the doorbell became even more urgent. Mo, do you have other friends? Yixiao stopped arguing with Meng Li and got up to open the door. Do not move, I will open it. Yimo yelled hurriedly. He took a deep breath, braced himself, walked to the entrance and peeked through the peephole. Sure enough, Jiang Linyue was standing outside. But why was she wearing pajamas and she was all wet? She also looked very anxious. Could it be? No way, she just finished showering and is here to demand my service. No, I have to tell her it is inconvenient today. My employees are here right now, maybe today. Yimo opened the door, but before he could finish, Jiang Linyue lunged at him. Hurry, I need you right now. My god. Is she really that direct? At least give me a heads up first. Really not today, plus there are people inside. It will not look good if they see us. Yimo frowned and tried to dodge. How could he possibly do that with Jiang Linyue right in front of his 2 employees? Fine, then we are going to the bedroom. Saying that, Jiang Linyue ignored his refusal and grabbed him by the back of his collar. She dragged him toward the bedroom on the 3rd floor. Hey, wait. Is that what I meant? But Jiang Linyue had overwhelming physical strength. No matter how hard Yimo struggled, he could not stop her. Did a woman just drag my brother upstairs? Yes, looks like it, meow. The 2 women looked at each other, instantly putting aside their rivalry. Damn it, let us go up and see. Yi Xiaoxiao's temper flared up instantly. Damn her. Trying to snatch him right in front of me. She is not even pretending anymore. Does she even consider me a person? With that, she and Meng Li raced upstairs. On the other side, bang, click, the bedroom door was locked. Jiang Linyue threw Yimo onto the bed. Her pretty face was flushed, and her eyes gazed at him with burning intensity. It was as if she were going to swallow him whole. No, wait, maybe we should wear a helmet or something. Seeing Jiang Linyue's state, Yimo stammered. If we do not do anything, we are going to end up with a life-changing situation here. Shut up. Jiang Linyue snapped coldly and pinned him down with her leg. With a rip, she tore Yimo's clothes and pressed her hand directly onto his chest. Whoosh! Jiang Linyue's pupils contracted sharply. The release of the 5-fold side effect of the 24 hours hit her like a lightning strike. Congratulations, you have triggered the hidden quest condition, Jealous Ambush. Please complete the task within 1 minute. Otherwise, your destiny person might be sent to an orthopedic surgeon by their family. Extra reward plus 20 to all stats. Lines of system notifications echoed in Jiang Linyue's mind. But she was far too preoccupied to notice them. She gritted her teeth, enduring the corrosion of the side effects. Almost there. She had to make contact 30 times to fully eliminate the side effects. Thinking of this, Jiang Linyue accelerated the quest progress. Magic power plus 1. Magic power plus 1. Magic power plus 1. Quest progress 1/30th. Quest progress 1/15th. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Yimo was screaming internally. He felt shocked and conflicted. He was debating whether or not to fight Jiang Linyue off. After all, Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li were still around. Damn it, forget it. If it is social death, so be it, I will just sacrifice my dignity. Just as Yimo made up his mind to take the next step, the warmth on his body suddenly vanished. He looked down and found Jiang Linyue had pulled away. Her eyes had calmed down significantly, and she coldly dropped a single sentence. I am finished. These words acted like a bucket of cold water, completely extinguishing the fire that had just ignited in Yimo's heart. So, 3 question marks and exclamation points immediately appeared over Yimo's head. What the hell? He wanted to curse out loud. Is this woman crazy? Does she have some weird special fetish? Every time she leaves me hanging like this. This money is damn hard to earn. Side note, my dear readers, I'm shamelessly asking you to follow my updates, please, would you? I am kneeling before you, I beg you, kowtowing. Oh, so. Jiang Linyue. You have successfully completed the hidden mission and received an additional reward. All attributes plus 20. Congratulations on exceeding the mission requirements. You have received an additional reward. All attributes plus 10. The more you exceed the target, the more generous the reward. With 2 system notifications ringing, Jiang Linyue finally came back to her senses from the intense feeling of satisfaction. Looking down at Yimo, who seemed weak, pitiful, and quite frightened, Jiang Linyue felt a sudden surge of guilt and quickly got up. I am finished. Wait, what? Do you have some kind of special hobby? Even if you have money, you cannot just. I will pay extra. Hearing this, Yimo stopped mid-sentence. Ding dong. Your QPay account has received 10,000 yuan. Immediately after, the sound of a transfer notification came from his phone. This, all right, let this be the only time. I may be taking your money, but I have my principles, you know. Yimo rubbed his nose, gave a dry cough, and spoke with feigned reserve. Since the person had already paid and apologized sincerely, it is not like you can say much more, right? Then, if a similar situation happens in the future, should I pay you extra? Jiang Linyue asked, looking at him with hopeful eyes. When she made this request, she was somewhat nervous inside, worried that Yimo might refuse. After all, she originally only wanted to keep Yimo close to her to speed up the cultivation of her skills and techniques. It did not include anything like intimate contact. Tug. Hearing this, Yimo was stunned. So this activity was not part of the original deal. She was just looking to hire a companion. And now that she has discovered a new world, she wants to add a new service. It is possible, but you have to notify me in advance. I have employees here after all. What if we are busy when you arrive? No problem, I will do it when your employees are not around, or we can just go out somewhere private. Hearing Yimo agree, Jiang Linyue breathed a sigh of relief. Now she could proceed with her magic rune missions legitimately. How are you with forging equipment? Soon, Jiang Linyue's eyes were drawn to the small cauldron by the door. Because she was in such a rush before, she had not noticed this little gadget at all. Gurgle gurgled. The small cauldron was bubbling like a boiling hot pot, and its lid kept trembling. Yeah, it should be done soon. Yimo casually threw on a t-shirt and walked over to the small cauldron. Faintly, he could hear the sound of Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li whispering and conspiring outside the door. In a moment, you kick the door open. I will pin that mistress down and you handle scratching her face. Is this really okay? What do you mean, is it okay? Did not you hear the noise just now? If we do not do something, your agent will be sucked dry. But what if the agent is doing it voluntarily? Then we will send your agent off to get neutered. Bang! Suddenly, the door was pushed open heavily by Yimo. What are you two whispering about at the door? He frowned and scolded them sternly from above. Well, caught in their sneaky behavior, the two girls hugged each other in fear. Meng Li's hair stood on end, her little cowlick popping up high, and she hung her head in guilt. Wait, no. I am the one who came here to catch him cheating. Why do I feel guilty? Yi Xiaoxiao, having collected herself, glared at him, brushed the dust off her skirt, and questioned Yimo. I should be the one asking you, who is this woman in your room? Oh, you mean her, let me introduce you. Yimo pulled Jiang Linyue over without batting an eye. She is our landlord and also the investor I told you about. I invited her here mainly to ask for her advice on forging. Since I am a beginner, I need someone experienced to share some in-depth knowledge. Anyway, they did not see what was happening inside, so he could make up whatever he wanted. As long as he did not reveal that he was living off a woman. Oh yes, that is exactly correct. Jiang Linyue was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening and nodded in agreement. It seems Mr. Yi does not want their deal to be known by others. Old Mo, do you take me for a fool? I heard her screaming just now and you even changed your clothes. Yi Xiaoxiao retorted, her eyebrows arched in defiance. She exposed Yimo's lie without mercy. I also think lying is not good. Meng Li added weakly, then shrank back again. Jiang Linyue's face flushed upon hearing this. Thinking back to the sounds she made, she felt a sudden rush of shame. Her fair crystalline toes could not help but curl. So what do you think we were doing just now? Yimo took a step forward, quite composed, and asked the two girls back. Hearing the question, Meng Li felt her ears burn with shyness. That was clearly not something she could answer. That goes without saying, you two were obviously. Yi Xiaoxiao held her head high, refusing to back down as she prepared to scold him. Dirty, vulgar, how could I have a sister with such an impure mind? As a result, Yimo cut her off directly. From the time I came upstairs until now, it has only been 5 minutes. What can you do in 5 minutes? Is that all you think your brother is capable of? If you could put this much imagination into your studies, you would have been the top student in the school already. I go to such lengths to pay for your school, help you repay your loans, and even forge equipment for you. Do you think it is easy for me? Now that our living conditions have finally improved, you are questioning my character instead. Yi Xiaoxiao was taken aback, seeing Yimo being so righteous and logical. Maybe she really did have a dirty mind. How was I supposed to know? What if you were a one-minute man? She lowered her head in shame, her voice getting lower and lower. Sure enough, as long as she did not see the specific details, it was easy to fool her. As for Meng Li, that was even simpler. Just a little girl, very thin-skinned. If you just bring up such a question, she would be too embarrassed to answer. So you guys really were just discussing equipment forging. Of course, little sister, everything I do is for you. Yi Xiaoxiao was still skeptical, feeling that Yimo was hiding something from her. But looking at his sincere and intense gaze, it did not seem like a lie. So she cast her gaze toward Jiang Linyue, and confusion rose in her heart once again. Would a decent person wear pajamas to discuss equipment forging with a man late at night? And this woman? Why does she look so familiar? She searched her memory carefully, and suddenly her pupils dilated. My God! Why does she look exactly like the Saintess of the Heavenly Tao Alliance on TV? No, this is her in the flesh. How does such a big shot know my brother? Wait. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoxiao felt her head itching, as countless pieces of information pieced together. I remember, the Heavenly Tao Alliance has a Hehuan sect, right? She gives him money and housing, wears pajamas at night, and drags my brother into the bedroom. Could it be? The Saintess is actually from the Hehuan sect. Is she trying to use old Mo as a cultivation vessel to absorb his energy? There are so many people from the Hehuan sect in this world who raise, Veselsto treat them like beasts for cultivation. If Jiang Linyue is from the Hehuan sect, then it all makes sense. An old Mo because of her powerful background. Plus the 660,000 debt pressure, and wanting to pay for my school, that is why he suffers in silence and does not dare to speak up. If that is the case, all the pieces of the puzzle fit perfectly. I was wondering why he suddenly got so much money recently. So that is it. Thinking of this, the way Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Mo was filled with more emotion and sympathy. Wait, no, even though I fooled them, how come I feel? The way she is looking at me is weird, could it be? She realized I am being kept. Yi Mo felt a bit guilty and rubbed his nose, sensing that Yi Xiaoxiao's look was exceptionally strange. Just as he was about to speak and test the waters. PFFFT. However, right at that moment, a brilliant seven-colored light shot into the sky. Everyone looked toward the sound and found that the small cauldron not far away had been uncovered. And the source of that seven-colored light was coming from inside the cauldron. Let Yi Xiaoxiao. Let seven-colored divine light. This is an artifact. Jiang Linyue stared with astonishment at the dazzling light emanating from inside the small tripod. If I recall correctly, he has only been an agent for a month, and he already forged an artifact. How on earth did he do it? A divine blessing, or just pure luck from clearing an SSS-level beginner dungeon? If it is the latter, then there must be at least one SSS-level class player under his command. It seems the god behind him is quite powerful, certainly much stronger than a common wild god. As everyone knows, only SSS-level difficulty dungeons drop the primary materials for artifacts. Regardless, forging an artifact at Tier 1 is just too unbelievable. As a veteran player, she knew very well the significance of an agent forging an artifact. Once an artifact is forged, one will randomly acquire a divine forging skill. Their status will also skyrocket. Even within the entire Heavenly Tao Alliance, there are fewer than 10 agents who possess a divine forging skill. That just shows how rare it is. Congratulations, you have successfully forged the artifact Calamity Godly Staff. Forging EXP plus 122%. Learn Divine Skill, Divine Essence Forging Method. Congratulations, your forging level has increased to level 2. Current forging level 2. The higher the level, the higher the success rate and attribute boost. Experience points 22%. Divine Forging Skill, Divine Essence. Note, you can learn one Divine Forging skill for every successful artifact forged. Soon, a series of forging notifications flashed before Yi Mo's eyes. Did I succeed? He was ecstatic and walked quickly toward the small tripod furnace. He soon saw a rod that was pitch black and looked like both wood and iron. Calamity Godly Staff. Grade 7 colored artifact. Level requirement nuns. Primary attribute, Spirit plus 30 to 70% on refined. Secondary attribute, Speed plus 30%. Effect, mana consumption halved, cooldown halved, and 3 instances of damage immunity, refreshes every hour, stacks up to 3. Divine Blessing, none. Blessing count, no limit. Bonus ability, Calamity Descent. Calamity Descent. Description, increases all attributes of the wearer and their summoned units by 10%. Note, this item has not been shaped. Please hammer it into its ideal form as soon as possible. Current shaping forging success rate, 80%. Failure only preserves the primary material. Warning, the primary material will be destroyed if forging fails 3 times. So powerful is this what an artifact is. Looking at the attributes of the Calamity Godly Staff, Yi Mo could not help but gasp. Honestly, this gives way too much. Cooldown, mana consumption, and squishiness. These 3 are the fatal weaknesses of any mage. Yet this piece of equipment covers all of the mage's shortcomings. And in terms of stats, it gives percentage bonuses rather than simple numerical increases. That means this equipment will not be obsolete even in the late game. The only downside is that the spirit attribute's forging range is between 30 and 60%. Since Yimo's forging level is too low, it is highly unlikely to exceed 35%. Because of the God Pillar wood, the shaping success rate has become 80%. Is that right? Throughout the entire equipment manufacturing process, shaping is the true key. Only after surviving this stage can the forging be considered truly complete. By the way, I also learned a divine forging skill. Let me see what it can do. Thinking of this, Yimo opened the skill description for Divine Essence Forging Method. Divine Essence Forging Method. Description: conjure a divine hammer to forge ultimate attributes. Effect 1: equipment success rate plus 10%. Effect 2: can perform one divine essence refinement on a finished, shaped piece of equipment. Each refinement can increase the equipment's primary attribute by 5 to 10%, up to the maximum value of the attribute range. Cooldown 15 days. Pity it does not increase the shaping success rate, but it can make up for the primary attribute range. Yimo's divine forging skill is better suited for modifying equipment that is already formed. Warning: please perform shaping within 10 minutes, or it will be considered a failure. The system prompted again, urging Yimo to shape the equipment as soon as possible. Hammer comes. Yimo gave a wave of his hand. The forging table slowly rose. A rune-covered iron hammer appeared out of thin air in Yimo's hand. He picked up the tongs from the table, grabbed the billet of the Calamity Godly Staff, and secured it on the table. Bang, bangs, bangs. Then he swung the hammer down hard. Every strike sent sparks flying in all directions. The brilliant seven-colored light burst out wildly, stirring up gusts of wind. The water, glass, and ornaments on the desk began to tremble. Forging EXP plus 1%. Forging EXP plus 1%. Forging EXP plus 1%. System prompts popped up before Yimo's eyes every 4 or 5 strikes. My god! Yixiaxiao was stunned as she watched the staff in Yimo's hands, which was emanating a brilliant divine light and gradually taking shape. She had seen agents live streaming their equipment forging in short videos, but none of them caused such a scene. Old Mo, what kind of equipment are you forging? This is way too dramatic. SHH, do not distract him. He is shaping an artifact right now. This is a critical moment. Jiang Linyue made a hushed gesture to Yixiaxiao. An artifact? This is an artifact. Old Mo is actually forging an artifact for himself. Yixiaxiao was dazed. She felt as if she were in a dream. It felt unreal. An artifact that is an artifact. Equipment that even 100-level big shots might not possess. Old Mo is actually... At this moment, she suddenly remembered what Yimo had said to her earlier. Of course, little sister, everything I do is for you. Could it be? Did he agree to be the Saintess is furnace vessel just to forge an artifact for me? Otherwise, where would he get the primary material for an artifact? Only someone as powerful as the Saintess of the Heavenly Tao Alliance could provide it to him. Thinking of this, she felt incredibly ashamed of her previous attitude. Old Mo sacrificed so much for my journey as a player, and here I am, losing my temper and questioning him over such a trivial thing. That is just so terrible of me. I am so awful. Do not worry, Old Mo, once I become stronger, I will definitely help you escape from this predicament. Yixiaxiao swore to herself in her heart. Mr. Agent is so amazing, can he even forge artifacts? Meng Li's eyes were sparkling with admiration. An artifact? For the demi-humans, such a thing only existed in legends. Let alone touching one, even seeing one is a luxury. Yimo can forge something so powerful. As expected, her Mr. Agent is the most amazing in the universe. Bang, bang, bangs. As time passed, the 7-colored divine light in the room gradually dimmed. The black iron wooden rod was also gradually perfected under the successive strikes. By this time, Yimo was drenched in sweat all over. He even took off his clothes, revealing his muscular build. Ding, congratulations, the Calamity Godly Staff has been successfully manufactured. Your forging level has increased to level 3. Finally, after the last crisp striking sound, the light around the black iron wooden rod vanished, and its form was completely set. It transformed into a staff that was pitch black and covered in intricate incantations. The top of the staff was curved into the shape of a dragon head. The dragon's mouth held a crystal emitting mysterious black light. It was clearly not an ordinary object, and the whole thing was filled with a mysterious, mystical aura. Pity that my forging level is too low. Although it was successful, the primary attribute is only 33%. The primary attribute range of the Calamity Godly Staff is between 30 and 60%. Because Yimo's forging level was too low, he only managed to refine it to 33%. But I can use the divine forging skill to make up for the deficiency in its primary attribute. Saying this, Yimo picked up the hammer again. He started forging again with a bang bang bang. However, his hammer swinging speed was extremely fast this time, as if he had been injected with stimulants, turning into blurs. With each strike, the Calamity Godly Staff shone even brighter. This is a divine essence forging method. He actually mastered such a divine forging skill. Jiang Linyue took a deep breath. The divine essence forging method is undoubtedly the one with the highest potential and most practical utility among many divine forging skills. The higher the potential of the equipment, the greater the effect it can play. You have to know that after equipment is forged and shaped, the primary attributes are fixed, and there are no other ways to improve them. Take Yimo's Calamity Godly Staff. For example, the primary attribute is a 33% spirit boost. And the divine essence forging method can increase that by 5 to 10% each time it is used, until it reaches the 60% full attribute boost. Even an agent with a forging level of 10 would find it difficult to forge a piece of equipment to its full attribute potential. Therefore, Yimo's divine essence forging method has a wide reputation in the forging industry. The downside is the cooldown is too long. Time flows like water and the years pass like a shuttle. 3 days passed by in a flash. There are only 4 days left until the national competition. Yixiao was incredibly happy today, because the artifact she had been longing for was finally in her hands. After Yimo spent the last 2 days polishing it, he applied 2 equipment blessings directly to the Catastrophe Divine Staff. Catastrophe Divine Staff. Quality Iridescent Artifact. Level Requirement None. Main Attribute Spirit plus 40%. Secondary Attribute Speed plus 30%. Effects Mana Consumption halved, cooldowns halved, damage immunity 3 times. Refreshes once per hour, maximum of 3 charges. Divine Blessings God's Lock Flash. Blessing Slots Unlimited. Passive ability Calamity Descent. Calamity Descent. Description increases all attributes of the wielder and their summoned units by 10%. Thanks to the Divine Essence Forging method, the main attribute increased from the original 33% to 40%. The stats are arguably quite impressive. After 3 days of high-intensity grinding with Zhou Minjun, Yixiao's level has now reached level 17. Her spirit attribute has even reached 66 points. Including the 40% spirit bonus from the Catastrophe Divine Staff, her spirit can be boosted directly to 92 points. Her maximum mana cap has also climbed to a terrifying 470 points. In other words, if she wields the Catastrophe Divine Staff, with the half mana consumption effect, she could summon 94 skeleton soldiers at once. If you factor in her own trait, Disaster Descent, and the artifact's passive, Calamity Descent, the total attribute value of each skeleton soldier can reach a staggering 77 points. 94 skeleton soldiers with 77 points in every attribute. That is enough to crush anyone on the battlefield. It is fair to say that with the artifact, once Yixiao hits level 20 or higher, she is basically a lock for the top 3 in the national competition. It is terrifying beyond measure. In the head teacher's office, Zhou Minjun walked into the office holding a small, exquisite rectangular box. Today, she was planning to give Yixiao a surprise. Inside the box was an extraordinary grade staff. It was left behind by a player she used to work with. As for why it says used to, it is simple. For some reason, that player unilaterally tore up their contract. They defected to the representative of a prestigious family. That former player was someone Zhou Minjun had poured everything into training, only for them to betray her the moment they became famous. Meteor Staff. Quality Extraordinary. Level Requirement 20. Main Attribute Spirit plus 12. Effect Mana Regeneration plus 2 per second. Divine Blessings None. Blessing Slots 2. This should improve that child's winning odds quite a bit. Looking at the gold-plated, finely crafted blue staff, a smile hung on Zhou Minjun's face. She could already imagine the look of astonishment on Yixiao's face when she saw this piece of equipment. Equipment quality in this world is divided into common, outstanding, extraordinary, inherited, epic, legendary, and artifact. 7 tiers in total. Extraordinary is considered the limit for ordinary people. But in the eyes of the wealthy heirs, it is just a standard starter set. In elite family circles, using equipment below extraordinary grade would get you looked down upon. With an inherited piece, people might look at you with slightly more respect. And for epic, they would say impressive. Legendary is like, oh my god, that is insane. Artifact, father, please accept my kowtow. Teacher Joe, I heard you were looking for me. The office door opened, and Yixiao stepped in, her straight, long, fair legs striding gracefully. Her blue and white JK school uniform, paired with her pure white stockings, radiated a youthful, ethereal charm. Since she had just received her new weapon, she was in a great mood and broke from her usual cold, arrogant demeanor, wearing a sweet smile. Yes, I have a surprise for you. Zhou Minjun spoke with a smile, but then she noticed the staff in Yixiao's hand. The design looked decent, even featuring some special effects. But it was pitch black all over, giving it a somewhat unremarkable appearance. You got a new weapons? Zhou Minjun frowned. Often gear with flashy effects like that is just a marketing gimmick, added by vendors later on. It is flashy but lacks substance, and the quality is usually rough. After all, items that come with innate special effects are almost always epic grade or higher. It is like people in Yimo's past life who would wear fake gold chains to look like nouveau rich just for the vanity. Or buying high-imitation jewelry, bags, or modified cars. It looks gaudy, but it is actually poorly made junk. Zhou Minjun knew Yixiao's family situation all too well. So she did not even need to think about it. This was definitely a knockoff with aftermarket modifications. Yeah, my brother made this artifact for me personally. As she spoke, Yixiao waved the staff around proudly, her face beaming with joy. Your brother an artifact? Zhou Minjun looked surprised. She did not expect Yixiao's brother to be so vain. Claiming it is epic grade would be one thing, but how could you call it an artifact? Artifacts are not something you can just pretend to have. Even someone working for the Six Saints Church like her had never seen one. Let alone craft ones. Do you mind if I take a look? Seeing how happy Yixiao was, Zhou Minjun did not have the heart to discourage her. So she decided to find a more tactful way to remind her. But before that, she needed to check the stats of the gear. Sure, Yixiao would never pass up a chance to show off her new treasure. Besides, equipment has system permission settings. Unless it is voluntarily gifted, outsiders cannot steal it. Thinking this, she handed the Catastrophe Divine Staff to Zhou Minjun. Well, the feel, the weight, the appearance, they are all pretty good. This imitation is quite authentic. Zhou Minjun weighed the staff, complimenting Yimo's impressive imitation skills. It is a pity that no matter how much it looks like the real thing, the stats are. Wait. Zhou Minjun opened the info panel for the staff. When she saw the lines of system descriptions, she froze for a moment. Wait, these stats. Dual blessings, 40% spirit bonus, 30% speed bonus. And damage immunity, halved mana consumption, halved cooldowns. Is this insane or what? Wait, is this below it a passive ability? Holy crap. This is actually the real deal. Zhou Minjun's hands trembled, her eyes widened, and the expression on her face shifted dramatically. Did your brother really make this? She swallowed hard, looking at Yixiao questioningly. Yeah, he just finished it 3 days ago. Seeing the shock on Zhou Minjun's face, Yixiao's vanity was satisfied to the extreme. She gave a humble brag smile. Boom! In an instant, Zhou Minjun felt like she had been struck by lightning. Successfully crafting an artifact, that means that guy has mastered the divine forging skill. A novice agent actually grasped something that she, a veteran agent, could only dream of. It is truly incomparable. It is just infuriating. Oh right, Teacher Joe, what were you saying about a surprise earlier? Yixiao blinked her large eyes, looking at Zhou Minjun with anticipation. Huh, well, I think it is better to wait until after the national competition to reveal it to you. She smiled awkwardly. Silently, she tucked the exquisite little box away on the table. Zhou Minjun. The new Mo Xiao agency. Inside the spacious combat training room, Yimo, wearing a loose white martial arts uniform, sat cross-legged in the center of the expansive training room. At this moment, his black hair was flying and standing on end, and his entire body was surrounded by violent pitch-black lightning. It formed a wild cyclone that flowed continuously. He looked like a thunder god meditating, his aura restrained yet radiating waves of immense pressure. Boom, boom. The sound of thunder echoed throughout the entire training room. The pitch-black lightning surged wave after wave, growing increasingly violent. However, just as the thunder was about to reach its breaking point, Yimo suddenly let out a long breath. As he slowly opened his eyes, the black lightning surrounding him began to recede. Congratulations, you have upgraded Celestial Demon God Thunder to level 10. Celestial Demon God Thunder S rank. Ability level 10. Cost 50 points per second. Cooldown nuns. Description: manipulate thunder, command thunder, and devour thunder. Every attack carries lightning element damage, increasing its power by 48%. While active, you can devour all lightning attribute attacks and deal double damage to evil spirits. Skill chant: shatter the darkness with thunder. Not bad, I have finally managed to max out this ability today. After slightly restraining his aura, Yimo nodded with satisfaction and opened his attribute panel. Names: Yimo. Agent rank Tier 2. Experience points 3% shared with contracted players. Physique 78. Speed 75. Strength 82. Spirit 76. Mana infinite/infinite. Contracted players 2/3. Abilities: 1 body 1 life exclusive, Celestial Demon God Thunder S rank. Undying Body God rank, Heaven and Earth Return to Origin God rank. Currently available Blessed Job cards: Godslaying Ghost Swordsman SSS rank Warrior Path, Necromancer SSS rank Mage Path. Timespace Creator SSS rank Control Path, Celestial Demon Monarch SSS rank Tank, Berserker A rank Warrior Path. Deity Worshipped World-Ending Demon God. Over these past few days, thanks to Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li constantly grinding levels, he has successfully reached Tier 2. He also spent 2,000 divine points to bestow upon himself the Heaven and Earth Return to Origin ability. Now he possesses infinite mana. The number of uses for his exclusive ability 1 body 1 life has also increased by 1. He now has the capital for another 30 minutes of invincibility. The cooldown after use has also been reduced from 365 days to 320 days, cutting it by a month and a half. For the past 3 days, because of his infinite mana, he kept Celestial Demon God Thunder active almost the entire time. He barely stopped whether he was eating or sleeping. This caused quite a bit of trouble for Meng Li and Yi Xiaoxiao, who lived with him. For example, while eating, "Old Mo, I beg you to put your powers away. You are too bright, how are we supposed to eat in peace?" "Ah, Mr. Agent, you cannot touch my ears with electricity. It is so numbing I cannot take it." Or like when washing up. Due to a moment of distraction, he accidentally touched the circuit breaker. Crackle pop. Crackle pop. With a snap, the lights in the entire dormitory went out instantly. Immediately after, Yi Xiaoxiao's complaining voice followed. "Old Mo, are you taking a shower with electricity again? This is the how many th time you have tripped the breaker. Try to control it a little at least." Similar accidents happened quite a few times. This led to Yimo having to stay in the agency's training room for secluded cultivation. He only emerged today after reaching the max level for Celestial Demon God Thunder. Now his strength can be said to have undergone a qualitative leap. For defense, there is Undying Body, making him nearly immortal, so he has no fear even against enemies of higher levels. For offense, there is Celestial Demon God Thunder. His only weaknesses are crowd control and mental attacks. That is why Yimo was struggling with the choice of his next God rank ability. Invulnerability to all laws or Heaven and Earth domain. Invulnerability to all laws can provide immunity to control, negative effects, magic damage, and mental attacks. Heaven and Earth domain would allow him during combat to continuously consume a certain amount of mana to increase all his attributes by 1% per second, with no upper limit. And when the boost reaches 100, he can trigger the divine skill law of Heaven and Earth for slaughter and defense. Combined with Undying Body and Heaven and Earth Return to Origin, he could theoretically achieve infinite level skipping power. Great for attacking, great for defense, plus it comes with its own flashy visual effects. So Yimo debated which ability to choose for his next tier. The former could make up for his shortcomings. The latter focuses more on offensive slaughter, but if he encounters a mental attack, he would immediately fall into a passive position. Of course, if he upgrades to Tier 4 and gets both, he will not have to worry about this issue anymore. At that point, he would truly have nothing to fear, essentially walking wherever he pleases beneath the status of a god. That little girl Meng Li is probably still in a dungeon. Leaving the training room, Yimo sat on the black leather office chair and started checking his account balance. The current remaining balance is a little over 80,000. In the past 3 days, because he sold a Berserker job card, Yimo's available funds increased by another 220,000. He used all that money to hire power levelers for Meng Li, and the little girl herself has been working very hard. She sleeps only 4 hours a day. She is either in a dungeon or on her way to one. The results have not disappointed. Her level has increased from 18 to 20. It can be considered finishing the goal ahead of time. Her various stats have also risen to 78 points. She even learned a new skill, Oblique Moon Ghost Slash. Oblique Moon Ghost Slash. Skill level 1 18%. Cost 100. Cooldown 10 seconds. Description: unleashes a wide-range sword energy attack forward with a 60% power boost. Note: each level reduces cooldown by 0.5 seconds and increases attack power by 10%. This is a mid-range, wide-area explosive damage skill. Coupled with Meng Li's Ghost God power, the damage of one strike can reach 140. One-shotting fragile enemies under level 25 is not a problem at all. And the attribute growth for this skill is also very generous. Each level increase boosts power by 10%. At max level, it can reach a terrifying 150% power boost. The downside is also quite obvious: the mana cost is too high. Without mana potions for replenishment, Meng Li can cast it at most twice. It can be used as a finishing move. I currently have 10 bottles of Holy Spirit potions on hand. If I sell them, the total value is about 200,000. I could get Meng Li a piece of transcendent quality equipment, or I could buy raw materials for half the cost and forge the equipment myself. Buying raw materials is half the price of the finished product, but it carries a certain risk. If the forging fails, both the main and auxiliary materials will be destroyed, and I will lose everything. Although forging equipment is a profitable field, it is also a capital-intensive industry in the early stages. My probability of forging transcendent-grade equipment should be 60%. Including the essence forging method, that can be increased to 70%. Yimo pondered for a moment and felt it was worth a try. This would not only compensate for Meng Li's equipment weakness, but also increase my forging experience. Thinking of this, Yimo opened the Taotao website and listed the 10 Holy Spirit potions. While waiting for the profit, Yimo also browsed the stats of various warrior path equipment online. He looked for several cost-effective main materials that were highly compatible with Meng Li's profession. 2 hours later, ding, 220,000 yuan received. Because they were rare goods with no fixed supply, they sold very quickly. Once the funds were received, Yimo reopened the Taotao website and placed orders for all the primary equipment materials he had selected earlier. Very good, everything is ready now. I will just wait to see her in the arena. Author's note: I have noticed many readers leaving comments feeling that the data might have broken down. Let me give everyone an explanation of the data. Player level attributes. Level 1 to 10 attribute range, 10 to 38 1 to 2 points per level. Level 10 to 20 attribute range, 19 to 78 2 to 4 points per level. Level 20 to 30 attribute range, 39 to 158 4 to 8 points per level. Level 30 to 40 attribute range, 79 to 318 8 to 16 points per level. The attributes scale up accordingly. The higher the grade of the job card, the higher the initial stats, and the higher the growth bonus per level. The SSS rank attribute card will always have one initial stat at 20 points. Before level 30, the SSS rank growth stats per level are at their maximum. Between level 30 and 40, SSS rank cards get a stat bonus of 12 to 16 per level. SS rank growth per level is the same as SSS, but it lacks the Awakened Profession trait ability. S rank growth per level ranges from 10 to 14. The higher the quality of the job card, the larger the gap will be between it and lower quality jobs in the later stages. Players have the option to delete their accounts and switch jobs, but they must level up again. Exhale. Time flows like water and years pass like a shuttle. 4 days have passed in a flash. This year's national competition is being held in Tianzhu City. At the Sky Sword Stadium. The vast and spacious stadium, an irregular open oval, stands right in the heart of the city. The most eye-catching feature is a tower in the center of the stadium that reaches into the clouds. This building is shaped like a giant sword. The whole thing looks incredibly artistic. At the top of this building, there are open-air VIP boxes. The boxes offer a wide view, and one can watch the matches in real time via drones circling the arena. Inside these open boxes, seats of various grades are arranged. The 6 seats in the front row are for the principals of the 6 major academies of the Daxia Kingdom. Below them are representatives from noble families, as well as senior agents and young elites from the Six Saints Church. Instructor Jai, I heard you brought a real talent to the academy this time. I am very much looking forward to your performance. From the head seat, an elderly man over 50 with a receding hairline looked at Jai Baxi, squinting his eyes and smiling. He is the current principal of Kaiyang Middle School, Chen Weiming. Although Jai Beixi is a competition instructor, today is the qualifying round. Since she was the third-place winner last year, she has a guaranteed spot and does not need to participate in the qualifying round. Instead, she is seated in the VIP section as a guest. Yes, he is a scion of the Chu family, named Chu Tian, an SSS rank warrior career path burning heaven warrior. He is currently level 35 and happens to be on-site as well. As she spoke, Jai Beixi hurriedly recommended the handsome young man beside her. Greetings, Principal Chen. I have long heard of your great reputation. Seeing you now, it really lives up to the name. You still look as heroic and spirited as a young man. Chu Tian bowed to the old man. He completely ignored the man's shiny, balding head and spoke words that went against his conscience. Ha ha ha, you kids, you have a bright future. Chen Weiming laughed out loud. He loved hearing such flattery, especially compliments about his looks. Everyone, it seems my academy is sure to take home the championship this time. Saying this, he glanced sideways at the representatives of the other 5 academies. The reason he pointed out Jai Beixi was also to show off his academy's strength to the others. This is a tradition in the VIP boxes. Flex your muscles before the fight starts and then place your bets. It is similar to gambling on sports. Of course, placing bets also requires paying a handling fee to the various academies. That is why there is such a tradition of flexing muscles. It is all to earn the handling fees from the VIPs. PSH, you old geezer, it is as if no one else has any talent. The principal of Tianzhu Academy frowned and waved his hand. On the large display screen, his own academy's star student was instantly shown. Name Changxi, Path Tanku, level 36, betting ID 13,281. Take a good look, everyone. SSS rank tank path Diamond Arhat, an intern player from the Buddhist Diamond sect, a level 36 master tank. Are you done showing off? Then it is my turn. Name Liu Muxel, path control, level 35s, betting ID 10,102. Known as the Little Saintess of the Heaven Alliance, SSS rank control path, Heavenly Punishment Array Immortal. The academies took turns showing off their outstanding students, solely to earn more handling fees. At the same time, a small tablet popped up in front of every VIP seat. Guests could search for the information of all participating players, and then place bets based on their IDs. Linyue, do you want to play a couple of rounds? As a senior agent of the Heaven Alliance, Su Qingfeng was naturally qualified to be here. He smiled at his beloved apprentice Jiang Linyue and encouraged her to place a bet and have some fun. After all, his apprentice was just too cold. There was nothing in her mind but cultivation. She did not know how to enjoy any of life's simple pleasures. Was all right then. Jiang Linyue hesitated for a moment, agreed for the first time ever, and then began searching for names on the tablet. This girl is rarely like this. I have never seen her show interest in this before. Su Qingfeng leaned in with a strange look on his face, curious about who Jiang Linyue would choose. Then he saw. Are you sure you want to bet 2 million on each of the participants, Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li? Betting content, enter the top 8. Current odds 150 peak. Yes/no. Then Su Qingfeng watched as Jiang Linyue clicked yes without hesitation. Yi Xiaoxiao Meng Li, these two names are very unfamiliar. Su Qingfeng opened his tablet curiously to search for the names of these two players and checked their info. Name Yi Xiaoxiao, Path Mage, level 19, betting ID 181,866. Name Meng Li, Path Warrior, level 22, betting ID 181,883. Seeing these two pieces of information, Su Qingfeng's face turned black. Are you kidding me? Just looking at the surface data, these two are far too plain and unremarkable. It is questionable whether they can even make it through the preliminary rounds. After all, most players who can enter the qualifying rounds are around level 24. Very soon, with everyone having placed their bets, the large screen displayed the list of players everyone had bet on. Top 8 prediction table. Number 1, Liu Muxiao, odds 1.2. Number 2, Chu Tian, odds 1.2. Number 3, Chengxi, odds 1.2. A total of 15 students were recorded on the big screen. These were the seed players for the competition, all quite famous and household names. Until 2 names suddenly appeared at the end that were extremely unfamiliar and out of place. Number 14, Yi Xiaoxiao, odds 150. Number 15, Meng Li, odds 150. When they saw these two names, a big question mark appeared in everyone's mind. Who the hell are these people? Soon, someone looked up their participant info on their tablet. Participants from Kayong Academy. One level 19, one level 22. Are not they just here to throw the game? What kind of person would open a book on them? Yizayaxeo is not she, one of the students under Zhou Minjun. Looking at the familiar name on the big screen, Jai Baixi's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and she soon made a connection. She had a vivid memory of this. After all, this Yizayaxeo's agent was that ridiculous man who had rejected her. For a demi-human, he was actually willing to give up 3 million, and the chance to spend a lovely night with her. On the other side, in the qualifying round preparation room. Are you two ready? Yimo unscrewed a bottle of water and looked at the two girls behind him. Hey, you bet. I will do my best. Yizayaxeo swung her staff, looking confident. Meng Li, on the other hand, took a nervous breath and gripped the greatsword on her back. Very good, then let this world remember your names well. As he spoke, Yimo patted the two girls on their shoulders and gently pushed them forward. The two girls took a step forward, staring at the participant tunnel ahead. After a deep breath, they stepped straight ahead. Hey guys, the thing I dreaded most has happened. Last night I was told I was sent to the dark room, but please do not worry, Xiao Luo has already edited and submitted the changes. The notice says the review will take 1 to 5 days. If I am lucky, it might be released today. But I am not sure if it will pass all at once, so if there are no updates in the next 2 days, it means Xiao Luo is busy editing. If it passes the first time, I will post a new chapter to notify everyone. Please wait patiently. And coincidentally, I can take this opportunity to thank you all for your continued support. It is so good to have you all with me. Seeing your messages, comments, and chats is the greatest motivation for my creativity. Honestly, in real life, Xiao Luo is very introverted. I am just an obscure person at work who only knows how to bury my head and work hard. The biggest motivation writing gives me is being able to see your interactions and feedback. Whether good or bad, as long as someone is talking, I feel very comforted. For this, I sincerely thank you. You gave me the opportunity and motivation to keep writing, allowing an obscure person like me to not feel so lonely. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Finally, I wish all my lovely readers success in everything you do. All the best, and may you get rich, get rich, get rich. Brothers, wait for my return. I love you all. Liu Muxeo. Tab tab. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed from the contestant tunnel. Yizayaxeo took a deep breath, slowly emerged from the shadows and stepped directly onto the ring. Because they were from the same school, she was assigned to Area A, while Meng Li was assigned to Area B. Avoiding intra-school matchups in the early stages was a deliberate tournament mechanism arranged by the organizers. Whoosh! As she walked out of the tunnel, waves of cheering erupted. Looking up, the spectator stands surrounding the gymnasium were already packed with people. Although it was just a preliminary round today, it was still a sea of people. Yo, little beauty, you are a student from the first-year special class, right? Want Big Brother to go easy on you. Let you hold on for a few more minutes so your academy can give you some extra combat credits. Yizayaxeo's opponent was a plain-looking boy who was quite a bit older than her. He licked his red lips and looked at Yizayaxeo with a smirk. His gaze lingered for quite a while on her fair and slender legs. He could not help but slurp. These legs look so soft and white, it must feel great to step on them. Hell trash. Yizayaxeo shot him a look of disdain and said coldly. Ah yes, exactly. It is this look of looking at trash that I love so much. Seeing the trash-like look in Yizayaxeo's eyes, the excitement in the contestants' eyes intensified. Ding Area A Preliminary Round 1 Kayong Academy, Yizayaxeo vs Tianzhu Academy, Lengsheng. As the two contestants entered, their information was quickly displayed on the central giant screen. Name Yizayaxeo. Path Mage. Level 19. Affiliated Academy, Kayong Academy. Betting ID 181,866. Name Lengsheng. Path Assassin. Level 24. Affiliated Academy, Tianzhu Academy. Betting ID 171,326. There were betting buttons next to the spectator seats in every area. They corresponded to the contestants on the field. Of course, there is a handling fee for placing bets. A level 19 mage against a level 24 assassin. Damn, how come even a level 19 is allowed to compete? Class advantage plus level suppression. I am going all in on this Yi Xiaoxiao not lasting 3 minutes. 3 minutes, I am betting she goes down in one exchange. She must be a special class student here to gain experience. Her class rank should be high, probably at least S rank or above. Seeing the reference information for Yi Xiaoxiao and Leng Sheng on the big screen, the audience on the stage started discussing. The match is about to begin, please prepare yourselves. The broadcast prompt sounded, and Leng Sheng immediately struck a pose, pulling a dagger from his waist with one hand. 10 or 9 of 8. Junior, big brother is coming for you. Leng Sheng licked the corner of his mouth, hunched over slightly, looking ready to go. 3 or 2 is a 1. Start. Whoosh. As the countdown hit 0, Leng Sheng stomped hard on the ground. His body shot out like an arrow from a bow. Just as he approached Yi Xiaoxiao within 10 meters, his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a wicked smile. At this distance, she cannot dodge. He scanned every position around Yi Xiaoxiao to judge where she would dodge. With his high mobility of 92 points, he could stick to level 19 mage until they died. Tab. However, the next second. To Leng Sheng's astonishment, Yi Xiaoxiao did not choose to back down. Instead, she took a step forward and directly charged at him. Is she crazy? Leng Sheng was shocked but reacted quickly, picking up his dagger and stabbing at Yi Xiaoxiao's neck. On this ring, there is no need to worry about the opponent dying. The entire arena was laid out with formations to ensure that contestants could be seriously injured, but not die. Then just get them treated. Just as Leng Sheng's dagger was about to stab into Yi Xiaoxiao's fair neck, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, his body becoming incredibly heavy as if he had a fever. Next second, splat. Blood splashed everywhere. Before he could react, he felt the world spinning. His vision felt like it was suspended in midair. Until he saw the other half of his body, and Yi Xiaoxiao holding a pitch-black scythe and shrouded in black energy. In an instant, the whole place was silent. Everyone opened their eyes wide, with dull expressions and mouths hanging open. This is a mage. What did I just see? A level 19 mage. Engaged in close combat and cut a level 24 assassin in half in a second. Just now, the moment Leng Sheng approached Yi Xiaoxiao, a stream of pitch-black death energy suddenly surged from her body, and the staff in her hand instantly transformed into a black scythe. She backhanded and cut Leng Sheng in half. This was a skill Yi Xiaoxiao realized when she reached level 10. Breath of Death. Skill level 2. Mana cost 100. Cooldown 15 seconds. Description: death energy surrounds your body, reducing incoming damage by 23%, and your weapon transforms into a Grim Reaper's scythe. Each attack adds an additional 12 mental-based damage, effect lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown begins upon skill activation. Every level increase adds 3 damage immunity and 2% mental-based attack. This skill gave Yi Xiaoxiao melee capability, and the 23% damage reduction got rid of the annoyance of being a glass cannon, completely fixing her weaknesses. Plus the cooldown and mana cost reduction effects of the Catastrophe Divine Staff. The cooldown of this skill became 7.5 seconds, and the mana cost was only 50 points. This means that now, as long as Yi Xiaoxiao has enough mana, she can stay in the Breath of Death state almost the entire time. Quick, what are you all staring at? Hurry up and get the medical team. If you keep staring, the contestant will be cold. The referee by the ring immediately reacted and hurriedly shouted at the medical team. Several support path players in white clothes then reacted. They hurried over to help Leng Sheng put his upper body back together. Sir, do you want to choose free treatment or paid treatment? You are too seriously injured now. Free treatment will leave scars, and we cannot guarantee that your lower body will be intact. I am in this fucked up state and you are worried about scarring. Of course I will pay. Okay, please scan this QR code. The cost is 39,800. After Leng Sheng scanned the QR code, the medical staff helped treat his wounds and carried him away for emergency treatment. I announce the winner of this match is Kaiyang Academy's Yi Xiaoxiao. As Leng Sheng was carried away, the referee prepared to announce Yi Xiaoxiao's victory. Wait a moment. At this moment, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly stopped them. Then she took 2 banners out of her pocket and held them high above her head. They read, "Want to reach the pinnacle of the world and become a top-tier player? Yes, then come to Moxia office, where you can choose from high-intensity SSS rank career cards. This is not a scam, this is not a scam, this is not a scam. Interested players, bring your currency. First come, first served, limited spots." Regarding this kind of advertising, the referee not only did not stop it, but even appreciated it a little. Or rather, this is the posture a winner should have. The universal concept of all tournaments in this world is, if you do not even advertise, what is the point of winning? Brothers, I am back. Thank you all for your support. I saw all the cheering and encouragement you gave me. It was because of the motivation you gave me that I was able to push the limits with Shenhe and successfully get out of jail with a better transformation score. Although it is not as authentic, I tried my best to keep some of the original flavor. Finally, thank you again for the support of so many brothers. Thank you for being with me. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yizai excel. You, how on earth did you get taken out in one hit by a level 19 mage? You have completely disgraced me and my reputation. A burly, rough-looking PE teacher slapped his own face in anger. He pointed at Leng Sheng, who had just recovered, and started berating him fiercely. Facing the PE teacher's harsh scolding, Leng Sheng knelt on the ground like a timid little wife, his hands resting on his knees. He kept his head low, looking absolutely ashamed of himself. You are driving me crazy. The PE teacher gulped down some water, then collapsed onto the sofa, panting heavily. He glanced sideways at Leng Sheng and continued in an icy tone. As punishment for your failure, I have decided to give you a 7-day vacation. If you dare step foot in this school even once over the next 7 days, I will break your legs. Hearing this, Leng Sheng trembled with shock. He scrambled over to grab the PE teacher's sturdy leg, begging tearfully. No, please, teacher, I will die if I cannot study for 7 days. Please punish me any other way, just do not give me time off. The competition at Tianzhu Academy was no less intense than at Kaiyang Academy. If he missed school and practical training for 7 days, his combat power index would drop by at least several hundred points. His ranking would plummet, and not only would his best friends look down on him, but even the dog he used to raise would end up peeing on his head and humiliating him. Say one more word and I will make it a full month of vacation. At that, Leng Sheng's face turned ashen. It felt like the end of the world. Despair. Unprecedented despair. In another arena zoned, Meng Li rested a hand on her chest and took a deep breath. Only then did she open her eyes, pulled up her large cat-eared hoodie, and headed straight toward the ring. To be honest, she was more nervous right now than any other contestant. After all, she was carrying the secret identity of being a demi-human. Ding Zombie qualifying match first round, Kaiyang Academy's Meng Li versus Beiyu Academy's Jiang Tingting. As the two students took the stage, the referee picked up the microphone and announced in a booming voice. At the same time, their profiles appeared on the large central electronic screen. Name Meng Li. Path Warrior. Level 22. Affiliation Kaiyang Academy. Betting ID 181,883. Name Jiang Tingting. Path Controller. Level 29. Affiliation Beiyu Academy. Betting ID 151,773. Whoa, this Jiang Tingting is famous. I heard she was a student in the advanced class last time. With an SS tier class, Sky Attraction Mage, she has 128 points in Spirit. She can lock people down until they die. You could say she is the absolute bane of warriors and tanks. Place your bets. Jiang Tingting is a dark horse who could easily make the top 10. We have to bet on her. Players with the controller path are undoubtedly the strongest in one-on-one combat. Once an opponent gets hit by one skill, it is basically game over. They will just be crowd-controlled to death. Only assassins or mages who have high speed and long range can hope to put up a fight against her. Hey, do not you guys think this Meng Li from Kaiyang Academy looks a bit short? Damn, is she even a minor? As the crowd focused their gaze, there was plenty of chatter in the stands. On stage, Meng Li took off her hoodie, revealing her white fluffy cat ears and tail. Upon seeing this, the audience, the referee, and even Jiang Tingting were all taken aback. And then the whole place exploded in uproar. No way a demi-human is allowed to compete. Does Kaiyang Academy not have anyone else left? As expected, there were plenty of voices questioning the demi-human. Meng Li, oh Meng Li, do not mind the noise outside, just do your best. Meng Li lightly stroked her chest, steadying her emotions. She had already anticipated this, so she did not care at all. However, hey little shorty, does your agent have some kind of weird fetish? Must have cost a lot to get you on stage, I bet. He is just a lowly loving piece of trash. Jiang Tingting swept her gaze over Meng Li with disdain, her eyes full of arrogance and contempt for the agent behind Meng Li. Hearing this, Meng Li's little brows immediately knitted together. Mr. Agent is not that kind of person at all. She could handle people talking about her, but she could not stand anyone criticizing Yi Mo. Seeing Meng Li react, Jiang Tingting showed a triumphant smile. Provoking her opponent and making them lose their cool was her signature style. Looks like I was right, but for someone to be interested in a flat-chested thing like you, he probably has not had much of a taste for real women. How about you lend me your agent for a few days? I guarantee I will leave him wanting more. By then, someone like you will just be kicked to the curb. Jiang Linyue sneered with a bitchy, sugary tone, continuing to pile on the provocation to trigger Meng Li. Goes shadow slash. Boom. The moment the big screen countdown hit 0, Meng Li's figure shot out. Such incredible speed. Jiang Linyue looked surprised, but then she smiled triumphantly. People in a rage are very easy to predict. Earth Thorns. She waved her hand and the skill activated. In an instant, 2 vines surged from the ground, curling toward Meng Li's ankles. Snap! However, just as the vines were about to touch Meng Li, a mysterious purple-black aura erupted from her, blasting the vines away instantly. What? Jiang Linyue looked shocked but reacted quickly. She scrambled backward to put some distance between them and waved her hand again. Gravity pull. The skill unleashed again. A pitch-black orb about 3 meters in diameter instantly blocked Meng Li's path. Terrifying gravitational force erupted around the orb, constantly expanding like a small black hole. Floor tiles flew up and dirt scattered. Everything nearby was sucked into the dark sphere. Even space itself seemed to distort visibly. She is not stopping, then she is done for. Watching Meng Li continue without hesitation, Jiang Linyue curled her lips into an arrogant, cold smile. Thud. But the next second, Meng Li ignored the small black hole completely, hefting her intimidatingly heavy greatsword as she ran right past it. Within 10 meters of Jiang Linyue, she sprang into a huge leap. Her petite body turned into a streak of light, violently sweeping across. You have got to be kidding me. Jiang Linyue's pupils shrank and the bracelet on her wrist flashed. Pseudo flash. The single-use equipment skill triggered, and Jiang Linyue's figure instantly vanished from the spot. Boom! At the same time, the petite body crashed down like a heavy hammer. The ground cracked open instantly and gravel filled the air. Is this cheater using hacks? Why do not my skills work on her? Jiang Linyue furrowed her brows. She looked back at her previous position with lingering fear, subconsciously swallowing. She raised her hands and fired several fireballs at Meng Li, trying to use them to keep her at bay and control her pace. However, facing the 7 or 8 incoming fireballs, Meng Li did not even look. Goes shadow step. Her body turned ethereal. The fireballs passed right through her as she flashed directly in front of Jiang Linyue. Is she a ghost? Jiang Linyue felt a sense of impending disaster and, like a panicked rabbit, instinctively wanted to flee. But then she felt a powerful sensation of suffocation. Meng Li seized the opportunity and reached out to grab Jiang Linyue by her fair neck. She went straight for a chokehold throw. Boom! The floor shattered instantly into a web of cracks. Jiang Linyue took a heavy hit, vomiting a large mouthful of blood, and tried to struggle and get up to dodge. But Meng Li mounted her and went straight into a small combo chain. Her little fists rained down like a storm, pounding heavily onto Jiang Linyue. Bam bams bams. The ground sank in, debris flying everywhere. I sir. Jiang Linyue tried to call out her surrender, but Meng Li covered her mouth with a hand. The force of her blows became even more intense and fierce, beating Jiang Linyue until she was whining, her face bruised and swollen as she sobbed. If you want to surrender, you have to apologize to Mr. Agent. Meng Li widened her clear eyes, threatening her in a fierce yet cute way. Tears welling up, Jiang Linyue whimpered and nodded frantically. Watching this scene, everyone present was completely dumbfounded. The entire arena fell silent. What? Meng Li? What? Inside the VIP box. Damn it, who eliminated the top 8 seed I bet on during the qualifiers? With a sudden ding, the icon for number 8 Jiang Linyue on the big screen instantly dimmed. This news left everyone present stunned for a long moment. No one expected one of the most favored top 8 contestants to be eliminated in the preliminaries. Could it be that she just had rotten luck and ran into another one of the top 8 seeds? Jiang Linyue could be considered one of the dark horses this time around. Her level was not exceptionally high, but her SS rank crowd control path character was incredibly formidable. It is well known that in one-on-one duels, the strongest paths are control and assassin, though assassins can be slightly countered by tanks. But the control path has almost no weaknesses in single combat. Her skills have a wide range and low cooldowns. Once she catches an opponent, it is essentially a rhythm of controlling them to death. Let us see who her opponent was. This is the first major upset of the tournament. Everyone is very interested in this. Soon, a name appeared on the big screen. Name Mengli. Path Warrior. Level 22. Affiliated Academy, Kaiyang Academy. Betting ID 181,883. Mengli, that names I have not really heard of her. From Kaiyang Academy. Everyone present cast their gaze toward the principal of Kaiyang Academy, Chen Weiming. Feeling the intense stares, Chen Weiming wore a look of complete bewilderment. He had an expression that clearly said, I have no idea either. Replay their combat footage. Chen Weiming frowned and ordered the staff nearby. Under the control of the staff, the big screen gradually displayed the footage. The first thing to catch their eyes was the scene of Jiang Linyue being held down by a petite figure and getting absolutely thrashed. Is this a demi-human? Jiang Linyue is tough, though even with a bruised face she will not surrender. Such perseverance truly a pride of my Beiyu Academy. Open your eyes and look closely, is that her not wanting to surrender. Her mouth is blocked, she cannot even surrender if she wants to. As the footage changed, some details became clearer. Everyone could clearly see Jiang Linyue struggling repeatedly, trying to call out to concede. But Meng Li did not give her a single chance to surrender. A fight that should have ended in minutes was dragged out for a full 20 minutes. 15 minutes of which consisted entirely of Jiang Linyue getting beaten up. After watching the full combat footage, everyone was stunned and shocked. Are you serious? What kind of grudge is this? She looks so gentle and fragile. I never expected her to be so vicious and brutal. Ha, filthy demi-humans. Countless people were whispering among themselves, especially those commoners born into wealthy families. They had narrow horizons and held a certain amount of prejudice against demi-humans. Only certain professional agents and players could see the underlying truth. To be able to ignore crowd control, has she comprehended some kind of super armor ability? For a warrior, this is undoubtedly a killer move. Most likely, but these types of skills usually have very short durations, 2 to 3 seconds at most. If Jiang Linyue had been more cautious, created some distance earlier and circled around, she probably would have won once the super armor expired. True, but this demi-human's class tier is also quite high. Her base stats are very strong, at least SS rank. To be able to train a demi-human to this level, tusk. The agent behind her is no simple character, though they certainly have a peculiar hobby. The leading principals were discussing amongst themselves, judging Meng Li's class quality and strength. At the same time, they marveled at the capability of the agent behind her. Would an ordinary person give an at least SS rank class card to a demi-human? That is impossible to even imagine. They must have a deep background or have received great favor and blessings from the gods. Whether it is the former or the latter, this is definitely a rare talent. Hey, old Chen, whose subordinate is this from your academy? How come I have never heard of her before? At this moment, the dean of the Diamond Academy turned his head and looked at Chen Weiming with a smirk. If they can train even a demi-human to be this fierce, you can imagine that the standards of that agent must be very high. If I could poach them to be a mentor at my academy, I think our two schools should hold a symposium. Please ensure that this player's agent is sent as a representative to come and exchange ideas with us. Chen Weiming glanced sideways at the dean of Beiyu Academy, sneering in his heart. You are a girls' school funded by the Joyous Sect, and you want me to send someone over there. I am afraid not a single one would return. Get out of here, trying to poach talent right under my nose. Does anyone not know what your little scheme is? He fobbed them off with words, but internally he was also puzzled. Never mind you guys. I really want to meet this person myself. With that in mind, he quickly picked up his phone and tapped out a text message to Jai Baxi. Chen Weiming, Instructor Jai, are you familiar with the agent behind this Meng Li? If you are, you must invite them to see me. Ding. Looking at the message from Principal Chen on her phone, Jai Baxi was stunned for a long time. Her mind instantly recalled Yi Mo's figure. After all, he was the only one who had mentioned wanting to bring a demi-human to compete. But at the time, she had refused him because she was worried about public gossip and its impact on her reputation. And also because her own slots had already been pre-booked. Who knew that this demi-human's performance would be this good? She even defeated a dark horse in the top 10. So what if it is him? I have Chu Tian in my team, who is a guaranteed top 3, along with 2 other SS rank scions from noble families. Their talent levels and equipment are no worse than Jiang Linyue's, even higher. She knitted her brows and muttered to herself. She did not believe a demi-human at just level 22 could go further than the 3 people she had in her hands. Thinking of this, she tapped out a reply. Jibaixi, no impression, but I will help you look into it. On the other side, listening to the reviews and praise from the various principals, Su Qingfeng also looked at Jiang Linyue with a look of surprise. Hey, my precious disciple, your eye for talent is good. Could it be that you know the agent behind this player? He probed, looking at Jiang Linyue. Yes, I have had a few deep exchanges with him. He is a good man with great tolerance. Even when I did some excessive things to him, he never blamed me. Jiang Linyue nodded and answered very sincerely. Oh? Su Qingfeng looked surprised. This was the first time his precious disciple had praised someone in front of him. Then what do you think of his keeping? No, his training of a demi-human. To be able to train a demi-human to this level, if he did not have that kind of hobby, Su Qingfeng absolutely would not believe it. Demi-humans are great, small and cute, and I do not think he is the kind of person you all think he is. Nonsense. He does not even have that function anymore, so how could he possibly have that kind of hobby? Also, because of her cultivation and skill development, she would occasionally go to his dorm. And she got along quite well with that little girl Mengli. It is just that Yi Xiaoxiao held a deep hostility toward her. And her current skill levels had mostly reached level 6. The 2 cultivation methods had even been raised to level 4. And this was only in half a month's time. After all, skill levels and cultivation levels get harder to upgrade the further you go. In the end, it might even take months, or even years, just to manage to increase by 1 level. But when she was with Yi Mo, her cultivation speed was a full 3 times faster than it used to be. Let Mengli. Let everyone together now, yay. Pop. With the sound of 3 party poppers going off. Mengli, Yi Xiaoxiao, Zhou Minjun, and Yi Mo all cheered in unison. They were celebrating the 2 girls successfully passing the preliminaries and making it into the top 16. The next stage, the round of 16, would be held in 2 days. Yi Xiaoxiao had sailed through the competition without ever exposing her skeleton summoning skill. Relying on the high stat bonuses from her Disaster God Radiant staff and her Breath of Death, she had completely swept through Area A of the preliminaries, earning herself a fearsome reputation as a melee mage. Aside from encountering the dark horse Li Tingting, Meng Li had not faced any tough opponents afterward either. Her high-burst ultimate move, Evil Moon Ghost Slash, had also remained hidden. Concealing one's true strength is also a tactic. When they faced their opponents in the round of 16 in 2 days, it certainly would not be as easy as the preliminaries. Hey, that was mine first, how can you just grab it from my bowl? But who cares if you saw it first, you have to actually eat it. Besides, I am the one who bought these dried fish. At the dinner table, Yi Xiaoxiao swiped the prized dried fish right out of Meng Li's bowl. Meng Li was so angry she bared her teeth. Puffing out her cute cheeks, she let out a threatening growl. Since they started living together, Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li had been constantly bickering and fighting. They had disliked each other for a long time. Mr. Yi, I heard you have promoted to Tier 2. When do you plan to contract your next player? Zhou Minjun asked, looking at Yi Mo with a slight flush from the red wine. Thanks to Yi Xiaoxiao's outstanding performance and effective promotion, quite a few players had already approached Yi Mo to consult about joining his team. But most were just inquiring and taking a wait-and-see approach. Some players had even made offers, intending to buy Yi Mo's SSS rank job card. Unfortunately, none of the prices met Yi Mo's expectations. And for those whose offers were high enough, once they heard that the job card was bound to the agent, they started to hesitate. Most people in this world still prefer to join the 6 holy courts. It is like the difference between working for a private company versus a state-owned one. For an ordinary person, the distinction might not matter much as long as they get paid. But for the children of great noble families, it is a completely different story. When noble families compete, it is not just about money, but also relationships and connections. Agents of the 6 holy courts have law enforcement power, and the higher their status, the greater that power. For noble scions, this is undoubtedly a powerful logistical asset in their internal family struggles. This has created a difficult situation. Those willing to pay a high price for Yi Mo's card mind that he is a rogue god's agent. And those who do not mind his status cannot afford the high price. I plan to wait until the national tournament is over, and our reputation is truly solidified before recruiting new players. Yi Mo was not in any rush regarding this. He knew very well that as Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li's fame continued to grow, the number of potential buyers would only increase, and the price would naturally skyrocket. Especially once they stand on the podium in the top 3. That is when the true value of the job cards in his hands will be realized. At that point, there will likely be more players seeking him out, and the offers will be much higher. Of course, if you were part of the 6 holy courts, the price of an SSS rank card could probably go up to hundreds of millions or even billions. I will give you a piece of advice. If you want to sell for a high price, choosing a player from a noble family is undoubtedly the best option. But it would be best not to sign a formal contract with them. Signing a player contract with them means taking a side. The struggles between noble families are often the most brutal. It could easily implicate your family or even the other players under your wing. Signing a player contract with a noble scion involves much more than just training and dungeon running. There are too many conflicting interests involved. Zhou Minjun's meaning was clear. She was warning Yimo that he could sell job cards to nobles. But he must never sign a contract, as that would be equivalent to binding himself to a faction. He'd be easily suppressed or targeted by opposing factions. If Yimo were part of the 6 holy courts, he would not need to worry about such things. But he is a rogue god with very little backing. Although nobles have to obey the law, they have connections. If they cannot do it openly, they will do it behind the scenes, as long as they do not leave any evidence. Thanks for the reminder, I will be careful. Yimo nodded in gratitude, though he could not help but sigh inwardly. His SSS rank job cards were bound to the deity faction. While this ensured his players would not betray him, it also meant he lost the opportunity for independent sales. Unlike a Berserker job card, which can be sold at will even without a player contract. It looks like I need to improve my own strength as soon as possible. Once I promote to Tier 3 and bless myself with the immunity to all spells ability, almost no one will be able to kill me. At Tier 4, I will basically be able to walk wherever I please. Even if I cannot beat an incredibly powerful enemy, I could just wear them down until they die. By the way, just a heads up, your hope of getting them into the top 3 might be dashed. Seeing that Yimo understood, Zhou Minjun changed the subject. What? Yimo looked at her with confusion. I used my authority to check the information on the contestants this time. Zhou Minjun took a deep breath and continued. They are all absolute monsters. Especially the top 3 dark horses. They are all around level 35 and all have SSS rank jobs. I estimate they will reach level 36 by the finals. Even if I pull out all the stops to level up Yilu these next few days, the best I can do is get her to level 22 before the finals. As for Meng Li, I think level 24 is the absolute limit. That is a level gap of nearly 13 levels. Plus, their opponents' job grades will not be any lower than those of the 2 girls. And their equipment is mostly of transcendent quality or higher. Since I am aware of that. Yimo nodded, took a sip of red wine and continued. But I still have confidence that I can get them into the top 3. Oh? Hearing this, Zhou Minjun became interested and tilted her head, curiously examining Yimo. I just promoted to Tier 2 and still have 1 secret realm trial I have not used, so I am planning to head there. The so-called secret realm trial is a special dungeon that only agents can enter. And you only get 1 opportunity to enter each time you reach a new tier. For every hour you stay inside, you can acquire 1 evolution crystal, up to a maximum of 10. These crystals allow a player to ignore experience requirements and level up by 1 immediately. However, they are locked items that can only be given to the currently contracted player and cannot be traded or sold. You want to enter the secret realm trial? Zhou Minjun frowned. She is a Tier 4 agent now, but she has only used her entry opportunity once. Because, once an agent dies in the secret realm, they die for real. And I have heard that there are servants of evil gods, or even the evil gods themselves, lurking inside. Too many agents have died because they entered the secret realm. During her only time in the secret realm, she just wandered around the outskirts and never dared to go deep. And even then, she nearly lost her life. Since then, she never used her secret realm entry opportunity again. To this day, no agent has ever actually cleared the secret realm. Most just stay for a few hours, grab a couple of evolution crystals and leave. Do not worry, I am very hard to kill. Yimo smiled and waved his hand dismissively. With his undying body, lasting 10 hours in the secret realm certainly would not be a problem. As for encountering an evil god, that would be just perfect. A guaranteed reward just dropped into his lap. What? Exhale. What? Midnight's 3 in the mornings. Inside the teleportation hall of Skyforge City, there are not many teleportation arrays that lead to secret realms. Among them, the most famous one is Secret Realm 2 to 345. It is a notoriously relatively harmonious dreamscape. The survival rate is 42%. Compared to other dreamscapes, that is already considered quite high. Skyforge Hotel. In front of room 202. It is so late, where are you planning to go? Xiaoxiao leaned against the doorframe with her arms crossed, her fair and slender legs blocking Yimo's doorway. She stared coldly at Yimo, stopping him from leaving. You have not been standing guard at the door ever since I entered, have you? The reason Yimo was sneaking out in the middle of the night was precisely because he did not want the two girls to know. What are you talking about? I am not that idle. Xiaoxiao's pretty face flushed red, and the cold, aloof demeanor she had just established vanished instantly. She was naturally sensitive, and had been paying attention to the conversation between Yimo and Zhou Mingjun at the dinner table. Unlike that silly girl Meng Li, who was only focused on fighting her for dried fish at the time. If her partner cheated on her in the future, she would probably still foolishly praise him for being capable. Please trust in your big brother's abilities, all right, nothing will happen. Yimo patted her shoulder and comforted her with a smile. I have never denied your abilities, but I do not want you to take any risks, even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance. As she spoke, Xiaoxiao's tone gradually softened, and she took a step forward to look Yimo in the eyes. Old Mo, I do not care about the top 3, but I cannot lose you. Hearing this, Yimo was slightly stunned. Then he sighed helplessly, spread his hands and said, fine, if you say do not go, then I will not. You should hurry back and get some rest. However, Xiaoxiao did not leave. Do you think I am that easy to fool? Saying this, Xiaoxiao closed the door and locked it. She strode into the room and sat on Yimo's bed. I am keeping an eye on you right here today. Knowing him as well as she did, his tone just now was clearly an attempt to brush her off. After all, they grew up together and knew each other inside out. Yimo was speechless. So much for trust. He pursed his lips and sat down helplessly beside Xiaoxiao. My bed is so small, it is not big enough for both of us to sleep in. As he spoke, Yimo draped his arm over Xiaoxiao's shoulder. Who said I wanted to sleep with you? I am just sitting here. Crackling sounds. Xiaoxiao wanted to retort in embarrassment. But the next second, a sharp stinging numbness surged into her heart. Old Mo, you. Feeling as if she had been electrocuted, Xiaoxiao's consciousness began to blur, and she tried to resist. But her strength of 70 was no match for Yimo's 82. Not to mention, he was empowered by his heavenly demon god Thunder at the time. Before Xiaoxiao could finish her sentence, she went limp on the bed. It is a good thing it was not Meng Li who came, otherwise it would have been hard to control the situation. After knocking Xiaoxiao unconscious, he reached out and grabbed the girl's slender waist and her cool, smooth ankles. He lifted her up gently in a princess carry. Then he laid her flat on the bed and thoughtfully tucked her in. Then he went out and hailed a taxi. In just 10 minutes, he arrived at the teleportation hall. Hello, are you here to enter a dungeon or to trade items for sale? Although it was 3 in the morning, there were still staff members on duty in the teleportation hall. The lady at the service desk offered a professional smile and politely attended to Yimo. I want to enter Secret Realm 2 to 345, please help me arrange it. As he spoke, Yimo handed over the 100 credit teleportation fee. Enter a secret realm. The lady at the service desk was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses and continued. All right, sir, please wait a moment. She typed away on her computer, then handed him a ticket. The processing fee has been handled. The Secret Realm teleportation array is in Hall 206. You can enter with this ticket. Following the signs, Yimo soon found Teleportation Hall 206. After handing his ticket to the inspector, he stepped directly onto the platform. Sir, since this is your first time entering a secret realm, I would like to offer you a friendly reminder. After entering the realm, your body will undergo slight changes. This is normal, so please do not be alarmed. Also, the risks in the secret realm are extremely high, and there is a high probability of not returning. I will confirm with you once more. Are you sure you want to teleport? Confirmed. Yimo nodded firmly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Soon the teleportation array started up, emitting a humming sound. Whoosh! As a beam of light descended. Yimo suddenly felt the world spinning, and when he opened his eyes again, everything around him had already changed. It was desolate and barren all around. Parched yellow earth covered in cracks, and the skeletons of giant creatures could be seen everywhere, embedded in the ground. There were only a few green plants like cacti. Secret realm name Desolate Lands. Task: survive in this world for 2 hours. Basic reward: gain 1 bottle of evolution crystals for every hour survived. Note, unlike a dungeon, death in a secret realm means no return to the real world, so please treat it with caution. This is a desert. Yimo looked up, although he was standing on yellow earth. He could see an endless desert 3 or 4 miles ahead, and various pyramid-like structures standing within it. The most eye-catching one was hundreds of meters tall. At its entrance stood 2 statues of wolfmen dozens of meters tall, holding iron halberds like sentries. Strange, why is it that after entering the secret realm, I feel an endless surge of energy? It is like a dreaming. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yimo quickly noticed the abnormalities in his body. He frowned and opened his personal panel to check it out. However, when he saw his information, his pupils shrank violently. Names: World-Ending Demon God. Level: Physique 999,999. Incalculable. Speed 999,999. Incalculable. Strength 999,999. Incalculable. Spirit 999,999. Incalculable. Mana infinite/infinite. Profile: invincible below the gods, 1 versus 999,999. Above the gods. You have become a demon god that devours the heavens and the earth, the supreme ruler of this world. Oh my god, did I just switch to my main account? Yimo was shocked. He did not expect that by entering a secret realm, he would accidentally switch into his true body. Does not this make me invincible? On the other side, inside the golden and brilliant pyramid, a woman with a serpent's lower body, dressed in gold and silver, with a seductive and sexy physique and wheat-colored skin, suddenly opened her highly aggressive golden vertical pupils. She lay on her side on a golden couch, stretched her curvaceous waist and midsection, and wore a lazy, cunning smile. It seems another lab rat has entered the territory set up by our master. As she spoke, she looked at a hunched, rotting, black-robed mage beside her, her soft, languid voice echoing through the grand hall. Ammon, go and play with that little lab rat and make sure to keep the corpse intact, so I can refine a few more corpse thralls to boost my quota. As you command, High Priestess. Ammon bowed respectfully, licked his purple lips, revealed an excited, crazed smile, and left with his pitch-black staff. What? Tyrannical. What? Could it be that as long as I enter a secret realm or dungeon, I switch into my main account? While Yimo was thinking, his terrifying divine sense spread out overwhelmingly. In just an instant, it covered the entire world. He could see the scene inside the pyramid at a glance and lock onto the boss. If I just punch that little earthworm inside to death, will I clear the secret realm instantly? If he accidentally killed the boss and cleared the realm ahead of time, he might miss out on the reward of 10 evolution crystals. After all, in a normal secret realm quest, you get 1 evolution crystal for every hour you hold out. To be on the safe side, he decided to wait and see for a bit. He simply went to the front of the largest pyramid and sat down cross-legged. Whoosh! However, just at this moment, gusts of sand danced and a monstrous black mist swarmed over, covering the sky. If you looked closely, you would find that the black mist was actually composed of strange, pitch-black insects. They swarmed toward him in an endless wave. Within that endless insect fog, a hunched figure in a black robe appeared. An old servant with a rotting face walked slowly through the air, holding a pitch-black staff. A mocking, sneering smile hung on his face. Heh heh heh, little one, if you can last an hour against my treasures, I might consider letting you live. Get lost. The booming magic sound resounded through the heavens like thunder. Large swaths of black mist and insects instantly lost their vitality, falling from the sky like a black waterfall. A man's pupils shrank and he looked at Yimo in terror. What did you do? The moment their eyes met, A-Man felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Blood gushed from his eyes as he clutched his head in agony, roaring and struggling wildly. Pop! Finally, he exploded in midair, turning into a blood mist that filled the sky. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a god servant and gained 200 divine points. You have received the following rewards. Reward 1, Universal Material X, Evolution Crystal X. Reward 2, Holy Spirit Potion X. Reward 3, Insect Demon Remains, Epic Grade Remains, can be used to craft player equipment. On the other side, inside the Pyramid Palace, a short-legged mummy wrapped in white cloth stumbled in. GR Great Priest, it is bad. The queen frowned slightly and opened her beautiful eyes in annoyance. She twisted her soft waist to prop herself up, glaring fiercely at the ignorant mummy. Did not I tell you not to disturb me unless something is wrong? Boo-boo, but Lord A-Man has sacrificed himself. The little mummy spoke timidly, pacing like an ant on a hot pan. What? The queen was stunned for a long moment, her first reaction being that she had misheard. Did not that guy just go out? How much time has even passed? She had been guarding this place for so long, and such a thing had never happened before. How did he die? The queen took a deep breath and the laziness in her eyes vanished. Lord Aman he was stared to death by that little mouse you mentioned. The little mummy's voice grew quieter and quieter. Even it felt that this was ridiculous. 3 big question marks appeared over the queen's head. This is the footage from outside the hall earlier, please take a look. The little mummy quickly presented a stone tablet mirror, which soon showed the scene of Aman's death. Are you kidding me? Seeing this, the queen's pupils contracted sharply. Undoubtedly, Aman in the footage had indeed exploded right after locking eyes with that outsider. With the clear reality right in front of her, she was forced to accept this absurd situation. No matter what, Aman possessed demigod strength. For someone to be killed by just a glance and less. Thinking of this, the queen's breathing became hurried. A main god? Is this outsider a main god from another world? And? A main god with extremely powerful strength, someone even comparable to our master. Did not the master say that the war of gods had not started yet? Why would an outsider god intervene here? Thinking of this, the queen felt a shiver run down her scalp. My queen, should we mobilize everyone to attack that outsider? Seeing the ugly look on the queen's face, the little mummy realized that something major had happened. That guy sitting at their doorstep was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Even someone as strong as the high priest could not contend with him. Attack him, my salary is only 800 divine points a month. You want me to risk my life? The queen gritted her teeth. Are you joking? Ask me to fight a main god. How is that any different from suicide? Besides, she had been full of resentment toward this job for a long time. Thinking this, she quickly rolled off the bed, twisted her soft, water snake-like waist and scurried toward the door. Wait, that adult, he has 2 legs, right? Just as she reached the door, the queen turned her head and looked at the little mummy. Oh, that is right. The little mummy blinked its big eyes and nodded in confusion. Good, I know now. The queen nodded, and her long snake body instantly transformed into 2 slender, fair, wheat-colored legs. Facing such a terrifying existence, running away was definitely not an option. A sincere meeting to clear up any misunderstanding was the best choice. Therefore, transforming into a creature similar to him would increase a sense of affinity. What if he hates snakes, right? On the other side, Yimo was sitting outside the pyramid, continuously exploring the world with his divine sense. He could basically infer the difference between a secret realm and a dungeon. A secret realm is more like a complete world. It is occupied by all kinds of creatures and civilizations. This is similar to a world-class dungeon, while a normal dungeon is just a simple, recurring small world. The monsters and NPCs inside lack subjective consciousness. Simply put, a secret realm is like a world-class dungeon meant only for agents to enter. Of course, Yimo had another speculation. Maybe a secret realm is a prototype for a world-class dungeon. As for what the medium is to become a world-class dungeon, he was not sure. Perhaps it requires the birth of at least one god-level creature. Just as Yimo was lost in thought, the heavy stone door in the center of the pyramid slowly opened. A graceful figure walked out barefoot, rushing out of the door in a panic. I have not gone to find you yet, and you came out on your own. Yimo narrowed his eyes slightly, a sneer appearing on his face. Just as he was about to wave his hand to do something. Whoosh! The queen performed a smooth slide tackle, then gracefully knelt in front of Yimo and prostrated herself. The kneeling posture was standard. Apparently, she had done this quite a few times before. Lord Divine Master, I apologize for greeting you so late. I hope you will not blame me. What? At this, Yimo was speechless. Are the entry methods for bosses this unique nowadays? The first time I saw you, I felt you were mighty and heroic, with an extraordinary temperament. I implore you to take me in, give me a chance to serve under your command, and let me contribute the rest of my lowly life. The queen raised her head flatteringly, blinked her golden eyes, and said softly in an act of feigned worship. In order to save her own skin, she decided to switch sides. What? Here and ears. What? Cleopatra's master sought her out when she was just a child. Back then, she was nothing more than a low-caste slave in a tribe in this world, with a humble status. The price for the power her master bestowed upon her was the requirement that she rule this world and shape it into whatever her master desired. Actually, though it is called ruling, she is really just a pasture manager. And every living soul in this world is just cattle or sheep. At first, she did not care, The world is built on the law of the jungle, there is nothing wrong with that. Until the sacrificial targets became her friends and family. The moment the butcher's blade fell, that was when she realized the so-called gods are nothing more than a bunch of selfish, greedy demons. Even if she did not do it, there are plenty of others who would. And they might even do it more cruelly than she would. By doing it herself, she could at least make their deaths less painful and look after their families afterward. This is my divine soul, now handed over to you, my lord. My life and death are entirely in your hands. Snapping back to reality, she wore a sycophantic smile. Her hands trembling, she handed a piece of yellow jade to Yimo. Born to low status, she had learned how to be slick and obsequious from a young age. At a time like this, if you want to survive, you must offer up your leverage and your value. You are quite sensible, are not you? Yimo's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his hand to take the yellow jade. It was crystal clear and orange in color. One could clearly see something like a flame flickering inside. Ding, the secret realm boss has been swayed by your personality and has pledged its sincerest loyalty to you. Obtained God-tier item Heranyul's Soul Stone. Heranyul's Soul Stone agent only. Quality 6-colored artifact. Introduction contains the soul of the snake woman Heranyul. This item can be used to summon her. Mana cost 2,000 per second. Cooldown nuns. Note, Heranyul cannot harm the holder of this item. Tip, click the item to view Heranyul's attributes. Nice, does not this mean I have just gained an incredibly powerful brawler in the real world? Seeing the item's details, Yimo could not help but take a deep breath. The reason it is defined as a 6-colored artifact is probably because of the massive mana cost. 2,000 mana per second. Even a level 100 demigod could not hold on for 10 seconds. But what does that matter? Mana is the one thing I do not lack. After a quick scan of the item description, Yimo clicked to view Heranyul's attributes. Name Heranyul's. Level 128. Physique 179,128. Speed 183,162. Strength 169,165. Spirit 183,222. Mana 1. Profile, ruler of an otherworldly realm, once a divine slave of the celestial law god, one of the 6 holy lords. A survivor of the previous War of the Gods, selected to manage this world. A top-tier demigod. Seeing Heranyul's stats, Yimo looked stunned. Among players, those between level 100 and 130 are collectively known as demigods. But there are gaps even among demigods. Those between 120 and 130 are called top-tier demigods. In the whole world, only about 12 top-tier demigods are known to exist. Nations that possess a top-tier demigod are referred to as superpowers. Such beings are equivalent to the nuclear weapons of Yimo's past life. Threatening weapons that truly influence the world order. Now he can truly stand tall. Wait, who did she serve before? Yimo quickly noticed 4 very conspicuous characters in Heranyul's introduction. Celestial Law God. Yimo was extremely familiar with those words. Is not that the deity worshipped by the witch god church, a branch of the 6 holy courts? And what does this so-called War of the Gods mean? Yimo was immediately intrigued. Tell me about the War of the Gods in as much detail as possible. This, Heranyul hesitated, aggrievedly saying, there are shackles placed upon me. If I reveal information about it, I will suffer divine punishment. Wait, is this guy really a main god? Why does not he even know about the War of the Gods? With me here, do not worry. Yimo said concisely. Very well, my lords. Threatened by the prospect of death, Heranyul had no choice but to speak, recounting it slowly. The War of the Gods is the invasion and contention of territories among various deities. At that time, all deities whose divinity has reached level 6 can travel freely through various worlds. They can even send their divine servants and slaves to occupy other worlds and loot their resources. After all, the resources of each world are limited, and for deities, increasing their power is linked to resources and territory. In short, it is about expanding one's ruling territory and plundering resources. However, during the last War of the Gods, an accident occurred that caused a large number of deities to fall, ending the war prematurely. An accident? What accident? Yimo frowned slightly. Heranyul sighed and continued. Initially, a certain deity discovered a world territory that was extremely rich in resources. This led to a large number of deities flocking to try and occupy it. But the result? The ruler there was very bizarre. every time they killed it or even used laws to obliterate it. It could fully revive after a period of time. And it grew stronger each time, even capable of devouring deities. At first, the ruler of that world was not powerful. But with the immortal property, and as the number of devoured deities grew, the laws, divine authorities, and abilities that Guy wielded became more numerous, reaching a terrifying level. Until a main god fell to that guy, and only then did the gods mark that place as a forbidden zone and stop stepping foot there. Hearing this, Yimo was stunned for a long time. He had a strange feeling that this plot felt a little familiar. Holy crap! Is the guy she is talking about actually me? Yimo remembered that after ruling the world for countless years in his dreams, several people who claimed to be gods did come to crusade against him. He really could not beat them at first and was even killed by them several times. But every time he entered a dream, he could revive at full health. Back then, Yimo got a temper too. Just like playing a game, he was killed countless times, only to enter the dream and revive to fight again. Fortunately, as long as he wanted to sleep, he could fall asleep instantly. It is just that the timeline for each revival kept getting stretched longer and longer. For example, the first revival was 1200 world years later, and the second became 1300 world years later. Relying on his infinite revival property, he simply exhausted those gods to death. After devouring the deities, his strength also rose with the tide. The subsequent invaders were not quite as difficult to deal with. Until one time, those outsiders actually grouped up to get him. That time, Yimo died many more times, but fortunately, relying on infinite restarts, he killed them one by one, and every time he killed one, his power would surge. Until all the invaders were completely wiped out. So I really was killing gods back then. Yimo sighed helplessly, feeling somewhat conflicted. Boom! Just as Yimo was deep in thought, a terrifying thunderclap suddenly rang out. The sky gradually darkened. A sea of monstrous lightning poured down from the black clouds like a waterfall. It looked like the end of the world. And amidst that monstrous sea of lightning, a figure faintly stood. A giant holding thunder and lightning shirtless, with eyes and hair covered in electric arcs. The image looked remarkably like Zeus from his past life. Master, oh master, it is here. What? Tyrannical? What? Boom! Dark clouds swirled in the sky, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Vast bolts of lightning, like broken chains of the heavens, came crashing down with a deafening roar. A majestic and colossal figure stood tall amidst the raging sea of thunder. His cold, piercing gaze looked down upon Linyue from on high. A terrifying pressure descended, and an intense sense of fear washed over her mind. Linyue cried out in alarm, her head feeling as though it were splitting apart as she instinctively trembled and struggled. She was like a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering, with cracks spreading across her body. Touch my people while I am here, get the hell out of my sight. Yimo let out an angry roar, and a heaven-shaking demonic power erupted instantly. A beam of purple gold light shot up into the sky. The moment Linyue was enveloped by the purple gold light, the cracks on her body began to heal. She gasped for air, her back already drenched in sweat, feeling a lingering sense of terror. Boom! Meanwhile, the violent demonic power and the vast thunder clashed and raged against each other. Yimo looked up slowly, meeting the gaze of the humanoid manifestation in the sky. I can leave this world to you, but she must die. The majestic voice of the celestial Dharma god echoed throughout the world. It sounded like rolling thunder, exploding in the hearts of all living beings. To him, this dispensable pasture was something he could sacrifice to avoid a divine war, but he could not tolerate a traitor surviving. Linyue shuddered upon hearing this, her breathing becoming rapid. She clenched her hands subconsciously, looking nervously at Yimo beside her. Trading a whole world for her life was an incredibly good deal. Yimo narrowed his eyes in thought. It seems he considers me an outsider god intruding on his territory. Unfortunately, my godhood level is not high enough to have the function of actively plundering other deities' territories. Instead of doing that, it is better to gain a real-world henchman. I am sorry, but I do not like making choices. I want it all. Yimo gave a defiant smirk, and his surging demonic power rose once again. He stepped forward, his eyes burning with the desire for battle. To be honest, he also wanted to test it out. Just how strong is this celestial Dharma god among the 6 great saints? Scum. Negotiations failed, and the celestial Dharma god decisively raised his hand to signal an attack. Boom! Violent lightning like a fierce wave came crashing down on Yimo and Linyue with overwhelming force. Is that all you have? Yimo sneered, his monstrous magic power gathering in his arm. He threw a punch toward the sky casually. Bang! This punch was earth-shattering. Sand flew everywhere and the earth crumbled in an instant. The violent force stirred up waves of sand, surging forward recklessly. The terrifying pure power clashed wildly with the violent lightning, making the sky hum and the earth tremble continuously. Snap! Imo snapped his fingers, casting spatial laws. He vanished from where he stood and instantly appeared behind the celestial Dharma god. He bent his elbow and suddenly exerted force. He slammed a punch toward his head. The violent airflow swept out again, scattering the dark clouds with the sheer force of the blow. It was as if he had parted the entire planet down the middle. He has also mastered spatial laws. Imo frowned slightly as he watched the celestial Dharma god vanish from his spot. His punch had missed. Through his powerful divine sense, he sensed that his opponent had already teleported 10,000 miles away. Undoubtedly, opponents with spatial laws are the most slippery. Tum tum tum. Meanwhile, mysterious formations appeared around Imo. They rose slowly like a cage, forming a crimson triangular barrier that trapped Imo inside. This directly blocked the laws of space in this area, preventing him from using spatial transfer. Roar! At the same time, countless massive lightning dragons formed from thunder tore through the void. They roared as they descended and charged madly at Imo. Bang! Facing several violent lightning dragons, Imo's purple gold light flared and he swiped out with his hand. While crushing one lightning dragon, he also kicked another roaring dragon away. Roar! Dozens of dragon screams resonated across the heavens and earth. Imo's combat power was unparalleled, as if he had entered a state of selflessness. With every punch and kick, a lightning dragon was sent flying through the air. He even grabbed one by the tail and performed a tornado-like move to smash everything around. Ha! A cornered beast fighting. The celestial Dharma god 10,000 miles away watched all this coldly through his divine sense. At the same time, he stirred his thoughts. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the void tore apart. Countless elemental attacks, including violent lightning, fire, and blades of energy, pierced through the void and surged toward Imo within the formation. Bang, bang, bangs. The terrifying elemental attacks instantly engulfed Imo. Inside the crimson triangular barrier, giant mushroom clouds rose one after another. The sky shook and the earth trembled repeatedly. Waves of energy surged and overflowed continuously. That guy, he did not die, did he? Looking at the roaring horizon, Haranier braced herself against the surging gusts and sand. Her breath caught in her throat. The battle between deities was too terrifying. Every move and technique could instantly alter the environment and terrain, trying to wear me out with long-range attacks. Imo's demonic light swirled around him, shielding him from the onslaught while he narrowed his eyes slightly. He remarked that he truly lived up to being a representative of the mage class, always liking to play dirty. It is a pity. He slowly stretched out his finger, pointing in a certain direction, his eyes growing sharp. Annihilations. Swish! A thick black beam erupted from his fingertip. This beam had immense piercing power and incredible speed, directly puncturing the formation that trapped him and shooting straight into the firmament. The celestial Dharma god 10,000 miles away felt his pupils shrink suddenly. Before he could react, the thick black beam pierced straight through his body. It brutally sheared off the entire right side of his body. How can it be? The celestial Dharma god looked bewildered, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This blow ignored divine sense and even ignored space. From the moment it was fired, it had already hit him. Fortunately, he possessed an indestructible body. His mangled body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. I forgot to tell you I started my career as a mage. However, before the celestial Dharma god could fully recover, a strange demonic voice came from behind him. The celestial Dharma god did not even turn around, instantly invoking his spatial laws. He dodged and teleported another 10,000 miles away. But before he could catch his breath, a strong sense of suffocation suddenly appeared. You think you can run after being marked by me? The strange demonic voice echoed behind him again. Imo's annihilation not only had a 100% hit rate, but could also mark the target. Even if the opponent used spatial laws, he could follow them in an instant, forcing the opponent into a close-quarters battle to the death. Bang! Imo unleashed a punch. The violent force of the punch landed directly on the celestial Dharma god's chest. The celestial Dharma god spat out a large mouthful of golden divine blood. The terrifying force sent his entire divine body flying, shooting up into the sky, until he left the planet and entered the vast starry sky.
Boom.
With a thunderous explosion, the celestial Dharma god was nailed to a nearby small asteroid. He stood up with difficulty, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes gradually became fierce. Very well, you are truly excellent. After suffering heavy injuries, the celestial Dharma god's expression turned savage. Since you want to protect her, then I will send you both to be buried together with this world. Saying this, he brought his hands together with a clap to form a seal.
Tum tum tum.
In an instant, countless nearby stars seemed to be pulled by a powerful force, trembling violently beyond control.
Smash them.
The celestial Dharma god's eyes glowed red, and he moved his consciousness. Countless stars turned into a meteor shower with ferocious momentum. They rained down upon the yellow planet where Yimo was located. Is this the end of the world? Haranier stared blankly at the horizon. She collapsed to the ground in despair with a thud, looking at everything in a daze. In the sky, countless stars tore through space and fell, their fiery tails staining the entire firmament red. The violent sound of objects breaking the air resonated throughout the sky, casting a shadow over the earth as if the apocalypse had arrived.
What? Haranier? What?
Is this the end of the world? Watching the exaggerated scene of countless stars slowly approaching and growing larger, Haranier's breathing became increasingly rapid. In the face of such divine might, she felt as insignificant as an ant. Intense fear, despair, and other negative emotions surged through her heart. So you like to do things on such a grand scale, huh? Facing the massive, incoming stars, Yimo stepped into the void with the corners of his mouth curling upward.
Clap.
Suddenly, he pressed his palms together to form a seal, a flicker of sternness in his eyes. God's demon venerable. In an instant, a violent demonic aura erupted into the sky. Countless purple-gold energy strands gathered and merged frantically, until they transformed into a massive, purple-gold divine demon statue formed entirely of energy. This immense divine demon statue, solemn and majestic, stood firmly behind Yimo. As energy continued to converge, the statue grew larger and larger. Starting from a few dozen meters, it quickly reached 100, 1,000, then 10,000 meters. Finally, it even broke through the atmosphere. In just a short moment, it grew to the size of a planet.
Crush him for me.
Yimo commanded coldly.
Roared.
The statue let out a sky-shaking roar, swinging a fist as large as a comet to smash fiercely toward the heavenly universe Dharma god.
Bang.
With one strike, the asteroid shattered instantly. The heavenly universe Dharma god's eyes rolled back from the sheer force of the blow. Fortunately, thanks to his powerful divine consciousness, his awareness recovered in an instant. Where on earth did this guy come from? How come I have never heard of him before? He gritted his teeth and retreated continuously. He pushed his indestructible body and purifying holy light to the absolute limit. While repairing his wounded body, he was also frantically trying to cleanse the severance mark Yimo had planted on him. At this moment, he had no desire to keep fighting. He just wanted to get away from this murderous god. Trying to run, my warm-up has not even finished yet. The demonic voice echoed again from behind the heavenly universe Dharma god. Damn it, has that mark not been cleared yet? Gritting his teeth, the Dharma god quickly turned around, crossing his arms to block his chest. Golden lightning instantly wrapped around him, forming a protective barrier.
Bang.
Yimo smashed a fist into the golden barrier. The Dharma god was sent flying again like a meteor. A prominent spiderweb-like crack appeared on the golden lightning barrier. Pretty tough, but it is time to end this. Watching the Dharma god fly backward, Yimo shifted his focus. The statue below reached out with its comet-sized palm, grabbing the Dharma god tightly in its palm as if it were an egg. At the same time, Yimo landed. He stomped down hard on the Dharma god's chest.
Bang.
The golden barrier shattered instantly. The heavenly universe Dharma god spat out a mouthful of blood as his chest caved in, accompanied by the crisp sound of breaking bones. Even like this, you still cannot kill me. The Dharma god gritted his teeth and glared at Yimo with a savage, arrogant expression. Possessing the indestructible body and being a main god-level powerhouse, plus his numerous life-saving methods, he was indeed hard to kill. Or rather, every main god is difficult to kill, especially those with an indestructible body, as long as a piece of flesh remains somewhere else. Even if the main body dies, they can resurrect using that remaining flesh. Who said I was going to kill you? Yimo gave a wicked smile, slowly leaning down to look at him from above with disdain. Guess where my indestructible body came from?
What do you mean?
The Dharma god frowned, confused.
The next second, Yimo bared his serrated teeth.
and took a bite right into the neck of the heavenly universe Dharma god. The Dharma god was stunned, then his eyes turned blood red as he roared in fury. "You damn scum, how dare you!" Was this guy actually trying to eat him alive? Treating him as nothing more than a meal on a plate? Without a doubt, this was the ultimate humiliation. After all, he had an indestructible body. No matter how he chewed, it should not. Wait. No, something is wrong. Suddenly, the Dharma god's pupils shrank, and his expression turned to terror. Because under Yi Mo's devouring, his indestructible body was actually failing. At that moment, rumors among the gods flashed into his mind. Damn it, you are that monster from the graveyard of gods. You actually qualified for the God War. The Dharma god realized everything, instantly knowing Yi Mo's identity. He did not care about the losses anymore. He opened his divine interface and consumed a large amount of his divine points. Boom! As a beam of white light descended, the Dharma god's body exploded into ruins and vanished on the spot. Are you kidding? This guy actually has a self-destruct move. Looking at the half-arm left in his hand, Yi Mo was speechless. That did not even fill me up halfway. Elsewhere, the Palace of God Kings. The dome was embedded with starlight, and the towering white feathered platform floated above a sea of clouds. 12 thrones of gods forged from mysterious crystals were arranged in a circle. On the thrones sat 12 statues of gods. These statues were solemn, majestic, and in various poses. Some were bare-chested, leaning back lazily. Others held swords in their hands, standing like monarchs. Crack! Suddenly, a crack appeared on one of the statues. The crack spread like a spiderweb until, with a bang, it shattered completely. The heavenly universe Dharma god emerged from the stone statue as if reborn. Holding his chest, he panted heavily. Cold sweat soaked his back and he looked utterly wretched. My, is not this Lord Dharma god. To think you have actually suffered a divine fall, that is quite a rare sight. I wonder which Eastern deity wiped you out. The martial god, or perhaps the boundless immortal venerable. After using that privilege this time, you probably do not even have enough divine points left to participate in the God War. A teasing, sultry female voice came from a statue opposite the Dharma god. It was a statue of a woman lying lazily and elegantly on her throne. Even as a statue, it could not hide her maternal radiance, especially the two heavy peaks on her chest, paired with her crossed, shapely legs and long elven ears. She could make anyone's heart race, even if they were made of stone. It was that thing from the graveyard of gods. It qualified for the God War. But it seems, his current divinity level is not very high, otherwise I might not have made it back. If Yi Mo's divinity level were higher, he could have prevented the teleportation by consuming divine points. That monster who never dies. The speaker was the statue holding the sword. His voice was rough and authoritative, carrying the ruthlessness of a tyrant. Correct, his strength has increased. He must have fully mastered the laws and powers he plundered. I even feel like he was not using his full strength when he fought me. If we want to kill him, it would take at least 3 or 4 main gods to do it. Recalling the battle with Yi Mo, the Dharma god could not help but swallow hard. Hearing this, the entire palace of God Kings fell into a momentary silence. Fortunately, that guy is neutral and has not joined any divine faction. An old hoarse voice spoke up. Clearly, this was the voice of another statue. I hope this God War will not have the same issues as the last one. As long as we can occupy the main world in the central region. Then, the Eastern deities will have no chance of a comeback.
What? Tyrannical? What?
My, your servant humbly welcomes your return, my lord, and offers my heartfelt congratulations. My lord is peerless and unmatched. My lord is brave and invincible, my lord. Watching Yi Mo return as he stepped through the air, Tyrannical knelt piously on the ground, prostrating herself to lick the boots of her new master. She went on to list almost every compliment she could think of. Her head pounded against the floor like a drum, kowtowing repeatedly. Even the earth trembled with each strike, as if she were desperately trying to prove her loyalty. She was terrified of giving him the slightest reason to doubt her. No wonder. The sight of him crushing a star with his bare hands just moments ago was still vivid in her mind. Her master's divine rank might not be high, but his strength could only be described as absurd. Having survived a divine war by pure luck in the past, she had never seen a main god so easily crush another main god in battle. After all, the gap between main gods is usually very small, and their areas of expertise differ. Most of them fight by utilizing the authorities and laws they excel at. But judging by Yi Mo's fight just now, he had almost no weaknesses. Tyrannical has been completely conquered by your personal charm. Loyalty increased by 999. She has reached the status of a dungeon NPC and can now be relocated to your own territory. Note, subjugating a divine slave requires level 5 divine authority, but given her eagerness to improve, early subjugation is permitted. Please select the dungeon to teleport to. Currently available, Graveyard of the Gods Minotaur Nest. If I teleport Hiranil away now, I will probably clear the secret realm instantly. Looking at the system prompt before him and the sight of Hiranil prostrated at his feet, Yimo decided to stay here for a while longer. He wanted to reap all the base rewards first. Only then would he teleport Hiranil to the Graveyard of the Gods. To prevent the overseers of the Graveyard of the Gods from mistaking Hiranil for an intruder, Yimo took the time to enter her palace and considerately branded her with his mark. He burned a purple gold magic sigil onto her waist. I will bestow your divine soul upon my messenger, and your task will be to dedicate yourself to assisting him. You must treat him with the same reverence as you treat me. As you command, my lord. She knelt respectfully before Yimo, piously accepting her orders. Yimo was very satisfied with this. Then, while waiting, he checked his system page, frowning in thought. No system rewards. It seems the celestial god of space did not die. My state is also quite peculiar. It seems I possess 2 different sets of system permissions. Indeed, Yimo's current permissions were strange. It felt as if he had triggered a bug. Logically speaking, given his divine rank, he should not be able to set foot in the territories of other gods. However, he was able to intervene using his agent system permissions from reality. Essentially, he held 2 sets of system permissions in one body. The god system and the agent system. What is certain is that as long as I enter a secret realm, or rather, as long as I step into another world, I can switch back to my main account. He decided that every time he leveled up, he would visit a secret realm. The lower the survival rate, the better. After all, he was invincible in secret realms. Time flowed slowly. 10 hours passed quickly. Do you wish to exit the secret realm trial? This prompt had appeared 2 hours after he first entered. The minimum exploration time for this trial is 2 hours. The system adjusts the required survival time based on the dungeon's difficulty. After Yimo teleported Hiranil to the Graveyard of the Gods, the original system prompt changed. Congratulations, the dungeon boss has vanished and you have successfully cleared the secret realm. You will be automatically teleported back to the real world in 10 seconds. 10 or 9 or 8. As the countdown hit 0, Yimo was instantly enveloped in a white light.
Whoosh whoosh.
After a brief moment of spinning vertigo, the scenery around him shifted instantly. When he regained his senses, he was back at the teleportation array. Congratulations, you have achieved the first clear of the secret realm desert lands. Rewards as follows. Base reward Essence Crystal X. First clear reward Desert Terminator. Desert Terminator title. Effect 1, all attributes plus 20% during combat. Effect 2, experience gain for subordinate players plus 20%. Effect 3, proficiency bonus for subordinate player skills and heart techniques plus 20%. Special effect, a tool for showing off. Broadcast to all players and agents worldwide. Can also be displayed above the head, warning all players within a 100-meter radius. Can be toggled on or off. Note, first clearing a secret realm allows for the upgrade of title effects and visuals. 3 stages of visual evolution plus extra effects. The moment Yimo returned, a long string of system prompts appeared in his mind. Before he could react, something suddenly popped up above his head with a ping. It radiated a glaring, blinding red light. The 5 large characters Desert Terminator, accompanied by extremely exaggerated special effects, appeared right above Yimo's head. Sir, congratulations on your return. The receptionist, who was about to run over to congratulate him, felt a flash of red light. She felt as if she had been blinded by the sheer intensity. She reflexively raised her hand to shield her eyes, only to realize that while the red light was dazzling, it did not actually obstruct her vision. The holder of the unique title, Desert Terminator, has entered your line of sight. Please be mindful of your attitude toward this big shot. A system voice instantly echoed in the receptionist's mind. At the same time, the moment Yimo obtained this title, a prominent system announcement appeared before every agent and player in the world. Congratulations to player Yimo for clearing Secret Realm #2 to 345 and obtaining the title Desert Terminator. Note, click on the title to preview the big shot's title effects. Damn, does clearing a secret realm actually trigger a worldwide announcement? Yimo was stunned seeing this. Throughout history, no agent had ever successfully cleared a secret realm trial. Yimo was undoubtedly the first. He had not expected the first clear reward to be like this. He wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength simply would not allow it. Thinking of this, Yimo hurriedly deactivated the flashy title above his head. Then, under the bewildered gaze of the receptionist, he covered his face and left the teleportation room. Soon, just as Yimo exited the teleportation hall, he saw two familiar figures running toward him. It was Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li. Apparently, the two girls had been waiting here for a long time out of concern. But now their concern was replaced by a more complex emotion. Damn, old Mo, I do not know what happened, but a weird announcement suddenly popped up in my head. She blinked her confused, bright eyes and looked at Yimo for confirmation. Mine too, and the announcement says it will not disappear for another 2 hours. Mr. Agent, did you really clear the secret realm? Meng Li also blinked her large eyes, looking toward Yimo. In a spacious, luxurious apartment, Jiang Linyue was wearing a Squirtle pajama set, lying on her bed and scrolling through her phone. The Squirtle on her chest was flattened and distorted due to the posture. The blue and white neckline outlined a deep, bottomless abyss. The system prompt sounding in her mind made the young girl's hand pause. Her expression shifted from initial bewilderment to skepticism, then to shock. Someone cleared the secret realm. This Yima mentioned, or could it be him? Jiang Linyue muttered to herself, her expression becoming complex. The significance of clearing a secret realm is equivalent to clearing an unsolvable level dungeon. Inside the hotel, Zhou Mingjun, who was working overtime grading student assignments online, was also taken aback. His pupils shrank violently and his breathing hitched. He stared at the system notification, stunned for a long time. That guy, he actually cleared a secret realm trial. Jiang Linyue. Back to the hotel, Yimo began to take stock of his gains from this secret realm exploration. It could be said that the haul was quite bountiful. The most valuable item, without a doubt, was the Soul Stone of Helenyo. This thing basically gave him a bodyguard at the demigod level. It counted as the biggest harvest this time. Next was the first clear reward, the Desert Terminator title. There is no doubt that the stats on this title are quite good. It not only boosts his own combat power, but can even accelerate the leveling speed for players. The only downside is that it is just too high profile. It is so high profile that it sent out an announcement to all players and agents directly. People can even check the specific effects by clicking on the title. This could also be considered a form of free advertising for himself. After all, a 20% player experience bonus, and a 20% bonus to skills and mental cultivation techniques. This effect is simply too tempting to ignore. If he wants to recruit new players in the future, he can just show off this title, and plenty of people will likely fight to join him. By then, he can change his advertising slogan to "The only agent in the world with this title, limited slots for players sold to the highest bidder." By that time, his reputation, he would probably become the most famous rogue god agent. In terms of overall conditions, he might even be able to go toe-to-toe with the master-level agents of the Six Saints Church. The only thing he lacks is legal authority. But does that even matter? He still has a peak-level demigod bodyguard. Worst-case scenario, he can just let Helenyo handle the legal talk for him. Thinking of this, Yimo continued to check his next rewards. Insect Demon Remains. Material Quality Epic. Equipment Slots Weapon Armor. Description: an epic-grade material that provides percentage-based stats and sub-attributes. For equipment above the legacy grade, stat values become percentage bonuses. They are far superior to flat numerical bonuses. This becomes more apparent the higher the level goes. An equipment above epic grade comes with an additional sub-attribute. Let me take a look at the preview for this material. With that, Yimo opened the equipment manufacturing page. Soon, a familiar small bronze cauldron appeared before him. Because he had forged a divine artifact once before, Yimo is now at level 3 in blacksmithing. The previously lusterless bronze cauldron now faintly radiated a deep green glow. Detected current primary material, Insect Demon Remains. Yimo clicked on the Insect Demon Remains with his mind. Insect Demon Remains can be used to forge Demon Sucking Greatsword, Thorn Armor, Demon Climbing Boots, Pseudo Magic Sword. Yimo clicked on the Demon Sucking Greatsword and the Pseudo Magic Sword to examine them. Compared to other gear, weapons are always a priority. Among finished equipment, the value of a weapon is almost always far higher than that of armor. Demon Sucking Greatsword Epic. Primary material, insect demon remains epic. Secondary materials, 10 heavenly insect specimens, 15 blood-sucking stones. Success rate 50%. Equipment base additional bonus, none. Attribute range 15% to 30%. Detected that you have insufficient materials, cannot forge. After finishing the preview for the demon-sucking greatsword, Yimo opened the preview for the other weapon. Pseudo magic sword epic. Primary materials, insect demon remains epic, heavenly profound bone body epic, demigod demon body. Secondary materials, 10 Xunyuan stones, 10 illusion demon alls. Success rate 50%. Equipment base additional bonus, none. Attribute range 12% to 34%. Detected that you have insufficient materials, cannot forge. This magic sword is quite special. It seems to have multiple forging paths. And the secondary materials actually include components required for divine artifacts. Could the true version of this equipment actually be a divine artifact? Yimo frowned and pondered for a moment. Driven by curiosity, he searched online for detailed information about this weapon. He quickly found a mountain of results. The true form of this weapon is of legendary grade. The true name is Magic Sword, Shadowless. It comes in 3 versions, broken, pseudo, and true. No matter which version you obtain, as long as you collect the necessary primary materials, you can perform promotion forging, advancing it step by step from legacy grade to legendary quality. Of course, there are rumors online that this equipment should theoretically be able to reach divine artifact status. After all, its forging materials include parts used for divine artifacts. Unfortunately, no one has ever dropped such primary materials. Equipment that can be promoted, that is actually quite interesting. Yimo became quite interested in this weapon. It is a pity that his current funds are limited. He cannot even afford the secondary materials, let alone the equipment base. He probably cannot even afford the equipment base. The remaining rewards are 20 Holy Spirit potions and 12 evolution crystals. Evolution Crystal Tier 2. Level range 1 to 30. Description can instantly increase a player's level by 1. Note, the higher the tier of the secret realm entered by the agent, the higher the quality of the evolution crystals obtained. Does that mean if I entered a secret realm at Tier 3, the level range for the evolution crystals would also increase? Looking at the description of the evolution crystal, Yimo nodded slightly. He has 12 in total. If he splits them between Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li, each would get 6. Meaning my sister could go from level 19 to 25, and Meng Li could reach level 28. Thinking of this, Yimo nodded slightly, feeling quite satisfied with this outcome. With this, the level disadvantage the 2 girls had for the national competition will be completely gone. Now he just needs to look forward to their performance. Just in time for a break, let me summon Linyue so she can get to know my main body. After finishing the inventory, Yimo played with the yellow jade in his hand and focused his intent.
Whoosh.
A plume of pure white mist erupted from the yellow jade. The white mist grew and condensed. Finally, it materialized into a curvaceous and enchanting figure. Linyue, the half-human, half-snake creature, let out a lazy stretch as soon as she appeared. Her waist was supple and graceful, and combined with her toned midriff, she looked very tempting. Because she was marked by Yimo, as soon as Linyue entered the graveyard of gods. Lilith arranged for a maid to settle her in. Initially, Linyue was anxious and shocked. Because in Yimo's palace, even the maids doing chores possessed demigod strength. And most of them were quite beautiful. After asking around, she found out that these maids had all had deep exchanges with the demon god. The maid who was looking after her had gossiped with her about it. When discussing knowledge in depth with the demon god, one's strength would be significantly improved. And this improvement ignored level restrictions. No matter what level you are at, you get a fixed increase after the discussion. For example, if you are at level 100, you will gain 1 level. If you are level 10, you still gain 1 level. The higher the level, the more you stand to gain. Since all the maids here have discussed life with the master, does that mean I have a chance too? He 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 he. Recalling the scene where Yimo stood in front of her to confront Tianju earlier. That tall and imposing stature, that handsome and sturdy appearance. It sent a wave of emotion through Linyue, and she could not help but let out a lecherous giggle. Finally, she drifted into a deep sleep, filled with shy giggles and fantasies. In her dream, she got her wish, panting and working hard to assist her master. But she had not been asleep long before she was summoned by Yimo again. She was not happy about that. Linyue, speak up, what do you want me to do? Heralni pouted, scanning Yimo with impatience. Her sleep had been interrupted, and she was in a foul mood. With an icy expression, she looked down at Yimo, staring at him through her nostrils. Nothing much, just wanted to get to know you a bit. Yimo was stunned for a moment. He had not expected Haralni's attitude to be so cold. What happened to that fawning behavior from before? The way she changed her attitude. You summoned me for no reason. Hearing this, Haralni's face darkened, her resentment growing deeper. You are crazy, I am leaving. She clicked her tongue, then vanished in a puff of mist with a swoosh. Hey, this one's quite a handful. Yimo got annoyed too, so he just got into bed and closed his eyes. 3 hours later, Yimo summoned Haralni again. Oh my daddy, how could you go and report me like that? If you are unhappy next time, just tell me directly. We will not need to bother the Lord again. Haralni changed her face in an instant. Wriggling her supple waist, she rushed to Yimo's side with a beaming smile. She reached out her slender, soft hands to massage Yimo's shoulders. She could not have been any more attentive. I still prefer that unruly attitude you had before. Yimo sneered, lifting his head in mockery. Do not say such mean things. I did not know who I was dealing with earlier, let me help you cool down now. As she spoke, the pace of her massage noticeably quickened. Through the physical contact with Yimo, Haralni could even feel something distinct. A feeling beyond words emanated from the magic mark on her back. It felt a bit tingly, making her inexplicably fond of the man in front of her. And the more they touched, the stronger the feeling became. It was similar to that feeling a pet has for its owner, wanting to cuddle up close. Adoring and affectionate. By the end, she was practically glued to him. Something's not right. This magic mark is a blessing bestowed upon me by the Lord. Logically, I should only feel this way when I am in contact with the Lord. In her daze, she suddenly sensed something off. Back when the Lord hung her up and whipped her in her dreams, she had felt similar interference from the mark. It caused her to feel inexplicably excited despite being in pain and filled with anxiety. Could it be that this person is actually an avatar of the Lord in the central world? But it is not the time of the divine war, and the worlds have long been sealed off. By all logic, it should not be possible to project an avatar. Besides, an avatar would not possess its own independent consciousness. Haralni had lived through the divine war, so she was well-traveled and experienced. She had a good understanding of the many restrictions and methods of the gods. But this situation with Yimo was a first for her. No god would ever grant their believers power equal to their own. Unless this person in front of her was the Lord himself. But how could that be? This guy here is clearly just a human. Regardless, he must be deeply connected to the Lord. I must not treat him as dismissively as I did before. Haralni thought to herself. At the same time, her fawning smile became even brighter. Time flowed by slowly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the national competition round of 16. Early mornings. The Tianjin Stadium was packed with people. The VIP seating area in the central tower was buzzing with discussion. Today was the round of 16 matches to decide the quarterfinalists. Those who made it this far were almost all dark horse candidates. The games were much more exciting than the preliminaries. After all, today was the day they would witness the results of the previous top 8 betting pool. Everyone, same old rules, place your bets before the start. Placing bets before the matches began was a rule passed down by their ancestors. Soon, the central big screen in the VIP room displayed the list of candidates everyone had bet on. Top 4 prediction table. Number 1, Liu Muxiao, odds 1.1. Number 2, Chu Tian, odds 1.1. Number 3, Cheng Shi, odds 1.1. Number 4, Zhao Minji, odds 2.5. Number 5, Ying Ziacheng, odds 2.8.
What?
The list of names had been reduced to 9. The top 3 had not changed, but the odds had become even lower. After all, those 3 were the favorites to win. It was practically guaranteed that they would reach the top 4. So the odds for betting on them were very low, and after deducting service fees, there was barely any profit to be made. Of course, unless you were betting huge sums, but the returns were still pitifully small. If you wanted to make a profit, the 4th to 6th spots were undoubtedly the most suspenseful. The risks were high, but the rewards were considerable. My dear apprentice, are you still planning to bet on those 2? Seeing Jiang Linyue still betting on Meng Li and Yi Ziaxiao, Su Qingfeng could not help but chime in to remind her. Although those 2 made it to the round of 16, their levels are a bit low. In just 2 days, leveling up 1 or 2 times would be the absolute maximum. It will be hard enough for them to reach the quarterfinals, let alone the top 4. Your money is very likely to be thrown down the drain. It is fine just playing around. Jiang Linyue smiled slightly, not caring at all. She had confirmed that the Yimo mentioned in the notice was indeed the one she was keeping. Wait, no. The destined partner who was working with her. Yesterday, she specifically talked to Yimo and found out the exact levels of the two girls. With Yizaya Xiao at level 25 and supported by a divine artifact, top 4 was a sure thing. Playing around, you just bet 10 million without blinking.
Su Qingfeng was shocked.
Even as high-level members of the Six Saints Court, 10 million was not a small amount. He certainly would not dare to play like that. Instructor Jai, who are you betting on this time? Chen Weiming, the dean of Kaiyang Academy, noticed that Jai Beixi was also participating in the betting. And she was investing a significant amount of money, so he turned to ask with a smile. Oh, it is my contestant Ying Zaya Cheng, an SS rank assassin career path, currently level 32. I am confident he can make it to the top 4, so that is who I bet on for the last quarterfinals too. Jai Beixi answered with a smile. Chu Tianhai was one of the favorites to win. There was almost no suspense about him reaching the top 4, but the payout odds were too low. So she chose to bet on another contestant under her guidance. Jai Beixi had also bet on him in the previous quarterfinal pool. So confident, then I should congratulate you in advance. Chen Weiming laughed and offered his congratulations early. At the same time, the broadcast in the VIP box rang out. National Competition Round of 16 First Match, Kaiyang Academy, Ying Ziacheng vs Kaiyang Academy, Mengli.
Mengli.
Hearing the broadcast, Jai Beixi's delicate eyebrows furrowed. Is not that the subhuman girl? Very good, excellent, now, you have finally fallen into my hands. Upon hearing that name, the corners of Jai Beixi's mouth curled up slightly. A triumphant smirk appeared on her face. Thinking of being able to personally crush Zhou Mingzhen's hopes gave her a sense of immense pleasure. Now she had another reason to suppress and mock her. Side note, some have expressed concern that the protagonist might expose their identity because of the title and receive sanctions from the Sky Universe Law God. That will not happen. Gods cannot directly step into or influence the real world. They cannot even communicate directly with their own agents. In a way, the gods and the real world are completely disconnected.
Jai Beixi.
An internal match for Kaiyang Academy. I remember this Mengli, she defeated the top 10 dark horse Zhang Tingting, right? Yeah, she performed really well back then, but I recall she was only level 22 last time. A 10-level difference, that is quite a wide gap. The crowd, hearing the announcement, sighed with mixed emotions and shook their heads helplessly. But the next second, the big screen in the center quickly displayed the specific details for Meng Li and Ying Ziacheng.
Name of Mengli. Path Warrior. Level 28. Affiliated Academy, Kaiyang Academy.
Betting ID 181,883.
Name Ying Ziacheng. Path Assassin.
Level 32.
Affiliated Academy, Kaiyang Academy.
Betting ID 132,212. Wait, level 28, was not she just level 22 2 days ago? Seeing Meng Li's current level, everyone was suddenly stunned. Leveling from 22 to 28 in just 2 days. A gain of 6 levels in a row. Even if you worked overtime and grinded dungeons at full throttle for 48 hours, it should be impossible to gain that much. It is simply unbelievable. In everyone's mind, there was only one possible method for such rapid leveling. And that is secret realm trials. Could it be that the Yimo mentioned in the system announcement the day before yesterday is this Meng Li's agent? Chen Weiming's mind was racing, and even his breathing grew rapid. The only agent in the world to clear the secret realm is actually a representative of his own academy. It gave him a feeling of joy, like discovering his dad's secret stash of money when he was a kid. Even if he secretly took it to spend, his dad would not dare to make a peep. You go check what the name of the agent behind this Meng Li is. If his name is Yimo, make sure to book an appointment with him for me. Remember, do it quietly through the back door. Chen Weiming immediately gestured, summoned his secretary and whispered instructions into his ear. Such talent, he must recruit them. Not to mention their talent and the secret realm clear strategy. The mere label of the only person in the world to have cleared a secret realm is of immense commercial value. If he could have them serve as a mentor at his academy and throw in some advertising and promotion, the number of students it would attract is simply unimaginable. This is all just piles and piles of cash. In this world, money is the future. PW is always the absolute truth.
Understood, Dean.
The secretary in the suit nodded immediately, prepared to use the excuse of going to the bathroom to sneak out the back door. However, just as he pretended to walk toward the restroom, he strangely found 5 familiar figures following behind him. Turning his head to look, he discovered to his surprise. They were the secretaries from the other 5 major academies. The 6 of them stared at each other at the restroom entrance, their faces showing embarrassed yet elegant smiles. What a coincidence, are you guys also going to the restroom? Yes, how about we go together? Together, let us go together. The 6 of them laughed awkwardly and walked into the restroom one after another. On the other side, Meng Li took a deep breath and opened her attribute panel.
Name Meng Li. Path Warrior.
Transcendent profession, God-slaying ghost swordsman.
Level 28. Experience 12.
Physique 142. Speed 142. Strength 142. Spirit 142.
Mana 1.
Skills Ghost/level 2, Ghost God Step level 2, Evil Moon Ghost/level 1. Cultivation method none. Additional ability Ghost God Power. Deity worshipped world-ending demon god. This is her current attribute panel with all stats reaching 142, if you count the Ghost God Power. Strength and defense attributes can skyrocket to 170. The current me should not lose to any contestant now, right? Meng Li squeezed her little fist, overflowing with confidence. Carrying the greatsword on her back, she slowly stepped onto the stage. This time, she was facing a young girl dressed in tight black clothing. Yingzia Cheng was slim and petite. She had beautiful, ear-length short hair and looked extremely spirited. The weapon at her waist was not a dagger, but a small fanny pack. A black leg holster was tied around her fair, slender thigh, with 3 jet black kunai attached. The mentor told me to finish you within 3 minutes, so, sorry. Yingzia Cheng stared coldly at Meng Li, who was only half a head shorter than her. She spoke in a concise manner. Honestly, she had a good first impression of Meng Li. After all, she was the only contestant she had met who was shorter than her. She was quite satisfied with that.
3-2-1. Match start.
As the countdown on the big screen hit 0.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Yingzia Cheng quickly pulled 2 shurikens from her fanny pack and threw them at Meng Li at lightning speed.
Clang.
Meng Li instinctively drew her sword, held it in front of her chest and quickly blocked the attack.
Accelerate. Shadow clone.
At the same time, Yingzia Cheng hunched over. She ran rapidly around Meng Li, throwing shurikens while simultaneously forming seals with one hand.
Poof, poof, poof.
Clouds of white mist appeared around her as Yingzia Cheng summoned 7 clones directly. With a hint of blue light flickering on their bodies, their speed surged even further. They drew the kunai from their legs and launched a rapid attack on Meng Li. Yingzia Cheng already had a speed of 175, and with the boost from her accelerate skill, her speed soared to 200.
So fast.
Meng Li looked stunned. This was the first time she had been impressed by an opponent's speed, and her little brow furrowed slightly.
Ghost Slash.
With a serious expression, she immediately activated Ghost Slash. The 55 speed bonus caused her speed attribute to jump from 142 directly to 220.
Bang!
She stomped 1 foot hard on the ground. Meng Li swung her heavy greatsword, showing no fear toward the 6 Yingzia Chengs. Charging head-on, she unleashed a horizontal sweep. The 2 Yingzia Chengs directly in front of Meng Li drew their daggers and held them in front of their chests to block the blow.
Splat, splat.
However, the greatsword snapped the daggers in half and cut both clones in 2 at the waist, turning them into white mist that dissipated. At the same time, Meng Li grabbed another clone by the neck and slammed it hard into the ground.
Poof.
The 3rd clone also turned into white mist.
Such strong power.
Yingzia Cheng looked stunned, and the original body retreated, using the remaining 2 clones for cover. While quickly putting distance between them, she kept throwing shurikens from her waist. She left only 2 clones to engage in close-quarters combat with Meng Li.
Clang, clang, bang.
Meng Li gritted her teeth, blocking with her sword while dodging attacks from the other 2 clones. This girl is so annoying, she can both attack up close and drain me from afar. I must find a way to distinguish which one is her real body. Because of the shadow clones, Meng Li could not tell which one was the real Yingzia Cheng. You are not bad, able to last 2 minutes against me without falling. But I promised my mentor I would finish you in 3 minutes, so it is time to end this. The 6 Yingzia Chengs spoke in unison, praising Meng Li's performance. At the same time, their eyes became sharp.
Shadow Bind Technique.
One of the Ying Xia Changs in the distance formed hand seals and activated the skill again. Her shadow rapidly twisted and stretched, rushing toward Meng Li's shadow, until it completely covered Meng Li's shadow. Great, she is under control. Ying Xia Cheng's face showed delight. With a thought, she commanded the two closest clones to charge in and strike Meng Li down.
However, bang!
Meng Li stomped 1 foot hard on the ground. Her form was not disrupted in the slightest.
Found you.
Meng Li's eyes flashed with brilliance, and she swung her greatsword, jumping high into the air. Descending from above, she swung her sword right toward Ying Chen.
Let Meng Li. Let bang!
Meng Li descended from the sky, her sword slashing through the air. The tiles of the arena shattered instantly.
Poof.
However, the Ying Xia Cheng who was hit suddenly dissolved into white mist.
A fake.
Meng Li looked stunned. Heh, I have watched your match replays, and know you have a skill that grants temporary control immunity. By the way, every one of my clones can use the original skills. Ying Xia Cheng flashed a smug smile. Her class is the SS rank Destiny Ninja. Although her skills have relatively long cooldowns early on, each clone can cast skills. And their skill cooldowns are not synchronized. She deliberately left an opening to force Meng Li to use her damage reduction skill, and then finish her off while her skill is on cooldown. The so-called mentor mission. The talk of finishing her in 3 minutes was just a front. A fake opening intentionally sold to Meng Li. None of the top 5 dark horses are pushovers. They all have incredibly powerful combat styles and techniques, and it all comes down to a battle of hidden trump cards. Fire-styled Prairie Fire. The 4 Ying Xia Chengs took a deep breath and quickly formed hand seals. Their flat stomachs expanded unnaturally, and then with a poof sound, they unleashed raging flames that swept forward.
Ghost God Step.
Facing the incoming flames from all sides, Meng Li frowned slightly. She immediately activated Ghost God Step, entering an intangible state. Great, another skill forced out. Seeing Meng Li use Ghost God Step, Ying Xia Cheng's lips curled up slightly. However, before she could enjoy it for long, a heavy greatsword suddenly pierced through the raging flames and flew straight at her. With a loud bangs, another clone was smashed into white mist. Now only 3 clones remained on the field. Damn it, she used the flames as cover to throw her greatsword. Ying Xia Cheng frowned and retreated quickly. She is definitely going to retrieve her weapon, and when she does, I will use Shadow Bind to control her. Just as Ying Xia Cheng was thinking, a petite figure suddenly burst through the flames and jumped directly in front of her. She bent her elbow, swung her small arm, and slammed it hard into her chest.
Bang!
The terrifying force sent Ying Xia Cheng's body flying backward. Then with a poof, another clone vanished into white mist. I did not even guess right with a 50% chance. Meng Li frowned, surprised by her own bad luck. After dealing with the clone, she did a backward jump, fluidly attempting to pick up her greatsword.
Shadow Bind.
At the same time, Ying Xia Cheng reacted quickly, seizing this opportunity to use the skill with her last remaining clone.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh.
2 slender shadows rushed toward Meng Li and covered her shadow directly. Meng Li's body froze, her hand inches away from the greatsword, suspended in midair.
Great, I have got you.
Ying Xia Cheng was delighted. But to be safe, she acted with a thought. She controlled her last clone to launch a melee surprise attack on Meng Li. However, just as the clone was about to slice Meng Li's throat, Meng Li grabbed the greatsword and suddenly exerted force with one hand.
Bang!
She swung the heavy greatsword in a wide sweep. It cut Ying Xia Cheng's last clone right at the waist, turning it into white mist. How is your damage reduction skill cooldown really that short? Ying Xia Cheng was shocked.
Ghost Shadow Slash.
Meng Li did not pause. After finishing off the clone, she used another skill. She stomped on the ground with 1 foot. With a bang, she turned into an afterimage. Wielding her greatsword, she charged madly toward the real Ying Xia Cheng.
Damn it!
Ying Xia Cheng gritted her teeth and used her speed boost skill to retreat. At this moment, all 4 of her skills were on cooldown. Going head-to-head with Meng Li would definitely be a disadvantage. Luckily, my speed is not inferior to hers. As long as I keep distance and wait for cooldowns, I can. She was planning her next move.
However,
Meng Li, who was still 10 meters away, was suddenly surrounded by a dazzling black light. Evil Moon Ghost Slash. At the same time, Meng Li swung her greatsword in a horizontal arc. A horizontal black sword energy suddenly erupted, transforming into a wide, semicircular black moon that charged forward. The speed was fierce and powerful. The ground cracked everywhere it passed. A large area ranged attack. Yingzia Cheng's pupils constricted before she could even react. Her body had already been cut in half by the terrifying sword energy. Damn, did not she already use 3 skills? Yingzia Cheng stared at Meng Li with resentment. Ghost God Step, Ghost Shadow Slash plus a damage reduction skill. Meng Li, who is only level 28, should not be able to use a 4th skill.
Could it be?
Is she an SSS rank class that awakened a unique trait? The damage reduction was actually just a passive. The agent behind her is truly extravagant. Yingzia Cheng took a deep breath. It is hard to imagine someone giving such a powerful SSS rank class card to a demi-human. Opponent incapacitated, Meng Li from Kaiyang Academy wins. The host announced the result after a few seconds of stun.
Meanwhile, in the VIP box,
my god, my 2 million. Damn it, this demi-human is actually an SSS rank class with an awakened trait. Who could have guessed that? I have never heard of such an SSS rank class, it is likely a new type. The entire stadium was in an uproar. SSS rank classes are rare. But an SSS rank that awakens a trait before level 50 is even rarer. Jai Baxi was also confused and stood up excitedly. She bit her pink lips, her chest heaving.
damn it.
Besides the heartbreak of losing those millions in bets, she felt her cheeks burning with humiliation. She looked at Yingzia Cheng being carried away by the rescue team on the big screen. She felt a sense of suffocation. After taking a few deep breaths, she finally calmed down a bit. It is fine, I still have Chu Tian, he will definitely not disappoint me. She sat back down, smoothing her chest and trying to comfort herself. Holy crap, my dear apprentice, you have made a fortune this time. Su Qingfeng watched Meng Li enter the top 8, so excited that his beard was twitching. He kept tapping the armrest next to him. The 2 million Jiang Linyue bet last time with a 50x multiplier. That is 100 million. 2 million turning into 100 million in one day. The money came way too fast. Yeah, it is a pity the multiplier cap for the top 4 is only 10x. Jiang Wang was not surprised by this result. With the capital I have on hand, no matter how outrageous the next magic rune mission is, I should be able to throw money at him until he agrees. As Yimo's reputation grows, his value will surely rise. At that point, the price of 100,000 a week might not satisfy him anymore. Maybe I should take advantage of him while his price is still low to spend more money and get closer to him. Otherwise, next time it might not be this price. Thinking of this, Jiang Linyue opened the magic rune imprint system. Demon God Imprint Level 1. Magic Power Value 416/500. Introduction: an imprint left on you by an ancient god and demon, impossible to remove or erase. Effect 1, experience bonus 30%, additional 10% increase in stats upon leveling up. Effect 2, all attribute increase by 20%. Effect 3, when together with the Person of Destiny skill training effect increased by 200%, and all other effects are doubled. Side effect, desire increases daily. Only by contacting the Person of Destiny can it be relieved. It is almost ready to level up, maybe I will go find him tonight. Jiang Linyue looked at the system in front of her and fell into brief contemplation.
Let Meng Li.
The national competition's round of 16 is gradually coming to an end. Yizai Xiao's battle, on the other hand, is going much more smoothly. She was matched against a level 28 S-rank quality mage, which is practically a walk in the park for her. She basically beat that female mage until she was in tears. Everyone expected a visual feast of magic clashing against magic. What they got instead was a one-sided beating. You are a disgrace to all mages. What happened to our magical duel? Who promised you anything like that? With a few swipes of her scythe, Yizai Xiao snapped the little mage's staff in two. Then she straddled her and started landing punch after punch. She beat the poor girl until she was sobbing, patting the ground in surrender. It is worth noting that so far, besides Breath of Death, Yizai Xiao has never even needed to use her other two skills. This has sparked quite a lot of discussion online. In short, Yizai Xiao has become famous. She is now known across the internet as the Melee Mage. Yimo's phone has been blowing up lately, mostly with inquiries about player spots. Some upstart wealthy families have offered as much as 5 million just to have a player under Yimo's command. They are even willing to accept only 10% of the dungeon profits and work unpaid overtime. As for the aristocratic families, the price is even higher. Their offers have already exceeded 10 million and might even hit 30 million. The only shame is that he is not part of the 6 holy courts, Otherwise, asking for hundreds of millions would not even be an issue. Now it all comes down to how Yimo wants to choose. Choosing commoner players means significantly lower profits. But if he takes on scions of noble families, he gets dragged into their messy power struggles. Yimo is not afraid for himself, but he worries about his family getting hurt. He is still considering his options. Old Mo, look at the video I sent you, we are trending. Yi Xiaoxiao held her phone, dressed in a pink dinosaur onesie. She was lying on the soft bed, hugging a goofy-faced pillow to her chest. Her delicate, pretty face poked out from the hood of her dinosaur costume. Her smooth, white-stockinged legs were kicking happily in the air, tracing a lovely silhouette. The edge of her stockings slid down slightly with her movements, revealing a hint of tender skin and a faint impression. Cannot you go back to your own room, or maybe learn from Mingli and run more dungeons to level up? Yimo frowned slightly and gave Yi Xiaoxiao a kick while she was sprawled at the foot of his bed. He scolded her, feeling frustrated by her lack of ambition. Ouch, cannot you be a little gentler? Yi Xiaoxiao rubbed her dinosaur tail and grumbled in complaint. And I am not a demi-human, how am I supposed to run 24-hour shifts? You have to balance work and rest. Ha, just an excuse for being lazy. Yimo sneered and opened the video Yi Xiaoxiao had shared. It was a replay and breakdown of the national competition battles. The commentator called Yi Xiaoxiao the biggest dark horse of the event, and the player who has kept their true strength the most hidden. They even pointed out that the weapon in her hand is likely an epic tier item or higher. To you, big block of wood. Seeing Yimo's indifferent attitude, Yi Xiaoxiao clicked her tongue. Pouting, she playfully raised her soft little feet and landed a series of kicks on him. Tap, 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 she kept kicking Yimo's bottom. Knock, knock, knock. Right at that moment, a crisp knocking sound echoed from the door. Could that thieving cat be back already? Thinking of this, Yi Xiaoxiao looked sharp and aggressive, like a fighting cock. I will get the door. She jumped off the bed with great spirit, trotting over in her hotel slippers. Then with a click, she threw the door open. A pair of massive mounds wrapped in a round-neck knit sweater instantly filled her vision. Jiang Linyue. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at the girl in front of her, stunned. She was exactly a head shorter than Jiang Linyue. Her gaze fell right onto that chest area, where she could intuitively feel the pressure this female exuded. You, what are you doing in my brother's room? Seeing Jiang Linyue, Yi Xiaoxiao's spirit immediately deflated. Not to mention the other girl's noble status and air as a saintess. Just the fact that she was their biggest benefactor made Yi Xiaoxiao feel inferior. It gave her a sense of being a useless younger sister. Oh, I am here to practice heart techniques with him. You just wait outside until we are finished like before. Heart techniques. Is not that the heart technique from the Joyful Union sect? Although Jiang Linyue often sought Yimo out for practice or even went out with him, back in the staff dormitory. She had prepared herself for this long ago. After all, everything Yimo did was for her own sake. But every time she heard this, Yi Xiaoxiao's heart would sink. Humiliation, resentment, helplessness. A complex mix of emotions made her chest heave. In the end, she bit her lip and reluctantly stepped aside. Like a defeated dog, she tucked her tail and slinked away. Oh, and close the door behind you on your way out. Bang! Soon the door was slammed shut. Yimo noticed the commotion and sat up, looking toward the door. Why are you here? Yimo stared at Jiang Linyue in bewilderment. She was dressed simply in a U-neck knit sweater and denim shorts. She was carrying 2 small black suitcases in her hands. This is for you, let us make this quick. Jiang Linyue clicked the 2 suitcases open. She tossed the 200,000 worth of specialty products onto Yimo's bed. Then she kicked off her sneakers and crawled up with those long, fair legs. According to their deal, as long as she paid extra, she could do all sorts of outrageous things to Yimo. Wait on what? Yimo's brain short-circuited and he reflexively stood up. What kind of crazy move is this? What? 15 minutes later, Jiang Linyue felt refreshed and climbed down from the bed, satisfied after fixing her clothes. You did a good job this time, I will transfer you another 50,000 later. She did not know why, but she was not so resistant to this kind of thing anymore. In fact, she felt increasingly skilled and thrilled. Especially watching Yimo grit his teeth while she held him down, she found it oddly exciting. Now she could even accept tasks that were a bit more excessive. Congratulations, magic energy has reached the limit. Demon God brand upgraded to level 2. Demon God brand level 2. Magic energy 122/5000. Description: a brand left by an ancient demon god that cannot be erased or destroyed. Effect 1, Dungeon Experience bonus 30 to 40%. Additional attribute increase upon leveling up from 10% to 12. Effect 2, all stats increased from 20% to 25%. Effect 3, when with the Person of Destiny skill training efficiency increased from 200 to 250%, and all other effects are doubled. Side effect, desires increase daily and can only be eased by physical contact with the Person of Destiny. Note, upgrade to level 3 to unlock new effects. She glanced at her magic imprint system. She had to admit that this boost was quite significant. Let us call it a day for now. Jiang Linyue nodded in satisfaction and opened the door. She happened to see Yi Xiaoxiao crouching and huddled by the door. Upon hearing the door open, her ears twitched slightly. She slowly raised her head from her knees, looking haggardly at the finished Jiang Linyue. Your brother did well, let me give you a little tip too. Meeting Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes, Jiang Linyue offered an appreciative smile. She then pulled 1,000 yuan from her bag and shoved it into the pocket of Yi Xiaoxiao's dinosaur costume. Watching Jiang Linyue's departing back, then looking down at the 1,000 yuan in her pocket, a wave of intense humiliation surged through Yi Xiaoxiao's mind. She felt absolutely miserable. Damn it, this is so humiliating. Gritting her teeth and fighting back tears, she threw the 1,000 yuan onto the ground.
Yi Xiaoxiao. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and the next day arrived. Early mornings. Breakfast area of the Tianzhu Hotel. 4 hours remained until the start of the quarterfinals. Mr. Agent, did not you sleep well last night? Mingli wore her cat-eared hoodie, snacking on a dried fish. She carried an armful of buffet breakfast and set it down in front of Yimo. She looked with confusion at the exhausted-looking Yimo, and at Yi Xiaoxiao beside him, who was slumped on the table looking as if she were about to melt away. What did these two do yesterday? Why do they look so dispirited? I was all worked up yesterday and could not sleep a wink. Yimo rubbed his dark circles and sighed helplessly. Even though he had gained 250,000 last night, it was yet another anticlimactic experience. That damn woman Jiang Linyue must have some weird obsession. I cannot let her get away with this next time. He opened his attribute panel to take a quick look.
Names Yimo.
Agent rank Tier 2. Experience points 12% shared with contracted players.
Physique 98. Speed 95.
Strength 110. Spirit 100. Mana infinity over infinity. Contracted players 2/3. Abilities 1 Body Coexistence Exclusive, Heavenly Demon Divine Thunder S rank, Undying Body God rank, Heaven and Earth Return to Source God rank. Currently available Blessing Career cards: Godslaying Ghost Swordsman SSS rank Warrior Path, Necromancer SSS rank Mage Path, Spacetime Creator SSS rank Controller Path, Heavenly Demon Monarch SSS rank Tank, Berserker rank Warrior Path. Deity Worshipped World-Ending Demon God. Thanks to the two girls leveling up, his own stats had increased quite a bit. Jiang Linyue has reached level 54, and her various attributes are as high as over 700. If I want to turn the tables, my strength has to keep up, or I will just be pinned down by her forever. For some reason, he suddenly missed the scene of exploring her in his dream. However, thinking of this, Yimo suddenly frowned. Is her leveling speed just a bit too ridiculous? Is it because of some divine blessing? Yimo frowned slightly and pondered. Ever since moving into the dormitory provided by Jiang Linyue, she asked him to accompany her whenever she entered a dungeon. Even her cultivation practice was done in his room. So he had watched her grow firsthand. He could profoundly feel that her growth rate was extremely exaggerated. He had even seen her attributes through an attribute tester. How should I put it? They are quite a bit higher than others at the same level. She has even broken through the limit for her level. If Mingli could max out her growth stats due to her demi-human physique, then she has gone way beyond that cap. It is simply inconceivable. To be honest, Yimo was drooling over her. Not over her body, but as a player. Outstanding development, SSS rank career plus a special constitution. Not only can she fight and run dungeons, she can even earn money with her body. No, that is not it. She earns money with her Jade Spirit Sacred Body. I heard that many magic medicine companies like the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the United Chamber of Commerce all pay her for research dividends. Every year, just by donating blood, she gets hundreds of thousands. Any agent would drool over such a player. Could I have a word with you? Just as Yimo was lost in his reverie, a cold, unfamiliar female voice suddenly rang out beside him. Yimo subconsciously turned his head to look. He soon saw a beautiful girl in a light blue dress who looked pure and chilly. The girl stood by the window, her hair falling to her waist, a snow-white belt cinched at her slender waist, highlighting her delicate wasp-like waist. Her skirt extended to the top of her thighs, revealing a pair of straight snow-white legs.
Who is this again?
Looking at this cold girl, Yimo felt he had seen her somewhere but could not place her.
May I ask who you are?
Yimo looked at her with confusion. I have to say, this is a truly cold beauty, incomparable to that pirated version of his younger sister. Of course, this is not to say her looks are better than Yi Xiaoxiao's.
It is the icy temperament she exudes.
Yes, it is truly cold. Just standing in front of her, one could feel a palpable chill.
Liu Muxiao.
The girl spoke faintly and sat down opposite Yimo of her own accord. Liu Muxiao, the #1 favorite to win the championship.
Yi Xiaoxiao instantly became alert.
She took Yimo's arm and stared at her vigilantly. What business could you have with our old Mo? Liu Muxiao was from Longhui Academy and was touted as the next Saintess candidate of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. She possessed the special constitution Heavenly Frost Jade Body, with all attacks carrying 15% ice damage. There was no doubt she was their biggest rival in the competition. She must be up to no good looking for old Mo. Yi Xiaoxiao could even imagine this person trying to bribe them to withdraw from the match. You have been targeted. If you do not want trouble, it is best to have those two hide their true strength during the competition. Being too high profile might draw the gaze of people with malicious intentions toward you.
Liu Muxiao ignored Yi Xiaoxiao and stared seriously at Yimo.
Investigating the agents behind the two girls was not difficult for children of noble families. It was easy for them to access their specific files through their connections.
Yimo's background was very ordinary.
Being overly high profile was not necessarily a good thing for him.
What do you mean?
Hearing this, Yimo frowned. This is a list of winners from previous national competitions. As well as their current life situations, you can refer to it.
Liu Muxiao handed a list to Yimo.
Then she turned and left. It seemed she only wanted to show him this list. How inexplicable, old Mo do not listen to her nonsense. She definitely just does not want us to win. Seriously, she could at least make an offer. What is the point of just giving a list?
Yi Xiaoxiao mumbled.
She thought the other party would offer money to make her quit. And after being refused, get angry and start mocking her. Then get slapped in the face by her own absolute strength in the arena.
And get stepped on fiercely.
Finally, under everyone's shocked gaze, shout at the top of her lungs, how is this possible?
And so on.
Are you obsessed with reading cliché novels or something? Yimo gave Yi Xiaoxiao a flick to the forehead, shaking her out of her fantasy. Then from his system inventory, he took out 10 bottles of Holy Spirit potion and handed 5 to Yi Xiaoxiao and 5 to Mingli, instructing them. The quarterfinals allow the use of potions, so you each get 5 bottles. In the quarterfinals, contestants are allowed to carry 5 bottles of potion. And there are no restrictions on the type. Whether it is healing or buffing, it is all fine. But the limit is 5 bottles. After distributing the potions, Yimo focused his attention on the list in his hand, his brow tightening.
Meanwhile,
Miss, why would you want to warn a complete stranger? Doing this might offend young Master Zhou. Furthermore, your situation is complex, and you should focus entirely on the competition. If you fail to win, it will not be easy to explain to the family. An old butler in a uniform bowed to Liu Muxiao and reminded her earnestly.
Just building a good connection.
Liu Muxiao walked out of the hotel and climbed straight into a car. Looking through the window at the direction of the breakfast cafeteria, she squinted and smiled. In the future, there might be a chance for cooperation.
Liu Muxiao. What? Bang bangs bangs.
Inside the Sky Sword Stadium, brilliant fireworks exploded high up in the sky. They finally took the shape of a giant sword, standing tall against the horizon for a long moment before slowly fading away. Even in broad daylight, it looked incredibly dazzling. The quarterfinals have an opening ceremony. Besides the firework display, there were other performances as well. This lively opening show did not come to an end until 2 hours later. Everyone, the long-awaited moment is finally here. Now please welcome our quarterfinalists to the stage. They will be randomly paired with their opponents through a draw. On the massive central stage, 8 figures of varying heights slowly rose from hidden elevators. Among them, Meng Li was the most recognizable one. At a single glance, that particular figure was undoubtedly her. Now let the 4 contestants with the highest support ratings come forward to draw their lots. As the host finished speaking, countless spectators in the venue began swiping their fingers on the small tablets at their seats to vote for their favorite contestants. On the giant central screen, the list of the top 4 contestants by support rating was displayed. Number 1, Liu Muxiao, 860,000 votes. Number 2, Chu Tian, 480,000 votes. Number 3, Cheng Shi, 460,000 votes. Number 4, Yi Xiaoxiao, 220,000 votes. Support votes do not represent actual strength. They are simply a reflection of the audience's popularity. Of course, the higher the popularity, the higher her commercial value. After the tournament ends, she will receive endorsement offers from major equipment, potion, and prop manufacturers. And naturally, the advertising fees are quite substantial too. As for why Yi Xiaoxiao made the list, the reason is simple: it is because of her high contrast. She is clearly a mage, yet she is passionate about melee combat. Add to that her cold and arrogant personality, her beautiful looks, and the way she looks at people like trash after defeating her opponents. This strong contrast has earned her a lot of fans online. Even if she does not perform well in the upcoming quarterfinals, she still holds significant commercial value. In that case, let Yi Xiaoxiao, who ranks 4th in popularity, come up to draw her opponent first, to maintain a certain level of intrigue and viewership. The contestant ranked 1st in popularity is usually saved for last. This is to prevent viewers from logging off as soon as their favorite supporter is done. Yi Xiaoxiao sighed helplessly before slowly walking forward. Her outfit today was relatively dark-themed. A black dress extending to her thighs, accentuating her slim, elegant waist. She had swapped her usual white knee-high socks for sheer black ones. A black skull mask was perched on her head. This was not an outfit she chose herself, but one custom-made by the production team to fit her persona. The design was meticulous and eye-catching, maintaining her aesthetic without hindering her ability to fight. As Yi Xiaoxiao reached out to draw a lot, the giant screen soon displayed her drawn opponent. Kayam Academy, Yi Xiaoxiao vs Tianzhu Academy, Cheng Shi. The entire arena erupted in an uproar upon seeing the results on the screen. 4th in popularity drew 3rd in popularity. Without a doubt, this is a highly anticipated battle. The first match has been drawn, so let the other contestants rest backstage for now. Except for Cheng Shi, the hidden elevators for everyone else slowly descended. Only Yi Xiaoxiao and Cheng Shi remained on the massive arena. Both sides, please select your corresponding potions. The match will begin in 5 minutes. By the way, the free potions provided for this competition are proudly sponsored by the Tianmeng Pharmaceutical Company. And now, a word from our sponsors. In the quarterfinal matches, you can choose to bring your own potions or use the free ones provided by the sponsors. Meanwhile, inside the VIP box, everyone was stunned when they saw Yi Xiaoxiao matched against Cheng Shi in the quarterfinals. She actually drew one of the top 3. The level difference between them is a full 10 levels. It looks like Yi Xiaoxiao has very slim chances of winning this time. Cheng Shi's class is the notoriously famous king of duels. In 1v situations, his damage reduction hits 80 and 75% when facing 2 opponents. He almost completely counters her ability as a melee mage. Ying Xia Cheng, who originally countered him, has already been eliminated. Right now, apart from Liu Muxiao and Chu Tian, almost no one can break through his defense. Everyone in the VIP box was whispering among themselves. My dear apprentice, what is your take on this match? Su Qingfeng turned his head to look at Jiang Linyue. After the previous 2 shocks, he had completely gained faith in Jiang Linyue's judgment. Moreover, he deduced that his precious apprentice must have a very close relationship with the agents behind these 2 players. Last night, while taking the hotel elevator, he bumped into Jiang Linyue. The elevator stopped at the 2nd floor, while Jiang Linyue's hotel room was on the 10th. The 2nd floor was basically where the production team accommodated the contestants, their agents, and the academy representatives. This reminded Su Qingfeng of how Jiang Linyue had been leaving early and returning late lately. Sometimes even not coming home at all. Especially one time when he was downstairs at the agency. He saw with his own eyes that Jiang Linyue left with a strange man after work. At the time, Su Qingfeng had not paid much attention to it. Now, thinking about the frequency of Jiang Linyue's outings, it was hard not to feel suspicious. "A grown girl cannot be kept at home forever. I never expected that my always cold-hearted apprentice would one day fall in love. I just do not know what kind of character that boy has. This girl's mind is too simple, a blank sheet when it comes to relationships. I need to keep an eye on her so she does not get taken advantage of or tarnish her reputation. Su Qingfeng mused to himself while observing Jiang Linyue. Jiang Linyue was a child entrusted to him by his deceased best friend. He had to be responsible for her. If Yi Xiaoxiao had drawn anyone else, perhaps there might be some suspense regarding her win rate. But if it is Chengxi, she will definitely win. Jiang Linyue smiled softly. During the time she visited Yi Mo at the dormitory, she had seen Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li practicing in the training room. Therefore, she had seen the true strength of both girls. Of course, her perception of Yi Xiaoxiao was only from a week ago. Now that she has reached level 25, she must have learned a new skill. Her strength is bound to be even greater than back then. Plus, with the boost from the 7-colored divine artifact in her hands, there is almost no doubt she will completely defeat Chengxi. So confident. Hearing Jiang Linyue's answer, Su Qingfeng was immediately intrigued. The preparation phase is over. Both contestants please return to the arena. 5 minutes passed quickly. As the broadcast chimed, everyone's focus returned to the arena. Yi Xiaoxiao, holding a pitch-black staff and wearing her black dress, walked onto the stage with a cold expression. The first match of the national tournament quarterfinals begins. As the countdown reached 0, Yi Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and took a firm step forward. Disaster descends. Her domain attributes suddenly erupted. In an instant, overwhelming black energy spread across the arena like a violent storm. What? Yi Xiaoxiao. What? Boom. Monstrous death energy surged out from Yi Xiaoxiao as the center, sweeping across the entire arena like a violent storm. A domain-type skill. Everyone present was taken aback. At the same time, Chengxi, standing on the other side of the stage, felt his pupils constrict. The young man was dressed in a yellow monk robe. His head was shiny and bright, without a single strand of hair. Not only that, he did not even have eyebrows. His entire head looked like a soy sauce braised egg, smooth enough to reflect light. Amitabha Benefactor, you certainly have some impressive tricks. Chengxi pressed his palms together, exhaling a breath of murky air with a sigh. He discovered that all of his stats had actually dropped by 20%. His constitution stat, which was as high as 240, had been abruptly slashed down to 192. This made him feel very uncomfortable, given his obsessive-compulsive nature. Breath of Death. Black energy swirled around her as a jet-black scythe manifested in Yi Xiaoxiao's hands. She launched into a sprint and swung the scythe hard toward Chengxi's neck. Clang! A sharp sound of metal colliding suddenly rang out. Sparks flew in every direction. Immovable golden body. Solid as a golden cauldron. Chengxi cast 2 skills in quick succession. He let out a long sigh of relief only after seeing his constitution stat climb back from 192 to 240. Numbers look much better that way. At the same time, a golden Buddha statue suddenly manifested around his body. This golden Buddha statue stood about 3 meters tall, completely enveloping Chengxi inside. This guy, he is so tough. Yi Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, her arm gripping the weapon feeling completely numb. Her body was pushed backward involuntarily due to the momentum. Benefactor, forgive me. Chengxi's honest-looking face suddenly turned ferocious. His eyes shot out rays of brilliant light. His monk robe instantly tore apart, exposing his massive, well-defined muscles. He bent his elbow slightly and blasted a palm strike straight toward Yi Xiaoxiao's abdomen. Flash! Yi Xiaoxiao's pupils contracted. Sensing the danger, she immediately pulled back to create distance. Bang! Meanwhile, Chengxi's palm strike hit nothing but air. The violent air pressure was visibly sweeping through the area. High defense and also quite impressive attack power. A brief probe allowed Yi Xiaoxiao to gain a general understanding of Chengxi's strength. However, just as she pulled back to create distance, a massive palm made of golden energy began to slowly materialize above her head. Palm of Great Mercy. Chengxi slammed one hand down and the heavy golden palm descended instantly, crushing down toward Yi Xiaoxiao. He has a long-range skill. I have not seen him use that in the previous matches. Yi Xiaoxiao reacted quickly and dodged the palm with a large backward leap. Boom! The giant golden palm smashed into the ground. The earth was instantly branded with a striking palm-shaped crack. Benefactor, while this skill does not do much damage, it has very low cost and only a 1-second cooldown. By the way, the potion I chose outside the arena is a long-lasting mana potion. It restores 15 mana per second for a duration of 10 minutes. And my skill only consumes 5 mana per second, so it is virtually free to cast. As he spoke, Changshi blasted out another palm strike. Another golden palm flew toward her. Without a doubt, he was deliberately pressuring Yi Xiaoxiao to force out her trump card. Bang! Yi Xiaoxiao swung her scythe in a sudden, sharp horizontal sweep. She instantly shattered the incoming golden palm. Booms, booms, booms. At the same time, Changshi did not stop his barrage, and countless golden palms whistled toward Yi Xiaoxiao like an overwhelming wave. Benefactor, are you still planning on holding back? If so, you are looking down on me too much. Changshi squinted slightly, a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Is he trying to wear me out until I die? Yi Xiaoxiao frowned tightly, wielding her scythe rapidly to deflect all the incoming golden palms. At the same time, she moved her long, beautiful legs and ran quickly toward Changshi. Within just a few breaths, she reached Changshi and began a wild flurry of slashes with her scythe. Clang, clang, clangs. The sounds of metal colliding like smithing hammers rang out one after another. Very fierce attacks, trying to break my defense with high-frequency strikes. It seems you have done your homework on my previous matches. But unfortunately, looking at Yi Xiaoxiao, who was hacking away with her scythe, Changshi smiled calmly. Then, with a wave of his hand, a string of numbers suddenly popped up above his head. 65-70 seconds. That was Changshi's mana bar. As Yi Xiaoxiao continued to strike, Changshi's mana bar was dropping at a rate of 10 per second. But because he had taken the mana potion, it was simultaneously rising at a rate of 15 per second. And his skill, Immovable Golden Body, provided 80% damage reduction as long as he stood still. Although every blocked attack would consume 5 mana, and the damage reduction would decrease the more targets he faced, dropping to as low as 20%. With the potion's buff facing one person alone, he could achieve virtually cost-free damage reduction. Combined with his monstrous 240-point defense, the damage Yi Xiaoxiao dealt to him was effectively zero. Benefactor, your hits are too light. They are not even enough to count as a back scratch for me. Changshi shook his head helplessly, his tone filled with arrogance and madness. This old bald guy, is he showing me his health bar or what? Yi Xiaoxiao's temper flared up instantly. Without a doubt, this was a display of contempt and provocation toward her. Fine, you think my attacks are light, then I will summon a whole army to grind you to death. She quickly created distance, no longer holding anything back. She raised her hand and beckoned forward. Countless black light rings emerged. Pairs of sinister, withered hands suddenly reached out from beneath the ground. Countless skeleton minions crawled out from the earth, hissing and twisting. Armed with swords and shields, they looked like demons from hell, with dark green ghostly lights flickering in their eyes. They pounced toward Changshi like madmen. A summoning-type skill. Changshi looked astonished, his brow knitting together instantly. Before he could react, the skeleton minions swarmed him like crazy. Fortunately, the cooldown of my Palm of Great Mercy is only 1 second, so I can clear these mobs quickly. Want to compete with me on resource management? Ha, you are dreaming. Changshi's eyes turned sharp, and the speed of his palm strikes became faster and faster. Golden palms rained down one after another, pushing back and shattering the incoming skeleton soldiers. Booms, booms, booms. But as time dragged on, Changshi's brow became increasingly grave. Because he noticed that even though he kept striking, and his arm even started to ache, the number of skeleton minions on the field was not decreasing, but rather becoming more and more numerous. Damn it, does this guy's summoning skill have no cooldown or mana cost? Sweat drenched Changshi's back, and his arm started to tremble slightly. He gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Xiaoxiao, his eyes no longer holding their previous arrogance, but instead filled with confusion and bewilderment. Huh, are you curious? Seeing Changshi's expression, Yi Xiaoxiao sneered. Then she followed up by waving her hand. A row of numbers popped up above her head. 4150 seconds. Guess what? The potion I took is the same as yours. It restores 15 mana per second. And my summoning skill only consumes 5 mana each time I cast it, and furthermore, it has no cooldown. Saying that, Yi Xiaoxiao exerted more power and waved her hand again. Roared. In an instant, densely packed skeleton arms stretched out all over the arena. 10, 20, 30. Until the arena was completely blacked out, with rows upon rows of skeleton soldiers armed with swords and shields standing tall, like a grand, unstoppable army. Want to compete with me on resources? I will drain you dry. Yi Xiaoxiao sat cross-legged on a makeshift high throne composed of 7 or 8 skeleton soldiers, looking down from above. Like a monarch commanding an army of 10,000, she stared at the stunned Changshi. Seeing this, everyone in the arena was dumbfounded, their breathing hitching.
Exhale. Clag.
Looking at the arena, filled with that dense, overwhelming sea of skeleton soldiers, everyone present felt a sudden chill run down their spines. In just a few short moments, she actually went and conjured up an entire army. How on earth are we supposed to fight this? Damn, how can such a broken class even exist in this world? You really are the best, Sister Yi. The crowd in the spectator stands was overwhelmed with emotion. Exhale's fans in particular were ecstatic, especially seeing her sitting cross-legged on her throne, looking at everyone like they were mere trash. They wished they could be the ones forming the chair, rather than those skeleton soldiers. Inside the VIP boxes, the various players and agents were in heated discussion. Unheard of, simply unheard of. It is not just the sheer number, the strength of these skeletons is not low either. Each one must have stats of at least 110. That is equivalent to summoning over 100 level 25 to 30 plain-geared players in an instant. She is basically treating Cheng Shi like a world-class dungeon boss to be farmed. This class strength must be SSS rank, right? SSS rank, that is just the limit of the class card, not the limit of her potential with it. Watching the screen, everyone gasped in shock. Amitabha, you truly have impressive methods, benefactor. I am deeply impressed. Looking at the dense army of skeletons, Cheng Shi pressed his palms together, took a long breath, and sighed an exclamation. So are you planning to surrender? Exhale narrowed her eyes and looked at him coldly. Surrender? Cheng Shi was stunned for a moment, looked up at Exhale and suddenly laughed.
Why?
His mouth cracked open slightly, and the honest smile on his face began to decay bit by bit, until it revealed a crazed, ecstatic smile. A monstrous battle intent erupted from his black eyes. The golden Buddhist light around his body was gradually engulfed by black mist. His muscles began to writhe and swell uncontrollably. His entire body grew larger and taller, until he turned into a giant over 3 meters tall. I have always longed for a battle like this, a battle that allows me to display my true strength. You want me to surrender and give up now? I would rather die. At this moment, Cheng Shi had transformed into a demonic monk. A demonic monk who looks down upon the entire world. This is Cheng Shi's 4th skill, demonization. It allows Cheng Shi to convert 46% of his defense into attack power, and adds a 20% bonus of demonic energy to every attack he makes. Constitution 240, natural disaster minus 20%, solid as a rock plus 20%. Speed 216 down to 172, natural disaster minus 20%. Strength 192 up to 300, natural disaster minus 20%, demonization plus 108. Spirit 206 down to 164, natural disaster minus 20%. Heavenly punishment beads, join me in battle. Cheng Shi roared at the sky, his eyes instantly turning sharp. The prayer beads on his hand emitted a dazzling demonic light, splitting into individual beads that circled around him.
Go.
Meanwhile, Exhale sat on her throne and waved one hand forward.
Kill.
A large number of skeleton soldiers roared as they rushed toward Cheng Shi like a tidal wave.
Welcome.
Cheng Shi's battle-intent soared as he stomped his foot violently on the ground.
Boom.
The ground cracked instantly. His body transformed into a swift cannonball, charging straight into Exhale's skeleton army.
Boom, boom, boom.
At the same time, the beads around Cheng Shi seemed to come to life, automatically targeting enemies and defending. While piercing through the heads of the skeleton soldiers, they also covered him from sneak attacks from behind. With bloodshot eyes, Cheng Shi threw a violent punch. The explosive force swept out, sending 7 or 8 skeleton soldiers flying. Then he leapt high into the air, crushing the fallen skeletons into pieces. Splatter! Blood splashed everywhere. As Cheng Shi delved deeper, even with the epic weapon Heavenly Punishment beads protecting him, he could not avoid the dense attacks from the skeleton soldiers. Hot blood flowed down his abdomen, back and arms. His body was covered in a thick mess of daggers and swords. This is fun, this is finally fun. Cheng Shi acted like a madman, as if he felt no pain, constantly punching and stomping. The madness and excitement in his eyes grew even more intense. At the same time, the Heavenly Punishment beads around him also glowed with a green light. They were actually healing Cheng Shi's wounds. This Cheng Shi seems to be much more complex than we imagined. In the VIP box, the Dean of Longhui Academy frowned and sighed. He had thought that his academy's star student, Liu Muxiao, would definitely be able to suppress Cheng Shi. Now it seems that if Liu Muxiao were to face this guy, the outcome would be hard to say. Old man, if I am not mistaken, this Chengxi is actually the next Buddha son of the Buddhist school, right? Chen Weiming looked at the dean of Tianzhu Academy, his eyes narrowing slightly. After seeing the heavenly punishment beads in Chengxi's hands, he had guessed his true identity. Why you can invite Chu Tian and Liu Muxiao, but I cannot invite a Buddha son? After all, the prize this time is a main material for legendary equipment. Speaking of that, the Tianzhu dean sipped his tea and sighed. It is a pity, I originally wanted to give you a surprise at the end. I did not expect Yi Xiaoxiao to appear out of nowhere and force me to reveal my trump card early. But it does not matter as long as the result is good. The Tianzhu dean said that, but inside his thoughts were turbulent. The influence behind Yi Xiaoxiao had already far exceeded his expectations. Yesterday, he had already investigated Yi Mo's identity, confirming that both Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li were players he had cultivated. He had thought one Meng Li was already peerless. He never expected this guy to have a NOTHER Chinese letter general under his command. There is no doubt that the Yi Mo who cleared the secret realm in the last announcement is likely this person. It is a pity these old things are keeping such a close eye on me. Looks like visiting that young man will have to wait until the tournament is over. That is what he was thinking. The other academy deans were thinking the exact same thing. On the battlefield, what a lunatic. Watching Chengxi getting closer and closer, Yi Xiaoxiao could not help but frown and complain. I have to admit, Chengxi truly lives up to his reputation as a top 3 terror. He is more terrifying and difficult to deal with than any opponent she has encountered before. Even her proud skeleton army could not stop his progress. Honestly, if it were not for the high stat bonuses from the staff of Divine Disaster, it really would not be easy to stop a monster with such high attack, high HP, and self-regeneration. You have had enough time, now get down here. With a thunderous roar, Chengxi grabbed a skeleton soldier and threw it violently toward Yi Xiaoxiao. Boom! A shield-bearing skeleton soldier instantly blocked it in front of Yi Xiaoxiao, deflecting the surprise attack for her. And at this moment, Chengxi was only about 10 meters away from her. This distance was exactly the range for Chengxi's Great Mercy Palm. In other words, he now had the ability to attack and interfere with Yi Xiaoxiao herself. To defeat him, I must kill him in one strike. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes grew sharp. She slowly stood up and reached out her hand. Pointing at Chengxi, who was surrounded by countless skeletons, she clenched her fingers. Sacrifice. Third skill activated. Rumble. In an instant, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens. A large number of skeletons exploded, sending a brilliant mushroom cloud straight into the sky. What? Yi Xiaoxiao. What? Boom. In an instant, a deafening roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. A brilliant mushroom cloud shot straight up into the sky. A powerful shockwave swept across the arena, causing the spectators in the stands to recoil. My God, is this really the kind of power a level 25 player can unleash? Everyone present was dumbfounded, subconsciously swallowing their saliva. The VIP box was unusually quiet, and everyone had the same expression. Eyes wide, mouths slightly agape. They stared in disbelief at the mushroom cloud, gradually dissipating on the central screen. And at that earth-shattering roar still echoing outside the field. On the arena floors, the thick smoke gradually cleared. The massive arena was now a complete wreck. In the center, there was a huge crater, as if it had been struck by a comet. The crater was still filled with scalding white steam and scorched, glowing red earth. Inside the pit, Chengxi was charred and smoking, his clothes reduced to ashes, and he had completely passed out. If it were not for the protection of the arena's formations, there might not even be a scrap of him left. Tio. Yi Xiaoxiao let out a long sigh, holding her pitch-black scythe, and leaped down from the throne. At this moment, she was surrounded by large swaths of dark particles. She looked like a queen of death trapped in a mist, mysterious and cold. That guy, he should be all right, right? This was supposed to be a trump card Yi Xiaoxiao wanted to save for the end. She did not expect to be forced to use it. As expected, the top 3 players are not that easy to fool. She sighed helplessly while opening the description of her new skill. Death Sacrifice. Skill level 1. Cost 20 per unit. Cooldown 4 seconds per unit, current cooldown 94 seconds. Description: explodes a specified number of summoned creatures on the field, dealing massive area of effect damage with a 10% multiplier per unit based on spiritual power. The caster is immune to this damage. For every one exploded, you gain 1 point of death energy. For every point of death energy, your own total attributes increase by 1%, lasting until the end of the battle, maximum 30%. Each level increase adds 1% to the spiritual power multiplier, and the death energy bonus cap increases by 3%. In short, the more powerful this skill is, the higher the cost and cooldown. Fortunately, Yi Xiaoxiao possesses the divine artifact, the Catastrophe Divine Staff. It can have the cooldown and consumption. This means the original consumption of 20 mana per unit became 10 per unit. The cooldown time is the same. When Yi Xiaoxiao fought Changxi, she directly detonated 50 skeleton minions. That was pretty much her limit. After all, Yi Xiaoxiao's mana cap is only 520. At her current level with full mana, she can detonate at most 52. Relying on her base spiritual power of 118, with the Catastrophe Divine Staff and the artifact's inherent ability, Calamity Descent, she can push her spiritual power up to 177 points. Plus the 500 damage boost from 50 skeleton minions. The power of this strike has already reached a terrifying 1062. It is comparable to the full force strike of a level 55 player. But to achieve this power, it means emptying her mana in one go and pushing the cooldown to a terrifying 100 seconds. If it is blocked, then for the rest of this battle, the detonation ability of this skill is practically disabled. For instance, the Kaiyang Academy's mental technique, Pure Heart Mantra, has a chance to immunize against one attack. If triggered, it would be equivalent to wasting the ultimate, or encountering Mengle's ethereal ability. During battle, the rational use and countering of skills can better suppress the opponent. Of course, that is assuming the opponent exposed their trump cards in previous matches. This is the importance of keeping secrets. Can you declare the winner of this match now? Yi Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, glanced coldly at the referee, who was hiding in the corner in shock, and reminded him coldly. Zozo. The host cleared his throat, snapping out of his stupor. He stumbled onto the ruined arena, patted the microphone near his mouth. After confirming it was not broken, he took a deep breath and announced, "In the first match of the quarterfinals, Yi Xiaoxiao of Kaiyang Academy wins. Let us congratulate this contestant for entering the top 4. Thank you for bringing us such an incredible artistic performance." As the host's voice faded, the whole arena remained silent for a few seconds before erupting into cheers and applause. At the same time, the medical team arrived one after another. They skillfully gave Changxi simple treatment first. Once he had the ability to speak, they slapped him twice to wake him up. "Sir, would you like to choose the free treatment or pay out of pocket? If it is free, there is a high probability you will die." The lead medical captain looked at him with a professional smile. Then, after a beep, the blood identification scan was successful. Only then did they satisfyingly load him onto the critical treatment ambulance channel. In this world, scanning is not just facial or fingerprint scanning. To prevent contestants from being unrecognizable in the arena, they thoughtfully prepared blood scanning as well. As long as you have a breath left, there are plenty of ways to make you pay. Ladies and gentlemen, because the arena damage is too severe, the next match will be delayed by 1 hour. Please wait patiently. At the same time, thank you again to the sponsors of this tournament, thank them. After the host rambled on, he left the stage. Several maintenance staff members quickly took their places. They began working overtime to build and repair the arena. Among them, they paid particular attention to the damage to the formations and their reinforcement. After all, this is what ensures the contestants' lives. If Yi Chen's skill power had been just a little bit higher at that time, maybe the formation would have collapsed. If someone died in the arena, they, as the organizers, would have to bear the primary responsibility. For this reason, they spent extra money to raise the cap of the formations by 2 or 3 levels. You made too much of a scene, cannot you restrain yourself a bit, if this were? Yimo walked into the lounge, frowning, scolding the cold and proud Yi Xiaoxiao. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xiaoxiao excitedly hugged Yimo. "Old Mo, I was so scared at the time. I was afraid that if I was not careful, I would blow him to bits and then get sued for damages." To be honest, the situation was critical. She did not think the explosive power of 50 skeleton minions would be that great. The moment the mushroom cloud rose, her brain went numb. She was afraid of accidentally blowing someone to death and getting involved in a lawsuit and paying money. Although theoretically, if an accident happens in the competition arena, it is the organizer's responsibility. But what if they ruled her to have secondary liability? Blowing a SSS rank player from the 6 Saint Courts to death in front of everyone. The money you would have to pay would be astronomical. If something really went wrong, the organizers would definitely try every possible way to shift some of the responsibility. After all, the faces of capitalists in this world are all very ugly. In order to make money, they can do anything behind the scenes. Time passed slowly. 1 hour of maintenance time passed quickly. The once ruined arena had been perfectly repaired. You could not see any signs of damage at all. Hello everyone, welcome back to the quarterfinals site. Next, let us invite our second most popular player, Chu Tian, to draw lots for the challenge. Since Cheng Shi, the third most popular, had already been eliminated. So it jumped to Chu Tian, who is second on the popularity list, to draw. Soon, a handsome young man walked onto the arena confidently to draw lots. He held high the name of the player he had drawn. At the same time, a line of large characters appeared on the big screen. Kayang Academy Chu Tian vs Kayang Academy, Meng Li. What? Yi Zai Excel. What? Whoa, this match is starting to get interesting. Another civil war at Kayang Academy. If this demi-human named Meng Li wins again, she is going to be known as the Civil War Assassin. Do not kid yourself, that is Chu Tian we are talking about. He has got the levels and the gear to back it up. So far, no one has even been able to force him to use his third or fourth skill. Inside the VIP box, the discussion about this fight was quite heated. But most people were betting on Chu Tian's. After all, both are the same class, so there is no class suppression at play. Good, very good, let us see how you dance your way out of this one. Staring at the match info on the screen, Jai Baxi gritted her teeth. Eliminating this demi-human in the quarterfinals would undoubtedly be the best outcome. As the fighter she values most, Chu Tian is a top contender for the championship. She did not believe Meng Li could possibly beat him, especially with Chu Tian's third and fourth skills. At the same level, he is basically invincible. Not only can he be reborn from the flames even when heavily wounded, but he is also granted divine bloodline power. While increasing all attributes by 20%, every attack also carries a 20% divine damage boost. Divine attribute attacks are nothing like standard elemental attacks. They possess the ability to absorb other elemental attacks. With such a terrifying existence, Jai Baxi honestly could not see how he could possibly lose. He could not lose even if he tried. The preparation phase is over. Both contestants please return to the arena. After selecting their 5 potions, Meng Li and Chu Tian took the stage one after the other. Little sister, seeing how young you are, I will give you a 1-minute head start. I will not use any skills during that minute, how about that? Chu Tian, holding a crimson spear, licked his lips as he looked at Meng Li. As a prodigy himself, he was incredibly proud. Running into a little one like this, even if he won easily, it would not be a glorious victory. Oh, alright then. Meng Li blinked her large eyes, agreeing with her words. But in her heart, she was grumbling. When it comes to age, who knows who is actually older? After all, Chu Tian only looked about 18 or 19. Meng Li had just turned 18 last year. They were practically the same age, it just depended on the month. So if you really want to get into it, it is not certain who is older. But she would not say that out loud. You would be an idiot not to take an easy advantage. That was something Yi Zaixiao always said. As the saying goes, one who walks with the wise grows wise. And after clashing with Yi Zaixiao for so long, Meng Li had picked up her bad habits. The second match of the national tournament quarterfinals begins. As the broadcast announcement sounded, Meng Li stomped her foot on the ground. Goes Shadow Slash. Goes Shadow Step. Evil Moon Ghost Slash. Her petite body turned into a phantom and darted out with a whoosh. 3 skills were unleashed at the exact same moment. Use them early to start the cooldowns. Since the opponent gave her 1 minute. If she were to hold back, she would be looking down on him. So she had to strike hard from the start. To give the opponent the respect he deserves. As for the mana consumption, she had the Holy Spirit potion Yimo gave her, which could fully restore her status in an instant, so she was not worried. Holy crap! Looking at the petite figure charging towards him, Chu Tian's pupils shrank sharply. A powerful black crescent arc surged forward violently. He gritted his teeth and jammed his spear into the ground, pressing his body backward hard. The tough spear shaft bent rapidly like a taut bowstring. Whoosh! Using the resilience of the spear, Chu Tian launched himself high into the air. While dodging the large-scale powerful attack, he took the opportunity to thrust his spear down at Meng Li. Facing the charging Chu Tian, Meng Li swung her greatsword around, spinning in place. Then she threw the greatsword out. The sword spun rapidly in the air, rushing straight for Chu Tian's face. Damn it! Chu Tian gritted his teeth and parried with his spear. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The immense inertia caused Chu Tian to stagger in midair and fall rapidly as if he had crashed. His spear was even knocked out of his hand by the sheer force. It struck the nearby stone platform and kept vibrating. Good. Meng Li stomped her foot down again. Her petite body shot toward the falling Chu Tian like a cannonball. Crack! The sound of breaking bones rang out instantly. Meng Li delivered a headbutt, slamming it hard into Chu Tian's abdomen. He coughed up blood and his ribs cracked on impact. He went flying sideways. You mother! Chu Tian steadied himself, just about to unleash a volley of curses. A crushing feeling of suffocation hit him. Meng Li, calculating the timing and position perfectly, grabbed his neck and performed a chokeslam. She slammed Chu Tian into the ground and mounted him to start a small combo. Her small fists rained down like a storm. The ground itself began to tremble along with the assault. Warrior classes are incredibly powerful in melee once they catch an opening. They can combo their opponent to death in one go. Boom! Blazing flames erupted from Chu Tian's body. Battered and bruised, Chu Tian could not take it anymore and activated a skill. Violent flames shot up, blasting Meng Li's petite body away. Your minute is not even up yet. Meng Li frowned, pouted, and glared as she climbed up, full of dissatisfaction. Screw your minute. In a fit of rage, Chu Tian beckoned with one hand. The spear stuck in the stone platform flew back into his hand like Thor's hammer. He stomped on the ground in fury, wrapped in blazing flames, and charged at Meng Li with a roar. You were the one who said it, and now that it is happening, you are upset. Meng Li rolled her eyes. She performed a huge backflip. Avoiding the spear thrust, she landed right where her greatsword had fallen. She grabbed the greatsword and charged back in. Bang, bangs, bangs. The spear and greatsword clashed repeatedly, throwing sparks everywhere. The arena was filled with constant collisions, kicking up gusts of wind. Both were warriors with impressive close combat skills, and when the stats are not too far apart. What mattered was combat technique, stamina, and the calculation and prediction of skills. And with the boost from Ghost God Power and Ghost Shadow Slash, Meng Li did indeed have the ability to go toe-to-toe with Chu Tian for a short time. But as time passed, and the 55% speed boost from Ghost Shadow Slash faded, the disadvantage of Meng Li's lower level started to show. In the countless exchanges, Chu Tian quickly seized an opening. Relying on his strength advantage, he gradually suppressed Meng Li. Break! The flames erupted once more. Chu Tian thrust his spear into the ground, using the inertia of the bent shaft. He launched a powerful punch off the momentum. The strong gust of his fist, combined with the scorching flames, struck the blade of Meng Li's sword as she tried to parry. The terrifying force blasted her and her sword away. With a bang, she hit a stone pillar in the arena, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Dies. Chu Tian bent his elbow, his eyes flashing with intensity. With a whoosh, he threw his spear hard. The spear charged forward, turning into a blinding streak of light in the air, piercing toward Meng Li. Ghost God Step. Meng Li's body turned intangible. The spear passed straight through her body and pinned itself into the stone pillar. Ghost Shadow Slash. Simultaneously, Meng Li lowered her body and swung her greatsword, charging toward Chu Tian. Ha hooked. Chu Tian smirked, and the moment Meng Li dropped her intangibility, he beckoned with his hand. Tum tum tum. The spear pinned in the stone pillar vibrated repeatedly before turning around. Aiming at the blind spot behind Meng Li, it shot out. What? Meng Li? What? Chu Tian had been calculating Meng Li's skill cooldowns and durations all along. He could roughly deduce that her phasing skill either had a very short duration, or it was simply too costly to maintain. That was exactly why he had deliberately created this opportunity. Whoosh! Just as his spear was about to strike her, Meng Li reacted as if she had predicted it all along. Her petite figure, previously sprinting, suddenly dropped flat onto the ground. The spear whizzed over her head in an instant. Meng Li seized the moment, reaching out to grab the flying shaft of the spear. With that momentum, she launched herself directly toward Chu Tian. Evil Moon Ghost Slash. A jet-black glow surged across the blade, ready to strike. Damn it! Chu Tian's pupils constricted. He never expected this little thing to have predicted his intentions so perfectly. She had hitched a ride on his momentum, exploiting the flaw that his first skill could not be interrupted to launch a powerful counterattack. It is too late to dodge now. If that is the case, I will fight with everything I have. Chu Tian's eyes glinted with ferocity, his fighting spirit soaring. The raging flames swirling around him grew even more intense. Facing Meng Li's charged strike, he gave up on dodging, preparing to meet force with force. He stomped one foot hard against the ground and blasted out a punch. Boom! The flames erupted. Combined with the force of his fist, it swept toward Meng Li. Flash! However, right at that moment, the greatsword in Meng Li's hand emitted a faint light, and her petite body suddenly vanished from the spot. Swoosh! A violent, horizontal black sword aura materialized into a semicircular black moon. It erupted suddenly from behind Chu Tian. The strike was swift, powerful, and had an incredible range. Wherever it passed, the very ground shattered in its wake. Splatter! Blood splattered everywhere. Chu Tian's body was sliced clean in half. Equipment blessing, her weapon does not even have any visual effects. How could it possibly have a blessing? Chu Tian looked at Meng Li in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. A weapon with special effects is not necessarily a good weapon. But a weapon without any special effects is definitely not a good one. Take that greatsword in Meng Li's hand, for example. At most, it is just of transcendental quality. Why would the gods grant a blessing to junk of that quality? Did it work? Seeing her plan succeed, joy appeared on Meng Li's face. But the very next second, splatter! The two halves of Chu Tian's body suddenly erupted into raging golden flames. These flames were sacred and searingly hot. As if they could melt heaven and earth, they spread rapidly. They ignited the entire edge of the ring, creating a sea of fire. It was like a hellish cage filled with infernal flames. Inside the VIP box, it finally happened. Now I want to see how you are going to squirm out of this one. Watching the screen, Jai Baixi's lips curled up slightly. This was Chu Tian's third skill, Rebirth from the Ashes, and his fourth skill, Heaven Fire Domain. These are two skills that only trigger after receiving a fatal blow. Rebirth from the Ashes not only restores Chu Tian's condition to its absolute peak, but even grants him divine bloodline. It increases all attributes by 20 while adding 20 divine damage to every attack. As for the fourth skill, Heaven Fire Domain, its effect is even more terrifying. The moment it is unleashed, it drains the opponent's mana entirely. It also places the opponent in a burning state. While burning, they lose 5 of their maximum mana every second, and their skill mana costs are doubled. In effect, it indirectly cripples the opponent's ability to use skills. The Skyburning Warrior is truly the signature class of the Martial God Temple, once the third skill triggers. Its power can even rival the top 3 of the SSS ranks. To be able to force Chu Tian to this point, that demi-human named Meng Li is already quite impressive. Watching Chu Tian enter his second phase, the headmasters at the front row sighed in admiration. My precious student, it looks like your money might go down the drain. Su Qingfeng glanced sideways at Jiang Linyue and said with a smile. He remembered that in the quarterfinal betting, Jiang Linyue had wagered 2 million each on Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li. However, such a small loss did not matter. After all, Jiang Linyue had already made a small fortune. Losing a mere 2 million is just pocket change. I suppose so. Jiang Linyue frowned. Honestly, she also thought it was unlikely for Meng Li to make a comeback in this situation. Although both were SSS-ranked professions, the gap in level and equipment was simply too massive. If it were Yi Xiaoxiao who possesses an artifact, there would be a decent chance. But when I was chatting with Yimo last time, I asked him who he thought would win the championship. The answer Yimo gave was very subtle. Under normal circumstances, it would definitely be Yi Xiaoxiao. But if things go abnormal, that is another story. On the rings, screech! A piercing phoenix cry rang out. The raging golden flames slowly rose into the air and coalesced, until they took the shape of a fire phoenix made of golden flames in the sky. Good, very good. Being able to force me to use my full power is enough for you to be proud. The fire phoenix gradually dissipated. A figure stood in the void. It was none other than Chu Tian. He was surrounded by raging flames, his red hair flowing wildly, his sturdy upper body exposed. Lava-like crimson patterns snaked across his entire body. Looking down at Meng Li from above, he appeared like a god of fire descending. His eyes were full of contempt and arrogance. Spear come! Chu Tianhe waved his hand. The spear flew towards him at high speed, and with a clang he grasped it. Splatter! The moment Chu Tianhe grabbed it, the previously silver-white spear was instantly enveloped in flames, transforming into a fire spear burning with raging flames. This strike is akin to divine punishment. With that, Chu Tianhe beckoned with one hand. Boom! The raging flames continued to gather in his hand, until they formed a massive fireball 7 or 8 meters in diameter. Smash it down! Chu Tian pressed his hand down and the huge fireball descended. It pressed slowly down upon Meng Li, covering the entire sky. Ghost God Step. Meng Li's brows furrowed, and she prepared to use Ghost God Step to enter her phasing state. But a sharp burning pain hit her lower abdomen. It was the sign of mana exhaustion. Oh no! Watching the monstrous fireball grow larger and larger, about to swallow her whole, Meng Li instinctively reached for a Holy Spirit potion. Just as she was about to drink it, a system notification chimed in her mind. Ding, awakening condition met. Ghost God power has evolved into Godslayer. Godslayer. Introduction, triggered when confronting a divine entity after reaching a certain level of bonding with the agent. During combat, all attributes increase by 100, grants immunity to all crowd control, and attacks deal 100 true damage. Also randomly inherits one of the agent's highest level abilities. Currently inherited ability, Heaven and Earth Origin. Cost none. Note automatically triggers in battle 10-minute limit. Following the system notification, purple gold light instantly surrounded Meng Li. Scarlet cursed seals branded themselves onto her arms and neck. Following that, mana flooded her small body like a fierce tide, filling it completely. Meng Li's beautiful eyes widened slightly, feeling a sudden surge of fullness in her dantian. This is all way too much. Mr. Agent, you are truly amazing. For the first time, she felt immensely satisfied, letting out a shocked exclamation. At the same time, the mana within her was like an endless river, inexhaustible. Ghost Shadow Step. Meng Li's eyes turned sharp and her body instantly phased out. Boom! The fireball landed with a bang, and the entire ring instantly became a sea of fire. Meng Li. It is over. Looking at the arena turned into a sea of raging fire. Chu Tian stood high in the air, his lips curling into a slight smile. Whoosh! However, right in the middle of that sea of fire, a small figure suddenly leapt out, just like a projectile fired from a cannon. She is unharmed. Did she use a potion and then dodge with an ethereal skill? Chu Tian looked stunned, but he reacted quickly. The flames on the long spear in his hand grew even more intense. He bent his elbow slightly and threw the spear with all his might. Zip! The flaming spear tore through the void. Like a brilliant meteor, it surged violently toward Meng Li. However, this swift strike passed right through Meng Li's ethereal body and slammed into the ground. It did not cause her the slightest bit of damage. How is this possible, under the interference of my heavenly fire domain? Her ethereal skill should not be able to last this long. Chu Tian's pupils constricted. But the next second, Meng Li had already flown before him, her greatsword swinging down. Block it for me. The necklace around Chu Tian's neck flashed. Blazing flames instantly surrounded him, forming a fiery armor that shielded his front. Bang! The greatsword smashed heavily onto the armor. The fiery armor burst apart. The terrifying force sent Chu Tian flying backward. He crashed straight into the ground, sending gravel flying. The ground suddenly caved in. Are you kidding me? My epic-grade armor shield shattered just like that. Chu Tian stumbled to his feet, suddenly feeling a tearing pain in his abdomen. He looked down and saw a conspicuous gash on his chest. No, it did not shatter the shield, it went straight through it. This guy's power is even more terrifying than before, and it even carries true damage and shield-breaking effects. He uncorked a bottle of spirit potion, swallowed it, and began assessing the changes in Meng Li. Whoosh! The greatsword descended from the sky. Chu Tian, having just recovered with the potion, immediately backflipped to dodge. With a boom, the greatsword hit the ground, kicking up clouds of dust and sand. At the same time, a small figure glowing with purple gold light descended from above. She delivered a direct downward kick, aiming straight for the top of Chu Tian's head. Chu Tian crossed his hands above his head to block. Bang! The ground under his feet cracked and collapsed. Meng Li's kick held the force of 1,000 pounds. It pushed Chu Tian so hard that half his body was driven deep into the ground. Spear, come to me. Chu Tian focused his will. The long spear stuck in the ground nearby rapidly flew toward him. Bang! Without even looking, Meng Li threw a punch. She sent the flying spear blasting right back. Are you kidding me? Chu Tian's face was filled with shock. Is this girl on some kind of performance-enhancing drug? Why would her strength and speed have spiked so drastically? Before he could react, a familiar feeling of suffocation hit him. Meng Li seized the opportunity and went for a throat-lock throw. Pulling Chu Tian's legs from the ground, she slammed him violently back down. Bang! The earth shattered. Chu Tian took a heavy blow to his back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Meng Li mounted him and unleashed her signature combo. Her tiny fists hammered down like a machine gun. Booms, booms, booms. The entire arena shook violently. The audience was completely dumbfounded. They had assumed that once Chu Tian went all out, he would easily crush Meng Li. Yet it was Chu Tian who was being beaten like a dog. He did not even have a chance to strike back. Inside the VIP box, the spectators were so shocked their eyes were practically popping out. Huge question marks hung over their heads. They were bewildered and confused. Earlier, Chu Tian was still trading blows with Meng Li, even holding a slight advantage. How did he end up getting rubbed into the ground after using his ultimate? How could this be? This should not be happening. It makes no sense at all. Watching the screen, Jai Baxi was completely stupefied. Chu Tian, having activated his third and fourth skills, should theoretically be invincible at his level. And he even had an epic-grade defensive piece for protection. Even if he was not a match for Meng Li, he should not be getting crushed like this. That guy, to think he could train a demi-human into this. Thinking of Yimo, Jai Baxi felt a wave of irritation in her chest. All the players she had backing were eliminated. She definitely regretted that now. At the same time, a wicked idea emerged in her mind. She had to trick that man into her bed. After all, that was her true home turf. Then what kind of genius or freak would he be? Once he fell into her trap, he would not be able to handle her demands. He would then submit under her charm and greedily fawn over her. After all, the agency rights for the heaven-burning martial artist she held were snatched from an old veteran agent using exactly this method. As long as she could lure Yimo to her turf, she had ways to make him unable to resist and submit willingly. On the arenas. Damn it all, I am not resigned to this. Why is this happening? Chu Tian crossed his arms over his chest, gritting his teeth to resist Meng Li's violent onslaught. His eyes were bloodshot, his heart filled with frustration. The bones in his hands even made a cracking sound. He did not understand. Before, when he did not use his full strength, he could trade blows with Meng Li. Now that he was going all out, he was getting one-sidedly crushed and beaten. He was not ready to give up, he just could not accept this. Finally, as time slowly ticked by, Chu Tian was already bruised and swollen with all his limbs broken. Proud as he was, he had not surrendered even in this state. But he lost consciousness and passed out completely. Contestant, he has passed out already, you can stop now. Looking at the unrecognizable state of Chu Tian, the referee could not help but interject. Really, but his eyes are still open. Meng Li blinked her bright, large eyes. Holding Chu Tian, who looked like a dead dog, she appeared perfectly innocent. That and those are just his eyes rolled back. The host twitched his mouth, forcing an awkward yet elegant smile. Soon after, the referee declared Meng Li the winner as she advanced to the top 4 semifinals. In the waiting rooms, watching Meng Li win on the big screen, Yi Xiaoxiao frowned. Say, brother, was that little homewrecker on some kind of juice? She was fine at the start, how did she suddenly become so strong at the end? She looked at Yimo, looking completely puzzled. She suspected her brother had given the girl some secret weapon. Meng Li had entered the semifinals. There was a high chance she would be matched against her in the upcoming rounds. She wanted to gather intelligence from Yimo. She could not afford to lose to that homewrecker. Otherwise, would not she be held in higher regard than herself in the future? Yi Xiaoxiao would never allow that to happen. After all, she was the first in Yimo's heart. What homewrecker, can you stop giving little Meng Li trouble all the time? Colleagues should get along, our agency will only have more employees in the future. If I am not around, you will be in charge, and you must learn to treat everyone equally. Yimo glanced at Yi Xiaoxiao, starting his lecture mode. Fine, I get it, you are so naggy. Yi Xiaoxiao clicked her tongue unhappily, expressing her discontent. Let Meng Li. As time slowly passed by, today's quarterfinals came to an end quite quickly. As for the other 2 qualifying players, they are naturally Liu Muxiao, who qualified without any suspense, and another player with a level 30 SS grade class. Liu Muxiao goes without saying, she has the makings of a champion. But the other player who made it to the final 4 is quite an upset. After all, this player was ranked outside the top 10 before. Getting into the top 4 could be called the luckiest of luck. However, the 2 biggest upsets in today's competition were undoubtedly Chu Tian and Cheng Shi. These 2 were the championship favorites everyone had their eyes on. Yet they were tragically eliminated in the quarterfinals. This also sent Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li straight to the trending topics. Daijia in Northeast. Damn, this year's quarterfinals are amazing. I am having a blast watching them. I often slap Zhao Zilong. This Yi Xiaoxiao and Meng Li are truly insane. One can craft nukes by hand and the other killed a god with bare hands. I love White Silk. Sister Yi is awesome. Sister Yi is powerful. Savage Shinasuk, their agent seems to be the same person. What was his name? Yimo. Yao wants to drink medicine. Yimo, my god, could it be the guy who cleared the secret realm in the system announcement the other day? Yang Dianfeng, very likely. Only such a person could train players like these. Loli talks too much. Sister Yi is awesome. Sister Yi is powerful. Kindergarten pickup. Sister Yi is awesome. Sister Yi is powerful. Child of natural gas. Are you kidding me? Where did these brainless fans come from? What are they spamming? Yimo swiped across his phone screen, looking at the comments and messages from netizens on the trending post. His reputation has truly been established this time. His players defeating Cheng Shi and Chu Tian is proof enough of his own worth. Click. The bedroom door of the private suite opened. Zhou Minjun walked in slowly. She was wearing a white shirt paired with a slim-fit hip skirt today, perfectly highlighting her curvaceous and plump figure, exuding maturity and sexiness. Where are the two of them? Yimo frowned and looked at Zhou Minjun, his expression puzzled. The five of them had originally planned a celebration dinner for making it to the top four. As the recommender, Zhou Minjun still needed to handle the procedures for the two girls after the match. So Yimo had booked the table in advance. The two of them had a fight and then ran off to run a dungeon. Zhou Minjun sighed and shook her head helplessly. Are you serious, running a dungeon in the middle of the night? Yimo was speechless about this. Meng Li was one thing, she was always diligent. But since when did his little sister become so hardworking? Maybe all because of you. Zhou Minjun walked over and sat opposite Yimo, her eyes narrowing slightly as she looked at him. They probably both do not want to lose to each other in front of you. Saying this, Zhou Minjun crossed her legs, picked up the menu on the table and added, let us just eat something simple. The two of them probably will not be back until very late. All right then. Yimo sighed helplessly. After ordering via QR code, the dishes were served quickly. Did you order wine? This stuff is not cheap. Looking at the bottle of red wine the waiter brought over, Zhou Minjun looked at Yimo suspiciously. No, I thought you ordered it. Yimo was also clueless. Just then, the door was pushed open again. A woman dressed in a blue and white cheongsam, holding a feathered fan to cover her red lips, swayed her soft, sexy waist as she walked in. This is something I specifically brought to congratulate Mr. Yi. Jai Baxi walked up, acting as if she owned the place. With a pop, she uncorked the bottle and attentively poured wine for Yimo. Come now, I congratulate Mr. Yi on entering the top four. You have really made a name for yourself and are on the path to success. Last time it was truly my lack of insight, so I have come to express my apologies. Jai Baxi downed the wine in one gulp, her attitude sincere. I accept your apology and congratulations, but I will not drink. Yimo muttered, eyeing her warily. He did not believe for a second that this woman would apologize and congratulate him for no reason. She must have some ulterior motive. No matter, in that case, I will not disturb your meal any further. Jai Baxi did not mind. After the toast, she smiled and retreated. HMPH, a weasel offering New Year greetings to a chicken. Watching Jai Baxi's retreating back, Zhou Minjun could not help but sneer. At the same time, she looked at Yimo and reminded him. Yimo, this woman is duplicitous, do not believe a word she says, and… Zhou Minjun paused for a moment, then added. She seems to have her eyes on you. Walking home at night is not safe. I will take you back to the hotel later. Make sure to check if your door is locked before you go to sleep at night. That woman is a poisonous scorpion, and many have been completely drained by her. Especially, her divine gift ability, combined with her Hehuan cultivation technique, is something ordinary people find hard to resist. She briefly explained the nature of Jai Baxi's abilities to Yimo. One of Jai Baxi's divine gifts is called the slave contract. Once certain conditions are met and a target is locked on, a domain is formed and both parties enter a one-on-one duel. At that point, it becomes a contest of stamina. The loser becomes the winner's slave and cannot refuse any of their three requests, combined with her sex cultivation techniques and other abilities. This ability is simply invincible. Especially in terms of stamina, it is freakish. To this day, she has never been defeated. Even against those with godlike constitutions, she only ever ended in a draw. Is it really that terrifying? Hearing about Jai Baxi, Yimo took a deep breath. To be honest, he felt a strange curiosity, even a desire to try it out. After all, with his undying body, he was most confident in endurance battles. Not only could he stand tall, but he also had unlimited firepower. I will not drink the wine, it might be a trap. Saying that, Zhou Minjun reached out and took the bottle away. Yimo sighed helplessly and went back to his meal. But as he ate, he did not know why, but his head started feeling dizzy. Thud, Zhou Minjun sitting across from Yimo. Her head tilted and she slumped onto the table, fast asleep. Did they drug the food? Yimo's vision grew blurry and his head felt heavy and foggy. Creak. In his stupor, the door to the private room was pushed open. A pair of long, beautiful legs entered Yimo's vision first. Good job, here is your tip. Jai Baxi's seductive voice echoed in the room. Yimo clearly saw her stuff a stack of local specialties into the waiter's hand. Do not worry, ma'am, the surveillance has been deleted and the room is all set up. As long as there is no evidence, the church will not find out. The waiter accepted the tip respectfully, full of smiles. Clearly, the two of them had done this more than once. Come on now, my little darling big sister will give you a night to remember. Jai Baxi licked her crimson lips and walked impatiently toward Yimo. She draped his arm over her fair shoulder, pulled him up, and slowly walked toward the hotel. Jai Baxi, what? The night is dark and the wind is high. Jai Baxi, supporting the dazed Yimo, walked into the hotel with a beaming smile and pressed the elevator button with practiced ease. With a soft ding, the elevator doors slowly slid open. Dear, we are almost there. She squinted her eyes slightly, walked slowly into the elevator and pressed the button for the 20th floor. However, just as the elevator doors were closing, a fair hand suddenly reached in from outside, stopping the doors. Sorry, I happen to be going. Jiang Linyue squeezed into the elevator, but before she could finish her sentence, she noticed the man beside Jai Baxi, and her eyebrows knitted together instinctively. Holy Maiden, I did not expect to run into you here. I pay my respects to you. Seeing Jiang Linyue, Jai Baxi was also slightly taken aback. But she quickly adjusted her composure, put on a professional smile and gave a slight bow. Jiang Linyue was, after all, the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. In terms of status and authority, she was higher than a gold-level agent like her. According to the rules of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, lower-ranking members must pay their respects to those of higher rank. Only members of the Elder Council were exempt from bowing to Jiang Linyue, such as the demigods of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, or those veteran senior agents. Or perhaps agents whose talent was rated as master level. The former held higher authority than Jiang Linyue, while the latter stood on equal footing with her. All were icons and representatives of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, guaranteed a spot in the Elder Council in the future. Who is he? Jiang Linyue's gaze shifted to Yimo. As a colleague, she had heard a thing or two about this woman, Jai Baxi. She started as a low-level employee of the Joyous Sect. Using her superb techniques and way with words, she climbed step by step to a management position. It is said that the leaders who were once intimate with her all ended up as her boy toys. Some were even left with broken families and ruined lives. There are even rumors now that she has intimate ties with many heads of influential families, and even members of the Elder Council. Oh, this person, he is my new boyfriend. He drank a bit too much today, so I am taking him back to his room to rest. Jai Baxi answered with a welcoming smile. He is your boyfriend. Jiang Linyue narrowed her eyes, wearing a strange expression. Tug, is the Holy Maiden angry? Jai Baxi had read countless people, and immediately caught the subtle change in Jiang Linyue's expression. Could it be that this man has some deep connection with the Holy Maiden? That should not be possible. Jiang Linyue is known for her cold and distant temperament. Other than training, she only cares about going into dungeons. Of course, many have confessed their feelings to her, including many young elites. Including holy sons and devil sons of other factions, or heirs to great families. Any one of these young men could be considered a top-tier rising star in the world today. Yet without exception, they were all turned away. It is hard to imagine that such a holy maiden could have anything to do with this man before her. Could it be? Does the Holy Maiden actually have a taste for the overbearing CEO falls for the poor boy trope? Excuse me, Holy Maiden, are you two very close? Jai Baxi's mind raced and she asked tentatively. Yes, he is the man I am keeping. What? Hearing this, Jai Baxi's brain momentarily glitched, and the corner of her mouth twitched involuntarily. She even wondered if she had misheard. This, haha, you really are quite the joker. Her first reaction was that it was impossible. How could the Holy Maiden be that kind of person? If you said she was in love or had a soft spot for this poor guy, she could accept that. But saying she is literally keeping him as a kept man, what on earth? That is a huge gap. The level of shock was like watching a clumsy girl turn into a cold, scheming villainess. Going from airheaded to cutthroat. I am not joking. Jiang Linyue stepped forward, her tone clearly assertive. This, haha, you see what a coincidence our taste is actually. Jai Baxi laughed awkwardly, her body instinctively retreating. Looking at the increasingly icy expression on Jiang Linyue's face, she could not help but swallow hard. This is very awkward. It is like going to a massage parlor and realizing the person you booked is your boss's wife. And to make it worse, you came here with your boss. Deacon Jai, I do not care who else you prey on, but he is mine. I hope this is the last time otherwise. I hope this is the last time otherwise. Jiang Linyue stepped closer to Jai Baxi, her voice turning increasingly cold. At the same time, the void behind her tore open. A sharp blade of light slowly emerged from the crack, edging toward Jai Baxi's neck. A cold, oppressive pressure filled the air. Feeling the icy chill against her neck, Jai Baxi instinctively swallowed. Soon, the elevator dinged and stopped at the 10th floor. Watching Jiang Linyue lead Yimo away from the elevator, Jai Baxi finally let out a small sigh of relief. She slumped back against the wall, her clothes already soaked with sweat. She placed a hand on her chest, feeling her heart pounding wildly. The corner of her mouth could not help but curl up, a look of twisted greed and frantic possessiveness flashing in her eyes. The Holy Maiden's man, interesting, this is way too interesting. Just the thought that Yimo was the Holy Maiden's property made her breathing shallow and inexplicably excited. If she could train Yimo to be her own boy toy, would not that mean she was even better than the Holy Maiden? Thinking of this, she became even more interested in Yimo. Compared to some plain little puppy, this kind of house trainadone is much more thrilling. Conquering someone like him gave her a strong sense of superiority. On the other side, looking at Yimo, who was unconscious on her bed, Jiang Linyue was, for a moment, at a complete loss. She herself did not know what she had been thinking at the time. She just felt a strange fire in her heart, and before she knew it, she was threatening Jai Baxi. Thinking about it carefully now, Yimo should not have that function, missing 2 kidneys he probably should not be able to. Wait, what? Just as Jiang Linyue was thinking this, she suddenly noticed. This guy was actually... Jiang Linyue's mind buzzed. She instinctively wanted to check, but quickly suppressed the urge. This should not be. I have been keeping an eye on him, and there is no record of him purchasing any replacements. Could he have bought them from somewhere else at a low price and had them reinstalled? If that is the case, when did he return to normal? If it was today, fine, but if it was a few days ago, then would not I have been walking on a tightrope these past few days? Thinking of this, Jiang Linyue's cheeks felt burning hot. Then she thought of an even more serious problem. If Yimo has returned to normal, I will not be able to act recklessly anymore. The difficulty of future missions will definitely be much higher than it is now. Should I take advantage of him while he is asleep to get some more benefits? She thought about it and decided it was a great idea. This is a perfect opportunity to upgrade the magic pattern system. If I miss this chance, who knows when the next one will come. With that thought, she kicked off her white sneakers, revealing her fair, delicate feet, and crawled onto the bed. Jai Baxi. Taking advantage of the time he was unconscious, Yimo seized the moment to check the divinity value of his dream realm. Divinity value, 7821 out of 9,000. The gains from this period were quite good, and he was just a little bit away from reaching level 4 divinity. If nothing unexpected happens, there is a high probability he can promote to level 4 within a month. It is about time I can go out and check on things. Entering a dream state during an abnormal unconscious condition has a time limit. Once the time is up, one can return directly to reality. Good grief, you dare drug me. Just watch when I get back, I will open fire and take you out. Yimo wore a cold sneer and then with a snap. He snapped his fingers. He quickly felt the world spinning around him. His consciousness returned to reality. As soon as he regained consciousness, he felt a pair of cold, icy hands checking him up and down. No way is this all the Hehuan sect has to offer. I have been asleep for at least 10 minutes, why does it feel like they just started? Besides, this technique is incredibly clumsy. Yimo frowned and slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shifting downward. He soon saw a familiar young girl sitting beside him with a very serious expression. Her clear, beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity and longing for the unknown. As if she had opened the door to a new world, she was cautiously yet boldly exploring. Jiang Linyue. How could it be her? Seeing what was happening in front of him, Yimo was completely dumbfounded. His brain felt like it had crashed. For a moment, he could not grasp what was going on. While this woman had been handsy with him before, she had never gone this far. There is so much magic energy here, and so many changes. Jiang Linyue frowned slightly, studying him intently like a curious child. Suddenly, she seemed to sense an intense, burning gaze and instinctively turned her head. She was horrified to find that Yimo was staring at her with wide, shocked eyes. Oh no, I have been caught. Jiang Wang was instantly startled, like a child caught doing something bad. Her pretty face turned red, and she instinctively clenched her hand. Damn it! Yimo winced in pain, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. You, do not worry, someone was trying to do something improper to you earlier, but I already chased them away. Jiang Linyue pulled her hand back, pretending to be calm and explaining with a straight face. Are you kidding me? Do not you want to look at what you are doing before saying that? The person doing something improper to me right now is you. From now on, you need to be more careful. If you had not been lucky enough to run into me this time, you might have become her plaything. And you would never be able to turn your life around. Jiang Linyue stepped off the bed calmly, trying to cover her inner panic with words of warning. I am going back to my room now, get some rest. With that, she slammed the door shut and scurried away. Wait, what? Is not this your room? Yimo looked around the room, staring in confusion, his heart a complicated mess. Elsewhere. After leaving the room, Jiang Linyue quickly ran to the stairs by the emergency exit. She leaned against the railing with one hand, gasping for air. It is over, it is over. How am I supposed to face him after this? She covered her flushed face, squatting in the corner, feeling utterly ashamed. After this incident, Yimo will definitely label me as a pervert or worse. My reputation is completely ruined. That is not right. If he was also a virgin before, then in his eyes I might have already. The more she thought about it, the more ashamed she felt. She wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it, never to come out again. After this, she definitely could not face Yimo calmly like she used to. After all, she had always treated Yimo as a close sister, which is why she was so reckless. But things are different now. A close friend suddenly turned into a man, and their pure friendship had shifted. It is like realizing that the guy who slept in the bunk above you and was super close suddenly turns into a woman. What are you supposed to do? Can you still treat him as recklessly as you did when you were buddies? Jiang Linyue was experiencing this very complex set of emotions right now. There were two voices in her heart constantly at war. This is a good thing, just be honest with him, and you can level up your magic patterns without holding back. As a man, he certainly will not be able to refuse you. Jiang Linyue, you are a saintess, is doing this worthy of your status. Status? Just think about your next magic pattern mission and your situation later. With him as your guide, you can definitely reach demigod status and join the Elder Council before the teacher retires. Then no one will be able to force you to sign contracts with those noble families. Nonsense, relationships maintained by money are not reliable. He only covets your money and has no feelings for you at all. Once he hits it big, who knows if he will still need you. What is unreliable about that? Do not they say online that love grows over time? Feelings are built through spending time together. Besides, he is the first person to clear a secret realm, and only he can suppress your side effects. You two were a match made in heaven. No, this is a major life decision, it cannot be so hasty. You old antique, what era is this? How can you still hold on to such old-fashioned ideas? Look at Jai Bakesi, she does anything to climb up the ladder. She is her, I am me, at least, I cannot do that right now. Countless thoughts crossed Jiang Linyue's mind, making her feel incredibly conflicted. Forget it, it is done, thinking more will not help. I will just take it one step at a time. Jiang Linyue sighed helplessly, then opened the attribute panel of the magic pattern system to see what she had gained. Magic God Seal Level 2. Magic Energy Value, 4882 out of 5000. Description: a seal left on you by an ancient god and demon, impossible to remove or erase. Effect 1, clearing experience bonus 40%, attributes increased by 12 upon leveling up. Effect 2, all attributes increase by 25%. Effect 3, when with the person of destiny, skill training efficiency increases by 220%, and all other effects double. Side effect, desires increase daily, only contact with the person of destiny can alleviate this. Note, a new effect will be unlocked upon reaching level 3. The magic energy value increased by this much. Jiang Linyue was stunned. She was only a little over 100 experience points away from level 3. It is a pity if I had accelerated the progress a bit back then, I might have reached level 3. Just as she thought this, 2 more system notifications suddenly appeared before her. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden mission. Triggering 30 critical hits in a row unlocks the mission preview function. Next mission objective, please collect the true Yang water from the person of destiny within 3 days, 1 milliliter. Failure side effect. Your body will enter an autopilot state, force locking you to the person of destiny to initiate a solo mode battle for 7 consecutive days. Mission start time remaining, 138 hours, 33 minutes, 53 seconds. Seeing this, Jiang Linyue's face turned pale, and she felt like her world was ending. This mission is getting more and more ridiculous. It is literally pushing her to her death. Jiang Linyue. Early the next morning. In just a few hours, the semifinals will begin. After a quick wash, Yimo headed towards the hotel cafeteria. Ever since Jiang Linyue left yesterday, he had returned to his room. During that time, he also sent a message to Zhou Minjun to let her know he was safe. He briefly explained to her how Jiang Linyue had intercepted him. Phew, it is good that you are okay. I never expected the Saintess herself to save you. Zhou Minjun felt relieved, but she was also quite surprised. For Jiang Linyue to recognize Yimo at a glance and help him, it meant they shared a deep connection. Although Zhou Minjun had been Jiang Linyue's class advisor. In reality, they had only spent 2 months together. 2 months later, after the death of her only remaining relative, Jiang Linyue was taken away by Su Qingfeng. She then received more specialized training and education within the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Rumor has it, both her parents and her grandfather were martyrs who died for the country. Tianzhu Hotel Cafeteria. Old Mo, did not you sleep well last night? Why do you look so pale? Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Mo with suspicion. Seeing his dark circles, she could not help but frown slightly. She had a sense of déjà vu. Just internal heat. How did your dungeon runs go yesterday? Yimo waved his hand to indicate it was nothing serious. I matched into 2 A-grade dungeons last night and went straight to level 26. Yi Xiaoxiao lifted her chin and gave Meng Li a provocative sideways glance. Like a fighting rooster showing off its victory. You just got lucky, nothing to brag about. Meng Li knitted her little brows, gnawing on a dried fish while grumbling defiantly. Time passed slowly. Soon enough, the opening ceremony of the semifinals arrived. Bang, bangs, bangs. Magnificent fireworks burst into the sky. Just like the quarterfinals, it was as spectacular and lively as ever. After the flashy performance, the host took the stage for today's draw. Dear audience, I missed you all so much after just 1 day. Without further ado, let us thank the sponsors for this competition. Blah blah blahs. After another long list of advertisements from the host, the central giant screen finally displayed the popularity rankings. Number 1, Yi Xiaoxiao 1.38 million votes. Number 2, Liu Muxiao 1.14 million votes. This time, the screen only showed the rankings of the top 2. And thanks to Yi Xiaoxiao's stunning performance, her popularity had overwhelmingly surpassed that of Liu Muxiao. Now, let us invite contestant Liu Muxiao to come forward for the draw. A young girl dressed in white, pure and elegant. She walked slowly to the center of the ring and reached into the lottery box. Longhui Academy, Liu Muxiao vs Kayang Academy, Yi Xiaoxiao. Seeing the result, the entire audience erupted in cheers. A head-on clash between the first and second, most popular contenders right away. In the lounge, this is fake Ice Gold against real Ice Gold. Seeing the result, Yimo could not help but complain internally. Without a doubt, his little sister was the fake one. Instructor Zhou, how much do you know about this Liu Muxiao? Yimo looked at Zhou Minjun and asked tentatively. She is very strong, no one has ever forced her to use her second skill yet. Zhou Minjun could not help but break into a cold sweat for Yi Xiaoxiao. Although Yi Xiaoxiao's previous performances were nearly crushing victories, it is hard to say when she faces this one nicknamed the Little Saintess. Of course, if it were Meng Li, it might be better. After all, her super armor could effectively counter Liu Muxiao's large-scale crowd control. But for Yi Xiaoxiao, it would be a bit passive. Her skeleton army could likely be countered by the opponent's wide area control skills. In the VIP room, this is going to be interesting. Yi Xiaoxiao's strength is indeed terrifying, but unfortunately, her skeleton army might struggle against Liu Muxiao. Not necessarily. Have you forgotten her nuclear blast attack? The power is comparable to a full-strength strike from a level 55 player. That move is strong, but I estimate it consumes a lot and has significant side effects. After detonating, she will likely enter a weakened state. If Liu Muxiao has something in reserve, she will basically be crushed later on. The VIP room was buzzing with discussion. If this were a few days ago, these people would definitely think Liu Muxiao had a better chance of winning. But ever since Yi Xiaoxiao's nuclear blast yesterday, no one doubted her strength anymore. My dear apprentice, what do you think? Su Qingfeng turned his head to look at Jiang Linyue, only to be startled to find that Jiang Linyue was somewhat absent-minded and in low spirits. She looked dejected and uncertain. What is going on? This was the first time Su Qingfeng had seen Jiang Linyue show such an expression. Could it be heartbreak? My dear apprentice, do you have something on your mind? If it is about dealing with friends, you can share it with your teacher. I have been through so many things, you could say I am an expert on how to make friends. He spoke euphemistically, testing the waters with Jiang Linyue. Well, you could say that I did something excessive to a friend and now I am not sure how to face him. But I still have to keep interacting with him, and I cannot avoid doing that kind of thing to him again. Jiang Linyue thought for a moment and decided to seek advice from Su Qingfeng. It really is a love issue. Su Qingfeng was stunned and asked with a smile, I see, your friend must be male, right? Certainly now, but before, not necessarily. What the heck? Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng's beard stood straight up. What do you mean by certainly now, but before not necessarily? What a gender change. Do young people play like that nowadays? Wait, hold on. Is the person Linyue is dating a transgender individual? This will not do. This is the only bloodline of my dear friend. I cannot let him lose his lineage. This, haha, in your teacher's opinion, since it is unavoidable, you should be tougher. When two people are together, you need mutual acceptance and compromise. If he cannot even accept your little flaws, then you two are not meant for each other. Directly telling them to separate surely would not work. So Su Qingfeng decided to use a more harmonious way to indirectly break up this ill-fated connection. After all, Linyue is like a blank slate in relationships and easy to fool. When the other person cannot take it anymore, they will naturally run away. But is this really okay? Jiang Linyue asked hesitantly. What is wrong with it, a true man? No, a true friend should be able to tolerate your flaws. So next time you have something like this, do not worry about his feelings, just go for it. Listening to Su Qingfeng, Jiang Linyue pondered for a moment. It made a lot of sense. Sure enough, her mindset had been too conservative. If even an old-timer like her teacher is not bothered by trifles, why should she? Next time during the mission, she would just tie him up and forcibly extract his true yang energy. Thank you, teacher, I know what to do now. Having figured it all out, Jiang Linyue felt enlightened. She was not conflicted anymore. Jiang Linyue. End of text. It seems you have not been listening to a word I have said. Looking at Yi Xiaoxiao across from her, Liu Muxiao gently brushed back her hair and let out a helpless sigh. At the same time, a subtle, lingering chill began to spread from her body. The ground beneath her feet instantly froze, covered by a layer of crystalline frost. But it does not matter. When you go back, please tell Mr. Yi that if he runs into any trouble later, he can come find me. As Liu Muxiao finished speaking, the countdown on the big screen began its final sequence. 10, 9, 8. Yi Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. She had a feeling there was more to Liu Muxiao's words, especially that last sentence. It did not seem intended for her. It sounded more like it was meant for someone else to hear. What on earth are you playing at? Yi Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, black mist beginning to swirl around her. Her intuition told her that this woman was definitely up to no good. Just a bit of well-meant advice. She gave a cold smile and formed a hand seal. 6 flying swords made of ice crystals suddenly appeared behind Liu Muxiao. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. The countdown hits 0. Descent of calamity. A pitch-black, overwhelming death aura erupted, spreading rapidly with Yi Xiaoxiao at its center. At the same time, Liu Muxiao took a slow step forward with her slender, fair legs. Snap! The ground beneath the girl froze rapidly as a massive surge of icy energy exploded, sweeping outward in all directions. Boom! The freezing blue energy collided and clashed with the black aura of death. It essentially split the entire arena into 2 different worlds. A domain-type skill. Liu Muxiao did not even try to hide it this time. She is really decisive. It looks like she really takes this match seriously, or perhaps she takes her opponent seriously. A domain versus a domain. This is going to come down to who has more mana. In the VIP boxes, many players and agents were busy commenting and discussing. When both sides use domain-type skills, they can cancel each other out. But maintaining those domains requires a continuous consumption of mana. In this regard, Jiang Linyue held the advantage. After all, her Descent of Calamity was an innate ability that did not consume mana. Go! Liu Muxale beckoned with one hand. 2 of the 6 ice-blue flying swords behind her instantly turned into streaks of blue light. They shot violently toward Jiang Linyue. Clang clang. 2 loud bangs rang out. Jiang Linyue's staff instantly transformed into a black scythe. After swatting the 2 swords aside, she slammed her hand down onto the ground. Countless skeleton soldiers crawled up from the underground, and in just a few moments, their numbers swelled to over 100. Charge! At Jiang Linyue's command, the skeleton army hissed and roared, baring their fangs and claws. Swarming like ants, they crazily rushed toward Liu Muxale. Trying to win by sheer numbers, what a shame, you are up against me. Faced with the massive skeleton army, Liu Muxale gave a calm smile. A blue light flashed behind her, and countless freezing energies coalesced to manifest even more ice-blue swords. The number of swords continued to grow, spreading over a wider and wider range, until they filled the space behind her entirely. It looked like a towering wall made of ice-blue blades. Whoosh a whoosh a whoosh. Liu Muxale gestured with her hand. Countless swords rained down like a torrential storm. They not only pierced through countless skeletons, but also unleashed a massive wave of freezing energy, freezing all the surrounding skeleton soldiers solid. In just a short moment, thick walls of ice piled up in the center of the arena. These ice walls were built entirely from the remains of Jiang Linyue's skeleton army. Damn it, her skill is a direct counter to my army. Jiang Linyue frowned tightly. Unlike her previous battle with Chengxi, this was the first time she felt truly suppressed. The wind-up for my skeleton summons is too long, while her ice arrows are practically instant. She had never felt like this against any other opponents. It was not until she met Liu Muxale, who possessed wide area crowd control, that she realized her own shortcomings. Liu Muxale's class is described as crowd control, but she plays more like a mage. If she were up against Chengxi Chutian or Mengli, she might not stand out as much. After all, her single target damage is not high, and her control is not overwhelmingly strong. At most, it causes minor disruptions in movement. But against Jiang Linyue, it is a perfect counter. No, if this continues, I will be worn down to death. As time passed, her skeleton army was being frozen one after another. Nearly 2/3 of the arena was covered in Liu Muxale's frost. The surrounding air was becoming increasingly biting and cold. Jiang Linyue's space for maneuvering was being further compressed. Some skeletons could not even finish crawling out of the ground before half their bodies were frozen solid. If that is the case, then I will just get up close and crush her. At this thought, Jiang Linyue's eyes turned fierce. She clenched her 5 fingers tightly. Sacrifice. Boom, booms, booms. In an instant, dazzling sparks erupted. The ice wall made of skeleton remains shattered, creating an opening in a split second. Dust and sand billowed into the air. Jiang Linyue detonated 10 skeleton soldiers at once. 10 black particles began to orbit her body. Whoosh! Jiang Linyue stomped her foot hard. Her body turned into a blur, clutching her black scythe, and used the smoke from the explosion as a visual blind spot. She closed the distance toward Liu Muxale. Switching to melee. Watching Jiang Linyue emerge from the smoke and charge at her, Liu Muxale still kept a faint smile on her lips. At the same time, countless ice-blue swords rained down toward Jiang Linyue. Bang, bangs, bangs. Jiang Linyue did not slow down, swinging her black scythe wildly. As she deflected the incoming swords, she kept dashing and dodging. Freeze! Suddenly, Liu Muxale saw her chance and performed a hand seal. 6 flying swords drove straight into the ground around Jiang Linyue. An overwhelming chill surged up to her shins, and Jiang Linyue felt her body stiffen. Subconsciously looking down, she was shocked to see her lower body being encased and frozen by growing ice crystals. Blink! Her black scythe flashed with light. Jiang Linyue did not hesitate for a second to activate her artifact's blessing skill. Her figure vanished instantly from the spot. The next second she appeared directly in front of Liu Muxale, swinging her scythe viciously at her waist. Pity, you are still just a little too far. Liu Muxale calmly stepped back to dodge while quickly casting another seal. Countless ice-blue swords aimed themselves toward Jiang Linyue. No, this is perfect. Jiang Linyue waved her hand. 5 skeleton soldiers crawled out from behind Liu Muxale.
Whoosh a whoosh a whoosh.
However, before they could even finish crawling out, the ice blue swords had already shot toward them, freezing them solid on the spot.
That is it.
Liu Muxiao squinted and gave a cold smile. But at that very moment, Yi Xiaoxiao's fingers snapped shut.
Sacrifice.
Boom, booms, booms. The 5 skeletons exploded directly behind Liu Muxiao.
What?
Liu Muxiao.
What? Boom.
5 skeleton minions appeared behind Liu Muxiao and instantly exploded. Dust and smoke filled the air. The terrifying shockwave of energy instantly whipped up gusts of wind.
Did I get her?
Yi Xiaoxiao fixed her gaze forward, her footsteps never faltering as she continued to approach her target.
A very decent strike.
Liu Muxiao's voice drifted out from the murky dust. In the next second, her cool and elegant figure reappeared before everyone's eyes. A Teiji Bagua mirror hovered behind her, projecting a golden light that bathed her in its glow. Clearly, this piece of equipment had shielded Liu Muxiao from that fatal blow. Seeing this, Yi Xiaoxiao dashed forward and swung her scythe in a sweeping strike.
Clang.
Liu Muxiao gestured with her slender hand. The Bagua mirror quickly moved in front of her, blocking Yi Xiaoxiao's attack. Countless icy blue light swords erupted towards Yi Xiaoxiao, aiming to force her back. Looks like she really is weak in close combat. Yi Xiaoxiao's mind raced as she swung her scythe frantically, slashing continuously. She hacked away every single one of the incoming ice blue light swords. Let us see where you can retreat to now. She did not stop for a moment, closing in on Liu Muxiao again with a follow-up slash. Liu Muxiao calmly clenched one hand. Fierce cold air instantly condensed into a massive ice crystal sword.
Bang.
The black scythe collided with the ice crystal sword, producing a crisp sound. While blocking Yi Xiaoxiao's assault, Liu Muxiao stepped forward. She raised her sword and lunged straight at Yi Xiaoxiao. This girl is not weak in close quarters either. Yi Xiaoxiao looked startled, but her eyes turned even sharper. She began swinging her black scythe faster and faster, launching an even more aggressive offense. Clang, clang, clangs. The ice sword and the black scythe clashed wildly in the air. A series of sharp, ringing sounds erupted with each impact.
In the waiting rooms.
Liu Muxiao may seem suppressed in close combat, but she has not used her 4th skill yet. She clearly has an ace up her sleeve. This match is undoubtedly going to be a tough battle for Yi Xiaoxiao. Zhou Minjun watched the giant screen, her hands clenched tightly as she broke into a cold sweat for Yi Xiaoxiao. In previous competitions, Yi Xiaoxiao had almost always crushed her opponents and swept the field. Even when facing Changxi, it was only slightly tricky. It is indeed a tough battle. It just depends on whether that girl can seize the opportunity. Imo nodded in agreement, staring at the battle on the screen with a furrowed brow. Right now, Yi Xiaoxiao still has her trump card, 3 instances of damage immunity from the Disaster God Brilliance Staff. The moment of immunity is effectively a short window of invincibility. If Yi Xiaoxiao can capitalize on that gap to land a fatal blow, she still has a decent chance. But Liu Muxiao has not played her trump card either. In the end, it will likely devolve into a battle of attrition and endurance. Whoever consumes the least amount of mana and potions will see the scales of victory tip in their favor.
In the VIP box.
Old Su, who do you think will win? Chen Weiming frowned and looked at the Dean of the Vajra Academy beside him, seeking his opinion. When it came to combat experience, Su Feng of the Vajra Academy was undoubtedly the best among them. After all, he got his start in the military. In his youth, he participated in the Tianshui Mountain Campaign and led his troops to storm the enemy's main camp single-handedly. It is hard to say, their strengths and weaknesses are so balanced that it is hard to tell. It will likely turn into a battle of attrition. Su Feng sighed and shook his head. In close quarters combat, Yi Xiaoxiao is undoubtedly better, but it is not an overwhelming advantage. As for ranged combat, that is Liu Muxiao's advantage. Even though it is a counter, it is not an overwhelming advantage either. Without any other hidden cards, the two are likely to end up in a war of attrition. However, just as everyone was speculating about who would hold out until the end, Liu Muxiao suddenly performed a massive backflip. She raised her hands above her head and said, "All right, I surrender." Yi Xiaoxiao froze, her black scythe stopping just 20 centimeters from Liu Muxiao's neck.
What are you doing?
Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Liu Muxiao with sheer disbelief, unable to understand her move. In the battle so far, she could clearly feel that Liu Muxiao had not given it her all. Now this sudden surrender left Yi Xiaoxiao completely baffled. It was not just her. Zhou Minjun and Yi Mo in the waiting room. and everyone in the VIP lounge were all in the same state. If I am not mistaken, your domain is an additional ability, which can be maintained without consuming mana. But I have to keep consuming mana to maintain mine. If this keeps dragging on, the victory will definitely be yours. Rather than keep fighting like this, I would rather save myself the trouble. Liu Muxiao explained calmly, sounding as if it made perfect sense. Soon following Liu Muxiao's concession, the referee quickly announced Yi Xiaoxiao as the winner. Just like that, the first match of the semifinals concluded. Miss, I do not understand. That Yi Xiaoxiao was clearly no match for you. Why did you hand over your spot in the finals? In the waiting room, the butler rushed over, looking at Liu Muxiao with confusion. She is quite formidable. Even if I used my full strength, I could not guarantee a complete victory. Liu Muxiao sat on her chair with her legs crossed, added 2 cubes of rock sugar to her tea and stirred it leisurely. Do you know that if you do not win the championship this time, the family might punish you severely or even strip me of my profession card? Is that it? Liu Muxiao picked up her cup indifferently, blew on the steaming black tea and took a sip. Since you know the consequences, why would you do this? This old servant does not understand. At this point, Liu Muxiao had set down her tea and walked slowly to the floor-to-ceiling window, muttering, "Tell me, if I withdraw from this competition, who will likely take first and second place? Naturally, it would be Yi Xiaoxiao or that demi-human who defeated Chu Tian." The old butler pondered for a moment and answered slowly, "Exactly, those two will surely become the 2 most eye-catching new stars in the great Xia nation. However, the agent behind them is a wild god. Given the character of that fellow Zhou Minjiu, would he not be interested in these 2 talents with no background?" Hearing this, the old butler suddenly realized, "Do you mean to let the agents behind those 2 players come into conflict with young Master Zhou? But young Master Zhou is a scion of a powerful family. Can that agent handle him? Or what if he is moved by the price Zhou offers and hands the 2 players over directly? Uncle Li, never underestimate an agent who has cleared a secret realm." Liu Muxiao looked at the old butler and continued, "Besides, I have already warned him. Since he is still determined to win the championship, it means he does not fear these consequences. As for whether he would hand the players over, do you think Zhou Minjiu's appetite is just as simple as swallowing up those 2 players? He will definitely covet the clearing strategy and rewards for the secret realm as well. Therefore, a conflict between the 2 is inevitable." Saying this, Liu Muxiao sat back in her seat, took a sip of tea and continued, "From here on, it depends on how much flesh he can strip off Zhou Minjiu. If he cannot, then I will owe him a favor and give him a hand." Liu Muxiao's plan was simple. Did not Imo say he possessed an SSS-level profession card? If he could deal a heavy blow to Zhou Minjiu, it would undoubtedly help Liu Muxiao strike a rival. If he could not, then she would owe him a favor and bring him over to her side. Even if her profession card were to be stripped by her family, she would still have compensation from Yimo. But these calculations of yours are all based on the premise that the guy has real strength. What if that kid named Yimo is just a guy with a name but no substance? What if clearing the secret realm was just a fluke where he fulfilled some condition? Currently, no one but Yimo has cleared a secret realm. Naturally, it is unknown whether there were other hidden conditions to clearing the realm. After all, at the level of a Tier 2 agent, Yimo, it is impossible to think he cleared the realm with just his bare fists. It must have been achieving some sort of hidden condition. That is the most logical explanation. If that is the case, then I will just consider this a failed investment." As she spoke, Liu Muxiao took a brass game coin out of her pocket. She tossed it into the air and simultaneously quickly caught it between her palms. Slowly opening her palms, it showed, the front side with the cartoon head. Liu Muxiao